History's Strongest Husband Chapter 62 to Chapter 114. After a long time, Song opened her eyes and woke up. She had a splitting headache. But she could move her whole body again. Was everything just a dream? Yes, it must be a dream. But when she touched her crotch, it was wet. Then she looked at her chest. There was a burn scar. It was the ghost fire. She remembered clearly that the ghost fire couldn't be extinguished even by water. Moreover, the ghost fire came out when the ghost scratched with her fingernails. There was a ghost. There was a ghost. It was not a dream. She recalled everything just now. Every scene was so real. Now the sun shone in his house. Everything was normal. But just now his house was gloomy and horrible. There was green ghost fire everywhere. Well, the ghost threw a golden light under the bed and said she would give her 30 gold coins. Song got up quickly. She picked up a small shovel and dug directly under the bed. Then, she was shocked, there were dozens of gold coins. That was not the most amazing thing. What was even more unbelievable was that the coin was actually frozen. To be exact, they were in an icebox. There were words printed on the icebox, "Do you want to live or die?" There was a ghost. Otherwise, how could there be an icebox in summer? Only hell is cold. This gold coin must have been given by the female ghost. Song kowtowed to the icebox desperately. "Sister Ghost, I want to live. I want to live. Don't worry. I know what to do. When the government asks me to identify Xianxia, I will immediately say that it was my husband Song Yi who kicked my son. I will insist that Tianheng asked me to falsely accuse Xianxia." When Song kept kowtowing, the icebox melted gradually. The gold coins inside became more dazzling. "Thank you, sister. Thank you." Song thought it must be the ghost's response. Of course. The icebox was so thin on such a hot day. It would melt quickly after being dug out. Then the Song Enterprise grabbed the gold coins and counted them over and over again. There were exactly 30. Then there were 300 gold coins. In a remote ravine behind the mountain of Maple Leaf Village. Xianxia reluctantly took off the blue dress and changed into men's clothes. Wearing women's clothing was indeed a very peculiar experience. Especially when he wore women's clothes, he was even more beautiful than a woman. "If I go to Thailand, those lady boys won't be able to do anything." Pooh pooh pooh, Xianxia hurriedly tossed these absurd and unruly thoughts aside. Then, he burned the blue dress and all the other things even more reluctantly. The play just now was absolutely perfect. Whether it was the ghost fire made of white phosphorus, the icebox made of saltpeter, or the silver needle pierced into the Song Enterprise's chest. Even though there were some flaws in all this, the Song Enterprise, who had taken the hallucinogen, also felt that it was 100% real. After destroying everything, Xianxia rushed back to the Count house. On the way, he suddenly thought of a problem. His wife wouldn't have noticed that she was missing a dress, right? It couldn't be. She had so many clothes. But what if she found out? So what if they found out? Did she know that I stole it? But what if she thought that I stole it? I couldn't say that I stole it. Otherwise, she would think that I was a pervert. A man is a woman with a woman's heart. It would be embarrassing to be her sister. How should I explain it? I couldn't say that my wife couldn't help but love you, so I stole your dress and did something unspeakable. After dirtying your dress, I burned the body to destroy the evidence. In this way, my image as Xianxia would be ruined, wouldn't it, in the city of Xuanwu? Song Chong, the half-brother of the big fool, was dead. His dream of entering the palace to be a tycoon came to an abrupt end. He didn't even have time to castrate his rotten balls. Song Yi, the father of the big fool, trembled all over. Looking at the body of his youngest son, he hissed, "Why? Why?" Tianheng said in a flat tone, "Do you think it is more serious to kick and injure an innocent teenager or to kick him to death?" Song Yi naturally understood. However, he felt that sending his youngest son to the palace to be a eunuch was not a bad way out. The crime of kicking and injuring an innocent teenager was enough to put Xianxia in prison. However, he didn't expect that Tianheng and the others would be so cruel and merciless as to directly kill his youngest son. But did he really not think of it in the depths of his heart? This was a very devilish question that couldn't be delved into. Tianheng said indifferently, a murderer must pay with his life. A prince breaking the law is the same as a commoner. Of course, the latter half of his sentence was nonsense, but at least it was the truth when he said it. Tianheng asked, has the governor's envoy arrived? Almost, Tianqi said, the crown prince of Xianwu Mansion and Jean Mulan are personally leading the cavalry to welcome them. Tianheng asked again, is the governor personally accompanying them? Tianqi said, yes. Tianheng sighed and said, everything is ready, and the east wind is coming. Shenlang is doomed. Tianqi said, he is a dog-like character. Even if he climbed the count house, he is still a dog. Yes, crushing this wild dog is just a convenience. The main purpose is to overthrow the count house. Tianheng said, once Shenlang is arrested and imprisoned, immediately put shackles on his family members, pierce their scapulae, and send them to the mine to work until they die. Tianqi said, yes. Then, Tianheng said, Song Yi, bring your wife here. Put on mourning clothes and make her look miserable. Take her to the count house to identify the murderer, Shenlang. She is the only eyewitness. Other witnesses should also be prepared. Song Yi said with tears in his eyes, yes. Tianheng said, isn't it just a son? He can give birth again. After we kill Shenlang, you will be the constable of Coldwater Town. Song Yi's body suddenly trembled and he said sadly, yes. Thank you for your guidance. Song Yi rode home as fast as he could. He found his wife in a strange state. She looked very embarrassed and smelled of urine. Her eyes were red as if she was about to go crazy. However, he did not suspect anything. He just felt that his wife was too sad. Moreover, she was so sad that she urinated, which showed how much she loved her child. Song Yi said sadly, wife, Chong'er is seriously injured and can't be treated. He is gone. Song Yi's body suddenly trembled and she looked up at her husband. Even though she was mentally prepared, when she heard the bad news, her tears still gushed out. She was greedy, selfish, and despicable, but that was her child after all. If he was castrated and sent to the palace, she still had one hope. Now that he was gone, of course she was heartbroken. Sister Ghost, you really didn't lie to me. You really didn't lie to me. Tianheng, you are so cruel. You really killed my son. Song Yi, you are worse than a beast. Song Yi's face suddenly became ferocious, her eyes filled with hatred. Shenlang, that bastard, killed our son. We want revenge. Song Yi said hoarsely, wife, you have to pull yourself together. Only by killing Shenlang to avenge our son can he rest in peace in heaven. Song Yi sneered, if it wasn't for Sister Ghost, I would have been kept in the dark by you. Song Yi said, don't worry, wife. The Castellan's office, Taisho Prefecture, and even the governor's envoy will support us. You're the only eyewitness. You want to accuse Shenlang of kicking our son to death. You want him to pay with his life. Do you understand? Song Yi stared at her husband with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, I know. Of course I know what to do. Song Yi said, let's go. Put on mourning clothes and take Chong'er's body to the count house to seek justice. We must make Shenlang pay with his life. Then Song Yi thought of Tianheng's words. He must make his wife look miserable. After all, she had just experienced the pain of losing her son. But he soon found that he didn't need to dress up, because his wife was already very miserable. In order to make it more realistic and to arouse more sympathy, he didn't even let his wife change her pants. She was so smelly. Then Song Yi took his wife and drove the carriage to Xuanwu City. They came to Tianheng. Tianheng looked at Song Yi up and down for a while and then covered his nose. This Song Yi was experienced and ruthless. He was too realistic and pitiful. Song Yi's hair was disheveled. Her eyes were deep and bloodshot. Her eyes were dull and her expression was ferocious. Moreover, there were burn marks and wounds on her body. She even urinated all over her pants. Song Yi could do such a cruel thing to his wife. Such a talent should be trained well. Tianheng said, I'm also very sad about your son's death. Mrs. Song, please restrain your grief. But don't worry. As your husband's superior, I will take care of this matter and seek justice for you and your wife. Then he suddenly pulled out his big sword and split the table in front of him in half. A murderer must pay with his life. Even if Xianlang is the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, there is no exception. Let's go. I'll take you to the count house to seek justice. Then Tianheng looked at Song Yi and said, Sister, you know what to do. Song Yi raised her eyes. Her vicious and hateful eyes made Tianheng tremble. Song Yi said word by word, Of course I know what to do. A murderer must pay with his life. Every word was full of deep-rooted hatred. Tianheng was overjoyed. Yes, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. Let's go to Xianwu Mansion and make Xianlang pay with his life. Tianheng ordered. A few warriors from the Black Cloth Gang carried Song Chong's green corpse and led Song Yi and his wife towards the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion. Behind them, there were hundreds of people. These people were the local ruffians of Xuanwu City. They were all disciples of Tianheng. Along the way, there were many hooligans and ignorant people who joined the group. The hundreds of people immediately swelled to 1,000 or 2,000. Tianheng was even more proud. Don't you love people like your own children, Count? Now I'll take a few thousand people to seek justice. Let's see if you will hand over Xianlang. Xianlang, I'll see how you die. As they walked, the Black Clothes Gang members shouted. A murderer must pay with his life. Hand over Xianlang. A murderer must pay with his life. Hand over the murderer. In ancient China, after the Sui dynasty, prefectures were abolished and prefectures became prefectures. The position of governor only appeared during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Previously, there were prefectures, and so on. But in this world, the prefectures, and provincial governors coexisted, which was very different from ancient China. It could only be said that the Great Yan dynasty had its own national conditions. However, Xianlang could roughly understand the reason behind it. First, the level of military strength in this world far exceeded that of ancient China. Therefore, the most outstanding talents were usually proficient in both the pen and the sword. Therefore, it was very difficult to completely separate the civil and military positions. Second, there were many feudal nobles in every country. As a local governor, if he wanted to suppress these old nobles, he had to have military power. Therefore, it was very difficult to completely separate the civil and civil powers. In the evening, two important people came to the Xianwu mansion. The envoy of the Tiannam province governor's office, Governor Zhu Yong's advisor, Yan Wuji. The prefectures of the Tiannam province Nujiang Prefecture, Zhang Chong. Accompanying them were the Xuanwu City Governor, Lu Wuyan, the former Xuanwu City Governor, Zhang Boyan, and the Xuanwu City Garrison Commander, Zhang Jin. In order to express their welcome to the two important people, the Crown Prince, Jin Muzong, and the Count House's Miss, Jin Mulan, personally led 200 cavalrymen to welcome them. Then, the Count Lord, his wife, Xianlang, and the rest welcomed them at the entrance of the Count House. This was also the first time that Xianlang, as the son-in-law of the Count House, appeared on such an important occasion. Before this, Xianlang had done his homework on Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong. Yan Wuji, male, 53 years old. The state of Yu Palace testing flower, was he awesome? Was he awesome? Yu country was also a big country with a population of about 20 million. He was able to get the third place in the whole country. Such a powerful person should have been a high-ranking official, so why did he become Governor-General Zhu Yong's aide? This was because his family had committed a crime, and Yan Wuji was dragged into it. After he was forced to leave the bureaucracy, he opened an academy and taught for 10 years. His name spread throughout the state of Yu. After that, he caught the eye of Lord Zhu Yong. After 3 visits, he finally became an advisor of the governor's office. This person was extremely trusted by the governor, and his every word and action represented the will of Lord Zhu Yong. Many people even said that they would rather offend the governor's son than Yan Wuji. For example, he would rather offend Ma Yingjiao than offend Jin Pukong. Some even said that Xianlang was Zhu Yong's sleeve. What did that mean? A pure and handsome man like Xianlang wouldn't understand. As for this prefecture chief Zhang Chong, he was definitely an amazing person, a super amazing person. His father was a military officer, and he himself was well versed in both literature and martial arts. He could lead troops to war on horseback, and he could govern the people when he was dismounted. In the past 20 years, he had served as the governor of 5 different cities. Each time, he had outstanding political achievements, but he had always been idle, and his career as an official was not prosperous. It couldn't be helped. When a widow slept, no one would push her from behind. However, the battle 3 years ago had made his name known throughout the state of Yu. Since then, he had been chosen by the monarch and the Zhu clan, and his status skyrocketed. At that time, he was the governor of Dongjiang County's Watchcliff City. In the past 100 years, who was the governor of Dongjiang County? No one knew. But when it came to the Dongjiang Count House, it was famous, and everyone was in awe of it. Almost everyone thought that the Dongjiang Count House was the ruler of Dongjiang County, and that it had been the local tyrant for hundreds of years. Compared to Count Xuanwu, the Dongjiang Count House was much more domineering, and his methods were extremely fierce. He had completely suppressed the governor. The Dongjiang Count House's Watchcliff City was known as the death zone of the bureaucracy. The new policies of the state of Yu were completely difficult to implement in Dongjiang County. This Zhang Chong had used 5 years to force the Dongjiang Count House into a corner. The domineering Dongjiang Count had led the army to attack the governor's mansion. Zhang Chong was outnumbered, and he led the army to break the siege, and won a great victory. At this point, the Dongjiang Count House lost all its military power and fiefdom, and the Dongjiang Count committed suicide. In the end, the monarch showed mercy and did not start a massacre. He did not even deprive the High Clan of their title, but the Dongjiang Count House had become an empty shell. After Zhang Chong became famous in the battle, he was transferred back to the capital, and hid his strength and bided his time for 3 years. Last year, he was sent to Nujiang County as the governor to carry out administration. Who was the local tyrant of Nujiang County? Xianwu Mansion. Thus, it couldn't be any more obvious where Lord Zhang Chong was pointing his sword at. When he was just a governor, he had eliminated the Dongjiang Count. Now that he was the governor, he had the military and political power in his hands. No wonder Count Xuanwu felt like there was a thorn in his back, and he was always cautious. However, after Zhang Chong took office, he did not cause a ruckus, nor did he go against the Xianwu mansion. Instead, he was very low-key. After seeing these 2 big shots, their appearances were similar to what Shen Lang had imagined. Yan Wuji was a middle-aged handsome man. He looked amiable, but he was actually arrogant. His clothes were fragrant, and he even drew on his eyebrows. Don't think that Shen Lang did not notice. Sure enough, the rumors were not groundless, even though he did not have an acupoint. Zhang Chong's skin was very dark. His face could be considered handsome, but it was too thin, and he looked very gloomy. On top of that, he was a man of few words. Only his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Yan Wuji was wearing elegant clothes, while Zhang Chong was wearing a plain robe. He did not have any expensive accessories on him. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that the governor was a scholar. After they met, Yan Wuji and Count Xuanwu exchanged greetings for a while, then he talked to the count's wife about the traditional friendship between the 2 families. That's right, Lord Yan Wuji was also from a noble family, but he did not have any land. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Chong only said one sentence to the Count, "Chong, nice to meet you, Xuanwu." After that, the governor, who was well versed in both literature and martial arts, stood on the side and did not say a word. "Langer, come here and greet Mr. Yan and Governor Zhang," the Count said. Shen Lang stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. These 2 were enemies. His father-in-law needed to take care of everything, but Shen Lang was still a nobody. His attitude was not important, and he just needed to be perfunctory. Would the other party treat him better because of his good attitude? Impossible. As the son-in-law of Shen Lang, these 2 big shots would not specially greet him. Yan Wuji smiled reservedly. Zhang Chong nodded and then ignored Shen Lang. This was the normal attitude. Next, Count Xuanwu invited the big shots to the Count House and held a banquet. At this time, Shen Lang was busy eating. At most, he would drink some sweet rice wine. While eating, he looked at Mulan's attractive waist and butt. Unknowingly, he ate even more. Mulan could not do anything to her hooligan husband. She could only pretend that nothing had happened. What, Xianxia came out to recite poems? Acting cool and slapping people's faces? Not at all. These two big shots, one Tanhua and the other first-class scholar, would come to test a son-in-law's knowledge. She was thinking too much. Xuanwu, 20 years have passed, Yan Wuji said. Everyone put down their chopsticks when they heard this. Because it was time to get to the point. Yan Wuji said, the governor sent me here to ask Xuanwu what his plan is regarding the dispute on Jinshan Island. Can the governor's office mediate peacefully? This was the purpose of the two big shots' visit. The dispute on Jinshan Island was related to the conspiracy of a certain generation of monarch many years ago. There was no need to elaborate on the history. In short, the Jinhai Count in the north thought that Jinshan Island belonged to him, while the Xianwu mansion thought that Jinshan Island belonged to the Kim family. Because of this, the two families almost fought each other's brains out. After fighting for more than 100 years, no one was clear about this lawsuit. Both families could cite 100 pieces of evidence to prove that they had inviolable ownership of Jinshan Island. In the end, the previous generation of monarch decreed that Jinshan Island would be held every 20 years. Both sides would compete in civil and military affairs, and whoever won the 20-year fief would belong to the winner. If it was an ordinary island, then it would be fine. The key was that Jinshan Island had high-grade iron ore, as well as other minerals. Whoever obtained the development rights of the island would have their annual income increased by at least 30%. 20 years ago, the Xianwu mansion lost, losing a large source of income. It was really a big blow. Now, the Count House's financial crisis was not only because of Su Wenzhao, but also because of the loss of Jinshan Island. It could be said that after losing Jinshan Island, the Xianwu mansion's backbone was broken in half. Count Xuanwu said, "What does the governor think?" Yan Wuji said, "The governor said that peace is the most important thing. We should divide Jinshan Island into two. The north side belongs to the Jinhai Count House, and the south side belongs to the Xianwu mansion." Hearing this, Count Xuanwu was furious. "Do you think I'm a pushover?" Everyone knew that the main minerals of the entire Jinshan Island were in the north. The south side only had a large area of saline alkali land, beaches, and forests. But even though he was angry, the Count would not refuse. He just raised his glass and said, "Let's drink, let's drink." Yan Wuji, of course, knew this would be the result, so he didn't say anything. He represented the governor to express his attitude and that he had come to mediate. As for the remaining Black Tortoise Manor and Jinhai Manor, I don't have any objections if they want to beat the shit out of them. Moreover, the more ruthless the better. Then, the banquet entered the garbage time. They were not very familiar with each other, and they were even enemies, so there was no need to talk awkwardly. The Black Tortoise Earl was not the kind of person who was good with money and power. Although the Count's wife was smart, she hated evil and didn't like to hide. As for Prince Jin Mutsong, sorry, I didn't see you here. Although Xianxia was a son-in-law and had a low status, he was handsome. People couldn't help but look at him a few more times. After looking at him, they would reflect on him and silently rank him in their hearts. Was he the first or the second? His handsomeness was unparalleled. As for Jin Mutsong, the fat otaku, he was completely in the background. No one present spoke, and the whole banquet was particularly quiet. Just when the atmosphere was particularly awkward. Suddenly, there was a hubbub outside. Countless people could be vaguely heard shouting, "Hand over Xianxia, and he will pay with his life. Hand over Xianxia, and he will pay with his life." Xianxia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and he felt refreshed. "Oh, the show is finally here. I'm going to fall asleep." No wonder he was such a big shot. Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong heard the noise outside, but they pretended not to hear anything. When Lord Count heard it, his face changed. He wanted to get up. But Madame gave his sleeve a quick tug. "Are you stupid? It's obvious that the enemy is plotting something. Why are you taking the initiative?" A beautiful woman's eyes could speak. His wife didn't even need to open her mouth. She could let her husband know what she was talking about with just a look. Therefore, Lord Count pretended not to hear the noise outside. He drank in silence, but his heart was extremely anxious. He couldn't do this without someone taking the lead. Xianxia was a little anxious. If this doesn't work, I'll take the lead myself. Xianxia, someone is calling you. Jin Muzong said for the first time that night. Then, he felt 3 murderous eyes. They were from his father, his mother, and his sister. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. He really wanted to squeeze his big head into his pants and squeeze it with his small head. At that moment, there was only one voice in his heart. Tonight, I'm dead. I'll be beaten to death. Seeing that Lord Count was pretending to be dumb, Lu Wuyan said, "Why is it so noisy outside? Go and ask them." He was ordering the city's warriors. Although it was a bit noisy, it was fine. After a while, 2 military officers quickly entered the hall. One of them was an officer from the city's palace, and the other was Jin Qing from the Count House. "Master, there are thousands of people besieging the Count House," Jin Qing said anxiously. Lord Count and his wife's faces completely changed. Thousands of people besieging? That meant there was a big conspiracy going on. The goal was not only to kill Xianxia, but also to drag the Count House into this mess. Lord Lu Wuyan said angrily, "How dare they besiege the Count House? To actually besiege the Count's residence, were they planning to rebel? Who's the leader?" The officer from the city lord's mansion said, "It's Song Yi, the leader of the militia from Maple Leaf Village. He claims that his son was kicked to death by the Count's son-in-law, Xianxia, for no reason. He's carrying his son's corpse and wants the Count's mansion to hand Xianxia over to seek justice." The Count knew about this. He did not even blame Xianxia. Song Yi and his family had gone too far, leaving their eldest son to die in a ravine. After being saved by his big brother, that little bastard was not only not grateful, but also couldn't wait to kill his big brother. The big fool was Xianxia's only friend. Although it was a bit irrational, the Count could understand why he had kicked him. After that, he sent Jin Zhong to talk to Song Yi and gave him a sum of money. At that time, Song Yi was clearly grateful and had no intention of pursuing the matter. Moreover, his youngest son's life was not in danger at all. How could he die now? The Count deeply felt the viciousness of the other party. The mayor of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, said, "Son-in-law Xianxia is a scholar. How could he do such a thing?" Then, he stood up and said, "Mr. Yan, Governor, Xuanwu, this matter concerns the reputation of the Count House. Why don't we call them in and get to the bottom of it?" Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong, of course, didn't say anything. As important people, it was enough for them to just sit there. If they added fuel to the fire, it would be beneath their status. Jin Zhua, the Count Xuanwu, knew that big trouble was coming. The other party wanted to kill his son-in-law at the cost of a human life. He could imagine what would happen next even if he used his toes to think. He was faced with a choice: either he gave up on Xianxia, or the Count House would be dragged into this mess. Madame tugged at his sleeve again from the side. The Count understood what she was going to say with just a glance from those eyes that could speak. "If you dare to give up on Lang'er, I will not forgive you." The Count looked at her and said, "Don't worry. Am I that kind of person? I will never sacrifice Lang'er." The Count's wife's eyes became gentle and firm. "If there is any difficulty, we will get through it together." The Count looked at her gently and said, "With a wife like this, what else can I ask for?" They were indeed a loving couple. They didn't even need to use their mouth to communicate, they just used their eyes to communicate. This was a real soul mate. Taking a deep breath, His Excellency the Earl braced himself for battle. "Let them in." A few moments later, Tian Heng and Song Yi carried the body of a young man and walked in. There was also a woman in a mess. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, her body was injured, and there was a smell of urine on her body. Her grief and indignation, the pain of losing her son, could not be faked. It couldn't be any more real. After coming in, Song Yi knelt down and pointed at Xianxia, "Bastard! Give me back my son's life." The Count was expressionless. The governor, Lu Wuyan, slammed the table and said, "What is this place? How dare you make such a ruckus?" Song Yi kept kowtowing, "City Lord, Count, please seek justice for this lowly commoner." He knew that the governor's messenger was here, but he pretended not to know. The governor, Lu Wuyan, said, "What happened? Tell me in detail." Song Yi cried, "Before Xianlang married into the count house, he used to be a commoner in Maple Village. He was a loner and had a bad relationship with everyone. He even had a fight with my son, Song Chong. But it was just a small conflict. Who would have thought that Xianlang was a wolf in the mountains? He became even more arrogant when he got what he wanted." City Lord Lu Wuyan furrowed his brows at this point. "If you want to complain, then complain properly. Is this the kind of word you should say?" Song Yi continued. "Xianlang got what he wanted. After he married into the count house, he went back to the village to show off his power. Because my son, Song Chong, had a conflict with him, he directly charged into my house and beat up my son in front of my wife. He even kicked my son's lower body. By the time I sent my son to Black Tortoise City for treatment, it was already too late. He was beaten to death by that bastard, Xianlang." Then, Song Yi tore off his son's clothes. There were many ghastly scars on his body. Especially his groin, which was swollen like a teapot. The spout of the teapot was especially small. "Sirs, please take a look. How vicious and vicious is Xianlang. He actually dared to use such a vicious attack on my son. My son merely had a few words with him." Song Yi wailed, "I've lost my son. I don't want to live anymore. I'll get justice even if it costs me my life. Please help me." Jean Mulan suddenly asked, "When did your son die?" Song Yi said, "He died that night after being beaten by Xianlang. In fact, Song Chong was killed by Tianheng the day before, but there was no forensic doctor who could accurately determine the time of death." Jean Mulan said, "Then why didn't you come to the count house to get justice? Why did you wait until now?" Song Yi said, "Because I was afraid. After my son died, I immediately came to the count house to get justice. But I didn't expect that someone would find me. He claimed to be Lord Count's confidant. He gave me a sum of gold coins and threatened me to keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, he would kill my whole family. As for my son, I can always have more." Lord Count's face turned livid. Did he really think that Xianwu Mansion was no longer a threat after all these years of being conservative and cautious? Count Xuanwu glanced at Tianheng and said, "Tianheng, why are you here?" Tianheng said, "Reporting to Earl Xuanwu, this Song Yi is the 10-men commander of the militia and is my subordinate. As his superior, I have the responsibility to seek justice for him." In fact, Tianheng shouldn't have come at this time. He had a grudge against Xianlang, so he shouldn't have come here. However, he was truly unable to restrain himself. The enmity between him and Xianlang was as deep as the ocean, and he really wanted to personally put this pretty boy to death. Lu Wuyan said, "Song Yi, you said that Xianlang killed your son. Do you have any proof?" Song Yi said, "Many people saw Xianlang break into my house that day. They can testify for me." Lu Wuyan said, "Bring in the witnesses." A moment later, 4 Maple Leaf villagers came in. They were all young soldiers. "I saw Xianlang enter Song Yi's house with my own eyes. I can testify." The 4 of them spoke at the same time. "I also heard sounds of fighting after Xianlang entered Song Yi's house. I can testify." Lu Wuyan said, "Young Master Shen, what do you have to say?" Xianlang didn't even stand up. He said innocently, "I did enter Song Yi's house, but I didn't beat anyone. I was there to send money. The big fool is my good friend. I sent money to the Song Enterprise so that she could feed the big fool every day." Song Yi said harshly, "You're lying. It was you who kicked my son to death. My wife saw it with her own eyes." The Maple Leaf villagers also heard the noise outside. Lu Wuyan said, "Song, are you sure you saw it?" Song's eyes were full of hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sure I saw it." Song Yi kowtowed desperately and said, "Your Excellencies, please seek justice for me." Tianheng said, "According to the law of the state of Yu, a murderer must pay with his life. Even a prince who breaks the law should be punished the same as a commoner. Moreover, Xianlang is just a son-in-law of the Count House. Your Excellencies and Lord Count, please be fair and seek justice for my subordinate." Lu Wuyan said awkwardly, "Xuanwu, according to the law, a murderer must pay with his life. Why don't we ask son-in-law Xianlang to go back with us and investigate the matter?" At this time, the men in black outside the count house shouted in unison, "A murderer must pay with his life. A murderer must pay with his life." However, at this time, Xianxia suddenly gnashed her teeth and said, "Sirs, I saw with my own eyes my husband, Song Yi, beat my son violently and kicked him away. My son was not seriously injured. He was sent to Xuanwu for treatment and was about to recover. But after Lord Tianheng came to visit, my son died inexplicably." Then, Song knelt down and kowtowed. Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. "It must be Tianheng who killed my son. He also forced me to falsely accuse Shenlang, or he would kill my whole family. Your Excellencies, please seek justice for me. A murderer must pay with his life. A debt of blood must be paid with blood." The Song clan's words were like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. As soon as Song's words came out, the whole place froze in a dead silence. What was going on? Were they hallucinating? This was such a big turn of events that they couldn't react in time. Weren't they supposed to be messing with Shenlang tonight? How did things turn around? Tianheng was the fastest to react. At this time, all the hair on his body stood up, like a beast that had encountered danger. Damn, there was a conspiracy, a big conspiracy. The first thing he did was to look at Shenlang because he had already been tricked many times. Sure enough, Shenlang's incomparably handsome face still had a harmless smile on it. Tianheng's strong desire to live made him want to turn around and leave immediately. But his intuition told him that he couldn't leave. "You've been targeted by Shenlang, the vicious gigolo. This vicious person would never let go of his prey once he had bitten it." Zhang Chong and Yan Wuji looked directly at Shenlang for the first time. City Lord Lu Wuyan was also stunned. He felt thirsty and drank a glass of water. He said hoarsely, "Song Li, are you talking nonsense because you're too sad?" He glared fiercely at Song Yi. Tianheng's eyes were like knives stabbing at Song Yi. "How did your wife discipline you? Tell her to change her words or you're dead." The most shocked person in the group was Song Yi. He stared at his wife in disbelief. Was this the wife he had slept with for more than 10 years? Why did she sound so unfamiliar? Song Yi hissed, "What's wrong, my wife? Are you talking nonsense because you're too sad? It was Shenlang, that bastard, who kicked our son to death. You saw it with your own eyes. Why are you changing your words now?" Song Li stared at her husband with hatred. "It was you. I saw you kick Chong'er in the groin with my own eyes. Shenlang did come to our house, but he came to give us money because he was afraid that the big fool wouldn't have enough to eat in our house." His wife wasn't talking nonsense. She was saying it on purpose. Song Yi was completely stunned, and his body began to tremble. Boundless danger surged through his entire body. What's wrong with you?" Song Yi trembled. "What did Shenlang give you? Did she threaten you?" City Governor Liu Wuyan said in a cold voice, "Song Enterprise, there are so many people present. There will be serious consequences for perjury. Besides, Song Chong is your most beloved son. As his father, why would Song Yi kick him and kick his crotch?" Song shivered and said, "It's hard for me to talk about the reason behind this." Tianheng said, "You're obviously lying. What's so hard to say? How much did you get from Shenlang? How did he coerce you?" Shenlang didn't refute a word. He looked at everything innocently, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. Song gritted her teeth and said, "Because Chong is old and curious about women. He peeped at me taking a bath that day. Song Yi found it when he came home and kicked Chong in a rage. Then he regretted it very much and took Chong to Xuanwu City for treatment." Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. How could there be such a secret? Mulan and Mrs. Count blushed. A few men even began to recall their childhood. Song Yi's head suddenly seemed to explode. He didn't expect that his wife would bite back like this. Was she the man who slept with him? She was clearly a poisonous snake. It was said that husband and wife were birds in the same forest and flew separately in the face of disaster. Now there was no disaster. "You didn't bite me when I asked you to, but now you bite me so viciously? Bitch, you're talking nonsense. You're crazy, you're crazy." Song Yi pointed at his wife angrily. Tianheng said angrily, "Song, don't make a mistake. Don't do something that will hurt your loved ones and please your enemies. If someone threatened you, speak up. The governor's messenger is here, and so is the governor. They will help you. Hearing this, Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong's eyes turned cold. Idiot. Zhang Jin cursed in his heart. What kind of people were Yan Wuji and Lord Zhang Chong? How could they be used by you to oppress others? The fact that the two of them were able to sit here was already the greatest weight they could muster. Could it be that you want these two great figures to personally participate? What do you think political struggles are? What do you think we, the governor's messenger and the governor, are? It would have been fine if Tianheng didn't speak. Song Yunjia directly rushed to the two lords, kowtowed and said, "Lords, please help me. Please help me." Zhang Chong and Yan Wuji could ignore Tianheng because he was an official and a man of Jianghu. It was the right attitude to treat him coldly. But they couldn't do that to Song. Instead, they had to be kind. Because Song was a commoner and she had just experienced the pain of losing her son. It was like those officials who came for inspection. They could be serious and indifferent to the accompanying officials, but they had to be kind to the commoners, regardless of whether they were sincere or not. Zhang Chong said gently, "What grievances do you have? Tell me quickly." Song cried, "My son wouldn't have died after he was kicked by my husband. He was not in danger when he was sent to the clinic in Xuanwu. They said that the worst thing was to cut off his balls and it would be difficult for him to carry on the family line. These days, I have been taking care of my son. Yesterday afternoon, they suddenly forced me to go home. This afternoon, my husband suddenly came home and told me that Chong was dead." Speaking of this, the Song Enterprise burst into tears again. Her cry couldn't be more real. After all, it was her most beloved son. He died inexplicably. As a mother, of course, she was so sad that she wanted to die. Songshur continued, "After that, my husband told me again and again that he wanted me to accuse Shenlang of kicking my son to death. After arriving in Xuanwu, Tianheng warned me again and again to accuse Shenlang of being the murderer. He said that Shenlang would definitely die this time. As long as I succeeded in killing Shenlang, my husband would become the pavilion commander of Hanshui town." What was an awesome lie, 70% true and 30% false. At this time, what Song said was the most realistic lie. The key point was that her grief was real. Her deep-seated hatred was also real. "It must be Tianheng who killed my son. Please seek justice for me. Please seek justice for me." Song kept kowtowing. Her voice rang through the whole hall, making people shudder. Tianheng trembled all over. He pointed at Song and said, You. Then, he directly knelt down to Zhang Chong and said, "Your Excellency, this must be Shenlang's plot. You don't know that Shenlang is extremely sinister and vicious. All of this is his plot." Shenlang opened his eyes wide like an innocent rabbit. He spread his hands helplessly. "How could you accuse people like this? Tonight, I didn't say a word. When you just slandered me as a murderer, I didn't even open my mouth to refute. How could a person be like this?" Zhang Chong stared at Tianheng coldly. They had lost this time, but these people still wanted to win it back. "Lu Wuyan, arrest him," Zhang Chong said lightly. Hearing this, Shenlang sighed in his heart, awesome. On the surface, it seemed that Zhang Chong ordered the governor to arrest them. But in fact, he wanted to stop the loss in time and firmly grasp the initiative. Otherwise, Shenlang's next step would be to blame Tianheng for instigating Song to falsely accuse Shenlang and frame the Count House. Governor of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, was full of bitterness. He directly waved his hand and said, "Come on, arrest Tianheng and Song Yi. Take Song back to the governor's mansion. We must interrogate them and get to the bottom of it." Hearing this, Song was horrified. If she went to the governor's mansion, how could she still be alive? But at this moment, there was no need for Shenlang to say anything. The countess directly walked down. She did not care about the stench of urine on Songshur and directly held her hand, saying, "What a pitiful woman. How could she withstand your torture? Besides, the dead should be respected. Come on, take the young man's body away and find a good cemetery to bury him." Then, the countess said to the Song clan, "You are from the same hometown as Lang so you can also be considered as a citizen of my Black Tortoise Count's mansion. You should stay in my mansion for the next few days, so as to avoid any more fright or even life-threatening danger. Do you think so, Governor? Governor, the Countess suddenly asked Xianxia. Mrs. Count forced Song to stay in the Song enterprise. To some extent, it was illegal. But she was a woman and a mother. It was illegal but reasonable to do so. At this time, Governor Xianxia couldn't say no. She had to send Song to the governor's mansion. In that case, how sinister would the governor's face be? Xianxia asked Lu Wuyan to take Tianheng away and Mrs. Count to stay in the Song enterprise. It was fair. What Mrs. Count said makes sense. Xianxia said. Then, Xianxia said to Yan Wuji, Mr. Yan, it's getting late. Why don't we go back to the city and have a rest? Yan Wuji said, okay. Then, the two big shots said goodbye to Count Xuanwu. Lu Wuyan, you must investigate this case and give everyone an explanation. Xianxia said lightly. Yes. Governor Lu Wuyan said respectfully. Then, he suddenly shouted, put Tianheng and Song Yi in prison. They will be tried tomorrow. When Xianxia said goodbye to Mrs. Count, he suddenly looked at Shen Lang and said to Jin Xue, Mr. Count, your son-in-law is really impressive. Note, thank you for the 10,000 yuan tip from a hole in the soil. Lord Count had personally brought Yan Wuji and Zhang Qinghu to the court. He was escorted out of the mansion. Shen Lang and City Lord Lu Wuyan fell behind. The City Lord was extremely unhappy. A fake and elegant smile appeared on his face because a scholar had to have elegance. However, his gaze was ice cold. This was a classic case of smiling on the outside but cursing in the heart. Tianheng was escorted by two warriors from the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Shen Lang, as if he wanted to devour him. This time his plan was meticulous. Moreover, he happened to run into the Governor-General's envoy and the prefect at the Count House, so he thought it was foolproof. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang, this pretty boy, was so cunning. Not only did he dodge this fatal blow, but he also made a vicious counterattack. Shen Lang stepped forward and said, Chief Tian, why are you looking at me like that? It's quite scary. Shen Lang, you're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Tianheng said coldly. No, I really didn't. Shen Lang said, if you don't die, our ill-fated relationship won't end. How can I be happy? Am I such a shallow person? Me? Die? Tianheng laughed and said, you're dreaming. Who would kill me? City Lord's mansion, Taisho Prefecture? Tianheng was right. Lu Wuyan's order to put him in prison was really just for show. The City Lord's mansion was Tianheng's backer, and both sides were in the same boat. To him, entering the prison of Xuanwu City was like returning home. Tianheng said, Shen Lang, I promise you that I will be able to come out of prison safe and sound within 3 days. Moreover, I have not committed the slightest crime. Not only did Tianheng believe this, but Shen Lang also believed it. What crime did Tianheng commit? He was a suspect in Song Chong's death, but he could easily get away with it and push the blame to Song Yi. As for the fact that he forced the Song enterprise to falsely accuse Shen Lang, the governor's mansion could completely judge it as an oversight. I, Tianheng, didn't know that Song Chong was not killed by Shen Lang. Isn't it normal for me to be filled with righteous indignation and seek justice for my subordinates? Tianheng gritted his teeth and said, Shen Lang, do you know what I'll do after I get through this? Shen Lang shook his head. I don't know. Tianheng said, I will temporarily hand over the gambling house to someone else. This way, I won't have any flaws. Then I will use all my strength, all my time, all my means to kill you. I only do one thing every day, and that is to find a way to kill you. This was Tianheng's greatest will. Now, what career, what ideals, what power, all had to be cast aside. The first thing to do was to kill this evil creature in front of him. From the state of Pei to the state of Yu, Tianheng had never suffered such a big loss. His whole heart was filled with fighting spirit, just like when he and his younger brother fled to the state of Pei. Shen Lang looked at Tianheng as if he was looking at a dead man. Then, Shen Lang burst into the most standard handsome smile, slightly showing his teeth. Tianheng, you're going to die soon. Tianheng was stunned, then laughed. Ha ha ha, little bastard, you're daydreaming. Governor Lu Wuyan also glanced at Xianlang, looking at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Tianheng was going to die. What kind of joke was this? Tianheng was his money tree, one of his most powerful weapons. How could he die? Did he want them to kill Tianheng? It was really daydreaming. Governor Lu Wuyan said indifferently, son-in-law Xianlang, this case is not over yet. Don't be so absolute. Who knows, I might summon you to the governor's residence tomorrow. Then, he saw that Xuanwu had already sent Yan Wuji and Zhang Ho out of the residence. The governor couldn't help but quicken his steps to catch up. The governor couldn't help but say something. Otherwise, with Xianlang's status as a son-in-law, it would be a disgrace to his status if he were to argue with him. After leaving the count house, Lu Wuyan and the others bowed as they followed Zhang Ho behind them. At this time, there was no need to even put on an act. Tianheng didn't even need to be escorted. Governor, how do you think this case should be judged? Governor Lu Wuyan asked. Governor Zhang? Ignoring him, he continued to walk forward with Yan Wuji. Lu Wuyan quickened his steps. Governor, it would be a pity to miss this opportunity so easily. Zhang? He and Yan Wuji still didn't say anything. At this time, outside the count house, thousands of people had yet to disperse. At this time, these people were still shouting, hand over Xianlang, a life for a life. Hand over Xianlang, a life for a life. Zhang? Frowning, he said, Tianheng, who allowed you to appear tonight? Tianheng directly knelt down and said, this lowly one knows his mistake. He and Xianlang had a grudge, so tonight at the scene where Xianlang was framed, Tianheng shouldn't have appeared at all. But he really couldn't help it. He, Tianheng, was a Jianghu bumpkin, not a saint. What was the best thing about revenge? Of course, it was to watch the enemy be killed in front of his eyes. At this time, no words could describe the indignation in Tianheng's heart. He put on such a big show, thinking that he would be able to put Xianlang to death. He didn't expect that not even a hair of Xianlang's was hurt, but Tianheng got into trouble. But he didn't worry about his own safety at all. Tomorrow, he could walk out of the governor's mansion safe and sound. It was very simple. He could put all the blame on Song Yi. But Tianheng really didn't want to let Xianlang escape. Governor, this is a golden opportunity. Not only can we put Xianlang to death, but we can also drag the count house into trouble. Tianheng said, the key is the woman in the Song enterprise. The governor's mansion and Taisho prefecture can summon her as a key witness. He thought that as long as Zhang asked, the count couldn't refuse to hand over the Song enterprise. As long as this woman changes her words, Xianlang can't escape death, said Tianheng. Yan Wuji couldn't bear it anymore and directly boarded the carriage. Zhang? Turning his head, he looked at Tianheng for a while and said, do you still want to win this round? Of course. Several people present nodded. Zhang? He said lightly, people take one step at a time and think 3 steps ahead. But you stick to what is in front of you and are reluctant to give up. Do you think Xianlang wants to win this round? He wants you to die. Hearing this, Tianheng couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, Tianheng knew that Xianlang wanted him to die. But he wanted to kill Tianheng with the Song Enterprise's countercharge? What a daydream. What's the relationship between the governor's mansion and me? What's the relationship between Taisho prefecture and me? I, Tianheng, can easily get out of the case of Song Chang's death. Zhang? He directly boarded the carriage and closed the door, saying, go to kill Tian Xianji. I hope it's not too late. Go. Zhang? As soon as he gave the order, the carriage galloped in the direction of Nujiang prefecture. He didn't even stop in Xuanwu and rushed back overnight. As soon as he said this, Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin's faces suddenly changed. They instantly understood. Yes, Xianlang completely took 1 step at a time and thought 3 steps ahead. But they were still fighting on the case of Song Chang's death. With such a situation, no wonder Zhang would be disappointed. Now Tianheng was in prison. If all the terrible crimes he had done before were all made public, what would the consequences be? And Tian Xianji was his most trusted man. He knew all the secrets of Tianheng. Tianheng's life was not enough to kill him 10 times. Hurry up, send someone to kill Xianxia. Immediately, Zhang Jin, Tianheng, and others sent 3 groups of masters to Xianxia's home under the cover of the night. Inside the count house. Wife, there's no time to explain. Get on the horse. Shenlang said, how's your martial arts? Is it very good? Mulan nodded and said, yes. Wife, you're not being modest at all. Shenlang said, facing the 3 groups of masters sent by Lu Wuyan, Zhang Jin, and Tianheng, can you beat them? Mulan nodded and said, no problem. So good? I'm a little doubtful. Shenlang said, then hurry up and ask my wife to immediately take the masters to Tianxianji's home to save his life. Okay. Mulan didn't say anything and directly ordered, Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, Jin Qing, ride the fastest horse and go with me. Shenlang thought for a few seconds and said, I will go with you. Mulan thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Wife, I don't know how to ride a horse. Can I ride with you? Shenlang said, don't worry, I won't touch you. Mulan didn't say anything and directly threw Shenlang on the back of the horse. Go. Mulan brought along 3 experts and a good-for-nothing. Riding on a horse, she dashed out of the earl's mansion and galloped towards Tian Shersan's house. Shenlang really didn't touch her. It was not that he didn't want to. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to hug his wife's small waist, or pretend to accidentally touch a certain part of Mulan's waist. However, he sat in front of Mulan. Moreover, Mulan was riding so fast that Shenlang almost hugged the horse's neck the whole time for fear that he would fall. He even forgot to use his back to rub against Mulan's chest. Compared to the soft and elastic impact, his life was more important. On the way, Jin Zhong couldn't help but ask, son-in-law, we could have gone to save Tianxianji before. Why are you in such a hurry? Shenlang glanced at Jin Zhong. The meaning of that look couldn't be clearer. Among the people present, you have the lowest IQ. Others didn't ask, but you asked. Jin Qing said, if the enemy doesn't kill Tianxianji, our rescue will be meaningless. We won't be able to make Tianxianji and Tianheng turn against each other, and we won't be able to put Tianheng to death. Shenlang narrowed his eyes. Jin Qing, you really like to show off. Among the 5 people present, your IQ is the second lowest. Tianxianji's home was outside Xuanwu City. His home was always surrounded by more than a dozen Black Cloth Gang warriors secretly guarding it. The secret experts sent by Lu Wuyan, Zhang Jin, and Tianheng were very fast. In less than an hour, more than a dozen people arrived outside the courtyard of Tianxianji's house. Tianheng sent his 2 foster sons, Tiande and Tianqi, who were the most skilled in martial arts. Tiande looked at the figure in the window and said lightly, 13, don't blame foster father for being ruthless. You know too much. If you don't die, foster father will be in danger. Tianxianji lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In just a few days, he had lost a lot of weight. His face was full of stubble, and his eyes were deeply sunken. 3 days had passed since his legs were broken. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. More than half of his world had collapsed. Among all of Tianheng's foster sons, Tianxianji was the most loyal and the most outstanding. He really regarded Tianheng as his father, his idol, and his master. In fact, Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan had tried to recruit him, but he didn't agree and continued to follow his foster father. When he was a child, he fled to Xuanwu City with his parents. It was Tianheng who gave him a bowl of rice and taught him martial arts. Without Tianheng, there would be no Tianxianji today. However, when Tianheng broke his legs for the benefit of the casino. At that time, the idol in Tianxianji's heart was shattered. He didn't hate Shenlang too much at that time. He was ordered to catch Shenlang's family. Shenlang wanted to break his legs to warn others. His real target was his foster father, Tianheng, not Tianxianji. Tianxianji was just a chess piece. That day, Shenlang threatened Tianheng not to send money to Tianxianji, not to visit, and not to send a doctor to treat Tianxianji. But Tianheng didn't do that. That night, he personally went to Tianxianji's house. Although he didn't apologize verbally, he personally set his bones. Moreover, he gave Xianxia's parents 100 gold coins. The best doctor was invited to treat him, and the best medicine was prepared. However, Xianxia did not have any reaction. The idol in his heart had been destroyed, and he could no longer put it back together. When Tianheng left that day, his eyes were filled with guilt. He said in a hoarse voice, 13, don't worry. Godfather will avenge you and tear Xianlang into pieces. In the future, only you, Tianxianji, will inherit my mantle. At that moment, Tianxianji's heart warmed a little. Although he had not forgiven his adoptive father, the wound in his heart had healed a little. He didn't say anything, but his heart was very clear. Even though his foster father had broken his legs. How could he expect Tianxianji to betray Tianheng just like that? Impossible. Tianxianji expected that Xianlang would appear in front of him, bribe him with money and status, and let him bite back at his foster father, Tianheng. Then, he, Tianxianji, would spit on him. Pretty boy, dream on and slap Xianlang in the face. Although I'm very disappointed in my foster father, Tianheng, I will never be bribed by a shameless person like you. Don't even think about succeeding in your evil scheme. Then, he waited for Xianlang to bribe him. He didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. There was a line in Lord Benchen's skit that said, I'll live on this joke for the rest of my life. At that moment, Tianxianji's heart was filled with despair. He was counting on slapping Xianlang in the face. In the end, Xianlang didn't even appear. This caused Tianxianji to be filled with hatred. Bastard Xianlang, why aren't you bribing me yet? How long do you want me to wait for? I'm holding on just to slap your face. At that moment, footsteps came from outside. Tianxianji's heart skipped a beat. Xianlang, are you finally bribing me? Thus, he closed his eyes and prepared his emotions and expression. I must slap your face later. Xianlang, you want me to betray foster father? Dream on. However, when Tianxianji opened his eyes, he saw 6 pairs of eyes. 6 black-clothed people surrounded his bed. Although these 6 people covered their faces, Tianxianji could still recognize 3 of them. One was the city lord's mansion's expert, Lu Qingren. The other 2 were his foster brothers, Tiande and Tianqi. At that moment, the entire world in Tianxianji's heart completely collapsed and was destroyed. His heart was completely dead. There's nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. Big brother, 7th brother, foster father asked you to kill me, right? Tianxianji said hoarsely. That voice sounded like it was rubbed by sandpaper. Tianheng's 2 foster sons, Tiande and Tianqi, didn't say anything. The tears in Tianxianji's eyes fell silently. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything and just lightly tore off a corner of his clothes. Silent rupture. Tearing off robes and breaking ties, from now on, he was no longer Tianheng's foster son. Although this rupture was meaningless. Tiande, Tianqi, do it. Tianxianji said, but let go of my parents. They don't know anything. Then, Tianxianji closed his eyes and waited for death. Sorry, we have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Tiande said. Tianxianji suddenly flew into a rage and roared, family members should not be implicated. His mouth was full of blood mist as he roared. After a while, Tianxianji's parents were dragged out and forced to kneel on the ground in front of him. 2 swords were placed on the 2 old men's necks. The 2 old men trembled and cried out loud. Tianxianji's eyes cracked and blood tears flowed out. Why? Why? Tiande said, you know. Too much. If you live, you will threaten my foster father's safety. Tianxianji said, I never thought of betraying him. I would rather die than betray him. If the people from Xianwu Mansion come to bribe me, I will only slap them in the face. Who knows? Tiande Yuyu said, we are not willing to take such a risk. At this time, in Tianxianji's mind, the whole Jianghu completely collapsed. So, I am the only one who values loyalty? I thought I was cool, but it turns out that I am a fool. Let's do it. Let's send Brother 13's family on their way. An expert under Zhang Jin said, a family should be united. 4 people, 4 swords stabbed at Tianxianji. The other 2 swords slashed at the necks of Tianxianji's parents. Unexpectedly, at this time, Xianxia suddenly burst out. His whole body like a cannonball, he threw himself at the two assassins who wanted to kill his parents. The two assassins were directly thrown to the ground by him. Slash, 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 the broken sword in Xianxia's sleeve struck like lightning. In an instant, the two assassins' necks were directly cut off. Blood spurted out, and their bodies twitched. No one expected that Xianxia still had such fierce fighting strength even with his legs broken. But in the next second, slash! Tianda's sword suddenly nailed Xianxia to the ground. 13, is there a point? Tianda asked. Xianxia said, I know I can't save my parents, but as a son, I have to give it a try even if I have to give up my life. Only then can I die without regrets. At this time, Xianxia really understood how Xianlang felt when he wanted to save his parents, and understood why he wanted to blackmail Jean Mulan. You. Tianda sighed, then pulled out a dagger from his sleeve, and slashed at Xianxia's neck. No, don't kill my son. Xianxia's parents screamed, and directly fell to the ground. Xianxi stepped forward, and the dagger slashed across, wanting to easily cut open the old couple's neck. However, the next moment, a fragrant breeze. The room suddenly lit up. With a flash of sword light, a peerlessly beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Clang, clang, a crisp sound. As fast as lightning. Like a sudden clap of thunder. The four assassins' swords were all broken. The four assassins' wrists were all cut. Tianda only felt his wrist was cold, and then he was shocked to find that his right hand had fallen off, and the cut was neat. Not only Tianda, but the four assassins' right hand, all fell off. Then, they saw the person who came. The princess of Xuanwu City, the first beauty, Jean Mulan. It was truly terrifying. Tianda knew that Jean Mulan's martial arts was very high, but he did not expect it to be this high. How old was she? 1 against 4, and it was an absolute instant kill. Such martial arts, only his foster father, Tianheng, could be a match for her. When Xianlang walked in, the battle had already ended. He stared blankly at the four men with broken hands, and then looked at his wife. Too fast. I haven't come in yet, I didn't see anything, and it's already over. Wife, I didn't see anything, can you perform again? Xianlang. Instantly, the four assassins quickly retracted their surviving left hands. I, Xianlang, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. My wife is so powerful, and I'm not prepared at all. Xianlang asked, Wife, you are so powerful that you can handle one of them, why did you bring 3 masters? Mulan glanced at her husband. Xianlang saw that Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, and Jin Qing were standing in a triangle, with Xianlang in the middle. He understood now. These 3 men were not here to fight, but to protect this handsome man. Wife, if we quarrel, will you hit me? Xianlang asked. Mulan did not speak. Xianlang said, Wife, if one day your anger meter is full, for the sake of our marriage, can you remind me so that I can escape in advance? Jin Zhong and Jin Hui couldn't help but look away. This kind of son-in-law was really hard to look at. Mulan could not bear it anymore, and she rolled her eyes at Xianlang. The killing power of this eye roll was even more powerful than the sword strike just now. It was so charming that it could make one's soul fly away. Xianlang walked in front of Tianda and the other 3 assassins. Xianlang asked, Wife, is it safe for me to talk to them from this distance? Mulan turned her face away, and said through gritted teeth, It's safe. Xianlang looked at Tianda, and said indifferently, Go back and tell Tianheng to wash his neck and wait for death. Tell Castellan Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin that when they kill Tianheng, remember to invite me to the ceremony. I have never seen a head beheaded in my life. After listening to Xianlang's words, Tianda's face couldn't help but twitch. Xianxia knew more about his godfather's secrets than Tianda. Many of them even involved the Castellan's mansion. Once it was exposed, it would be a huge scandal. Therefore, Tianheng had become a bomb to Castellan Lu Wuyan. Or he could destroy it himself. If Xianlang was the one to blow it up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianlang said again, I will be taking Xianxia away. Do you have any objections? The 4 assassins didn't make a sound. With such a powerful Jean Mulan by his side, how could they have any objections? Alright, you guys can go back. Remember to help me pass the message. Shen Lang said, also, the place where your hands were cut off is bleeding. Don't die on the way. If you want to die, at least pass the message before you die. The faces of Tiande and the others twitched again. Gigolo, *ck your mother. If it wasn't for your wife being powerful, I would have broken all my limbs to kill you. Of course, Tiande could only curse in his heart. However, when Shen Lang asked them to leave, they didn't. Instead, they looked at Jean Mulan. Mulan didn't say anything. She just looked down. The 4 assassins didn't say anything. They picked up their broken hands and left. When they went out, they saw dozens of cavalrymen from the Count house, aiming their crossbows at Tiande and the other 3 assassins. Although these cavalrymen were a step slower than Mulan, they quickly arrived. Count was very conservative. And the dozens of Black Cloth Gang's warriors who were guarding outside were all dead. Tiande and the other 3 assassins got on their horses and quickly headed towards Xuanwu City. They knew, a big trouble was coming. A big disaster was coming. Inside the house, Shen Lang walked in front of Xianxia. He saw a sword nailing Xianxia to the ground. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pull it out. His posture was casual. Damn it, it's so deep, I can't pull it out. After 2 seconds, Shen Lang stretched out both hands and exerted force. He pulled out the sword. Then, he looked at Xianxia and did not try to bribe him. What gold coins? What kind of status? What promise? Not even a hair. Xianxia looked at his parents, who had survived the disaster, and at the white hair on their heads. He didn't say anything. Instead, he knelt down in front of Shen Lang and placed his forehead on the ground. What a smart person, from now on, he was Shen Lang's lackey. They were the kind of lackeys who would do all the dirty and tiring work without any room for resistance or bargaining. He didn't know why, but sorrow welled up in his heart. Tears gushed out of his eyes, and his entire body twitched. Shen Lang, you said, you're crying so sadly. It looks like you're not that willing. Xianxia immediately wiped away all his tears. Having such a narrow-minded master, his future days would probably be difficult. Shen Lang said, from now on, you'll be called Xianxia. Yes, master. Xianxia kowtowed. Oh, no. It's Xianxia. Shen Lang said, your parents are going to live in the Count house. If you do anything bad, if you're disobedient, your parents are in my hands. Both of us can rest assured, don't you think? Mulan looked at the ceiling with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she wanted to draw a line between herself and her husband at this time. You're holding someone's parents hostage, and you're acting so righteous. Yes, master. Xianxia kowtowed again and put his forehead on Shen Lang's shoes. Shen Lang immediately helped him up enthusiastically. Quick, your legs are still broken. How can you kneel on the ground? The ground is wet and cold. His acting skills were too fake. Inside the Castellan's residence, Castellan Lu Wuyan listened to his confidant's report. His face was ashen. A total of 6 assassins were sent to kill Xianxia this time. Lu Wuyan also sent 2. In the end, both of them died. Of course, this was not important. The key was that Xianxia did not die and was saved by Shen Lang. Goddamn Shen Lang, goddamn gigolo. He was actually 1 step faster in everything. He and Zhang Jin's speed was already very fast. The moment they stepped out of the Count house, they sent assassins to kill Xianxia. Unexpectedly, they were still 1 step too late. This gigolo was really treacherous and vicious, his confidant said, Sir, we're in trouble now. Yes, they were in big trouble. Xianxia was Tian Heng's confidant. He knew almost all the secrets of the Black Man gang. Tian Heng had committed many crimes. How many lives had he killed? He even did a lot of dirty work for many big shots. It could be said that once Tian Heng's crimes were made public, beheading 10 times would not be enough. Xianxia had evidence of these crimes. He could find witnesses and material evidence. Previously, Tianheng was a good knife. Now, he had become a hot potato. Of course, it was more appropriate to describe it as a bomb. However, there was no such thing in this world. He could either find a safe place to detonate it in advance, or he could detonate it by Xianlang. That would be too terrifying. The situation would be completely out of control. His confidant said, "Sir, we can't save Tianheng." Bang! Lu Wuyan slammed the table. Everyone knew that Tianheng was Castellan Lu Wuyan's lackey. How much dirty work had he done for him? Before he relied on Zhang Jin, Castellan Lu Wuyan was Tianheng's #1 backer. 20% of the money that Tianheng earned every year went into Lu Wuyan's pocket. Once he killed Tianheng, the annual economic loss would be unbearable. If I really kill Tianheng, wouldn't I be cutting off my own arms and legs? I would also lose face. Lu Wuyan said, "Xuanwu hasn't made a move yet. I actually suffered a big loss in the hands of his son-in-law. Wouldn't I be a laughingstock if this got out?" His confidant wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. "What about Zhang Jin?" Lu Wuyan asked. "He is Tianheng's bigger backer. Nominally, he earns more money every year." The trusted advisor said. After learning that the assassination of Tian Shersan had failed, he hastened his horse to report to the county chief. After receiving the news that Tian Xianji had been rescued by Xianlang, Zhang Jin immediately mounted his horse and chased after his father's carriage as fast as he could. More than 2 hours later, Zhang Jin caught up. "Father, we failed to assassinate Tian Xianji. He has now fallen into Xianlang's hands." When Zhang Chong heard this news, he wasn't surprised. "Then why did you chase after him?" Zhang Chong said, "To do what you should do." His words exposed Zhang Jin's thoughts. If Zhang Jin wanted to kill Tianheng, he would have done it long ago. He chased after Zhang Chong's carriage because he wanted to save Tianheng. Zhang Jin said, "This Tianheng has just joined our family. If we let him die like this, it will damage our morale." Moreover, Zhang Jin didn't finish his words. Tianheng joined the Zhang family and contributed 35% of his annual income. But the Zhang family didn't get this money at all. If Tianheng died, wouldn't it be a huge loss for them? Zhang Chong said, "What do you think about Count Xuanwu and Dongjiang Count?" Zhang Jin said, "Dongjiang Count is domineering and arrogant. He looks strong, but he is full of flaws. Count Xuanwu is conservative and looks weak. But he is like a turtle, he has nowhere to attack." Zhang Chong said, "That's why the battle with Xuanwu can't be done overnight. Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Jin said, "But," Zhang Chong said angrily, "what is the most important thing as a commander-in-chief?" Zhang Jin said, "Big picture, look at the whole situation. Don't care about the loss of a city or a land. When you lose a battle, you must stop the loss immediately. Don't be obsessed with fighting. Especially don't keep pouring resources into the quagmire." Zhang Chong said, "Since you know everything, why are you asking me? This world is like this. Understanding is one thing, but being able to do it is another. If you were to kill Tianheng, then wouldn't that bastard, Qianlang, be complacent? Go, kill Tianheng," Zhang Chong said directly. Then, he closed the door again and ordered, "Go." The carriage set off again, rushing back to Nujiang County. Zhang Jin was unwilling and angry. He grabbed the whip in his hand and lashed it on the ground. He couldn't help but think of the scene where Xianlang forced Tianheng to break Tian Xianji's legs. How similar is it? How humiliating was Tianheng that day? If he was forced to kill Tianheng, wouldn't the humiliation be exactly the same as Tianheng? It was a complete slap in the face. Inside the Black Cloth Gang's castle, Lu Wuyan and Tianheng are really too much. They don't even want to act. At this time, Tianheng should be in prison. Godfather, Shersan was saved by Xianlang. Tian Da's broken hand was already bandaged. He said with a trembling voice, "Moreover, that little bastard waited for us to kill Shersan so that his wife, Jean Mulan, would save him." Tianheng's face twitched. He could already imagine the scene at that time. What a vicious gigolo. He didn't make a move earlier or later. He just had to wait until Tian Xianji was about to die to make a move. This time, Tian Xianji would become Xianlang's lackey. Moreover, he would be filled with hatred towards Tianheng. How many people had Tianheng killed and how many crimes had he committed? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had done dirty work for many big shots. Once Xianxia was exposed, no one in the world could save him. Tianheng waved his hand and Tianda left. Tianheng looked up at the roof. He recalled the time when he was in Pegua's Sky Dragon escort agency. The two ran under the setting sun. The two ran in the snow. That was a time of burning passion. That was our lost youth. Now, is it finally coming to an end? Tianheng's tears rolled down his cheeks. If I could turn back time, I would definitely skin that pretty boy, Shenlang, and tear his tendons into 10,000 pieces that day. Tear him into pieces. Ah, Tianheng roared like a wounded beast. Bam! Tianheng, who was filled with grief and indignation, could not help but slap the table. Instantly, the sturdy table shattered into pieces. He let out a long sigh. Tianheng mumbled, "Too dumb, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He walked into his room. This was the forbidden area of the black shirt gang. He pushed open a bookshelf and found a hanging ring. He reached out and pulled it, revealing a secret door. He took out the key and opened the iron door, revealing a secret passage that went deep underground. Tianheng walked to the end of the secret passage and found another door. Through the door, he could hear voices coming from inside. 280,000, 7,352. 280,000, 7,353. It seemed like someone was counting. Tianheng took out another key and opened the door. A surprised voice came from inside. "Brother, I haven't counted to 300,000 yet and you're here to see me." "Yes." Tianheng put on a gentle smile and walked in. He placed the food box on the table. Inside was a secret chamber that was more than 100 square meters in size. Everything was available, including a training room. The strong man inside quickly opened the food box and ate the meat and drank the sweet water. "Brother, you're so good to me." The strong man smiled at Tianheng. Tianheng's face was a little stiff. There were bloodstains on his palms. "Brother, what's wrong?" The strong man was shocked. "Did the incident in Pay State happen? Is Bosley from the Sky Dragon escort agency coming for us?" Tianheng said, "Don't worry and hide here. He hasn't come for us yet." Only then did the burly man relax and continue eating and drinking. He said, "Brother, Bosley adopted the two of us when we were young and even taught us martial arts. You really shouldn't have killed all the brothers in the escort agency just to take the treasures from that escort. You even forced me to kill so many people with you, causing us to flee all the way here. We are constantly worried that Bosley will come after us. I have to hide underground every day." Tianheng felt pain in his heart. "Silly brother, that was something that happened more than 20 years ago. Bosley will never come back. And brother, you shouldn't have slept with Su Sanmei and killed her." The burly man said, I still wanted to marry her." Tianheng said, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." The burly man continued to eat. Tianheng said, "Too dumb." Previously, Big Brother met someone. He also has a nickname called Too Dumb. So, Big Brother's brain was filled with water back then. "I didn't kill him. I really regret it." The burly man chuckled and continued to eat. The burly man quickly finished eating. Tianheng said, Shah, let me see how your martial arts are." "All right." The brawny man stood up and punched the wall beside him. Instantly, gravel flew everywhere. Then, he began to practice boxing in the room, causing a strong gust of wind that almost made people unable to open their eyes. "Impressive, right?" The muscular man laughed. "Impressive," Tianheng said. "Indeed impressive." His twin brother was a martial arts fanatic. He had some problems with his brain, but he was a martial arts prodigy. Then Tianheng said, Shah, take off your clothes. Let's see if your figure is exactly the same as Big Brother's." The burly man directly took off his shirt. Tianheng also took it off. There was no mirror here, but it was like looking into a mirror. Their faces were exactly the same. Their figures were the same. Even the scars on their bodies had been processed. They were exactly the same. Because they were twins. Tianheng was smart, but his brother had some problems with his IQ. Tianheng said again, Shah, you've always liked to imitate Big Brother. Let me see if you can imitate him now. The burly man immediately stopped smiling. He suddenly changed from a fool to a ruthless Jianghu hero. His eyebrows twitched and his eyes narrowed. He said coldly, Are you trying to go against me, Tianheng? You're courting death. They were really alike. Not only their looks, but even their eyes and temperament were exactly the same. Similar. He was even more similar to Tianheng than Tianheng. It was as if Chaplin himself was only third in a Chaplin impersonation show. This silly younger brother liked to imitate his older brother's words and actions since he was young. Hee hee. The burly man laughed. Brother, do I look like him? In an instant, he turned from a Jianghu hero to a fool. Similar, too similar, Tianheng said, Shah, I'll teach you a few words now. You must learn them well, understand? The burly man said, No problem. Tianheng laughed thrice. Then, he said in grief and indignation, Even if I, Tianheng, die, I want to die with a bang. I will never become a ghost under a knife. Dog officials, when you need me, treat me as an honored guest. When you don't need me, make me a prisoner. It's obvious that you can't beat Xianxia, but you want me to die. The burly man widened his eyes, watching his brother's every move. Then, he also laughed thrice. Then, he said in grief and indignation, Even if I, Tianheng, die, I want to die with a bang. I will never become a ghost under a knife. Dog officials, when you need me, treat me as an honored guest. When you don't need me, make me a prisoner. It's obvious that you can't beat Xianxia, but you want me to die. Indeed, they were exactly the same. Their tone, spirit, and temperament were exactly the same. They were even more like Tianheng than Tianheng. After returning to Xuanwu City and seeing Su Xianxian, Zhang Jin said coldly, Wasn't Xianxia a fool before? Wasn't he a child with low intelligence? Why did he become so treacherous now? Why didn't your family kill him back then? Su Xianxian did not refute. In fact, she was even more surprised and in disbelief than Zhang Jin. The previous Xianxia was as stupid as a pig, but the current Xianxia was more intelligent than a monkey with fur, and more venomous than a viper with fangs. If they knew this day would come, no matter how bad their reputation was, the Su family would have killed Xianxia back then, so that they wouldn't be in such a passive position today. What did father-in-law say? Su Qianqian asked. Zhang Jin said, He asked me to kill Tianheng. Su Qianqian said, But Tianheng is a great help to us in Xuanwu City. If we lose him, many things will be inconvenient, and the money we lose every year will be incalculable. Zhang Jin said angrily, Do you think I don't know this? At this moment, a voice came from outside. Young master, City Lord Lu Wuyan requests an audience. Zhang Jin frowned and said, Let him come in. Lu Wuyan walked in, frowning, and said bluntly, Tianheng can't be killed. Zhang Jin did not say anything. Lu Wuyan said, First, if we kill him, where will our face be? I've lost this battle to that vile creature, Xianxia. Second, if we kill him, who will do all the dirty work in the future? Where will we find the money we lose every year? Is there a second person who can take over the Black Cloth Gang and those gambling houses? Zhang Jin fell into deep thought. His father's meaning was very clear, to kill Tianheng immediately. But if he did that, the losses would be too great. Xianxia, that lowly trash, would be complacent to the heavens. No, he must not kill Tianheng. He must not do anything that would make the enemy happy. But if he did not kill Tianheng, once the crimes he had committed were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was not something that Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin could bear. At this moment, a trusted subordinate's voice came from outside, saying, Sirs, Tianheng requests an audience in secret. The next day, the city lord residents of Xuanwu began to hold a public hearing on the case of Tianheng killing Song Chong and the case of Song Yi falsely accusing Xianxia, the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion. There were hundreds of onlookers. Xianxia could not make it in time, but Jin Hui, who had been gathering information in Xuanwu City, was at the scene. Because this was definitely a major event in Xuanwu City. After the insufferably arrogant Tianheng offended Shenlang, he had been in trouble, and now he was a prisoner. Tianheng, who was kneeling in the hall, was badly wounded and badly mutilated. Obviously, he had been tortured. Almost no part of his body was dry, and it was soaked in blood. In the court, Tianheng confessed to the 2 crimes of killing Song Chong and inciting the crowd to besiege the Count House. No matter what the city lord Lu Wuyan sentenced him to, he admitted it. Although Song Yi was unwilling, he also pleaded guilty to falsely accusing Shenlang. In the end, the city lord of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, pronounced that Tianheng was guilty of the most heinous crimes. He was sentenced to be beheaded and handed over to the governor's mansion for review. However, Tianheng suddenly laughed 3 times. Even if I, Tianheng, die, I will die a glorious death. I will never become a ghost under the knife. Dog officials, when you need me, treat me as a distinguished guest. When you don't need me, make me a prisoner. It's obvious that you can't defeat Shenlang, but you want me to die. Then, in front of hundreds of onlookers, Tianheng slammed his head against the pillar next to him. Suddenly, his head split open, and he died. Everyone was shocked, and they could not believe what they had just seen. The leader of the mafia in Xuanwu City, Tianheng, who could summon the wind and summon the rain, died just like that. And he died so tragically. Tianheng was dead, so suddenly? When Shenlang heard the news, he was a little stunned. Are you sure that was Tianheng? Shenlang asked. Jin Hui thought for a while, carefully recalled, and then nodded. It was really him. Whether it was his temperament, appearance, or even the martial arts aura that erupted, it was undoubtedly Tianheng. Shenlang went straight to Xianxia, who was recuperating from his injuries, Xianxia. He was writing down the crimes related to Tianheng, one by one. All of them were murder cases. There was evidence for every case, and every corpse could be dug up. Of course, Xianxia was also involved in many things. If a thorough investigation was carried out, he would also be dead. However, Xianxia did not care. As long as his parents were safe, it did not matter if he died or not. There's no need to write anymore. Tianheng is dead, Shenlang said. Xianxia was immediately stunned and said, Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin killed him? Shenlang shook his head and said, you used to be the closest and most trusted person to Tianheng. Do you know if he had any substitutes? Xianxia thought for a while and said, I've never seen or heard of it. Substitutes were something that could only be encountered by chance. Shenlang believed that some super big shots would have substitutes, but Tianheng was not at that level yet. At least, even a person at the level of his father-in-law did not have a perfect substitute. Following that, Shenlang frowned all the time, recalling every scene he and Tianheng spent together. After coming to the Count House, Shenlang was smiling almost every day. He was either acting like a hooligan, or he had a roguish look on his face. Facing Shenlang like this, Mulan was really not used to it. Husband, what's wrong? Mulan said, Tianheng's death is good news for you. The name on your wall should be crossed out in red. Shenlang, honey, do you believe in intuition? Mulan muttered to herself as she searched through her memories related to her intuition. She didn't get an answer for a while. Shenlang said, also, the more beautiful a person is, the more accurate their intuition is. Suddenly, Mulan didn't want to answer him. Shenlang said, there's a scientific basis for this. Beautiful people will attract more attention. They will be very sensitive, and their intuition will be very sensitive. For example, I'm such a person. Every time I walk on the street, I can feel people pointing at me and saying that I'm handsome from behind the window. Mulan didn't want to answer him. But unknowingly, she had been gradually brainwashed, and she also felt that there was probably no man in the world more handsome than husband. Shenlang said seriously, I don't think Tianheng is dead, but I don't have any evidence. It's just my intuition. Mulan said, husband, Jin Hui is a very strict person. Indeed, Jin Hui was very strict, and every word he said was very responsible. Shenlang said, that's why I'm confused. A very realistic substitute is hard to come by, and a person of Tianheng's level doesn't have the ability to find a substitute that is very similar to himself. Jin Hui saw him kneel in front of the hall and saw him crash into the pillar and die with his own eyes. And the dialogue before his death was indeed full of grief and indignation. Jin Hui said that this kind of emotion is very difficult to fake. Mulan said, "Husband, do you think Tian Heng's death is unreasonable?" Shen Lang said, "If I were Zhang Jin, I would definitely make a prompt decision to secretly execute Tian Heng. Because Xianxia has fallen into our hands, Tian Heng's heinous crimes are all in our hands. Some of the crimes are related to many important people, and once it is exposed, the consequences will be unbearable. And as long as Tian Heng is dead, everything will be over." Shen Lang continued, "So, killing Tian Heng is necessary. But it absolutely should not be a public trial, and a public execution can completely create the illusion that Tian Heng committed suicide in prison." Mulan said, "The mayor's office can sentence a criminal to death, but it needs to be verified by the governor's office, and it will take at least 10 days to half a month. So, if we want Tian Heng to die quickly, he can only commit suicide." Shen Lang said, "Tian Heng can commit suicide, but it is very unreasonable for him to commit suicide in public. It is as if he died specifically for us to see." Then, Shen Lang said, "Wife, is Tian Heng's body still there?" Mulan said, "I will take you to see it." Then, Mulan once again put Shen Lang on the back of the horse, and they galloped toward Xuanwu City. Shen Lang was a step too late. Tian Heng's body was burned and turned into a pile of charcoal. It was impossible to distinguish it from the corpse. Shen Lang focused his eyes and scanned the charred body with X-rays. Especially the location of the lungs. There was a needle in Tian Heng's lungs, which Shen Lang had seen before. Even if the body was burned, the needle should be in the body, and Shen Lang's X-ray eyes could easily scan it. Soon, Shen Lang really did scan a thin silver needle. Awesome, he could disguise it to such a fine degree, but Tian Heng probably didn't know that the silver needle in his lungs had been bent because of the pressure of the blood vessels. But the silver needle in the body in front of him was straight. Could a hot girl straighten a bent person? No. Could fire straighten a bent silver needle? He couldn't, so the truth was basically revealed. Tian Heng was not dead. In this world, it was not easy to hide from Shen Lang's eyes, and it was even more difficult to hide from his heart. Immediately, Shen Lang sneered and said, "Interesting, interesting. But this is good. It is more interesting to kill him with my own hands than indirectly." Then, he said to Mulan, "My dear, let's get ready. There's going to be a really good show tonight. Although the show has not begun, I can already see the ending." Sigh, sometimes it is a sin to be too outstanding. Unable to bear it, Mulan turned around and left. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes as he watched his wife swaying waist and butt as she walked. Left, left, left. The night was dark and windy. Tonight was going to be especially interesting. "Wife, wait for me. I will have to trouble you again tonight. After this, your husband will cook you some noodles, okay?" In a secret underground room in Xuanwu City. Su Qianqian was holding a wooden mask in her hand. The concave surface of the mask was coated with strong acid. The Su family was very professional in the field of dyes, and there were many places where sulfuric acid was needed. More than 1,000 years ago in ancient China, many Taoist priests had already made crude sulfuric acid. The majestic Tian Heng sat on a chair, his whole body trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred and murderous intent. His brother was dead. Tian Heng and his brother depended on each other since they were young. The two of them grew up in a Sky Dragon escort agency in Pei State and practiced martial arts. Ever since they were young, his brother had been obedient to Tian Heng and regarded him as the only person he could rely on. The two of them were truly inseparable. At the age of 30, Tian Heng took charge and became a leader of the escort agency, leading a team to escort important goods. There was one time when the goods were too valuable. Tian Heng really could not suppress his greed, so he killed all the escorts and escaped with the goods. He fled thousands of miles to the state of Yu. From then on, the two brothers changed their names. Not only that, Tian Heng's brother never showed his face in front of anyone again, forever living in the dark. Because if he did, there would be two Tian Hengs. That meant that Tian Heng had two lives. And now, his brother was dead. He had lost one of his two lives. How could Tianheng not hate this? How could he not be filled with murderous intent? It will hurt a little, but it will completely destroy your face, Xianxia said. Then, she pressed the sulfuric acid mask on Tianheng's face. Instantly, there was a sizzling sound. However, Tianheng only twitched slightly. He did not let out a scream, not even a sound. When a person's anger and hatred reached an extreme, they would not feel pain. Instead, they would feel a kind of masochistic pleasure. Xianxia said, from now on, Tianheng will completely disappear from this world. It will also be more convenient for you to do many things, such as. Xianxia did not finish because she did not need to. Then, she turned and left. Mayor Lu Wuyan said, Tianheng, are you going now? Tianheng gnashed his teeth and said, Shenlang caused me to lose my younger brother. When he takes revenge, he won't even delay a single day. Why should I wait? He suddenly stood up from his chair. Doesn't he love his parents and brother very much? I will let him have a taste of losing his family. What is the best way to take revenge? Of course, I will kill his entire family. I can't wait for a quarter of an hour. I will do it tonight, Tianheng said. Mayor, is the scapegoat ready? Lu Wuyan said, it has been prepared. Tianheng said, Song Yi? Of course it was Song Yi. He was the perfect scapegoat. Song Yi was sentenced to exile in the mines for life because he falsely accused Shenlang. But he was the leader of the militia and knew martial arts. It was reasonable for him to run away and kill Shenlang's entire family. Lu Wuyan said, okay, then I will warm the wine in the mansion and wait for you to come back and drink it. Tianheng said, let's put the blood of Shenlang's family into the wine. How delightful. He cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, I will go kill them now. Then, Tianheng, who was wearing a mask and had a disfigured face, went to Shenlang's parents' house with hatred and murderous intent. Blood was destined to fill the sky tonight. Night fell, Tianheng appeared in Shenlong's hometown, Maple Leaf Village. Everyone in the village had fallen into a deep slumber. Tianheng didn't bring anyone with him. He could squash Shenlang's parents and younger brother to death with a single finger. Why would he need helpers? Moreover, Shenlong's family was far away from the village. They were alone in the middle of the mountain. It was the best place to kill. He arrived outside Shenlong's cottage. He searched the surroundings of Shenlong's house as fast as he could to make sure there was no ambush. Then, he heard the breathing of 3 people inside. One of them wasn't breathing well and had lung problems. That's right, this person should be Shenlong's father. Tianheng gave it a gentle push, and the bolt broke silently. Because the sulfuric acid had corroded his face, the strong acid vapor caused his tears to flow and his nose to be unable to breathe. After Tianheng entered Shenlong's house, he saw the 3 people on the bed. He couldn't help but wipe his tears with a silk handkerchief. He saw the old woman on the boat. Her figure was a little hunched and her hair seemed to be white. Wasn't she Shenlong's mother? Shenlang, you will regret being my enemy for the rest of your life. Tianheng gritted his teeth. Then, he pulled out a sharp knife and slashed at Shenlong's mother. Without any hesitation, he was ruthless and decisive. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and the head was separated. Then, Tianheng slashed at Shenlong's father. Don't you have lung problems? I will cut you in half and you won't have to breathe and cough so hard. Swoosh, cut in half. In an instant, the coughing old man on the bed was cut in half. Finally, Tianheng came to another bed. There was a young man lying on it with a wooden stick tied to his legs. This should be Shenlong's younger brother, Xinjian, a little ruffian. Xinjian's legs were broken by his men from the Black Shirt Gang. Take someone's money, help them eliminate disasters. Of course, the matter of breaking Xinjian's legs was too small. Tianheng was completely unaware of it before this. Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry of his would have done it. You little rascal, you originally didn't even have the qualifications to be my enemy. But because of Shenlang, I have to lower myself and personally attack you. It's your honor to have me, a tycoon, personally break your bones. Tianheng picked up a stick from the side and smashed it down on the young man's legs. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was really a comminuted fracture. The body of the young man on the bed twitched, but he did not scream. Tianheng said coldly, a family should be united. I'll kill the three of you first, then I'll kill Shenlang and let your family reunite in hell. Then, he aimed the knife at the young man's back, where his heart was, and suddenly pierced it. Puchi! The young man did not even have the chance to scream before he died. After killing Shenlang's family of three, Tianheng felt satisfied. The anger that had accumulated in his heart was finally released. In his mind, he was already imagining how devastated Shenlang would be when he saw the corpses of his family. One should be able to repay gratitude and revenge quickly. How satisfying, satisfying. At this moment, Tianheng, who had gotten his revenge, felt the pain on his face. This sulfuric acid was too strong. Not only did it corrode his face, but it also stimulated his tears. He could not see clearly in the dark. He untied the water bottle and drank it in big gulps. His throat felt like it was burning. Shenlang, even if you're in hell, you'll regret offending me. Although I, Tianheng, have destroyed my face and lost my identity, I have more freedom and happiness. All of this is thanks to you, little bastard, just you wait. I'll kill you soon. Ha ha ha, at this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up, a torch instantly tore through the darkness. Tianheng stood up abruptly. A figure appeared outside the door. He stood out like a jade tree in the wind. Even though it was dark outside and he could not see his face clearly, just by looking at the outline and temperament, he was handsome enough to make people jealous. Even if this person turned into ashes, Tianheng would still be able to recognize him. Shenlang. Ha ha ha. Tianheng laughed and said, Shenlang, you little bastard, I wanted to look for you, but you came knocking on my door. There was a way to heaven, but you didn't take it. You barged into hell when there was no door. He was ecstatic. God was too kind to him. He actually sent this little bastard to him. Next, he would dismember Shenlang's body into 10,000 pieces. He would let Shenlang experience all kinds of pain before killing him. You're too late, little bastard. Tianheng said angrily, how? Can I let you go so easily? If you dare kick my son to death, I'll kill your entire family. Even at a time like this, Tianheng did not forget to conceal his identity. Shenlang, come in and have a look. Your parents and brother are all dead. You're the only one left. Tianheng said hoarsely, his voice full of murderous intent. Shenlang said calmly, Tianheng, stop pretending. Tianheng could not help but be surprised. He was confident that there was no flaw in his disguise. His brother looked exactly like him, spoke in the same tone, and even had the same domineering martial arts. Not only that, after his brother's body was burned, a thin silver needle was placed inside. It was exactly the same as the needle in Tianheng's body. Shenlang said, someone of your level can't find a substitute that looks exactly like you. The one who died was your twin brother, right? Tianheng twitched and did not say a word. Shenlang said, you really are a bastard. For the sake of your own survival, you sacrificed your own brother's life without hesitation. If it were Shenlang, he would not have been able to do it. Even from a spiritual perspective, Xinjian was not his biological brother. Even at this point, Tianheng was still smiling coldly. He would not give Shenlang any chance to take advantage of him. Shenlang said, you've done it very realistically. You even put a thin silver needle in his charred body, exactly the same as the one in your body. But, you may not know this, but the needle in your body is curved, while the one in the charred body is straight. Tianheng could not help but be shocked. Was there only such a tiny flaw? How did you, Shenlang, know? But he still did not say anything. What if Shenlang was trying to blackmail him? You want to pretend to be Song Yi, kill my family, and then get away with it? Shenlang sneered. It's not easy for you to disfigure Song Yi's face with sulfuric acid. Who did it? Su Guangyun or Su Xianxia? Then, Shenlang waved his hand. A figure was pushed out. It was Song Yi. His face had also been disfigured by sulfuric acid. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Give me water. Song Yi was not as tough as Tianheng. He screamed in agony and was about to faint from the pain. Who would have thought that Song Yi would be captured by Shen Lang before he could escape? That pretty boy was really out of ideas. Tianheng knew that he could no longer hide. He suddenly stood up straight and a murderous aura burst out of him like a wild beast. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, Tianheng hissed, "So what? You're too late, Shen Lang. I've killed all of your family." Ha 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 ha. Shen Lang, cry and howl in pain. Didn't you love your family the most? Now they're all dead in front of you, and there's nothing you can do. Is this feeling so painful that you want to die? Every word Tianheng said was dripping with blood. However, Shen Lang looked at him as if he was retarded. You said, Tianheng, your eyesight is terrible. Look at who you've just killed. Then, he threw a torch into the room. Tianheng picked up the torch and shone it at the three corpses. Suddenly, a gust of cold air rushed from his buttocks to the top of his head. It was as if his skull was going to split open. All the hairs on his body stood on end. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place. A long while later. Tianheng let out a blood-curdling scream. The woman he killed was not Shen Lang's mother. She was Tianheng's wife, a vicious woman who committed all sorts of crimes and forced women into prostitution. However, she had changed into Shen Lang's mother's clothes and had purposely whitened her hair. The old man Tianheng killed was Tianheng's trusted butler. As for the young man Tianheng killed, he was his son, Tianxing, a heinous good-for-nothing. What a tragedy! Who could be more miserable than him? No, no, no. Tianheng roared desperately. Was he sad? A little bit. However, his wife was the daughter of the former leader of the Black Suit Gang in Shuangwu City. He married her for benefits. This son was his own flesh and blood, but he had been neglected since he was a child. He had grown up to be a waste. Therefore, he didn't have deep feelings for his wife and son. What he really loved was another illegitimate child, a child who was only 4 years old. The child's mother was a very weak and kind woman. After being ravaged by Tianheng, she gave birth to a son, and then the mother and son were secretly raised. All his love had been poured into his youngest son. Even for his safety, Tianheng never looked for this woman in public, and almost no one knew the existence of this little son. Therefore, Tianheng felt sad for killing his wife and son with his own hands, but more of the pain of failure, the pain of being played in the hands of others. How many times, ever since he met Shen Lang, he had never won against him. He lost again and again, and was trampled on again and again. This pain was simply making him explode. The satisfaction of revenge just now was as painful as it was now. I'll kill you, I'll tear you into pieces, into pieces. Tianheng rushed to Shen Lang crazily. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to kill Shen Lang, even if he had to die with him. But the next second, he forcibly stopped himself, because he saw a weak woman holding a little boy of more than 4 years old. The child was still sleeping at this time. This woman was the woman who was raped by him and then kept as a mistress. A woman who was too weak and kind. This child was his most beloved illegitimate child. There was no knife or axe, no coercion. This woman held her son and stood timidly on the side, looking at Tianheng with fear and hatred. Tianheng stood there in pain, motionless. He didn't know whether he should move forward or retreat. Behind Shen Lang stood a dozen masters from Xianwu Mansion, and Jean Mulan stood on the side. Tianheng's greedy eyes fell on his son's face, even though he was still sleeping. After a long time, Tianheng suddenly tore off the mask on his face, revealing his face disfigured by sulfuric acid. It should be painful. But he didn't have any reaction. At this time, he almost lost his sense of pain. Then, he calmed down and waved to the woman, "Take our son to the side." The weak woman obediently hugged the child and hid in the dark. Tianheng couldn't see her, and he couldn't see where Tianheng was. Tianheng became quiet. He looked at Jean Mulan and said, "I heard that Miss Jin's kung fu is outstanding. I, Tianheng, would like to experience it." Jean Mulan said, "Please." Tianheng raised his saber again, looking domineering. At this time, he was like a real Jianghu wild man, an overlord. At this time, he was no longer a lackey of the rich and powerful, but a martial arts master. Kill! Tianheng suddenly roared. His figure rushed out like lightning. His speed was fast and powerful, like a lion or tiger going down the mountain. This was his peak attack, condensing all his martial arts attainments. Jean Mulan bounced her feet, and her whole body swept over quickly like a swallow skimming the water. Ding! The two figures crossed each other in an instant, and then immediately separated. Jean Mulan's body made a wonderful turn and floated back to Shen Lang's side. Then, she gently put the sword back into the scabbard. The blade was still as clear as water, without any blood. And Tianheng's body rushed a few steps forward and stopped 3 meters in front of Shen Lang. He first looked down at his saber. Kacha! His battle saber broke into pieces. Then, he looked down at his chest, where there was a very small crack. Then, blood gushed out from this crack. Tianheng's stomach, liver, and lungs were all cut open. He gasped with great difficulty, and mouthful after mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. For some reason, his mind began to recall the time when he was young. But during the days when he and his brother were adopted by the old escort leader. Because of a mistake in martial arts, the two of them knelt naked in the snow in the cold winter. At the age of 17, he accidentally saw a part of the waist of the young miss of the escort agency, and then he began to awaken. Just the scene of that waist alone made him masturbate for half a year. What a wonderful time. If it weren't for the box of treasures that he was escorting, he wouldn't have killed the brothers of the escort agency, and he wouldn't have fled with his brother. Everything that happened after that would never have happened. Perhaps, at this time, he and his brother would still be in the escort agency, and he would marry a shrewd escort woman and spend the rest of his life. Did he regret it? Perhaps it wasn't. It was just that it was really sad. Shen Lang squatted down in front of him and said, Tianheng, what do you want to give me? I can't be your enemy for nothing. I spent so much effort to kill you. You have to give me something before I die. When he said that, Tianheng, who was on the verge of death, almost came back to life in anger. Damn it, is my life so cheap? You won, you pretty boy. I'm about to die, but you say it's too hard. You're practically winning by lying down. Can't you have a little respect for a loser like me who's about to die? Shen Lang said, the reason I brought your youngest son here isn't because I want you to put on a show of sudden repentance or regret before your death. I just want you to hand over something. Tianheng said hoarsely, You want to use my youngest son's life to threaten me? No, I'm not like you. I still have my humanity. Shen Lang said calmly, but if you promise me, I'll take care of him in the future. Tianheng cried, tears gushing out of his eyes. Shen Lang, I'll *CKU. When Tianheng cursed, his voice was full of sorrow. Say it, don't struggle. Shen Lang said, if you don't say it, you're going to die. Shen Lang, I'll *CKU. Tianheng cursed even louder, blood spurting out of his mouth. In the cellar of the courtyard on the left side of White Snow Villa is Lu Wuyan's secret treasury. Most of the gold coins I bribed him over the years are stored there. Shen Lang said, that's all? Don't you have anything else to tell me? For example, the evidence of Lu Wuyan's crimes? Tianheng cursed, these civil officials are all traitors, bastards like you. They're even more cunning than monkeys. Do you think I'll get hold of any fatal evidence? What kind of blackmail do I have on you? The only blackmail I have is a trap, and it killed me. Shen Lang thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. Since you have nothing else to give me, then die in peace. *CK. Tianheng cursed. Then, he fell to the ground and died. He thought he could die in peace, but he really couldn't do it. He just wanted to die a heroic death, but he couldn't even fulfill this wish. Shen Lang, you son of a bitch. Shen Lang looked at the corpse of Tianheng who died with his eyes wide open, and he sneered in his heart. Before the enemy dies, you and he put on a show of mutual appreciation for each other and a smile to forget the enmity. Stop joking. Since you chose to be the enemy, then you must be hostile to the end. Even if the enemy is dead, you must step on him, Shen Lang said, cut off his head, put it in the best box, and send it to our master Zhang Jin and master Castellan. Jin Hui was stunned and nodded. Yes. Shen Lang said, there's no time to lose. Let's go to White Snow Villa immediately and make a fortune. Then, Xianxia couldn't wait to rush to White Snow Villa with dozens of people from the Count house. Digging gold coins was his favorite thing. White Snow Villa was the secret property of Castellan Lu Wuyan. He sent a dozen warriors to guard here. These guards were easily taken down. Xianxia opened the secret underground vault of the villa and looked at the boxes of gold coins in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. My wife, this batch of corrupt officials is not good. Xianxia counted the gold coins while complaining. Lu Wuyan, how did you become a Castellan? It's been 3 years, and you only saved so little gold coins? It's only a little more than 13,000 gold coins. I thought I was going to make a fortune. It shouldn't be. Tianheng offered Su Wenjiao 6 to 7,000 gold coins every year. Mulan said, Lu Wuyan also needs to offer. Most of the money was used to bribe the officials. The rest of the money is almost all of Lu Wuyan's net worth. It made sense. For a century-old noble, this amount of money wasn't much. But for an official, this amount of money was already a huge amount. Let's put it this way. Even if Lu Wuyan retired now, he could still live an extravagant life with this money. If converted into RMB, it would be tens of millions. So it was completely imaginable how painful it would be for Lu Wuyan once he lost this gold coins. Mulan said, plus the gold coins that Su Wenjiao stole, it has greatly eased the financial crisis of the Count house. Xianxia said, my wife, is our Count house short of money? Mulan nodded and said, very, very short. It was more than short. After losing Jinshan Island for 40 years, the Xianwu mansion was in deficit every year. The deficit accumulated for decades was completely astronomical. Didn't Su Wenjiao always want to know how much money was left in the secret vault of the Xianwu mansion? It was negative, because the previous Count Xuanwu was too generous and owed a huge amount of debt. These years, Jin Zhuo was paying off the debt every year, and the financial situation of the Count house was always in a state of tension. But this was top secret. Except for Mulan and Lord Count, no one knew. Now that Xianxia got these 2 gold coins for the Count house, it was really a great relief. After looting Lu Wuyan's secret vault, when they were about to leave, Xianxia suddenly said, wait, we just looted all the vault of the city Lord Lu Wuyan and left nothing. This is not appropriate and inhumane. Mulan was stunned. What is husband trying to do? Xianxia took out a piece of paper, found a piece of charcoal, and wrote on the white paper with his left hand. The one who robbed the gold coins is not Xianxia. Inside the city lord's residence, City Lord Lu Wuyan was very happy. He really didn't expect Tianheng to have a younger brother who looked so similar to him. It was a stroke of genius. A Tianheng who had lost his identity was even more useful. He was a dagger stained with poison, and he was even more reliant on Lu Wuyan. At this moment, he warmed the yellow wine and waited for Tianheng to return. Next was the time to have a heart-to-heart talk, to appease this disfigured and restless lackey. He should have killed them all. He should be back by now, City Lord asked. The aide said, he should be, but Tianheng's heart is filled with hatred and anger. I'm afraid he needs to be tortured and torn into pieces before he returns. Unfortunately, the one who died wasn't Xianxia himself. The aide seemed to have seen through his master's thoughts and smiled, Sir, sometimes, living is more painful than death. Especially for a person with feelings, the most painful thing is to see your loved ones die in front of you and you can't do anything about it. City Lord Lu Wuyan wanted to laugh out loud, but he felt that it was too frivolous and impulsive, going against the demeanor of a scholar. So, he just smiled reservedly. I actually saw a kid like Xianxia as a great enemy, how laughable and sad. City Lord said, recently, I really lost my mind, so people need to read, only by reading can one's heart be calm and clear. The aide said, Sir is right, only Suanwu is qualified to be your enemy, Xianxia is just a dog, no matter how painful his bite is, he is just a dog, without a master, he can be easily beaten to death and stewed into a pot of meat soup. City Lord said, a scholar should have an elegant demeanor, Xianxia has been poor for a long time and suddenly became rich. That kind of vulgar and ugly attitude is really embarrassing to be in the same room with him. Then, he picked up the book and carefully read, throwing Xianxia to the back of his mind. At this moment, the servant's voice came from outside. Sir, someone sent a box, saying that it was sent by Chief Tian. The matter has been settled. City Lord Lu Wuyan said, bring it in. The samurai took the box, which was still sealed. Tear it off and open it. The city lord ordered and took a few steps back. What if it was some kind of poisonous arrow? The seal was torn off and the box opened. Inside, a hideous human head was revealed, dripping with blood. It was Tianheng, whom he was very familiar with. To be precise, it was Tianheng after his face was disfigured. City Lord Lu Wuyan suddenly felt dizzy and his limbs went cold. Then, there was a rush of sounds coming from outside. His trusted servant rushed in and shouted, Master, bad news. Bad news. All of our gold coins in the White Snow Villa have been robbed. Instantly, Lu Wuyan's body felt like it had been struck by lightning, and he didn't react for a long time. That was most of his money. Not only would the money be used for retirement, but it would also be used to bribe the higher-ups. How many years had it been? He had been an official for so many years. He had only managed to save up this much money through corruption. Was it easy? This is digging out my heart. Then, the trusted servant handed over a piece of paper and said, they robbed your secret treasury and left behind a piece of paper. City Lord Lu Wuyan took it and looked at it. There were a few crooked words written on it. The robber was not Xinlang. City Lord Lu Wuyan's face twitched. Twice, thrice, he roared fiercely, Xinlang, *ck your mother. Then, the city lord fell backward and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, which contained traces of blood. Wife, you have to help me hold up, don't let me fall. Xinlang was doing a sacred thing. He stepped on a stool and used a bright red brush to draw a cross on Tianheng's name. Of course, this stool was only half a meter high. Mulan held it with both hands below to prevent her husband from falling. I have one less enemy. Xinlang sighed. But I didn't even use 30% of my strength. Life is as lonely as snow. Mulan's beautiful face trembled slightly. Xinlang looked at the remaining names on the wall. Su Qianqian, Su Guangyun, Lin Mo, Zhang Jin. Then, he added Lu Wuyan's name with a black brush. Lu Wuyan played an important role in this attempt to murder Xinlang. So, it was really unreasonable not to add him to the list of enemies. He couldn't get over his conscience. Humph, there was a way to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you just had to break in. After saying that, Xinlang felt that these words were a little familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that Tianheng had just said it last night. Wasn't it a little inauspicious? Bah, Xinlang spat twice. However, it seemed that the catchphrase of all villains was the same. It was just that the good-looking villains were charming and meaningful, while the ugly villains deserved to die if they said half a word more. Mulan didn't want to help him because she couldn't keep up with her husband's pace at all. There were too many scenes in his mind. Wife, I'm going to jump down. You have to catch me, Xinlang said. It's so high. It'll be terrible if you get hurt. Mulan turned and left. Xinlang really jumped down from the half-meter-high stool, and he did it horizontally. Mulan really wanted to let this husband fall, but in the end, she couldn't beat her soft-hearted heart. She gently brushed his waist. Instantly, Xinlang stood firm. The scene of his wife holding him in her arms didn't happen. Xinlang sighed. It wasn't safe for his parents to live in Maple Village anymore. More importantly, Xinlang had already returned to his hometown in glory. It was enough to show off once or twice in that rural place. It would be boring if he returned to his hometown in glory often. Therefore, Xinlang wanted to persuade his parents to move to a place near the Count house. His younger brother, Xinjian, was very excited, but his parents, who always listened to Xinlang, refused. Their son was a live-in son-in-law, so it was natural for him to live in someone else's house. As his parents, how could they live there? Wouldn't that be too shameless? Moreover, Xinlang didn't tell his parents about Tianheng's murder last night. He just used another reason to take his parents and brother away. Therefore, no matter what Xinlang said, his parents wouldn't agree. Xinlang couldn't say that his son seemed to have more and more enemies outside, so for their safety, he should hurry and move in. As a last resort, Mulan took action. She didn't mind that Xinlang's house was dirty and broken. She squatted in front of Xianlang's mother and held her hand. Grandma, husband is filial. He wants to come back to see you every other day, but it's too far away from here to the count house. It takes more than half a day for husband to come back and forth. Husband is rich. If you don't live in the house, you can build a new house outside the count house. I know you're good at embroidery and weaving. I'm stupid in this aspect, and my mother is even more stupid than me. If I want to sew clothes for husband, I'll still have to ask you. Xianlang's heart almost melted when he heard those words. But my wife, you've never spoken to me so gently. Sure enough, Xianlang's mother couldn't resist Mulan's gentle method and was persuaded to move. The family of 3 moved out of Maple Leaf Village and lived in a place about 3 miles away from the count house. It was the fief of the count house. Even within the scope of the manor, there were cavalry patrols of the count house, so it was very safe. They lived in the empty house first and then built a new house immediately. After moving, Xianlang and Mulan accompanied their parents for a meal in the new house before returning to the house. Xianlang's heart was overflowing with love. This daughter-in-law was so cute and sensible. Not to mention her noble and beautiful status, her martial arts skills, the key point was that she was so gentle and kind to his parents. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to have sex with Mulan. However, Mulan's understatement immediately woke him up and his whole body was full of fighting desire. Husband, I have a blue cotton dress, but my underwear is gone. Did you see it? Xianlang's neck suddenly straightened. There was danger, and a battle was about to happen. Xianlang immediately abandoned the romantic feelings in his heart and entered the battle state. A. I choose to lie and say I didn't see it. B. Answer honestly, I saw it. I stole it. Almost in an instant, Xianlang made a decision. When a man should lie, he should lie. However, he should never waste his lie indicator on trivial matters. Therefore, Xianlang chose B. Xianlang lowered his head and said, I saw it. I stole it. Mulan was very relieved that Xianlang did not lie. What did you do with it, husband? Mulan said, in a few days, the silkworms in the fief will have a big feast. I want to wear this cotton dress to pick mulberry leaves. Xianlang was faced with another choice. A. I like you so much that I can't help it, so I took your dress and did some bad things. I dirted your underwear, and then I was afraid that you would find out, so I burned it. B. I took it and wore it. Sometimes in life, there seem to be choices, but in fact, there was no choice. There were 2 choices. The first one would die miserably. The second one would die even more miserably. Xianlang decided to choose the one who died miserably. He absolutely could not tell the truth that he had taken it and worn it. Otherwise, he would be misunderstood as a homosexual. Wife. I'm sorry. One night, I was really tossing and turning, and my mind was filled with your figure. So I couldn't help but take your dress and do some unspeakable shameful things. After that, I was very regretful and worried, so I burned your dress. After saying that, he closed his eyes and thought to himself, I'm dead. He would really die miserably. Being a man who did that kind of thing to his wife's underwear? He even burned it. Shameful, however, as a man, he must have a backbone. Xianlang suddenly opened his eyes and said fiercely, Jean Mulan, anyway, I've already done the shameful things. You can do whatever you want to me. If I even frown, I'm not worthy to be your husband. Come on, Jean Mulan, use whatever means you have to torture me. Mulan was a little dumbfounded. Husband, how can you still be so righteous after doing such a shameful thing? How did you do it? Mulan rolled her eyes at Xianlang. Then she said with a straight face, Husband, why did you burn the dress? Just wash it. I'll wear it again in the future. We, the count house, hate waste the most. Then, she put a bottle of medicine in front of Xianlang and left. When she walked out of the door, she said to you, but husband, your health is the most important. Don't be reckless. Xianlang looked up and saw that it was the Luwei Dihuang pill made by Dr. Xianxia. It was used to nourish the kidney. Xianlang was instantly dumbfounded. Wife, what kind of trick are you playing? You even said that you wanted to wear it after washing it clean. Aren't you afraid of getting pregnant? I'm so handsome, so my descendants must have strong vitality. Not only did you not hit me, but you also gave me tonic medicine, but the Luwei Di Huang pill is used to replenishing deficiency. Husband, I may need another kind of medicine. Shen Lang prided himself on understanding women's hearts, but he couldn't see through this little girl in front of him. This generation of women can't do it. Their minds are too free. This battle between man and woman, I'm a little uncertain, I'm a little lost. I'm afraid of losing. Recently, the silkworms were going to go up the mountain to make cocoons. It was the time when the silkworms ate the most. Because the income from raising silkworms far exceeded that of rice, a large part of the count house's fief was used to plant mulberry trees. The income from raw silk accounted for a large part of the count house's income. So recently, Mulan had been wearing a blue cloth dress to pick mulberry leaves in the fields. As the dignified young lady of the count house, of course, she didn't need to do this kind of hard work. She just wanted to show that she wanted to work together with the people of the fief. To put it bluntly, it was a show. But she didn't expect it to be a show for so many days. This silly girl, Madame Count, only went for 2 hours and came back with less than 10 mulberry leaves. And you, Jean Mulan, can pick thousands of mulberry leaves in a day. What a silly girl. Do you have to be so serious? With his wife not at home, Shen Lang couldn't pour out his feelings and hooligan words, so his days were really boring. For the safety of the other teachers and the fragile hearts of the other students, he didn't have to go to school anymore. The big fool's physical characteristics were very stable, and the speed of his recovery was much faster than expected. Not only his internal injuries, but even his broken bones were healing faster than ordinary people, which amazed Dr. Xianxia. But he didn't know why the big fool didn't wake up, which made Shen Lang very puzzled. So these days, Shen Lang had nothing to do. One day, he tried to ask his father-in-law, I don't think I'm grounded anymore. Father-in-law asked, what are you trying to do? Shen Lang asked cautiously, it's so boring at home. Can I go to Xuanwu City to play? Father-in-law said, then what level does Shen want to play? Shen Lang said, for example, if I see injustice on the road and draw my sword to help, or if I see some innocent woman being bullied, I can help her. Then, for some reason, he was grounded again. Moreover, looking at his father-in-law's expression, it seemed like he wanted to whip him. Such a life was really boring. As the son-in-law of the count house, he couldn't go out and bully people. How could such a noble be a leader? Didn't the ancestors of the Kim family work so hard to build this foundation so that their descendants could bully others? But all of you are so well behaved. Look at you, Jean Mutsong. You're the dignified heir of the count house, but you don't even have the temperament of a good-for-nothing. What a disappointment! These extremely idle and boring days suddenly came to an end. Shen Lang instantly entered a fighting state. Because Mulan received an invitation, Shen Lang opened it when she was not in. It was sent by the Su family. It was an engagement invitation from Zhang Jin and Su Xianxia. This shameless couple was going to get engaged. After seeing the wedding invitation, Shen Lang did not say a word and returned to the wall full of enemies. Alas! Shen Lang sighed. During the period after killing Tianheng, he felt that he had been too relaxed. He actually forgot that he still had a blood feud. This invitation suddenly awakened the shame that Shen Lang had suffered in the past. He looked at the names of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian, is it my turn to take revenge on you shameless father and daughter? You still want to get engaged? Mulan and I got married in such a hurry, and you, Su Qianqian, still dare to get engaged? How can I take revenge on Su Qianqian and his father? Shen Lang racked his brains and paced back and forth in the living room. For a woman like Su Qianqian, what is the most vicious revenge? Rush up and sleep with her. Don't joke. I, Shen Lang, am so handsome. If I sleep with Su Qianqian, how is this revenge? It is clearly a reward. Of course, it is to destroy her most precious thing. First of all, reputation. This merchant's daughter was not born in a noble family, so she especially cherished her reputation. She made friends with noble ladies everywhere, wrote poems and songs every day, and also spread some stories in her small circle. She was obviously a merchant's daughter, but she pretended to be a talented woman. After so many years of business, she finally packaged herself as one of the top 3 talented women and beauties in Nujiang County. The first was Zhang Cheng's daughter, Zhang Chunhua. As for his own daughter-in-law, Mulan, sorry, we are fairies in the sky, not included in the ranking. It was also because of her reputation as the third beautiful and talented woman that Su Qianxian entered Zhang Jin's eyes. Of course, some people may say, you, Su Qianxian, have previously married Shenlang, this waste, as a son-in-law, what reputation do you have to speak of, but you can't say it like that. The Su family married Shenlang as a son-in-law, completely because of good luck, and to divert bad luck. This is like some high-caste rich children in India, before marrying a bride, they first have to marry a tree, or a donkey. Is it because they are lowly? No, it happens to be because they have a noble fate, so they need to change their luck. And Shenlang is that tree, that donkey. In addition to reputation, what Su Qianxian cares about the most is the Su family's industry, the silk and cloth business. He wants to take revenge on her. Of course, it is to tarnish her reputation first, and then destroy her business. Only then can she be in so much pain that she wants to die. Then, what needs to be done to destroy the hard-earned reputation that Su Qianxian has built for several years? Several plans quickly flashed through Shenlang's mind. It must be vicious, and it must spread far and wide, and it must be irreversible. Ding! Shenlang's mind lit up, and he suddenly has an idea. And at this moment, suddenly a burst of footsteps came from outside. Heavy and ethereal, without looking, he knows it is Jin Mutsong, the fat otaku. Shenlang, I have something good to show you. Jin Mutsong said sneakily, he just got a book of erotic pictures. That look is exactly the same as the fat guy in the university dormitory who dragged Shenlang to see a pornographic film for the first time. After coming in, Jin Mutsong found that Shenlang is staring at him. He can't help but shrink his neck. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? This fat otaku only calls him brother-in-law when he is afraid, he usually calls him by his name. Shenlang, fatty, is there a girl who likes you? As soon as these words came out, Jin Mutsong's eyes turned red. The asterisk starred, I treat you as a friend, and I can't wait to share good things with you. But you are stabbing a knife into my heart. Don't hit the face, don't stab the heart. I'm leaving, just pretend that I, Jin Mutsong, have never known you. The fat otaku turned to leave in grief and indignation. Shenlang, brother-in-law, do you know why there are no girls who like you? Jin Mutsong doesn't answer. Of course, the first reason is because you are ugly. Shenlang, a person like me can seduce 7 or 8 women from good families to have an affair when I walk down the street. If it weren't for the fact that I'm devastatingly beautiful, your sister would have married me even though I was known as a good-for-nothing. Jin Mutsong is about to cry. Not only do you want to kill me, you also want to whip my corpse. But a man as ordinary and ugly as you can also be liked by women. There will even be countless beauties pouncing on you, crying and begging you to take care of them. Shenlang. As soon as these words came out, all of Jin Mutsong's hatred disappeared without a trace. His eyes lit up as he said, really? Shenlang nodded, of course it's true. I know a person called Su Dongpa. He's old, short, fat, and ugly, but there are thousands of beauties who like him. Even his daughter-in-law can't help herself. Jin Mutsong's eyes turned green as he trembled, such a beast? Why? Shenlang, because of reputation, because of talent. If a woman is not beautiful, then there is no. At this point, Shenlang stopped talking. He still had to have the basic desire to survive. Shenlang continued, if a man is ugly, as long as he is overflowing with talent and is famous throughout the world, women can completely ignore his appearance and shortness. Jin Mutsong took a step back, covered his face with his hands, and said, I am definitely not short, don't slander me. Then, he said dejectedly, of course I know that as long as I am talented, there will be countless girls who like me. But I feel that making me talented is harder than making me a handsome man. Shenlang sighed, Prince, although you have many shortcomings, honesty is your good quality. I'm really leaving. Jin Mutsong said in grief and indignation. Shenlang hurriedly pulled him back, Prince, I have a lot of peerless looks, but I can't lend them to you. But I can lend you my dazzling talent. Really? Jin Mutsong said, how do you want to lend it? Shenlang, we will cooperate to write a book that is destined to be popular. We will print 10,000 copies, tens of thousands of copies. We will make Xuanwu City expensive, and this book will become popular in the whole Nujiang Prefecture, the whole Tiannam Province, and the whole state of Yu. When the time comes, as one of the authors of this book, what do you think will happen? Kaneki Satoshi's eyes lit up as he said, then I'll be famous. I'll become a world-famous scholar. Shen Lang, yes, you see, brother-in-law is really putting in a lot of effort for your marriage. Jean Muzong trembled, brother-in-law, what book are we writing? Shen Lang, I will narrate and you will write. I will tell the story a little, you listen. Jean Muzong moved a stool and listened very seriously. Shen Lang, once upon a time, there was a big merchant in the silk and cloth business. His name was Xianxia, his courtesy name was Guangyun, people called him High Official Shiman. He also had a daughter, her name was Shiman Xianxian. This high official Shiman was despicable and shameless, he was licentious and immoral, he harmed countless innocent women. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the silver thief's daughter was pierced. Ah! Jean Muzong was stunned. Shen Lang said, Jean Muzong, what do you mean by that expression? I'm giving you a chance to become a god, don't you want to take it? Jean Muzong trembled and said, brother-in-law, you're using me to smear Su Qianqian's reputation, right? That's right. Is there a problem? Shen Lang said confidently. Jean Muzong. Shen Lang patted the back of his head and said, Fatty, it's okay to be used by others, the key is to have value. If others are too lazy to use you, then you're not a fat otaku, but a useless otaku. Jean Muzong. Even though I know you're talking nonsense, why does it sound so reasonable to me? Shen Lang said, you don't want this chance. Fine, you can go, I'll find someone else. I think Jin Zhong is pretty good, I'll find him to co-write. Don't. Jean Muzong said, brother-in-law, I'm willing. I just feel that your opening is quite attractive, but the writing isn't very good. Shen Lang said, Tai Bai, not elegant enough, right? Yes. Jean Muzong said, this isn't good for my reputation as a scholar. Shen Lang said, fine, then I'll get a better writing style. I'll read and you write, let's begin. Jean Muzong quickly straightened up, picked up the pen and prepared to write. Shen Lang read, the poem says, the body of the 28 beauties seems to be limp, with a sword at the waist to behead a fool. Although no head is seen, it secretly makes the bones of the ruler dry up. As soon as this was said, Jean Muzong said excitedly, brother-in-law, this writing style is good, this writing style is good. Shen Lang said, you understand? Jean Muzong said, it's because I don't understand that the writing style is good. If I can understand it, then what writing style is there to speak of? This was the most euphemistic Shen Lang had ever seen someone call him stupid. People in the world are in a rush, unable to jump out of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, unable to break the circle of wine, sex, avarice, and anger. In the end, they will perish together, it's important. Although that's the case, among the 4, sex, wine, avarice, and anger, only wealth is more important. Shen Lang continued to read, and Muzong kept writing these words on the paper. This fat otaku really made Shen Lang look at him, and said, Shen Muzong, Shen Lang, Shen Muzong, Jean, Shen Lang, I, Shen, Yang. Shen Lang said, SHG, Shen, Shen Lang, Shen, how, you, Shen, you, Tu, Tian, he. You are really talented, you have the potential to become a god of writing. Jean Muzong Yu said, if you were punished to copy books 10 times a day starting from the age of 8, your speed would be very fast. Wow, what a sad past. Jean Muzong said, brother-in-law, what is the name of our book? Shen Lang said, the name of the book will be. Following that, Jean Muzong was even crazier than Shen Lang, writing tirelessly, rushing over after class every day. Writing more than 20,000 words a day, can you believe it? Using a brush, then did Shen Lang completely copy? 90% yes. As for the remaining 10%, in order to better fit this world, the background of the plot was changed. In addition, Shiman Qianqian's plot was added, making her weight close to Pan Jinlian's. In the original work, Shiman Qing's daughter, big sister Shiman, was only 12 or 13 years old, but in Shen Lang's book, she was 19 years old. Su Qianxian was also 19 years old, what a coincidence. In addition, in Shenlang's, Shimin Qianxian was a talented girl who married the son of a high-ranking official. His name was Zhang Jingji, what a coincidence. Also, Shenlang greatly enhanced the plot of Men and Women on the basis of the original work, writing it vividly, making people's minds sway and souls fly away. Especially the part about Shimin Qianxian, he wanted to write every single one of her toes clearly. When Jin Muzong was copying, his blood was boiling and his breathing was rapid. "Brother-in-law, we are all men, why are you so outstanding?" Jin Muzong said, "These scenes are really well written, I can almost see the scene, how did you do it?" Shenlang looked up at the sky, speechless. That's right, why was Shenlang so outstanding, able to write such good scenes? Because he was a virgin, only a virgin would be full of fantasies, imagining all of this so beautiful, dreamy, and peachy. As for those experienced drivers, they would clearly know that most of the wood ears were dark, pink was a lie. As for the strawberry-like sweetness, it was even more of a fool. Shenlang said, "I am such a perfect person, of course I am outstanding in every aspect, I am already used to it, only ordinary people like you would be surprised by it." Crack, the brush in Jin Muzong's hand broke. Then, he expressionlessly changed to another one. 4 days later, Shenlang and Jin Muzong finished the first volume of, a total of 120,000 words. As for the following matters, Jin Muzong couldn't do it, Shenlang had to do it himself, which was to draw the illustrations. And the illustrations were of a very high standard, you can compare them with Mr. Tang Bohu's special works. Shenlang also used the Western style of drawing, so the women he drew were extremely realistic, especially the curves of the waists, it was simply irresistible, as if they were going to be beaten up from the paper. Instantly, Jin Muzong's eyes were about to crack, he trembled and said, "Brother-in-law, we are all men, why are you so outstanding?" Shenlang casually said, "For a man like me, those women are like moths flying into a flame, and I can't even stop them. That's why I'm so clear about a woman's body, and that's why I can draw them so realistically." Sigh, actually, it was all based on short movies and imagination. Regarding the live women's bodies, Shenlang and Jin Muzong were the same, the experience was zero. But of course, he wouldn't admit this shameful thing. "Brother-in-law, why do I feel that every woman's face is a little familiar?" Jin Muzong said. "Is it?" Shenlang said. Jin Muzong suddenly understood, "I know, every naked woman's face looks like Su Qianxian." Shenlang said, "Coincidence, it's all a coincidence." Very quickly, the few illustrations were completed. Just like that, the first volume's manuscript was completed, all that was left was to be printed. "We have to be fast, no matter the cost, we have to print the book in half a month," Shenlang said. Because there were only 25 days left until Su Qianxian's engagement. How could the engagement gift for his ex-wife be late? After printing, it had to be popular in the surrounding counties and dozens of cities, so that Su Qianxian would be surprised to receive this gift, right? Shenlang believed that many men would look at Su Qianxian as if she wasn't wearing any clothes after reading endless romance in the Golden Vase. This was the legendary XX who had read all the books in the world, and there was no limit in their hearts. It was as if they had seen Teacher Bodo, they would sigh and say, "Teacher, I really didn't recognize you when you were wearing clothes." Jin Muzong said, "Go on the market in half a month? As long as you are willing to invest manpower and material resources, it won't be a problem." Then, he asked, "By the way, brother-in-law, what pen name should we use?" Shenlang thought for a while and said, "Langliang Xiaoxiaosheng." Jin Muzong said, "Good name." Then, Jin Muzong said shyly, "Brother-in-law, are we going to print the manuscript tomorrow?" Shenlang narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you want to do?" Jin Muzong said, "This book is really too good. I've been busy copying it these few days and haven't read it seriously. Can I have a look at it tonight?" Shenlang looked at Fatty's face for a long time until he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. "Sure, take it, but don't dirty it," Shenlang said. Then, he took out the illustrations. Jin Muzong was anxious and disappointed, but he didn't dare to say anything in the end. "I'm doing this for your sake, to prevent you from doing anything unspeakable to these illustrations," Shenlang said. Fat Otaku was too ashamed to face him and quickly ran away. Would this book be popular? That was completely nonsense. This book could capture all the men in the elegant world, the vulgar world, and the super vulgar world in one fell swoop. It could even capture men who were illiterate. To be serious, this book's literary and artistic achievements were extremely high. It was listed as one of the 4 great ancient books of China, the greatest realistic work. Not only that, in many high-end academic circles, this book's literary achievements were second only to Dream of the Red Chamber. It was definitely a masterpiece that had been passed down for thousands of years. Lu Xun had evaluated this book. Among all the love letters in the world, Golden Lotus was the most famous. It described the world's affairs, revealing the hypocrisy of the feelings, and was extremely insightful. Any description, whether it was smooth, or tortuous, or subtle and full of mockery, or written on 2 sides at the same time, so that the changing feelings could be seen clearly and described at the same time. There was nothing more than this. The founder of this dynasty even evaluated Golden Lotus as the ancestor of Dream of the Red Chamber. Without Golden Lotus, there would be no Dream of the Red Chamber. Therefore, this book was truly a classic that could be appreciated by both the refined and the popular. The higher one's literary attainment, the higher one's status, the more they could feel the extraordinariness of this book. At night, Xianxia looked at these illustrations in front of the light. It was indeed very realistic. But Xianxia would never do anything to these illustrations. This was because he had a better reference. As mentioned before, his wife, Jean Mulan's waist was enough for him to fantasize about for a year. And at this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Brother-in-law, run, run. The fat otaku Jean Mutsung cried out in pain as he shouted, "Is my father coming to kill me?" Xianxia was stunned. Father-in-law was coming to kill him? He hurriedly got up to open the door and immediately saw the battered Jean Mutsung. He had been beaten up so badly. Brother-in-law, I was so engrossed in reading your manuscript that my father did not notice when he came in. Then he beat me half to death. After flipping through a few pages of the manuscript, he left angrily, taking the manuscript with him. He even said that he would beat you to death. Jean Mutsung said. Xianxia said, "Damn fatty, you, could it be that you were so engrossed in reading the manuscript that you did not notice your father coming in?" Jean Mutsung was even more ashamed. He covered his face with his right hand and after a moment of shock, he quickly switched to his left hand. "I'm leaving. Brother-in-law, you should run. My father will really beat you half to death." Jean Mutsung left in a hurry. Oh my god, Xianxia really could not imagine how awkward the scene would be. Was this going to be a performance of State of You? But next, how should he deal with the angry father-in-law who was about to come to kill him? Even if Xianxia used his toes to think, he could imagine how furious his father-in-law would be. He was such a conservative and inflexible person. When he found out that his son-in-law and son were riding yellow poisonous grass together, he would probably have the intention to kill them. Xianxia could not help but rack his brains, thinking about how to deal with the awkward situation that was about to happen. But Xianxia waited for an hour. 2 hours. 3 hours, father-in-law did not come. Did something happen that I do not know? Unable to wait any longer, Xianxia fell asleep. Then, when he suddenly opened his eyes, his father-in-law was already standing in front of him, holding the manuscript in his hand. 2 eyes, Yu stared at Xianxia. For some reason, Xianxia felt that his father-in-law in front of him was a little tired. It was like the male lead in the Huiran Kidney Treasure advertisement. His body felt like it was hollowed out. "Xianxia, did you write this?" his father-in-law asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes." He wanted to frame Jean Mutsung, but that would be an insult to his father-in-law's intelligence. "Stretch out your hand," Count said. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Pa pa pa. His father-in-law hit him 3 times with the ruler. Medium strength. It was a little painful. However, Xianxia did not dare to act rashly. He waited for the real storm to come. This matter was too embarrassing, and it was a big sin. Not only did he write this kind of obscene novel, but he also brought the prince of the count house to write it. The key point was that Jean Mutsung, that fat otaku, was caught by his father-in-law doing some unspeakable things to the manuscript. Xianlang felt that it was possible that he would be beaten half to death this time. So, he shrunk his head and waited for his father-in-law's thunderous anger. His father-in-law looked at Xianlang for a long time and said, "The book is well written." "Ah?" Xianlang was shocked. "No, it is very well written," his count emphasized. Suddenly, Xianlang was even more shocked, and then angry. "Damn, I wrote it well, and you still hit me? You damned old man, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my wife's father, I would have beaten an old man like you." His father-in-law continued, "His literary attainments are very high, and he exposes human nature and the nature of society. It's deep and penetrating. It can be said to be an extremely rare and outstanding work in recent years." Xianlang was surprised. Xianlang knew that this was a famous book, but he did not expect his father-in-law, who was so traditional and old-fashioned, to have such a high evaluation. In fact, Sir Count was very angry at first. He first beat Jin Mutsong half to death, and then he wanted to beat Xianlang. Previously, he couldn't hit Xianlang because he was a son-in-law who had just married into Xianlang's family. Now that Xianlang had made a few great contributions and had become one of the most important people in the Count house, he could do whatever he wanted. Damn it, this theory seems ridiculous. Actually, it's not ridiculous. Before, he was half a guest, so of course, Lord Count would be polite to him. But now, he was basically his son. What was there to be polite about? Beat him up. But before the battle, out of curiosity, he read Xianlang's Boundless Romance of the Golden Lust. After reading a few tens of thousands of words, Lord Count was already engrossed in it. Because, he was really outstanding. Every paragraph and every sentence was filled with a cynical yet profound and ruthless brilliance. Such brushstrokes, such words. It really made people slap the table and shout in praise. It's true that Lord Count was conservative and old-fashioned, and his personal talent wasn't top-notch. However, as a century-old aristocrat, he had read a lot of books since he was a child and had a very high literary appreciation ability. At a glance, he could see how high the literary attainments of Xianlang's book were. Then, he finished reading all 120,000 words in one breath. After reading it, he was completely reluctant to part with it. He was still immersed in it and couldn't help but share it with his wife. It didn't matter if he shared it, but something big happened. This was unprecedented. Lord Count was a man in his 50s, and his body was completely hollowed out. So, after waiting for a few hours, he came to find Xianlang. "I originally wanted to tear this manuscript into pieces," Lord Count said. "Fortunately, I didn't. Otherwise, I would be a sinner." His father-in-law read the manuscript carefully again, as if he was immersed in a certain poem. "I am a traditional and old-fashioned person, but when it comes to art and literature, my mind is very open, and my vision is also very broad." Lord Count said, "The so-called erotic drama is just a tool for literature and art. Not only you, but many of today's literary masters have related works in this area." Really? Xianlang was shocked. This world was actually so open-minded. In fact, this was not surprising at all. There was a period of time in ancient China when the standards of literature were very open. Many super-literary giants had extremely debauched works. Looking at father-in-law's words, writing this kind of erotic novel is a very elegant behavior. Of course, this was not the case. If you write well, of course, it is elegant. As for the erotic text, that is the business of us literate people. It is completely for the needs of art. If you didn't write well, it would be vulgar, it would be a poisonous weed. This was probably the same as Kubrick's Eye-Opener and Bernardo Bertolucci's Les Miserables de Paris being art, while AI/Sora Sensei's short films were vulgar poisonous weeds. Xianlang, then father-in-law, you don't object to me publishing this book? I don't object. Lord Count said, but it is such an outstanding work, why do you need to put so many messy things in it? Xianlang weakly said, those erotic texts are completely for the needs of art. Erotic text? Lord Count learned a new term, and it was really appropriate. I am not referring to this. Lord Count said, I don't object to you publishing this book, but you need to delete the content about Su Guanyun and Su Xianxia. Xianlang, father-in-law, you can see it? Lord Count was speechless. Even a fool can see it. You almost named them. Lord Count repeated, an outstanding work must be pure. Why do you want to smuggle so much? Moreover, it is such a shallow revenge. Delete it for me. That won't do. Xianxia said, Father-in-law, the reason I wrote this book is to take revenge on Su Guanyun and Su Xianxia. We can't neglect the essentials and sacrifice the main goal of revenge for the sake of literature and art. Father-in-law was speechless. How can you say such shameless words? Isn't it a little unfair for the heavens to give such talent to you? Xianxia, father-in-law said, is a good reputation not as good as your prank to take revenge on the Su family? Xianxia said, of course, if I can't take revenge, then I'm not as good as a salted fish. Lord Count's hand was itching again. He really wanted to hit someone. Therefore, he took a step back and kept a safe distance from Xianxia. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his itching hand. Then, Lord Count said, Xianxia, even if you want to ruin the reputation of Su Qianqian and Su Guanyun, you don't have to be so direct. You should make it more subtle. Do you understand? Look at what you wrote, Shimen Qing, and his name is Guanyun. Is this still a metaphor? This was simply pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey. Well, I can make it more subtle. Xianxia, but anyone who reads this book must think of Su Qianqian and Su Guanyun. It was best if Su Qianqian didn't wear any clothes. Lord Count said, there is one more thing. This book was written by you alone. Why did you drag Jin Mutsung into it? Lord Count called his son by his full name. It could be seen that this fat otaku really didn't please him. Xianxia, father-in-law, do you want to hear the truth or the lie? As soon as he said this, the earl raised his eyebrows. Xianxia, have you become arrogant? Why are you talking to me like this? Xianxia quickly said, the lie is that this book was written to retaliate against Su Qianqian. So I have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it will seem like I am a narrow-minded person. Father-in-law was speechless. Is there anyone in this world more narrow-minded than Xianxia? Oh, there was one, but he was killed by you. Lord Count, what about the truth? Xianxia said, to pave the way for the next important event. Lord Count, what event? Xianxia, the battle for Jinshan Island. Lord Count was stunned. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. After thinking for half a minute, he understood what Xianxia meant. He understood the connection between helping Jin Mutsung and the battle for Jinshan Island. At this time, looking at the son-in-law in front of him, he really had a feeling. His wisdom was close to that of a demon, he really took one step and calculated 3 steps. The battle for Jinshan Island had not even begun, but he had already started to plan every step. God sent him such a son-in-law. Maybe it was God's will. Lord Count's heart was agitated, but he didn't like to be emotional. He bowed to Xianxia in his heart. But on the surface, he would never do that. He already knew the son-in-law in front of him very well. If you dare to bow to him, he will dare to pat you on the shoulder and call you brother. Xianxia asked, Father-in-law, do you think our book will be popular? Popular? More than that. Lord Count said, it will shock the entire literary world. The Count could even imagine that anyone with a high level of literary attainment would be amazed by it, slapping the table and exclaiming in admiration. It will definitely become a classic that is rarely seen in decades. Xianxia's heart was overjoyed. In this way, Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian, the father and daughter pair, would definitely be discredited and have a bad reputation. Ha 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 ha, jia jia jia, Lord Count looked at his son-in-law who was intoxicated with the pleasure of revenge. His excitement was instantly suppressed. Sigh, God is really unfair, giving such a talent to such a person. He sighed and turned away. Let this shameless son-in-law continue to indulge in vulgar emotions, unable to extricate himself. The next morning, Xianxia and Jin Mutsung couldn't wait to leave the Count house. In the end, under the pressure of his father-in-law, Xianxia made some changes too. For example, Shimen Qing's character was no longer Guanyun, but Dian No. Shimen Qianqian's name was also changed to Shimen Wanwan. He didn't know if the readers would be able to associate the name Qianqian, but he hoped that this batch of readers would be able to do so. Xianxia and Jin Mutsung sat in a carriage and headed towards Lanshan City, which was 100 miles away. Why were they going there? Because it was a place of culture. Lanzhou City wasn't under the jurisdiction of Nujiang County, but Yangwu County. What was even more amazing was that the governor of Yangwu County was a political enemy of Zhang. Therefore, it was especially beneficial for the printing and distribution of Xianlang's book. But in terms of geographical distance, Lanzhou City and Xuanwu City were very close. It was a famous cultural city, and its books could be spread to the surrounding 5 counties and more than 20 cities. Books had already become the name card of Lanzhou City. Xuanwu City's silk, Lanzhou City's books. To create a huge impact, going to Lanzhou City to publish the book was the best choice. My father didn't hit you? Jin Muzong was surprised. Xianlang squinted his eyes and said, "Father-in-law didn't hit me, are you disappointed?" "Yes." Jin Muzong said instinctively, then shook his head vigorously, No, I'm a loyal person, how could I think like that?" Then, Jin Muzong said, "My father didn't tear the manuscript?" Xianlang couldn't be bothered to answer such a childish question. Not only did he not tear it up, something even more explosive happened. "Brother-in-law, it seems that our book is going to be popular," Jin Muzong said, "even an old-fashioned person like my father can't bear to tear it up. It's definitely going to be popular." In terms of reading, Count Xuanwu was definitely an old white. For a book, it was often possible for a small white immortal herb to become an old white poisonous herb. If an ordinary book could make a white-haired old man like the Count slap the table and praise it, then it would probably be a flop. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Xianlang's book was definitely an all-rounder. It would definitely be popular in the 3rd heavenly layer. After more than 4 hours, Xianlang and Jin Muzong's carriage arrived at Lanzhou City. The heritage of this city was not as good as that of Xuanwu City. It could be considered as a relatively new city. There was also an old noble family here, Lanzhou Viscount's mansion. However, the Zhu clan was too cunning. Before the governor of Yangwu County could put the new policy on their heads, this viscount had already surrendered in advance. He offered his fief and military power in exchange for a round of praise from the monarch, who called him a capable general of the country. Not only that, but he also bestowed a large sum of money to the Lanzhou Viscount's residence. However, the Lanzhou Viscount residence also became the shame of the old aristocratic families. "You may be happy doing this, but you have caused us to suffer." Count Xuanwu also repeatedly criticized the Lanzhou Viscount's shamelessness. This behavior was completely putting the other old aristocratic families on the fire to roast. In terms of money, Lanzhou City was definitely not as rich as Xuanwu City. However, in terms of the market, it seemed to be more prosperous, and the atmosphere was much lighter. It was really worthy of being called a cultural city. There were bookstores and stalls everywhere. The air was filled with the fragrance of ink. Books from dozens of cities around were imported here. As they passed by many bookstores along the way, Xianlang saw huge signboards. "There are still 16 days until the 2nd volume of Mandarin Duck Dream goes on sale." There was actually a countdown. How popular was this Mandarin Duck Dream? It was more than popular, it was simply exploding. The sales of the 1st volume of Mandarin Duck Dream had already broken the sales record of Lanzhou City. Now that more than half a year had passed, countless people were looking forward to the 2nd volume. Therefore, many bookstores had put up a countdown for the 2nd volume of this book. And the author of this book had also become a famous scholar in dozens of counties. He was the dream lover of countless girls. There were 5 large bookstores in this Lanzhou City. These bookstores not only sold books, but also printed their own books. They had opened bookstores in dozens of cities around. In the words of Earth, these were large chain bookstores. And the 2 largest bookstores, one was Ink Fragrance Tower, and the other was Jade Pavilion. The former sounded very old-fashioned, and the latter looked very popular and colorful. Therefore, Xianlang and Jin Muzong went to Jade Pavilion without hesitation. After Xianlang entered Jade Pavilion, his eyes immediately locked on a young and handsome man in luxurious clothes. Handsome men were natural enemies. A shopkeeper immediately came up and said, "What book do you 2 gentlemen want?" "Our shop has just released a book, Mandarin Duck Dream. It is really sweet and lingering. Countless young masters and young mistresses have been intoxicated by it. It will definitely not disappoint you." Mandarin Duck Dream again. Shenlang's eyes and ears were about to grow calluses. You might as well call it New Mandarin Duck Butterfly Dream. Shenlang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. One look and he knew that the title of this book was melodramatic, to cheat the hearts and pocket money of ignorant girls. Unlike this book of mine, not only does it cheat men of their money, but it also extracts some kind of life essence. As soon as he laughed, he was immediately met with a hostile gaze. The handsome man in luxurious clothes looked over and said coldly, "What? Does this brother find it very funny?" He could be considered very handsome, but compared to Shenlang, there was still a gap. It was just that this embroidered brocade robe was even more luxurious than Shenlang's. Clothes make the man, just as horses make the saddle. Shenlang's clothes were no match for others. Shenlang said, "You are?" "Lanchan Zhu Wenhua." The young man said. "Zhu Wenhua, so it's you, the shame of the old aristocrats. Your father is really a bastard. He took the initiative to give up his land and military power, and put my Xianwu mansion on fire." However, the Zhu family didn't feel that they were the shame of the aristocrats. After receiving the recognition and praise from the monarch, they were famous. And this Zhu Wenhua was the second son of the Lanchan Viscount's mansion. Mandarin Duck Dream is my humble work. Brother, what advice do you have? Zhu Wenhua said again. So the great scholar who was popular in dozens of cities is you. The person who cheated the hearts, tears, and pocket money of countless girls is also you. This Zhu Wenhua was very famous. Not only was he the idol of many scholars, but he was also the dream of countless girls. As the son of an aristocrat, he didn't just sit around and wait for death. Instead, he was determined to improve, learned literature and martial arts, and became a Jiren at the age of 16. In the circle of the aristocrats, he was a rebel, but also an idol. In the eyes of the commoners, he was a scholar who was born noble but worried about the country and the people. However, a straightforward person didn't pretend to be powerful. Others couldn't see through this person, but Shenlang hadn't seen him in person. Just by listening to him, he could see through this person. A few years ago, the Lanchan Viscount's mansion obediently gave up his land and military power. His family didn't have a lot of land, only about 100 square kilometers. As for his private army, there were less than 300 people. This Zhu Wenhua was the second son of the Viscount, so he couldn't inherit the title. So what should he do? Of course, he had to find another way out. He could take the imperial examinations while building his reputation. Moreover, Shenlang also knew that one of the main targets of this Zhu Wenhua to build his reputation was the governor of Nujiang Prefecture, Zhang. The daughter of the governor, Zhang Chunhua. This Zhang Chunhua was known as the most beautiful and talented woman in Xuanwu City. These rankings were all created by speculation. The key was that this woman's father was amazing. Everyone could see that once Zhang settled the Xianwu mansion, he was destined to have a meteoric rise. In the future, he would definitely enter the central government of the state of Yu. Therefore, this was a scheming male *tch. At the first sight of him, Shenlang's heart surged with hostility. He had met a peer. Both he and Shenlang wanted to live off a woman. However, Shenlang ate openly, while this Zhu Wenhua pretended to eat. He was like a peacock, desperately spreading his tail, just to attract Zhang Chunhua's attention. Not to mention that peers were enemies, the key was that Zhu Wenhua wanted to be the son-in-law of Zhang. Wasn't this betraying his own position? You are the son of an old aristocratic family, and you actually want to join the New Deal party, you are carrying the red flag, but you become famous. Zhu Wenhua didn't know that Shenlang had so many thoughts in his mind when he looked at him. He didn't even know who Shenlang was, but for some reason, as soon as he saw him, he surged with hostility. It couldn't be helped. Shenlang was too handsome. Moreover, he was a famous scholar in more than a dozen cities, and he was the son of a noble family. He was completely arrogant. At this time, this ignorant and incompetent gigolo in front of him actually heard the title of my book and laughed at me. Who do you think you are? Why did he think that Shenlang was ignorant and incompetent even though he didn't know who he was? The reason was very simple. In Zhu Wenhua's opinion, there were people in this world who were more talented than him, but definitely not as handsome as him. There were people who were more handsome than him, but definitely not as talented as him. Brother, after hearing the title of my book, why did you laugh disdainfully? Zhu Wenhua said coldly. Shen Lang said honestly, I don't know why, just hearing this stupid title makes me want to laugh. This is a provocation. As soon as he said that, everyone present couldn't help but look at him. As expected, handsome men were natural enemies. They had just met, and they already quarreled. Zhu Wenhua's face turned cold, and he said, Who are you? That meant that if you came with a title, if you came from an ordinary family and had no power, I would cripple you. Although the Lanshan Viscount Mansion had lost its military power and fief, it still had power and was recognized by the monarch. It was more than enough to deal with an ordinary scholar. Before Shen Lang opened his mouth, Jin Muzong next to him said coldly, I am Jin Muzong, the heir of Xianwu Mansion, and this is my brother-in-law, Shen Lang. Comparing status? Comparing titles? You, Zhu Wenhua, are not qualified. Unexpectedly, after hearing these two names, Zhu Wenhua's face changed at first, and then became happy. Good pray, I was worried about how to please Miss Zhang Chenhua. You two good-for-nothings came to me, Zhu Wenhua said, so it's the two of you who are the disgrace of the rich and powerful. Jin Musong, you are of noble birth, but you are as stupid as a pig. Miss Jean Milan can't marry outside the family, and she even has to marry an ignorant and shameless man. Then, he looked at Shen Lang, and said, And you, are that vain, ignorant and incompetent Shen Lang, right? Oh. Shen Lang closed his eyes happily. God is too kind to me. When I want to slap someone's face, someone immediately puts his face in front of me. When I want to show off, someone immediately offers his head for me to step on. How can my Boundless Plum Breeze and Moon book quickly become popular? Of course, by stepping on the most popular great scholar. Moreover, they are enemies of the same class. Shen Lang opened his eyes, and looked at Zhu Wenhua, who was full of fighting spirit. He sighed in his heart. Is it not good to be alive? You, Zhu Wenhua, are in the prime of your youth, and you have endless fans. Why are you in such a hurry to die? That's right, I'm that good-for-nothing gigolo who lives off a woman. Shen Lang smiled. As soon as he said that, Zhu Wenhua was a little speechless. Damn it, can you, Shen Lang, be any more shameless? At this time, there were 3 other girls in the bookstore, and they looked like they were all daughters of wealthy families. They were originally surprised by Shen Lang's good looks, but now that they heard such words coming out of his mouth, they couldn't help but secretly spit a few times. Zhu Wenhua said, What are the two of you doing in my Lanshan city instead of staying in Xuanwu City? Before Shen Lang could answer, Jin Muzong said proudly, To publish a book. Publish a book? Zhu Wenhua said lightly, When did writing a book become so lowly? The meaning was clear. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could publish a book. There was no doubt that Jin Muzong was a famous good-for-nothing within a radius of a few hundred miles. And although Shen Lang shone brilliantly in Xuanwu City, in the memories of everyone in Lanshan City, he was still that good-for-nothing, greedy, and vain good-for-nothing. Zhu Wenhua smiled and said, If I remember correctly, brother Shen Lang studied in a town school for nearly 10 years. He probably didn't even finish his elementary studies. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. What kind of books could these two ignorant and incompetent people write? They probably couldn't even recognize the words. Shen Lang ignored him and directly handed the manuscript to the Jade Pavilion's shopkeeper. This person was not only the boss, but he could also be considered to have read countless books. As for the reputation of Shen Lang and Jin Muzong, he had more or less heard of them. What kind of good things could these two ignorant and incompetent people write? However, Jin Muzong was, after all, the heir of the Count House. The owner of the Jade Pavilion was not willing to offend him. He respectfully received the manuscript. Although he appeared to be serious, he was actually flipping through it absent-mindedly. He had even prepared a draft in his mind. The Crown Prince's writing was very unique, as expected of a descendant of a prestigious family. But I'm very sorry, I don't have any plans to publish new books in the near future. You can go to other bookstores to ask, such as Ink Fragrance Brothel. However, after watching a few paragraphs, the shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. His appreciation level was far inferior to Count Xuanwu's, but he was still amazed. Every paragraph in this book showed the author's deep analysis of human nature and the secular world. Not only that, but the poems and sentences were not gorgeous. They were even a little cynical, but they were very experienced. Read on. The shopkeeper of the bookstore became more and more amazed and shocked. Many of the details described in the book were really amazing. This level was extremely high. However, in the eyes of this bookstore's owner, this book was not without its flaws. First, it was too vulgar and elegant. It required a very high level of literary attainment to be able to understand the deep meaning within. To the average person, this was just a vulgar romance novel. Second, the main customers of the Jade Pavilion were women. They liked lingering love stories, especially the love and hatred of the children of rich and powerful families. But even so, he was still willing to publish this book, even if he couldn't make any money, even if it was a little high profile. And at this moment, Zhu Wenhua took the manuscript and quickly skimmed through 2 pages. Then, his expression was as if he had eaten feces. His complexion was extremely unwell, as if he was about to vomit. Then, he sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that there would be such a vulgar and unbearable thing in this world. The person who wrote such words is really a disgrace to all scholars." Saying so, he handed the manuscript to a woman in embroidered clothes beside him. This woman was the daughter of an official and a fanatical admirer of Zhu Wenhua. She was most addicted to the romance novels of talented scholars and beautiful women. Her literary attainment was very average, but she had read too many books and had commented on almost every popular romance novel. As a result, she had the reputation of being a talented woman in Lanshan City. After receiving Shenlang's The Romance of Jean Ping Mei, The Legend of the Romance of Jean Ping Mei, she had only read 1 page when her heart thumped wildly and her face flushed red. She instinctively clamped her legs together. Really, so exciting. So shameful, I really want to continue reading. But I can't. I am a talented woman, I am a daughter of a noble family, I am a virtuous lady, how can I like this kind of poisonous weed? That way, everyone will think that I am a shameless woman. The woman hesitated for 3 seconds. Then, she threw Shenlang's manuscript on the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Unsightly and extremely vulgar. Young Master Zhu is right. People who write such unsightly words are really a disgrace to all scholars. Zhu Wenhua smiled proudly. He knew this would be the result. Then, he turned to the shopkeeper of Ryu Court and said, "Shopkeeper Mo, if you are going to publish this book, then I am very sorry. From now on, I will not be able to publish my books here because I really cannot be associated with such despicable people." Saying so, he glanced at the woman beside him. Even though these women were slightly moved by a handsome man like Shenlang, they were, after all, Zhu Wenhua's fans for many years. Seeing young Master Zhu's gaze, these women immediately adjusted their stance. The official's daughter said, "Shopkeeper Mo, this manuscript is extremely vulgar and unsightly. If you are going to publish this book, then we will never step into your bookstore again." As soon as this was said, the women around her all agreed. The shopkeeper panicked. Even though there were only a dozen of them, they were indeed the leaders of the socialite circle in Lanshan City. If they were to boycott Ryu Court, then the socialite circle in Lanshan City would boycott as well. If that happened, the losses would be huge. He originally wanted to publish Shenlang's book, but he could only give up now. Thus, the shopkeeper picked up the manuscript and respectfully returned it to Jin Muzong, saying, "The Crown Prince's book is very unique. You are indeed the descendant of a famous family. But I am very sorry, I do not have any plans to publish new books in the near future. Why don't you ask other bookstores, such as Ink Fragrance Brothel?" Jin Muzong was instantly enraged. "This young master's book is so good, and you are actually not going to publish it? Aren't you as blind as a bat?" Shenlang tugged at him and said, "Let's go." In that short period of time, Shenlang had already come up with a comprehensive plan in his mind. Not only was the plan to step on Zhu Wenhua completed. Even the plan to get rid of him was complete, there were even plans for A, B, and C. Shenlang and Jin Muzong walked out of Ryu Court. A moment later, Zhu Wenhua blocked their way. He revealed a light smile and said, "Shenlang, don't waste time. With me here, there is no bookstore in the entire Lanshan City that will publish a book for you. This is not Xuanwu City, this is my Zhu clan's Lanshan City. Bah, your Zhu clan is a complete disgrace to the old aristocratic families. The governor of Yanggu County hasn't even made a move yet, and you have already knelt down and obediently handed over your land and military power. You still have the face to say that it is your Zhu clan's Lanshan city. Go back to your Xuanwu city. Zhu Wenhua said, as long as I call, no one in the entire Lanshan city's bookstores will dare to publish a book for you. Jin Muzong said coldly, Zhu Wenhua, what right do you have to go against us? Shen Lang was speechless. You fat otaku, how can you say such childish and idiotic words? Aren't you giving the other party a chance to show off? Sure enough, Zhu Wenhua smiled with a sense of superiority and said, if I, Zhu Wenhua, want to suppress someone, do I still need a reason? Following that, Shen Lang didn't visit any other bookstores in Lanshan City. But Jin Muzong wasn't satisfied, so he went to the Ink Fragrance Pavilion first, and was rejected. Then, he went to the second, third, and fourth bookstores. Without exception, they were all rejected. Under the call of Zhu Wenhua and his fan club, as expected, no one in the entire Lanshan city was willing to publish a book for Shen Lang. Shen Lang couldn't help but think of a saying. A god suppresses a newcomer, a god suppresses a flop. Bah. No, it should be an old god suppressing a future platinum. The sky was already dark. Jin Muzong said dejectedly, brother-in-law, are we just going to return home with our tails between our legs? Then, he gritted his teeth and said, no, our book is so good, I don't believe it can't be published. Let's go to the neighboring Xingyang city. Shen Lang shook his head, no need, follow me. An hour later, Shen Lang came to a bookstore and saw a middle-aged man with the face of a rat. After he took the manuscript, he skimmed through it quickly. Very quickly, he found the bed scene and immediately read it with great interest. Good book, exciting, oh my god, there are even illustrations, the drawings are too realistic, too good, peerless book, Jin Muzong was overjoyed, then are you willing to publish our book? Yes, I'm very willing. The middle-aged shopkeeper said. Jin Muzong said, you casually flipped through a few paragraphs and you can tell that our book is peerless? The wretched middle-aged man said, of course, I have read countless books and my heart is as calm as an ancient well. But there are some paragraphs in your book that even I can read, of course it is peerless. It turned out that he was specifically looking for sex scenes. Jin Muzong said, then aren't you afraid of being banned by Zhu Wenhua? The shriveled middle-aged man reluctantly read some paragraphs and chuckled, I'm just selling erotica, why would I be afraid of being banned? Selling erotica? The fat otaku Jin Muzong could not help but exclaim. What's wrong? Shen Lang and the wretched middle-aged man looked over. Yes, what's wrong with selling erotica? Everyone was trying to enrich the people's leisure cultural life. No, nothing. The fat otaku immediately backed down. Shen Lang felt disdain in his heart. What did this fat otaku know? Don't look at how the Ink Fragrance Building and the Jade Pavilion, these two bookstores, looked so high and mighty. In terms of distribution channels, they were far inferior to this shopkeeper Deng who sold erotic pictures. This shopkeeper Deng was able to place every erotic book in every shop in Lanshan City, even the coffin shop had them. Not only that, his business was so big that he could spread his goods to the surrounding 4 or 5 counties and more than 20 cities. How should I address you, shopkeeper? Jin Muzong asked. This lowly one is Deng Xian. The wretched middle-aged man said. He quickly finished reading all the parts of the manuscript that had color, praising it incessantly. And when he saw the illustrations drawn by Shen Lang, he was even more shocked. A master, an absolute master, this standard, this character, this charm, this degree of realism, it was much better than his erotica. It was not that he said his things were bad, but if he were to really comment on these erotica albums, he could only use one sentence to describe it. I can't get hard. The style was really too freehand. And these illustrations by Shen Lang referred to Western sketches, so the degree of realism could not be compared to the drawings in this world. It will definitely be a big seller, definitely a big seller. Deng Xian said, young masters, if this book does not sell more than 3,000 copies, I will twist my head off for you to kick like a ball. 3,000 copies? What a joke. Shen Lang said, my goal is to break all the records. I only have one request, that is to sell it together with the second volume of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream, and then crush him into pieces. Congratulations to the new leader, Tinghai's old man. I'm grateful. He heard Shenlang say that the sales of his new book would crush Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream. The wretched middle-aged shopkeeper Deng Xian shrunk his neck and said, "Young master, this is difficult." Shenlang said, "How many copies of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream did he sell?" Deng Xian said, 4,600 copies. This is the highest-selling book in Lanshan City other than the 4 books and 5 classics. Lanshan City's large distribution network could cover 30 to 40 cities and millions of people. Therefore, 4,600 copies was indeed a very high sales volume. Deng Xian said, "Zhu Wenhua is the son of a nobleman, a young scholar, and a gifted scholar. He also writes well. So everyone has a copy of his book, be it the daughter of a humble family or the daughter of a noble family. Many rich ladies are obsessed with him and often buy hundreds of books at once, giving one to every servant in their family." Shenlang couldn't help but think of the little fresh meats in his previous life. Every time a movie was released, there would be crazy female fans who bought hundreds of tickets and stood at the entrance of the cinema, giving one to everyone they saw. It was just that doing this was a little low class. With such a big influence, it was no wonder that after Shenlang was banned, all the bookstores in Lanshan City didn't dare to publish books for Shenlang. Shenlang said, "Shopkeeper Deng, what is the highest number of copies of your book sold?" Deng Xian said, 2,700 copies. But 70% of that book is pictures, and the remaining 30% is words. It is very vulgar and can't be mentioned in the same breath as your book. Then Deng Xian said hesitantly, "To be honest, the standard of your book is a little too high. I'm afraid my customers won't be able to adapt. The reason why I dare to estimate 3,000 copies is because your scenes are too good and your illustrations are even better." Shenlang said, "Then how many copies of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream do you think will be sold?" Deng Xian said, 5,000, maybe even 6,000. Because the first volume of Mandarin Duck Dream had cultivated too many readers and countless people were waiting for it. Therefore, the sales of the next volume would definitely be terrifying. Deng Xian said, "If I push with all my might, your book can sell 3,000 copies, but it will be difficult to sell any higher. It is even more impossible to surpass Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream Volume 2. Then, Deng Xian said seriously, "To be honest, Shen, your book is much better than Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream. It's not even on the same level. But, maybe your book is too good, and most people can't understand it." Shenlang was taken aback. "You only know how to watch nude scenes, and you even know how to read a book." Deng Xian was speechless. I used to be an author too. It's true that I suck at writing, but I'm still very good at judging other people's books. In short, even good wine fears deep alleys. I really can't surpass Zhu Wenhua's second volume of Mandarin Duck Dream." Deng Xian replied honestly. Shenlang laughed and said, "Good wine is afraid of a deep alley? Wasn't it just attracting attention? No problem, I guarantee that when this book goes on the market, it will be very coquettish. Oh no, it will be very fragrant." Shenlang said, "Manager Deng, I will cover for you. Just print as much as you can. If you can't sell 3,000 copies, I will pay you. But if you sell more than 3,000 copies," Deng Xian said directly, "you will take 20% of each copy." Wow! This royalty is so high. This Deng Xian is really someone. He directly shouted out the highest percentage. Of course, Shenlang did not want to make money. But if he can make a sum of money, what's wrong with that? Okay. Deng Xian said, "Then I will give you the best tintype typesetting, use the best master to give you the illustrations. I will spare no effort to make sure that your Boundless Plum Breeze and Moon and Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream hit the market at the same time." Shenlang said, "If he sells it in a bookstore, we will set up a stall in front of any bookstore that sells Mandarin Duck Dream." So perverted? Deng Xian nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." Shenlang said, "Manager Deng, can your body take it? You also need to have the ability to be a pervert." Deng Xian smiled disdainfully and said, "No problem, when have I ever been afraid of anyone?" Shenlang said, "Wait a moment, I'll add a few more chapters to the book and draw another illustration." Then, Shenlang picked up a brush and improvised, adding some content to the original manuscript. Jin Mutsong went up to take a look and was stunned again. This was because Shenlang had added a new character into the team. This character's name is Zhu Wenshan. He was born in an aristocratic family. He was a concubine's son. In order to continue to live a luxurious life, he became Ximen's boy toy and was raised outside. In the plot, Ximen went to pamper him twice, once in the room and once on the roof. And the new illustration that Shenlang drew was on the roof. Not only that, but this Zhu Wenshan also had an affair with Ximen Xianxia. Jin Mutsong and Deng Xian looked at the character in the painting and suddenly felt that it was very familiar. Jin Mutsong couldn't help but mourn for Zhu Wenhua for a quarter of an hour. If this book became popular, then Zhu Wenhua's reputation would be completely ruined. Of course, in reality, he didn't become a businessman's boy toy, but who cares about the truth? What people love is rumors, then repeat them 500 times and treat them as reality. Shenlang asked Deng Xian, "This should be fine, right?" Deng Xian smiled disdainfully and said, "No problem, what problem can there be? It seems that this person also has a backer, and he didn't put Zhu Wenhua in his eyes. Then I will wait and see, waiting for the moment when our new book goes on the market," Shenlang said. Deng Xian solemnly put away the manuscript, then bowed to Shenlang and said, "I won't let you two down." Then, he said, "Shen, this wine is afraid of the deep alley." Shenlang said, "Don't worry, I will go back now. I guarantee that when our book goes on the market, it will be eye-catching and captivating." After Shenlang returned home, he immediately turned into an artist. He wanted to draw posters. This poster was too awesome and provocative, which was why it was eye-catching. Moreover, it was colorful, so it couldn't be printed. He could only draw it by hand. Each poster was more than a meter long and half a meter wide. There were vertical scrolls and banners. Each one was drawn with a very realistic Western sketch method, and they were in color. Although they weren't as good as photos, they were 80% as realistic. As for the scale of the poster, there was no need to talk about it. There were three main characters: official Ximen, Zhu Wenshan, and Ximen Xianxian. That movement, that form, that fiery. In this world without photos, in this era of freehand painting, the impact was simply explosive. It was too real, too captivating. It was comparable to the DVD cover of some movies, and it was a large poster. Coupled with the scale, the lethality was greater than a bikini poster in a beauty contest. Then, what would be the result if these large colored posters were hung on bookstalls? Would it be eye-catching? It would simply explode. For example, after Jin Mutsong accidentally broke in, he saw Ximen Xianxian's kneeling posture in the painting. Suddenly, he breathed fire. He blushed and stared at it for 3 minutes. "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving." Then, he walked away with his waist bent. No one knew where he went. The next day, Jin Mutsong accidentally broke into Shenlang's room again. He didn't look good. This time, he saw Ximen Xianxian sitting on the ground with her legs open. Oh my god, this scene was lethal. Jin Mutsong suddenly covered his nose, bent over, and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving again." The third day, Jin Mutsong's eyes darkened as he broke into Shenlang's study. Immediately, he saw two men and Ximen Xianxian in the huge painting. It was an explosive scene. Jin Mutsong squatted down in pain and cried out, "Brother-in-law, I really can't take it anymore. My skin is broken." Shenlang said disdainfully, "This is art. Look at how vulgar you are." Then, his mind began to recall his wife's silk pants. This time, he had washed them, dried them, and put them back in their original place. He didn't know if he had washed them clean, and if his wife would smell something strange. "Brother-in-law, this woman looks so much like Su Qianqian," Jin Mutsong said. "You are giving Zhang Jin 1,000 green hats." "Yes." Shenlang said, "For the next 3 years, Su Qianqian won't need to eat. She can drink milk until she is full." Jin Mutsong was stunned. "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about?" After a while, Jin Mutsong's breathing became rough again. "I can't take it anymore. Brother-in-law, I have to leave again." Then, he left again. The fourth day, Jin Mutsong's eyes were green as he limped into Shenlang's room. He saw Shenlang drawing again. This time it was Lord Shiman, Zhu Wenshan, and Shiman Xianxian. However, the main force was Lord Shiman and Zhu Wenshan. Shiman Xianxian was just a bystander. Brother-in-law, spare me, spare me. Jin Muzong clutched his waist in pain. I will really die. However, when he took a look at the painting, he immediately became dispirited. Ugh, because of the strong discomfort caused by the painting, it could be seen that Jin Muzong's sexual orientation was very normal. Jin Muzong looked at Shen Lang respectfully. Brother-in-law, as an artist, it's really not easy, it's really not easy. This is equivalent to stuffing sh*t into your mouth. These words were too disgusting. Shen Lang couldn't help but retch. Damn fatty, do you know how to speak? F*ck your sister. Shen Lang cursed. At this time, Jean Milan walked in. But seeing the tragic scene in front of her, she walked out silently. She sighed in her heart. Husband had some dark side. It was better not to see it. One day, Shen Lang went to Milan's closet. He found that the silk pants that he had used and washed were gone. Did Milan throw it away or wear it? A day later, Shen Lang found it on the drying pole. Suddenly, his heart was beating like a rabbit. His wife really wore it. Xiao Bing, why are you in such a hurry to wash it off? Time flowed like water, the years flew by. The days when he couldn't show off flew by. 13 days passed. Deng Xian used all the manpower, material resources, and financial resources to complete the engraving, printing, cutting, and making of the book in only 13 days. He personally delivered the first book to Count Black Tortoise's Matter, Golden Vase/Plum Breeze and Moon. Even Shen Lang felt his mind swaying when he saw the cover. There were 3 people on the cover. Shiman Guan and Zhu Wenshan were in the room, and Shiman Xianxian was peeping through the window. She was wearing a hood and looked very cool. Her back was so attractive. Young master, how is the effect? Deng Xian asked. Shen Lang said, super good. Deng Xian said, I have absolute confidence that it will be a big hit. The day after tomorrow is the day when the next volume of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream will be released. Our book will be released at the same time as his, and we will put it on the opposite side of his book. Then, Deng Xian said, however, good wine is afraid of the deep alley. I'm really worried that I can't sell it to him, F*ck, you'll know this sentence, won't you? Without saying a word, Shen Lang suddenly pulled the curtain on the wall. Suddenly, more than a dozen huge colorful posters suddenly appeared. Lifelike, explosive, and soul-stirring. Ah! Deng Xian screamed and suddenly squatted down. Then, he quickly covered his nose with his other hand. The visual impact was too strong. It was like a soul bomb, Shen Lang said, isn't it fragrant enough? Deng Xian said in a trembling voice, Shen, let's F*ck him up and crush Zhu Wenhua. Once again, time flowed like water, and the years flew by. 2 days later. Endless Plum Breeze, written by Shen Lang and Jin Muzong, and Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream, were released at the same time. For the cultural world of Lanshan City, today was a big day. This was because the second volume of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams was on the market. Several bookstores in the city welcomed an unprecedented grand occasion. This wasn't an exaggeration at all. This was because the first volume of this book had already created a sales record and accumulated countless readers. They had been waiting for more than half a year. Almost all the young ladies in the city came out and lined up at several bookstores to buy it. Although this book was printed by the Jade Pavilion, other bookstores also sold it. They just had to buy it from the Jade Pavilion. That morning, there were people lining up at every bookstore. Especially at the Jade Pavilion, there were more than 200 people lining up. In ancient China, this was almost unimaginable. Especially after the Song dynasty, the young ladies of noble families basically didn't leave the house, not even taking a step. Of course, most of the young ladies in this world wouldn't line up personally. They would send their maids and servants. However, some of the young ladies from well-off families didn't have servants at home, so they had to line up personally. Some of the young ladies were especially infatuated with Zhu Wenhua and hoped to see him today, so they also lined up in public. Other vendors took the opportunity to promote their fans. In an instant, the entire street in front of the bookstore was bustling with activity. It was a rare sight. When the other scholars in Lanshan City saw this, they couldn't help but be envious. Based on what? We are all scholars, but you are so outstanding, there are so many girls here. I can't even finish one every day in a year. It's open. The moment the sun shone on the door, the few bookstores opened at the same time. Then, hundreds of people rushed in, holding the silver coins in their hands, desperately trying to buy the books. Just 2 hours later, this bookstore's stock was all sold out. This speed of sales was really shocking. The owner of this bookstore secretly regretted not preparing more stock. He quickly sent his staff to the Jade Pavilion to buy the books. At this time, he would definitely be cheated, but it was too easy to sell. This Mandarin Duck Dreams wasn't a book, it was simply walking money. For a moment, those who didn't buy the books complained. And those who had already bought the books didn't leave. They lingered in the bookstore and couldn't wait to read. He was full of praise as he read. Dear Zhu, you're really a genius. You've written it so well. That's right. The poem that he spoke of was filled with the joys and sorrows of the human world. No wonder he is the #1 talent of Lanshan City. The new book is on sale today. Why didn't Child Zhu come? I was hoping to see him. Young Master Zhu is not that kind of shallow person. He is the arrogant one. He only cares about writing the best works. He doesn't care about the sales. He doesn't even care if people read his works. That's right, our young Master Zhu is just that lofty and proud. Is Zhu Wenhua here? Of course he came. He disguised himself as a middle-aged man and squeezed into the crowd. Looking at the countless women going crazy for him and listening to the countless people praising him, he felt so good in his heart. On one hand, he was secretly pleased, but on the other hand, he felt disdain and disdain. Do you think mediocre women like you are worthy of thinking about me? All of you are just helping me spread my name and become a backdrop for me to shine brightly. Only a talented and beautiful woman like Xianxia, who comes from an illustrious family, is worthy of me. Zhu Wenhua thought to himself, Xianxia? Do you see how radiant I am? How many women go crazy for me? But I'm infatuated with you alone. As for the fact that Shen Lang wanted to publish his book in Lanshan City, Zhu Wenhua had long forgotten about it. With just a word from him, no bookstore in the surrounding counties would dare to publish Shen Lang's book, and no one would dare to sell it. After listening to the crowd's praises, Zhu Wenhua left reluctantly. Everyone expected that the second volume of Lover's Dreams would sell well, but they didn't expect it to be so popular. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. There was a total of 13 stalls in front of all the major bookstores in Lanshan City. On each stall, there were hundreds of books. Only the spines of the books were exposed, not the covers. They were all written by Shen Lang and Kaneki Satoshi, Endless Romance of the Plum. Zhu Wenhua's book was sold in a high-end bookstore, but his book was set up in a stall. It was like one was doing crosstalk in Diyun Society, and the other was doing crosstalk in a stall. Ask the price again? Good lord, 60 copper coins per book, 20% more expensive than Lover's Dreams. Have you gone crazy thinking about money? Who is the author? Langling Xiaoxiaosheng, I've never heard of him. I don't know where he came from. Young Master Zhu Wenhua is so famous, but one book is only sold for 50 copper coins. You, a nobody, actually want to sell a book for 60 copper coins? Is that pen of yours inlaid with gold? Thus, the stalls that sold Shen Lang's books were practically deserted, and no one showed interest in them. Many people were still crowded in the bookstore, waiting for the new volume of Lover's Dreams to be on the shelves. Half of these people were women, and the other half were men. There weren't many men who came to buy Lover's Dreams, so why did they come? Because there were many girls. It was normal to rub one's chest in such a crowded place, wasn't it? No one can say that I'm a hooligan. And at this moment, suddenly, a man cried out in surprise. Look outside. Instantly, the hundreds of men in the crowd looked outside. Oh my God, on the bookstore outside, there was a big colorful picture. It was an unprecedented color impact. On the big poster was the beautiful man Zhu Wenshan and Shiman Xianxian. The woman was seductive and sexy. In this world, the visual impact on men was simply explosive. Especially since Shen Lang had used the Western style of painting, and it was in color. Compared to the pictures of beauties in this world, it was many times more realistic and attractive. The woman on it was so realistic, as if a real woman had been printed on the paper. No, no. It was even better looking than a real woman. That waist, that curve. That posture, that posture. Although she was wearing a small silk dress, it was more attractive than not wearing it. The key was that it was transparent. It was more than captivating, it could instantly ignite the dirty hearts of men. It was so vivid. Although it was still, the men present could totally imagine the action scene. Come on, we people from the old society have never been influenced by any kind of small movies. The visual impact was completely unbearable. It was simply a visual bomb. The temperature in the crowd suddenly rose. Who poked me with a stick? Suddenly, a woman shouted angrily. Her words were like a pebble. In an instant, the men in the bookstore surged out and surrounded the bookstore outside. The small bookstore was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Those scholars were still reserved and only asked about the book. As for those scoundrels, they didn't care about their appearance. They gathered under the huge colorful poster and studied it inch by inch. Hey! Why are your eyes so close to it? Do you think that you can see what you want through the gaps of the clothes? I've tried, it's useless. And you, why are you sniffing with your nose? What else do you want to smell? That wretched shorty, don't stick your tongue out. If you lick it, you'll have to pay for it. The bookseller shouted loudly. The Boundless Plum Breeze and Moon is a masterpiece written by a real aristocrat. The story in it is all from real people. Feel free to read it. If it's not good, it's free. Whether they were scholars or businessmen, all of them picked up a book and flipped through it. It was indeed amazing, the cover was so exciting and realistic. And the title of the book sounded like it had a story behind it. Some impatient people immediately flipped through the book and looked for the other illustrations in it. Then, they clicked their tongues. It was really amazing. Every illustration was different. Some were coquettish, some were innocent, some were seductive, and some were provocative. All of these women were beautiful and alluring. They had never seen such seductive beauties in paintings before. The scholars present were the most knowledgeable and picky group of people. While salivating, they flipped to the first page disdainfully and started to read with a picky and arrogant mentality. In their eyes, this kind of book was just a book of erotic pictures. Only the pictures were alluring, but the content was bound to be unsightly, even vulgar and full of loopholes. However, after reading only a few pages, these scholars were a little stunned. Whether the story was good or not was another matter, but the words in it were really high. The insight into the ways of the world was deep and profound. Almost every paragraph here revealed the craftiness and wisdom of the author. The more they read, the more they found this book to be amazing. After reading more than 10 pages, they judged this book to be very outstanding. After reading more than 10 pages, they judged this book to be extremely outstanding. After reading more than 10 pages, they judged this book to be extremely outstanding. And halfway through, they completely slapped the table and exclaimed. Such a good book should be bought home and read carefully, over and over again. Such a good book should be bought home and read carefully, over and over again. Immediately, these knowledgeable men began to generously donate their money. Wonderful, wonderful, they didn't expect to find such a classic, such an outstanding book on the side of the road. It was worth it, and these uneducated but literate men. Turning to the first paragraph of erotic text, it was written too well. It was completely different from the previous books, it was too exquisite. It was as if every scene was playing in their minds. Turning to the second paragraph of erotic text, it was too well written. Turning to the third paragraph of erotic text, no, I have to go home. As for those uneducated and illiterate men. Turning to the first illustration. Damn it, the faded old woman at home couldn't stand it anymore. It was too good, too realistic. How was this a picture? It was simply art. Turning to the second illustration. Wonderful, wonderful, in the future, I won't have to sleep alone at night, I'll have fun. Turning to the third illustration. No, I have to go to lovely spring courtyard. It didn't matter if they were educated scholars, uneducated businessmen, or vulgar mediocre people. They all took out their money to buy it. Even some illiterate, but rich men also bought a copy to take home. I don't need to be literate, I just need to look at the pictures. In the future, when I report every night, I'll take out this book and flip through these pictures, I'll immediately be full of energy and fighting spirit, and I won't have to be despised by the people at home for half a day. In short, it didn't matter if they were educated, uneducated, or even illiterate men. As long as they had some money, they were all captured by Xianxia's book. The same situation played out in all 13 bookstalls in Lanshan City. It was unprecedentedly popular. Xianxia's book was really selling like crazy. It completely suppressed the popularity of Zhu Wenhua's new book. As for how many books were sold, God knows. Deng Xian probably knew that Xianxia's book would be popular. But he didn't expect it to be so popular and so fast. That breathtaking large colorful poster was simply a trump card. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The cover of the book was the killer at second sight. It made people pick up the book and open it. What was really powerful was the content of the book. Such excellent writing and such a wonderful story were the reasons why people were willing to spend money on it. Shopkeeper, hurry up and replenish my stock. It's going crazy. It's sold out. It's all sold out. Shopkeeper, give me 100, no, 200, no, 300. The shop assistants who were sent out to sell books all ran back to report. Previously, Deng Xian deliberately placed the bookstall opposite the door of each bookstore in order to ride on Zhu Wenhua's popularity. But he didn't expect it to be unnecessary. If Zhu Wenhua's new book hit the market today, it was like a boulder smashing into the surface of a lake, causing huge waves. The sensation caused by The Legend of Golden Vase/Plum Romance was like an explosion in the middle of the lake, setting off monstrous waves. It sold faster and faster, faster and faster. In the end, it sold like crazy. Deng Xian originally estimated that the entire Lanshan city could sell at most 300 to 400 books. He didn't expect it to increase by 10 times. In just one day, 3,000 books were sold. This is crazy, did I not understand? Or is the world changing too fast? Is every man in Lanshan City a potential silver thief? 3,000 books. Deng Xian's book sold less than 500 copies in Lanshan City before. Even Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dream sold about 500 to 600 copies in Lanshan City. But there were only 30,000 to 40,000 people in Lanshan City. Less than 8,000 people were literate. That was to say, on average, 1 out of 3 literate people bought Xianxia's book. Of course, this number was wrong because many illiterate people bought it too. It was ridiculous. He originally wanted to ride on Zhu Wenhua's popularity. But the sales volume was several times that of Zhu Wenhua's. And this was just the beginning. Because in the evening, many women had already come to buy it secretly. Not only that, Deng Xian also heard that Lovely Spring Brothel had already started to line up. Yihong Brothel was even more open to receiving customers. It was unimaginable that the book had become so popular. Even if the book was good, it shouldn't be like this. Of course, he didn't understand. This was the crowd effect, the effect of eyeballs. In the internet of the future, there would be a few inexplicable exploits every month. The exploits would make the original owner doubt life itself. Who am I? Where was this? What exactly happened? And this was only in Lanshan City. Later on, when his reputation spread, he would spread his goods to the surrounding 4 counties and more than 20 cities. How many copies could this book sell? Only the heavens would know. Zhu Wenhua was happily drinking wine in the courtyard. His book was selling like hotcakes today, and his reputation was going to rise to another level. The feeling of being able to summon wind and rain in the cultural world was too satisfying. The 4 scholars at the side tried their best to flatter him. He was very famous and was almost the leader of all the young scholars in Lanshan City. There were always people trying to curry favor with him. Moreover, he came from an illustrious family and had a lot of money on hand. Some ordinary scholars liked to follow behind him to eat and drink. Therefore, he chose 4 lackeys, and the one leading them was the elementary scholar Wang Shimin. Did you see the grand occasion today? Lanshan paper is expensive. Young Master Zhu's book will definitely sell in unprecedented numbers. Look at those ladies, how many of them are crazy about young Master Zhu? You only see the surface, but not the essence. The key is that young Master Zhu's book is too well written. People can't even taste meat after reading it for 3 months. I dare to bet that within 50 years, no one will be able to surpass young Master Zhu in terms of sales. When Miss Zhang Chunhua sees this scene, I'm afraid she will also have a crush on him. Aren't you spouting nonsense? Within a few hundred miles, can you find one person who is as talented as young Master Zhu? 1. Are you joking? If you can find even half, I will chop off my dick and let you eat it with wine. Even if it doesn't go with wine, I have eaten it before. Listening to the crowd's flattery, Zhu Wenhua did not speak. He only drank his wine, but his heart was filled with joy. Flattery would never work. He would not get tired of this kind of flattery even after 10 years. Of course, he still had to be reserved as a scholar. After listening to their continuous flattery, Zhu Wenhua said lightly, "Too much, too much." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Zhu Wenhua asked. "It's me, Xing Chongyan." It was the owner of Ryu Pavilion, and his tone was a little hurried. Zhu Wenhua could not help but frown. This Xing Chongyan was not sensible enough. How could his tone be so disrespectful? A scholar at the side immediately said, "Old Xing, are you arrogant? How dare you speak to young Master Zhu like this? Aren't you afraid that young Master Zhu's book will no longer be published in your house?" Zhu Wenhua smiled and said, "It won't be that bad. Open the door." Immediately, a servant came forward to open the door. The owner of Ryu Pavilion, Xing Chongyan, hurriedly walked in. His expression was a little complicated, and he wanted to say something but stopped. "What's wrong?" Zhu Wenhua said lightly, "There's no room for discussion about the daily limit. In this world, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. The more you prevent them from buying it, the more they want to buy it. I don't need to explain this, right?" Of course, of course," Xing Chongyan said. Zhu Wenhua said, "How many books did you sell today? How long did you use?" 260 books. I used less than 2 hours. Compared to the first volume, it's more than 3 times shorter. Xing Chongyan said, "In all of Lanshan City, we sold about 530 books today." "Oh my God!" a scholar exclaimed, "and this is under the condition of the daily limit. If we sell it freely, who knows how many books we can sell? That's really terrifying." Zhu Wenhua said reservedly, "Old Xing, isn't this sales already within our expectations? Why do you have to come all the way here to tell me?" Xing Chongyan's expression became strange. Then, Yu said, "But, there's another book that sold more than 3,000 books today." "More than 3,000 books?" When he said this, Xing Chongyan's voice was trembling. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Zhu Wenhua suddenly stood up and said, "That's impossible. What a joke. How many literate people were there in the entire Lanshan City? Other than the 4 books and 5 classics, the highest sales of novels in Lanshan City didn't exceed 800. More than 3,000 books, even if the sun rose from the west, it was impossible. Even if the sea flowed backwards, it was impossible to reach such a sales volume. There must be people selling their own books?" a scholar at the side said. This kind of situation also existed. Some rich children would spend their own money to hire people to buy a book in order to create fame and popularity. Xing Chongyan shook his head and said, "It's definitely not self-promotion. The sales of every book is real. Countless people come to buy it. Not only literate people buy it, but also illiterate people buy it." "What book?" Zhu Wenhua said coldly. Xing Chongyan placed a book on the table. The few scholars present were attracted by the cover at first glance. The Legend of Golden Vase Plum Romance. "Oh my God, just this cover, just this title, I want to buy it too." When Zhu Wenhua saw the cover of the book, his expression changed drastically. "Shen Lang, that ignorant and incompetent piece of trash's book?" "Yes," Xing Chongyan said. Instantly, Zhu Wenhua's face turned green. He had read Shen Lang's book before. Adhering to the concept of scholars looking down on each other, he quickly skimmed through the book and gave himself a halo of belittling. Even so, Zhu Wenhua knew that Shen Lang's book was of high quality. But so what, nowadays, the main buyers of these books were ladies. They loved to read about the love and hatred of the rich, and they loved to read about talented scholars and beautiful women. Xianxia's book did not suit these readers' tastes at all. How could it sell so much? More than 3,000 books, that's scary, there must be a scam here. Xianxia must have spent money to hire people to sell the book and create fake sales. Xianxia said, "Young Master Zhu, calm down and read this book with a normal attitude." Zhu Wenhua took a deep breath and began to read. He still had a mentality of belittling the book. He read the first page, the second page, the 10th page, the 30th page. A whole 2 hours passed. Zhu Wenhua quickly finished reading the first volume of The Legend of Golden Vase Plum Romance. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving up and down. When he opened his eyes again, Zhu Wenhua suddenly threw the book on the ground and said coldly, "What kind of lousy book is this? It's vulgar, completely using vulgar words and illustrations to attract attention. What a despicable method." Then, he picked up the book, flipped to a random page, picked out a certain erotic paragraph and read it out. What the hell? Using such unsightly words to stimulate the most despicable and vulgar desires of the human heart. The entire book has no literary value at all. The level is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. That's fine. The key is that the person who wrote this book is extremely depraved. Writing such a book is not only a disgrace to the culture, but it also corrupts the culture and tramples on human morality. This kind of person should be punished. And at this time, suddenly, a scholar said, "Look, doesn't the face of the man who is being written on the cover of the book look familiar?" Yes, he does look familiar. And there are a few dots drawn on his buttocks. What are those? It's shit. This person's face looks very familiar. I don't know where I've seen him before, but I just can't remember. Then, the gazes of the people present couldn't help but look at Zhu Wenhua. So, it's here. Zhu Wenhua's expression instantly changed. He really couldn't see it just now. Because the name of the character in the book was Zhu Wenshan. He was the descendant of a fallen aristocrat. Zhu Wenhua felt that he wasn't in dire straits at all. He was very well off, so he didn't think in that direction at all. Moreover, he read with a picky eye and only cared about the bad parts. After being reminded, he hurriedly flipped through the contents and illustrations in the book. This was incredible, the Zhu Wenshan in this book was really an illusion to him. He was born in a noble family. Because he lost his fief, his family's financial situation declined. He usually liked to play with words to deceive some ignorant young girls. Not only did he cheat them of their money, but he also cheated them of their bodies. In the end, in order to live a life of splendor and wealth, he became a mistress of Lord Shimen and sang about his chrysanthemum every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, Xianxia even used a super disgusting word in the book. Stir sh*t, Lord Shimen came to find Zhu Wenshan to stir sh*t again. In an instant, Zhu Wenhua was about to explode. This is going too far. This is going too far, this is going to destroy me. What's the most important thing in this world? Of course, it's my character. Xianxia, you're trying to ruin my character, this is a life and death feud. Zhu Wenhua gritted his teeth and said, "My friends, gather everyone you can. We're going to the city lord's residence to seek justice. As scholars, we have the responsibility to get rid of the filth and righteousness. We're going to launch on city's scholars to have a bright future." Xianxia immediately understood that Zhu Wenhua wanted to gather people to cause trouble and force the city lord to ban the sale of Xianxia's book. When the few scholars heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. We're going to be rich again. Every time this happened, Zhu Wenhua would pay according to the number of people he could gather. The more people he could gather, the more money he would pay. Zhu Wenhua didn't have much else, but he had money. In just a short hour, Zhu Wenhua had gathered more than 200 scholars behind him and they headed towards the city lord's residence. "Xianxia, I'll make sure that your book has no place in Lanshan City, or even the entire Yanguo County and Nujiang County. So what if your book is selling well? I'll just ban it." Lanshan City Lord Li Feng had 2 books in front of him. One was Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams, and the other was Xianxia's The Legend of the Romance of the Plum Blossom. He first read the 2nd volume of Mandarin Duck Dream. He didn't want to read it at first, but his daughter and wife read it. Not only that, his wife even told him the story in bed, so he had to read it. After reading it, City Lord Li Feng couldn't help but praise. This Zhu Wenhua was indeed impressive. Although the book talked about the relationship between a man and a woman, it also touched on the political struggles of the country. Be it the writing or the construction of the plot, it was the best of the best. He was indeed the most popular scholar in the city. No wonder all the women were mesmerized by it and went crazy over it. Then, Li Feng picked up Shen Lang's book, Boundless Plum Breeze. When he saw the cover, he frowned. Utterly vulgar. When he looked at the title of the book, his impression of it was even worse. She was trying to please the crowd with her seductive charm. The city lord flipped to the first page with disdain in his heart. After reading the first paragraph, his brows relaxed. After reading the first page, he was in high spirits. After that, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Good book, that was great, exquisite beyond compare, such words and poems could only be written by someone with great wisdom. What a pity, such a classic book was actually sold to those vulgar people. Were they even worthy of reading such an article? Could these vulgar people at the bottom of society understand it? You should just go and look at your erotic paintings. How dare you come and look at our golden vase, endless plum romance? You really have no self-awareness at all. Only people like me who have been tempered and tortured in the field of power can appreciate each other and understand the beauty of this book. What a great book. Originally, Lord Li Feng was interested in Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams and felt that it was not bad. But now, he felt that it was just a pile of shit. Too childish, too deliberate, too pretentious. He even started to doubt his own taste. What's going on? Is it because I've been immersed in politics for too long and have been ravaged by reality so much that my taste in literature has deteriorated? I can even bear to read Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams. It was as if a certain handsome young man had been holding back for too long and went into a dimly lit shop on the side of the road. After that, he entered the sage mode and recalled the wrinkles on the auntie's face. He was filled with regret and felt slightly nauseous. That was too scary. I haven't read for a few years and my taste has deteriorated to such an extent. People must read more, read good books. Thus, Lord Li Feng used 2 fingers to pick up Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams Volume 2 and threw it to the side. He even wiped his hands with his sleeves. Then, he flipped open Shen Lang's Boundless Romance of the Plum Blossom and read it with great interest. It's really too comfortable. These words, these sentences, are books that people of high status like us should read. But as he read, Lord Li Feng felt a little awkward. Because, his stomach felt a little warm from reading. Why not go and rest with his concubine after reading till here? And at this moment, there was a commotion outside. Someone even started to beat the drum. City Lord Li Feng was instantly enraged. Who is this? A bad mood in the middle of the night. At this moment, his advisor rushed in and said, Lord, it's not good. There are a few hundred scholars attacking the city lord's residence. City Lord Li Feng frowned and the hair on his neck stood up. What was the scariest thing to be an official? Mass incidents. Especially when scholars caused trouble, it was the most troublesome. What's going on? City Lord Li Feng said, is there some injustice in the examination, or is there a bully who beat someone to death? Immediately after, he asked a crucial question. Who's the leader? Advisor said, the great scholar Zhu Wenhua. Instantly, City Lord Li Feng's nervous state disappeared without a trace. He laughed coldly in his heart. Let them in. City Lord Li Feng said, not all of them, at most 5 people. After a while, Zhu Wenhua brought the 4 fiercest scholars in. All of them had the title of elementary scholar. Of course, they were his 4 lackeys. To be honest, Zhu Wenhua felt superior in front of City Lord Li Feng. After all, he was the young master of Lanshan Viscount's residence. Even if his title wasn't high, he was still an old noble with a fief. Although he was actively trying to get close to the forces of the new government, this didn't stop him from feeling proud that his ancestors were much richer than him. Moreover, he was already a high scholar, he didn't have to bow to officials. Greetings, Lord Li, Zhu Wenhua cupped his hands. Greetings, Lord Li, the 4 elementary scholars behind him bowed. Lanshan City Lord Li Feng said, Young Master Zhu, what's the matter? Zhu Wenhua said, Master Li, please seek justice for the people of the city and seek justice for the literary world of Lanshan. Let the sage's learning be clear. Li Feng frowned. He hated people like this the most. They threw hats at him. And each hat was bigger than the other, as if he was always holding justice in his hands. The key was that I, Li Feng, had done this 20 years ago. Everyone would have the same feeling when they thought back to themselves 20 years ago. Idiot. What's the matter? City Lord Li Feng said coldly. Zhu Wenhua took out Xianlang's Boundless Breeze and Moon in a golden vase and said, Lord Li, please seal this book and arrest the person who printed it. Also, burn all the books and search the printing workshop. Zhu Wenhua only talked about the book printer and didn't mention anything about arresting Xianlang. Because everyone knew that arresting a count's son and son-in-law for a book was asking to be humiliated. City Lord Li Feng laughed coldly in his heart. So it was because of this. He stroked his beard and said, Oh? Why? Zhu Wenhua said, This book is vulgar and unsightly. It tarnishes the knowledge of the saints. Not only does it poison people's hearts, but it also corrupts society's morals. It must be completely banned. Oh? Li Feng picked up the book and flipped a few pages. He said, Does this book deny the doctrine of the saints? Zhu Wenhua frowned. Who would be so stupid to explicitly deny the doctrine of the saints in the book? City Lord Li Feng asked again, Then does this book contain any attacks on the government? Of course not. City Lord Li Feng said, There's nothing here and nothing there. Why should I ban it? Zhu Wenhua said coldly, Vulgar and vulgar, isn't that enough? City Lord Li Feng squinted his eyes and said, There are many books that are even more vulgar and vulgar than this. There is no law in the state of you that prohibits erotic novels between men and women. Even erotic books can be sold, let alone this book. Zhu Wenhua said, Then how dare this book allude to me? It's completely tarnishing and trampling on my reputation. Isn't this against the law? Are you against the law? City Lord Li Feng said to Yu, Besides, where did this book allude to you? Zhu Wenhua flipped to a certain page. Inside was a paragraph where High Official Shiman was favoring Zhu Wenshan. He pointed at this paragraph and said, Look, isn't this Zhu Wenshan allude to me? Isn't it just tarnishing my reputation? City Lord Li Feng said, Isn't this character called Zhu Wenshan? What does it have to do with you? We have so many Chinese characters, it's normal to accidentally have the same name. Zhu Wenhua's gaze turned cold. City Lord Li Feng's attitude was not right. She was obviously siding with Xianlang. City Lord Li, what do you mean by this? Are you clearly siding with Xianlang? Zhu Wenhua said coldly. Li Feng said, High Scholar Zhu, I advise you to be more broad-minded. Don't be jealous of the talented. Just because someone else's book is better than yours, you want to ban him. What right do you have? This was a slap to his face. Zhu Wenhua's face instantly turned ugly. City Lord Li, what right do you have to say that? Zhu Wenhua said, In terms of poetry and writing, how can Xianlang's book compare to my book? City Lord Li Feng sneered disdainfully, Indeed, Lang Ling Xiaoxing's book, Endless Plum Breeze, cannot be compared to your Mandarin duck dreams. As soon as she said this, Zhu Wenhua showed a smug smile. City Lord Li Feng continued, If that's the case, it's completely tarnishing Xianlang's book. This is a classic that only appears once in 100 years. How can it be compared to some vulgar book? Slap 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 slap, the air seemed to be filled with the crisp sound of slapping. Zhu Wenhua's chest was about to explode. What right do you have to say that? How good is my writing? How good is my poetry? How good is my book? How dare you say that my book is vulgar, you dog official, I'm afraid you have eyes but can't see. Li Feng's expression revealed a trace of sincerity as she said, Young Master Zhu, I advise you to calm down and read the book Boundless Romance of the Golden Vase. It's really amazing. The cynicism in the book, the insight into the affairs of the world, it's simply breathtaking. I can tell you this, once you understand this book, it will be of great benefit to you. Pfft. Zhu Wenhua was disdainful. I'm already brimming with talent and knowledge, and you want me to read this rubbish book by Xianlang? What a joke. But this City Lord Li Feng was going to protect Xianlang to the end. Zhu Wenhua said indifferently, city lord's actions, I'm afraid it will disappoint the scholars in Lanshan City. This was a naked threat. If City Lord Li Feng did not give him an explanation, these few hundred scholars would cause trouble. Or besiege the city lord's residence, or go on strike. In short, money makes the world go round. Ordering a few hundred scholars to cause trouble was the easiest way. These young scholars were the stupidest. As long as someone took the lead, there would be people following. Zhu Wenhua, what are you trying to do? City Lord Li Feng asked coldly. Haha. Zhu Wenhua laughed, since Lord Li cannot stand up for the scholars in Lanshan City, then we will seek justice for ourselves. City Lord Li Feng picked up a brush and drew a line on the white paper. Do not besiege the city lord's residence, do not besiege the school. Li Feng said indifferently, once you cross this line, I will arrest you on sight. With this, the 4 scholars behind Zhu Wenhua shrunk their necks. Getting paid to do things was one thing, but compared to their own safety and future, it was nothing. Zhu Wenhua said, do you think I am such an impolite person? Then, he said loudly, the culprit behind this book is Deng Xian's spring bookstore. For the sake of the righteousness of the literary world, for the sake of Lanshan City, everyone, follow me to smash this bookstore and burn all the copies of Endless Breeze of Plum in a golden vase. Then, Zhu Wenhua took the lead and went out. A few hundred scholars followed him excitedly, heading towards Deng Xian's bookstore. Let's go, let's smash Spring Bookstore. Let's burn this great poisonous grass written by Shen Lang. After Zhu Wenhua left, the advisor walked in and said, Sir, why didn't you stop Zhu Wenhua from causing trouble? Instead, you added fuel to the fire? City Lord Li Feng said, test the quality of this son-in-law Shen Lang, he should be a wonderful person. If he can't even withstand this little storm, won't I be disappointed? Inside Deng Xian's spring bookstore. Shen, will Zhu Wenhua and the rest come? Deng Xian asked excitedly and nervously. Shen Lang smiled, yes, definitely. He had set up an ABC package for Zhu Wenhua 10 days ago. There will be one that suits you, and one that can kill you. Then, Shen Lang asked, has everything been arranged? Deng Xian said, according to young master's orders, everything has been arranged. If Zhu Wenhua comes, I guarantee that he will be killed. Shen Lang said, it's impossible to kill him completely, but half dead is fine. This wretched-looking big shot felt a little guilty, so he blurted out a sentence of truth. Shen, you are really treacherous, Shen Lang's handsome and cold gaze looked over. Deng Xian immediately said, no, Master Shen, you are really smart. Zhu Wenhua led 200 scholars and rushed over in a mighty manner. He calculated the cost of this trip in his mind. Each person spent an average of 3 silver coins, which added up to about 30 gold coins. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to afford such a large sum of money. But to Zhu Wenhua, this amount of money was nothing. Although it was night time, this group of people was too big. The citizens of Lanshan City could not help but be surprised, and then some daring busybodies followed. Haha, us ignorant citizens are on the stage again. When they rushed to the front of Spring Painting Bookstore, there were already over 1,000 people. Not only that, Mayor Li Feng also secretly sent over 100 soldiers to maintain order. And he himself was waiting in the mayor's residence for a good show to begin. Shen Lang, don't let me down. After this mayor read Shen Lang's book, he could be considered to have become friends with him through the book. It felt like he was peeking at someone from the book. He deeply felt that Shen Lang was definitely an extremely licentious and sinister person. Half an hour later, more than 1,000 people surrounded Deng Xian's bookstore. Deng Xian, come out. Zhu Wenhua did not shout, but hid in the crowd. His status was high, and he was very reserved. The one who shouted was his number 1 lackey, elementary scholar Wang Ximing. After a moment, the bookstore's door opened, and Deng Xian walked out. His face seemed to have turned green. Everyone. What is the matter? Why is there such a big lineup? Number 1 lackey Wang Ximing said, Deng Xian, do you know what a big mistake you have made? Deng Xian said, I do not. Zhu Wenhua's lackey said, you even dare to write such a vulgar book like Boundless Romance. Aren't you tormenting the minds of us scholars? You're making an enemy out of all the scholars in Lanshan City. Bah! Deng Xian spat in his heart. The most shameless people are you scholars. Out of the 3,000 plus books sold today, at least 1/3 of them were bought by you scholars. Not long after they bought the books, a few of them headed towards the brothel. Don't ask Deng Xian how he knew, because several brothel owners in the city had sent flower baskets. Boss Li, the owner of the largest brothel, directly revealed the truth. Our Xiaohong doesn't even have time to wash up. Now you're talking about tormenting your souls, with your filthy hearts, do you still need me to poison you? Don't talk nonsense with him. This kind of money-minded person is extremely vulgar. Talking to him is just a waste of breath. Zhu Wenhua's lackey, Wang Ximing, said, Deng Xian, we're giving you an ultimatum. Hand over the entire golden vase of plum immediately and burn it in front of everyone. Deng Xian said bitterly, Sirs, I really don't have this book in my house. I really don't. Wang Ximing said coldly, do you think we're idiots? You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Shen Lang, that despicable bastard, why didn't he take out that trashy great poisonous grass in the Black Tortoise City? It's all for the sake of tormenting our Lanshan city and destroying our Lanshan literary scene. This is a conspiracy. It's the conspiracy of that ignorant, incompetent, and despicable bastard Shen Lang. Come on, charge in and destroy this despicable businessman's bookstore. Burn all of Shen Lang's books. Wang Ximing screamed himself hoarse. The lackey Wang Ximing raised his arms and shouted. Then, he took the lead and rushed in. From start to finish, it was Wang Ximing who did all the work. Zhu Wenhua was a great scholar, the son of a noble family. Of course he had to take care of his image. Wang Ximing had finally passed the county-level examination, but it was not easy for him to pass the provincial examinations. Unfortunately, he came from an ordinary family. What could he do if he wanted to make a name for himself? Of course, he had to be a dog for the rich and powerful. The only rich and powerful he could get close to was Zhu Wenhua. Naturally, he became Zhu Wenhua's loyal dog and lived a life of luxury. Today, this dog was as good as ever, and Zhu Wenhua was very satisfied. More money, more money. Charge. Under the lead of the lackey Wang Ximing, 100 to 200 scholars charged forward. Deng Xian shouted, no, you really can't. He tried his best to stop these scholars. However, how could he and his assistants fend off these 200 scholars? Sirs, listen to me, listen to me. You will be in big trouble if you do this. Deng Xian shouted. Immediately, Zhu Wenhua smiled disdainfully. Big trouble, please, this is Lanshan City, not Xuanwu City. Even if it was the Black Tortoise City, with a new policy in the limelight, the Black Tortoise Count wished he could shrink his head into a turtle shell. Shen Lang was just a son-in-law of the Count House, a lowly thing that could not be brought to the table. Such a person's book could be burned. Do you think you can use it again with that fat Prince Jin Muzong? How naive, burn your book, slap your face, and you, Shen Lang, can't do anything about it. Soon, the door of Spring Bookstore was broken down. The 200 scholars charged in like wolves and tigers. Smash it. Following the order of Zhu Wenhua's dog. Instantly, over 100 scholars began to smash wildly. Destroy everything that your eyes can see. This kind of destruction was too satisfying. Of course, there were a few scholars who held their waists as they smashed. It couldn't be helped. Golden Vase, Endless Plum Breeze was so good that they couldn't help but vent their emotions on Little Red a few times. Now their legs were still a little weak, and their waists hurt a little. Where's the big poisonous herb? Wang Ximing said, find it and burn it. Then, the 100 scholars began to rummage around again. After searching through the entire bookstore, he couldn't find any copies of Endless Plum Breeze in stock. Impossible, there must be. We have to find it even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, Wang Ximing said. They searched the front yard, then the backyard. After a few minutes, someone suddenly said in surprise, found it, found it. This Deng Luan is so cunning. He actually hid the book in a secret underground warehouse, the scholar said excitedly. Wang Ximing walked over and found that the door of an underground warehouse was already open. He couldn't help but walk in. Inside, there were brand new books everywhere, with the smell of ink. Every 100 books were tied up in a bundle and wrapped in large oil paper. A few large words were clearly written on the oil paper: Boundless Romance of the Golden Vase/Plum. There were dozens of large bundles, more than 2,000 books. The first bundle wasn't wrapped yet. When the oil paper was opened, there was indeed a brand new Endless Plum Beauty in gold. Wang Ximing was overjoyed. Zhu Wenhua had promised him that as long as he found this book and burned 100 books, he would get 2 silver coins. Now that there were more than 2,000 books, he could earn more than 40 silver coins. It was enough for him to spend for several months. This is the big poisonous herb written by the traitor Shenlang. Take all of it out and burn it publicly, Wang Ximing ordered. Immediately, a few young and strong scholars came in and carried out the bundles of books. 15 minutes later, more than 20 bundles of books were piled into a small mountain in front of the bookstore. There were more than 2,000 to 3,000 people watching from the sidelines. The lackey Wang Ximing said loudly, "Everyone, look carefully. This is the poisonous grass that poisons the soul. It is a vulgar and trashy book. Its existence will only destroy the simple and honest atmosphere of the entire Lanshan city and tarnish the teachings of the saints. Now, I will burn them all in front of everyone and return Lanshan city's literary world to its former glory. I will give the shameless person who wrote this big poisonous herb a big slap in the face," Wang Ximing said, and directly threw the torch into the pile of books. Instantly, it was set ablaze. Zhu Wenhua felt extremely comfortable, as if every pore on his body was breathing. Good, Shenlang, so what if your book is good? So what if it sells well? Weren't they all burned down by my people, all of your hard work? I can destroy it with just a finger. The difference between people really makes people feel hopeless. I just used a little trick. I, Zhu Wenhua, really have the power to control the weather. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Wenhua already started to imagine how angry and hopeless Shenlang would be when he found out that his books were burned. But what can you do to me? Don't you know that the law doesn't punish the masses? If it was burned by 1 or 2 scholars, then it would be big trouble. But, if it was burned by 100 or 200 scholars, then there would be no problem at all. Harmony, the state of you wanted to make a big scene. At this moment, the owner of Spring Bookstore, Deng Xian, suddenly pounced on the pile of books and shouted, "You can't burn it, you really can't burn it. Quick, put out the fire." Then, a few of his employees desperately poured water to put out the fire. The lackey Wang Ximing led his men forward and forcefully dragged Deng Xian away. "This is a great poisonous grass, whoever dares to stop it is the sinner of Lanshan City." Deng Xian pounced forward again and shouted, "Who said that this is a great poisonous grass? This is the new edict issued by the monarch. You actually said that it is a great poisonous grass, and even burned it all. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Wenhua trembled slightly. Wang Ximing's expression changed, and he laughed loudly. "What a profiteer, at this time, you actually dare to speak without thinking, and even dare to climb up to the monarch. You are really courting death. What a joke." That's right, the monarch had issued the new edict, and it had tens of thousands of words. But they were all forcefully distributed, and they couldn't be sold at all. Who would care about the new policy? This was completely targeted at the old nobles. A normal businessman would not print such a money-losing thing. Deng Xian pounced forward as if he didn't care about his life, and saved one of the bags of books. He didn't know why, but this bag of books was so resistant to fire, and couldn't be burned no matter what. Deng Xian tore open the large oiled paper on the outside, spread out the dozens of books inside, and cried, "All of you take a look, this is clearly the new edict of the monarch. You guys insist on slandering it as a great poisonous grass, and even burned it all. More than 2,000 books, all of them have been burned, and only a few dozen are left. Monarch, someone is deceiving you. Someone, come quickly, someone is rebelling, someone is deceiving the emperor." Instantly, the air was deathly silent. A terrifying wind blew past, causing people to tremble in fear. The 200 scholars present were instantly stunned. It was already late at night, and the weather was no longer that hot, but many people were still sweating profusely. Deng Xian was still putting on a show, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. In order to publicize the monarch's new policies, I, Deng Luan, nearly went bankrupt to print thousands of copies of the New Deal edict. I'm patriotic. I didn't expect you to burn them all. I'm going to complain. I'm going to the city lord's office, Taisho Prefecture, and the governor's office to complain. Wang Ximing felt a fatal sense of danger. He was so scared that he couldn't breathe. His body trembled. There's a conspiracy, there must be a conspiracy. The books that were burned definitely weren't the New Deal edict. He had guessed correctly. There was only one packet of the real New Deal edict, and the rest were just some useless books that couldn't be sold. But the rest of the books had already been burned. A portion of this packet of New Deal edict had also been burned. Deng Xian said sternly, the thousands of people here saw it clearly. What you burned was clearly the New Deal edict. His lackey Wang Ximing said, nonsense, the oil paper on the books we burned clearly says golden vase of plum breeze and moon. Deng Xianyu said, you're lying through your teeth. Then, he handed over a large piece of oil paper. The words New Deal edict were clearly written on it. Where was the word golden vase of plum beauty? Wang Ximing was stunned. Was he seeing a ghost? The words golden vase/plums beauty were clearly written on the packaging paper. There was no new edict at all. What was going on? There was no need to explain the reason behind this. Some things would lose their color after being roasted by fire. And some words written with other things were originally invisible, but after being roasted by fire, they would become visible. For Shen Lang, this was nothing more than a small trick. At this moment, a handsome and outstanding figure walked out. Zhu Wen's eyes narrowed. So the mastermind behind all of this is you, Shen Lang, Shen Lang said slowly, you burned the monarch's edict of the New Deal. This shows that you are dissatisfied and want to rebel. Wang Ximing's body trembled violently. Shen Lang, Lord Registrar, what is the crime of openly opposing the monarch's new policy? Fearing that things would get out of hand, City Lord Li Feng sent over 100 soldiers to maintain order, and the one leading them was Registrar Song Min. This registrar was also very young. He was only 30 years old and was also a high scholar. Hearing Shen Lang's question, he walked out and said, stripped of all scholarly honors, punished with 30 strokes of the cane, and exiled to southern Sky Island. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the troublemaking scholars were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Of course, most of the scholars didn't have any scholarly honors and couldn't be stripped of their titles. However, 30 strokes of the cane was too frightening. With their delicate skin and tender flesh, they would really be beaten half to death. Being banished to southern Sky Island was even more frightening. That damned place was isolated by the sea, completely isolated from civilized society. Apart from savages, there was almost nothing else there. Moreover, it was filled with miasma and wild beasts. Being banished there was basically a dead end. They wouldn't live more than 3 to 5 years. Even if they weren't bitten to death by wild beasts, they would be ked to death by those savages. Before, they were as fierce as wolves. Now, they were as cowardly as dogs. This was the true portrayal of these scholars. Every one of them was scared out of their wits. Shen Lang said loudly, what are you all standing there for? For this kind of thing, we need to find someone to take the lead. As soon as these words were spoken, nearly 200 scholars were stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly took a few steps back, drawing a clear line between themselves and Zhu Wen's lackeys. Immediately, the 4 lackeys, led by Wang Ximing, stood out all by themselves. For some reason, Wang Ximing felt very cold. Shen Lang took a few steps forward and stood in front of Wang Ximing. He sighed softly. Shen Lang, if you can't be a human, why do you want to be a dog? How are you any better than me? Wang Ximing's voice trembled. You're also from a poor background. Why can you marry into a rich and powerful family while I have to live like a beggar? Because I'm handsome. Shen Lang, if you're as handsome as me, you can also comfortably live off a woman and enjoy wealth and splendor. But there's no other way. Who asked you to be ugly? This was going too far. Wang Ximing even forgot to be afraid. He was only filled with grief and indignation. Shen Lang said in a low voice, by the way, I'll tell you this. Everything that happened today was planned by me to frame you. You're really stupid. Even eating sh*t isn't as active as you are. Instantly, Wang Ximing became even more furious. His heart and brain were burning with rage. He only had one thought at this moment. I want to kill him. I want to kill this bastard in front of me. Xianlang, I did frame you. I want to cut off your path of survival. So what? What can you do to me? His voice was still very low. Only Wang Ximing could hear him. Then, Xianlang said, I know you want to hit me, but you don't dare. Hit me if you can. Hit me in the chest. Hit my heart. As he spoke, Xianlang patted his chest. Hit me? Come and hit me. The look on Xianlang's face was enough to make people lose their minds. F***ck, you're about to be exiled. What's there to be afraid of? Of course I'll repay kindness and hatred. You don't even dare to hit me. You're really a useless lackey. If I were your father, I would definitely regret shooting you out. This time, Wang Ximing really couldn't hold it in anymore. Fear and anger completely took away his rationality. With a ferocious punch, he aimed at Xianlang's chest. Then, there was a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It wasn't Xianlang's, but Wang Ximing's. He felt a sharp pain, and his hand was bleeding as if it was about to break. Xianlang, you mother****. Not only did he stuff an iron plate into his chest, but it was also an iron plate with spikes. Wang Ximing was in so much pain that he was about to convulse. Meanwhile, Xianlang's expression changed, and he said coldly, How dare you, Wang Ximing? How dare you hit me? Registrar Song, did you see that? Wang Ximing hit me. I'm the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, and I'm being hit for no reason. Are you hitting me? You're slapping Xianwu Mansion's face. Somebody. Immediately, Jin Hui and another expert from Count House stepped forward. Assassin. Xianlang said loudly, someone wants to kill me. Jin Hui stepped forward, grabbed Wang Ximing's arms, and slashed at him with his hand. Kacha, the arms of Zhu Wenhua's dog were broken. Arg, this time, Wang Ximing's scream was extremely shrill, and he fell to the ground in pain, twitching non-stop. Xianlang squatted down and looked at the miserable Wang Ximing, his face expressionless. He said calmly, exile is the official punishment for you, but I still have to punish you personally. No one has ever come out unscathed after provoking me. Then, Xianlang said loudly, Registrar Song, look carefully. I was defending myself. He hit me first. At this time, Song Min, the registrar of Lanshan City, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at one of the warriors from the Black Tortoise Manor and asked, Has your son-in-law always been this shameless? The warrior acted as if he didn't hear him. Did he dare to nod? Wasn't he afraid that the son-in-law would hold a grudge against him, but when Xianlang's back was facing him, the warrior quickly nodded. Xianlang said to Wang Ximing and the other lackeys, Do you want to atone for your crime? Do you want to get a light sentence? All he had to do was to report and expose them. Tell everyone loudly, who ordered you to burn the edict of the New Deal? Who ordered you to fight against the New Deal? This time, Zhu Wenhua couldn't hide anymore. A snake wanted to bite 3 parts deep into its bones. Do you want me to die, Xianlang? If ordinary scholars burned the edict of the New Deal, they would at most be exiled. They were young and frivolous. But you, Zhu Wenhua, are the son of a viscount's mansion. If you fight against the New Deal, you have ulterior motives and are plotting a rebellion. Xianlang, don't slander me. Zhu Wenhua said sternly, Xianwu Mansion still hasn't handed over its land and military power. You are the ones who are fighting against the New Deal. And Lanshan Viscount's mansion has long responded to the call of the monarch and handed over its military power and land. So, Xianlang said, that's why you are dissatisfied and incited these scholars to besiege the mansion and burn the edict of the New Deal. Your Lanshan Viscount's mansion really has ulterior motives. One thing on the surface and another in the dark. Your intention of plotting a rebellion is clear. Zhu Wenhua was about to faint. Xianlang, you bastard, why are you so vicious? I'm only here to burn your book. Not only do you want to put me to death, but you also want to drag the whole Zhu family down with you. You want to kill my whole family just because of this personal grudge, and City Lord Li Feng, who came quietly, was also F***king stunned. Son-in-law Shen, I'm just testing how capable you are. Why are you so ruthless? So ruthless? What kind of hatred, what kind of grudge? Shenlang's eyes were sharp and immediately noticed the city lord. City Lord Li Feng, this is a major case of rebellion. If we don't investigate and deal with it, Lanshan City will be in danger. City Lord Li Feng was really shocked. Young man, I just didn't want you to disappoint me, but I didn't expect you to be so outstanding, so fierce. I've been an official for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a vicious youth like you, Shenlang. Once you make a move, you want to kill them. And Shenlang said to Wang Ximing and the rest, did you see that? This is a big case of rebellion. You idiots still want to be the scapegoat for others? You might think that after you are exiled to Nanshan Island, someone will send money to your families. Don't be naive. Shenlang smiled and said, you guys will be silenced before you even reach Nanshan Island. After you die, what will happen to your elderly parents? What will happen to your young and charming wife? What will happen to your young and beautiful sister? Didn't you see clearly what happened to Xiaohong in Lovely Spring Brothel? Zhu Wenhua was really about to explode. Shenlang, I'll F***ck your mother. There should be a limit to your venomous slandering. But Wang Ximing and the rest were clearly frightened by Shenlang's conspiracy theory. One of the lackeys finally couldn't hold it in and said loudly, it's young Master Zhu Wenhua. He paid us to burn down the spring brothel. We really didn't know that it was the New Deal edict inside. He told us that the bread inside was all Shenlang's books. Master Shen, I just read your book today. It's so well written. I'm your fan, please don't hurt our own people. Yes, young Master Shen, I also bought your book, and I even bought 2 copies, because when I got them to the school, I found that some of the illustrations in the book had been torn, so I had no choice but to buy another one. We're on the same side, please don't hurt them accidentally. This time even Shenlang was a little stunned. I thought I was the only shameless one. How can you brainless scholars be so shameless too? But as long as you're willing to testify against Zhu Wenhua, it's fine. Are you sure it was Zhu Wenhua who ordered you to burn the monarch's new edict? Shenlang asked. Yes. A certain lackey said, it's Zhu Wenhua. Shenlang, is he usually dissatisfied with the new policies? After all, his family has just lost their land and military power. The lackeys were stunned. They had never heard Zhu Wenhua mention this before. Shenlang's eyes turned cold. The lackeys nodded vigorously and said, yes, Zhu Wenhua has always been dissatisfied with the new policies. Shameless to the extreme. Zhu Wenhua pointed at these lackeys, his heart filled with rage. Usually, you eat my food, drink my water, and are as obedient as sheep. How dare you slander me now? How dare you bite back at me, Shenlang, City Lord, now that the witness and material evidence are here, we can close the case. City Lord Li Feng was speechless. She waved at Shenlang, son-in-law Shen, come here. Me? That won't do. I'm the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion. Do you think I'll go just because you want me to? Shenlang stood still. City Lord Li Feng smiled helplessly, then walked towards Shenlang. Son-in-law Shenlang, you and I have been friends for half a day. City Lord Li Feng said, your endless romance in the golden vase is amazing. It will definitely become my pillow. I'll read it 10 times, 20 times. Shenlang glanced at the city lord. Quite skinny. Can your body take it if you read it 10 times, 20 times? But he didn't speak. Because he knew what City Lord Li Feng was going to say next. If he spoke first, he would lose the initiative. City Lord Li Feng continued, when will the 2nd volume come out? I'm really itching to read it. Shenlang showed an impeccable smile. City Lord Li Feng was even more speechless. This gigolo in front of her was more cunning than she imagined. No wonder he was the author of Endless Romance in the Golden Vase. City Lord Li Feng said, I need to apologize to Shinshin here. Because I can indeed stop Zhu Wenhua from leading people to burn your book. But I really want to know how capable a person who can write such an amazing book is. If he can't even handle this small crisis, then I'll be too disappointed. But I really didn't expect this situation. City Lord Li Feng exclaimed. He was speaking the truth. Zhu Wenhua only wanted to burn Shenlang's book, but Shenlang wanted to kill him with a slap and even implicate his entire family. This desire for revenge, this power of revenge, was really scary. Shenlang said, City Lord Li Feng, you're mistaken. Zhu Wenhua didn't burn my book, he burned the monarch's new edict. He's plotting a rebellion. I was just passing by, it has nothing to do with me. Shenlang insisted that Zhu Wenhua instigated the scholars to oppose the new edict and was plotting a rebellion. City Lord Li Feng said helplessly, Son-in-law Shen, I know, you want to kill this Zhu Wenhua, and even want to drag the Zhu family into this. But, you can't. Shenlang ignored her. City Lord Li Feng immediately made things clearer. Lanshan Viscount Zhu Lanting had just handed over his land and military power, and was praised by the monarch as a role model for the nobles. How long has it been? If the matter of Zhu Wenhua opposing the new edict was exposed, it would be a slap to the monarch's face. If the monarch really condemned the Lanshan Viscount residents, do you know what the consequences would be? What consequences? Of course it would be the celebration of the old nobles. Everyone, look, Lanshan Viscount Zhu Lanting handed over his land and military power, but was still killed by the monarch. So, everyone must resist to the end, and must not hand over the military power and land. City Lord Li Feng said, so, don't say that Zhu Wenhua was framed by you. Even if he really held a grudge and secretly opposed the new edict, at most he would be put under house arrest by Lanshan Viscount. He wouldn't really be punished. Shenlang, of course, knew this. When Zhu Lanting handed over his land and military power, and became a role model for the old nobles, he had a political amulet. To put it bluntly, as long as he didn't really rebel, the monarch would never punish him. Because the new edict had not succeeded, the old nobles' military power and land had not been handed over. Zhu Lanting was one of the monarch's flags. Li Feng said, so, Shen, you can't pin the crime of rebellion on Zhu Wenhua. I don't dare to accept this matter, let alone arrest Zhu Wenhua. Otherwise, the monarch will be in a difficult position, and it will be a huge political mistake. So, young Master Shen, please retract your supernatural power. I really can't do anything to Zhu Wenhua. Shenlang grinned and said, of course I'm aware of this, so you can just watch the show from the side. If you don't want to be overshadowed by Viscount Zhu Lanting, you and I will cooperate. City Lord Li Feng said, asking for a sky-high price? Shenlang showed an impeccable smile. City Lord Li Feng's heart trembled. Are there male vixens in this world? Probably there are. At this time, Zhu Wenhua also calmed down a little. He also quickly understood that Shenlang's plan to pin the crime of rebellion on him would not succeed. Since the moment the Zhu clan handed over their land and military power, his entire family had the golden medal of political immunity. As long as they didn't seek death, they would be fine. Shenlang, you are indeed cunning. Zhu Wenhua sneered, but you come from a lowly background, and don't understand the politics of the upper echelons. You want to pin the crime of rebelling against the new edict on me, which is the most childish act. Don't say that I was wronged, even if I really did something. City Lord Li Feng and the other lords will desperately deny this and cover up all my crimes. You, a mere Shenlang, can't do anything to me. You can't even touch a hair of mine. Because the Zhu clan is completely on the monarch's side, how can there be any problems? Shenlang faintly glanced at Zhu Wenhua, and didn't even have the slightest desire to answer. This is like playing chess, you have already thought of the next move, or even the next 2 or 3 moves, but the opponent is still proud of this move. Idiot, you don't understand anything, you don't even know what you will suffer next. Shenlang was speechless. The way he looked at Zhu Wenhua was like a retard. I'm a little tired, let's wait for your father to come. Shenlang waved his hand and said, men, bring me a deck chair. Immediately, 2 warriors from Xianwu Mansion carried out a deck chair, and Shenlang lay comfortably on it. Ha ha ha. Zhu Wenhua laughed, you want my father to come see you? Who do you think you are? You are just a small son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, just a little higher than a servant. Not to mention you, even if Prince Jin Muzong came, he is not qualified to let my father come see him. And at this time, the sound of hooves came from the street. A handsome middle-aged man, with more than 10 warriors, galloped over. It was the public enemy of the old aristocrats, Lanshan Viscount Zhu Lanting. Father, why are you here? Zhu Wenhua was shocked. City Lord Li Feng stepped forward, bowed, and cupped his hands, greetings, Lord Viscount. Zhu Lanting slightly cupped his hands, and his attitude was more arrogant. Although his rank was lower than Count Xuanwu, he was already standing on the side of the monarch, and could be considered as a banner of the aristocrats. Therefore, it was normal for him to look down on the city lord of Lanshan. Nephew Shenlang? Viscount Zhu Lanting showed a warm smile and said, "Your wedding was too rushed, and I didn't have time to attend your wedding. As a neighbor for 100 years, I am really impolite." Then, Viscount Zhu Lanting opened his arms to Shenlang, and wanted to carry out the etiquette between the aristocrats, holding each other's arms, in a half-hug state. However, Shenlang lazily lay on the deck chair, turned his back, and said lightly, "Viscount Zhu Lanting, I am not familiar with you, don't pretend to be on good terms with you." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Wenhua was stunned. Is this Shenlang crazy? How dare he talk to his father like that? Even if Count Xuanwu came, he wouldn't dare to treat his father like this. What about the dignity of the nobles? Viscount Zhu Lanting was shocked as well. Why did I meet someone who doesn't play by the rules? If you don't give him face like this, you will become his enemy. Do you know that, even if there was a blood feud between the nobles, they would still smile when they met? As for backstabbing or stabbing the other party's wife, that was another matter. Hence, Viscount Zhu Lanting's expression turned ugly. Shenlang was still lying on the recliner. "Viscount Zhu Lanting, I'm a very straight person. I can't do anything gay. Perhaps you're better at it." Alas, it was a pity that no one in this world understood this joke. "I would never stab someone in the back." Shenlang continued, "That's because I always stab someone in their face." Viscount Zhu Lanting's face twitched. Zhu Wenhua was instantly enraged. He said coldly, "Shenlang, do you know who you are talking to? Stand up, don't bring shame to Xianwu Mansion." Shenlang ignored him and said to Zhu Lanting, "So I won't beat around the bush. I'll state my conditions directly." Viscount Zhu Lanting said, "Speak." Shenlang said, "Firstly, your son offended me. As a father, it's wrong for you to not discipline your adopted son. So, you fiercely slapped him twice in front of everyone, the kind that made him bleed." As soon as he said that, Zhu Wenhua was about to explode. He almost couldn't help but pull out his sword. Shenlang said, "Secondly, what kind of bullshit tea is Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin duck dream? It's melodramatic and childish, and it only knows how to cheat some ignorant girls of their pocket money. Get him to look for the rest of the books that haven't been sold yet, pile them up here, and burn them in front of everyone. Didn't he like to burn books? Let him burn to his heart's content. I am a very generous person. Just these two conditions." After Shenlang finished, he lay back on the recliner. "Ha ha ha." Zhu Wenhua said, "Shenlang, are you crazy? How dare you propose such absurd and ignorant conditions? You must be daydreaming." Viscount Zhu Lanting said lightly, "Why should I? Right? Why, everyone knew that it was impossible for Shenlang to frame Viscount Lanshan's mansion with the crime of rebelling against the new government. Shenlang, first, you've handed over your fief and military power. You're planning to become an official in the future, right? Your eldest son is a military official, and your second son, Zhu Wenhua, is taking the imperial examination route to become a civil official. Moreover, he wants to marry Zhang Chong, right?" Viscount Zhu Lanting did not answer. But that was the truth. After losing his fief and military power, he could not just sit around and eat. A century-old family could not just decline. Therefore, Viscount Zhu Lanting decisively stood on the side of the monarch and used all his strength to push his two sons out. Although Zhu Wenhua was still madly pursuing Zhang Cheng's daughter, in the hearts of both parents, the marriage was basically a foregone conclusion. Viscount Zhu Lanting said, "Shenlang, I've read your book. You slandered Zhu Wenhua and vilified him to the extreme. But if you want to use this to destroy the marriage between the Zhu family and Zhang Chong, then you're thinking too much." Shenlang smiled. "Of course I know what kind of person Zhang Chong is. He's very pragmatic and only has interests in his eyes. He doesn't care about reputation." "But," Shenlang said faintly, "your eldest son, Zhu Wentai, wants to form a marriage alliance with the pacifying West General's residents, and this pacifying West General Jing Tua is someone who cherishes his reputation the most. What if in my next book, the vilified person is no longer Zhu Wenhua, but your eldest son, Zhu Wentai. Viscount Zhu Lanting's expression instantly changed. Shenlang continued, what if the third book of Boundless Charm of Plum included you in it, and added in the plot of the Boundless Charm of Plum? What do you think will happen? At that time, no matter what the truth is, the entire state of you will go crazy with rumors about your family. Will the Pingxi general still marry his daughter to your eldest son? Everyone's mouths can melt gold, and gossip is a fearful thing. At that time, everyone will think that Zhang Cheng's daughter is not married to Zhu Wenhua alone, but to the three of you. General Pingxi's daughter will not be marrying Zhu Wentai alone, she will be marrying the three of you. Shenlang said calmly, with such an exciting plot, it will definitely be very popular. What do you think? Viscount Zhu Lanting's body trembled uncontrollably. He really did not expect that a person could be so shameless. This pretty boy dared to openly blackmail and threaten him. Mayor Li Feng, who was beside him, was also stunned. He had already overestimated Shenlang's combat prowess, but he did not expect this little vixen to have no bottom line. Shenlang Yu said, Lord Viscount, you don't know how popular The Boundless Charm of Plum is. Today, I sold more than 3,000 copies in Lanshan City alone. How popular will it be next? I can't imagine. How many copies of this book will be sold? It will be so popular in the state of you that it might even go abroad to bring glory to the country. If I include the three of you in the list, wouldn't your family be famous? Your Lanshan Viscount mansion might even have a chance to go down in history. Haha. Zhu Wenhua could not take it anymore. He hissed, Shenlang, do you think you are the only one who can do this? I can also write about your family and Xianwu mansion in the book and vilify them as much as possible. Whatever. Shenlang spread out his hands. I don't care. Write about me however you want. Then Shenlang Yu said, I'm not going to take the imperial examinations, and I'm not going to be an official. I'm just a gigolo who lives off a woman. What face do I need? What reputation do I need? I rely on my face to make a living, but I don't. Please understand the difference. Besides, is your book as popular as mine? As soon as this was said, everyone present gritted their teeth. Your shamelessness is truly boundless. Shenlang said, but your Lanshan Viscount mansion is different. You've handed over your land and military power, and you have nothing to hide. You're going to be a general and a civil official, and you're going to marry someone. You must value your reputation very much. Zhu Wenhua did burn the monarch's new edict of the New Deal today. The local officials will definitely not take this lying down and will only pretend that they didn't see it. But what if I pursue it? If we report this to the governor's office and the monarch, even if the monarch is pretending, he will still be punished a little. And what is a little punishment from the monarch? Maybe it will cut off Zhu Wenhua's path to the imperial examinations. Shenlang's words spewed out one after another. Viscount Zhu Lanting's face twitched, and he said coldly, Shenlang, do you really want to be so persistent? Do you know that this will make us mortal enemies? Yes. I want to be mortal enemies with you, right? What can you do to me? Shenlang said indifferently, could it be that you dare to hit me here? Kill me? I'll **ck your 18 generations of ancestors. Shenlang said seriously, Zhu Lanting, from the moment you betrayed the old noble camp, we've already fallen out. There's no need to pretend. Besides, when Zhu Wenhua offended me, did he ever think that he would become my enemy? Viscount Zhu Lanting's right hand trembled slightly. This was because he had a strong urge to draw his saber and kill Shenlang. But he knew that he could only be impulsive. If he really killed Shenlang, the consequences would be completely unimaginable. The only result would be his life. Otherwise, the thousands of soldiers from Xianwu Mansion could directly attack. Was he going to let this bastard blackmail him? Shenlang got up from his recliner and walked toward the guards of the Count House. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I'll go back and rush the manuscript. Jin Muzong's speed is truly fast. In 5 days, he will be able to finish writing the second volume. In less than 20 days, Viscount Zhu Lanting and his sons will become famous throughout the entire Heavenly South province. Finally, their names will spread throughout the entire state of Yu. When that time comes, what nickname will people give you? Grey Viscount? Viscount Mansion of Messy Mountain? Shen Lang walked over to the guards and said, "Come, let's go home and write. I'll write a complaint while I write. I'm going to the capital to sue you all." Then, Shen Lang really left. Indecisiveness was a great taboo. Viscount Zhu Lanting's face was as cold as frost. "Shen Lang, you little bastard, just you wait. Don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to ashes." "Hold on," Viscount Zhu Lanting said. "I agree." Shen Lang turned around and said, "Since you've agreed, let's do it." Zhu Wenhua's voice trembled. "Father?" Zhu Lanting looked at his son with eyes full of anger. "Who wouldn't you provoke? Why did you provoke that little viper, Shen Lang? If it weren't for you, why would the Zhu family be humiliated today?" Viscount Zhu Lanting raised his hand and slapped his son Zhu Wenhua's handsome face. Slap. 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 Slap, slap. 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 "Ah, Viscount Zhu Lanting is an honest man. I let him slap me twice, but now it's more than 10 times. Zhu Wenhua's handsome face looked like a pig's head. His face was covered in blood, too tragic, tragic. Shen Lang closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling. It felt so good. So good, this was the sound of a slap in the face. The best part was that he did not even have to do it himself. Instead, his enemy did it for him. What if he was too ashamed to do it in the future? He would get addicted to it. They had agreed on 2 slaps. Viscount Zhu Lanting slapped 15 times before stopping. That was because he mistook his son, Zhu Wenhua, for Shen Lang. He imagined that every slap was on Shen Lang's face, so he used more force. His son, Zhu Wenhua, was bleeding from his nose and mouth. His face was swollen like a pig's head. City Lord Li Feng, who was watching from the side, grinned. He felt the pain. Zhu Wenhua had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. Being beaten by his father was not a disgrace, but being beaten in front of so many people was another matter. Moreover, Zhu Wenhua had been outstanding since he was a child and had developed a proud character. Now that he was humiliated, the anger in his heart was about to explode. "The heavens are blind. The heavens are blind," Viscount Zhu Lanting said lightly. "Shen, are you satisfied?" Shen Lang said, "There is a second condition. Send all the copies of Mandarin Duckstream to me and let Zhu Wenhua burn them personally." "Didn't you, Zhu Wenhua, want to burn my book? Now, do it yourself and burn your own book." Setting fire to other people's books was fun, but burning your own book might be even more fun. "No," Zhu Wenhua screamed. Although he wrote the book to increase his reputation and attract Zhang Chuanhua's attention, it was also his blood, sweat, and tears. However, this book was his blood, not Zhu Lanting's. There was a saying that was right. "The vassal's vassal, not my vassal. The heart blood of the blood essence is not my heart blood." Zhu Lanting calmly ordered, "Go, and bring these books over." Yes. About 2 hours later, more than 4,000 copies of Zhu Wenhua's second volume of Mandarin Duckstream were all shipped over. A few whole carriages. These thousands of books were unloaded from the carriages and piled up in the middle of the clearing like a small hill. Because the sales of the first volume were too good, the second volume was prepared to break the record. Zhu Wenhua and Jing Changyan discussed and decided to print 6,000 copies in total. He had sold around 500 books today, and there were still around 5,000 books left. Shen Lang said indifferently, "Zhu Wenhua, do it yourself. Do you want me to light a fire for you?" Zhu Wenhua really wanted to fight. He suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed at Shen Lang's head. That would definitely be very satisfying, and the whole world would be peaceful and beautiful. However, he did not dare. The attendant next to him lit a torch and handed it to Zhu Lanting. Zhu Lanting handed the torch to Zhu Wenhua and said, "Your marriage with Miss Zhang Chunhua is more or less settled. There is no need to write this nonsense." This is not nonsense." Zhu Wenhua held in his heart. Zhu Lanting said angrily, "Either you burn it yourself, or I will burn it." Zhu Wenhua gritted his teeth and bled. Fine, he did not have to grit his teeth and bled. It was his father who beat him up. He held the torch and came to the pile of books. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, Deng Xian, help me pour oil. Deng Xian, the owner of Spring Bookstore, was a little hesitant. He felt that a person should have a bottom line. Zhu Wenhua was already in such a miserable state, and you still want to add oil to the fire. However, before Shen Lang could take a second look, Deng Xian immediately brought a bucket of oil and poured it on Zhu Wenhua's more than 5,000 books. Damn, he did not know why, but in front of Shen Lang, Deng Xian had to be careful even when farting. Half a second was equivalent to a minute, so that it could be silent. My apologies, young Master Zhu, Deng Xian apologized after pouring oil. Zhu Wenhua's entire body was trembling. He could not even feel the pain on his face. Because the pain in his heart was far greater than the pain on his face. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and threw the torch into the pile of books. Boom! The books that were poured with oil immediately burst into flames, instantly igniting into the sky. Xing Changyan, the owner of Jade Pavilion, felt his heart bleeding. This is all money, I really regret it. Why did I listen to Zhu Wenhua? Otherwise, if Boundless Plum Breeze was published in my bookstore, how much money could I earn then? He had heard that this book of Shen Lang's had a total of 5 volumes. Now, such a great benefit was actually given to that slut, Deng Xian. I really regret it, I really can't accept it. I can't accept it. Zhu Wenhua roared. He looked at the raging fire in front of him. His entire face was distorted, and his entire body was trembling. He knew what he had lost. He had lost countless readers, lost a bunch of lackeys, and lost his position as the leader of Lanshan City's youth. Furthermore, he had lost his dignity. Everyone would remember how he had been trampled on by Shen Lang today, a pitiful worm. When a person was in extreme pain, he would not feel pain. Within the numbness, there was incomparable grief and indignation. Zhu Wenhua secretly swore in his heart. He roared crazily in his heart, from today onwards, you, Shen Lang, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. As long as I have the slightest chance, I will make sure that Shen Lang dies without a complete corpse. I will tear him into pieces to avenge today's humiliation. Shen Lang sighed and said, no voice, no matter how good the show is, it won't work. Why don't you shout it out, young Master Zhu? Finally, Zhu Wenhua roared, Shen Lang, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. That's right. Shout it out, don't hold it in. But why does this sentence sound so familiar? As if someone had just shouted it not long ago. Who was that person? Where did he go? Shen Lang patted his head. He still could not figure it out. This brain is really annoying. I just killed someone, and then I erased it from his memory. Shen Lang patted his head as he walked back, saying, let's go home. Suddenly, Viscount Zhu Lanting said, Shen, it's dark and the road is slippery. Be careful when you walk. Shen Lang said, everyone heard it. If something happens to me on the road, it's Zhu Lanting's fault. My God, I was clearly implying that the future of Xianwu Mansion was not good. It was like walking in the dark. Of course, Shen Lang returned to Xianwu Mansion unscathed. Because his wife, Jean Mulan, personally led the cavalry to take him home. And for some reason, Zhu Lanting also sent more than a dozen people to protect him all the way to Xuanwu City. What a nice person. The next day, in Lanshan City, the sales of Endless Plum Breeze were still as hot as ever. Because there was a purchase limit. Something big happened last night. Zhu Wenhua was slapped in the face and was forced to burn all his books. Shen Lang's reputation instantly spread throughout Lanshan City. So, those women who had bought Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Stream could no longer hold themselves back. One after another, they sent their maids and servants to buy Shen Lang's Boundless Romance of the Golden Vase. Humph, how dare you force our idol to this point? I'd like to see how good Shen Lang's writing is. After reading it, I'll definitely curse you to death and spit until there's not a single part of you left unscathed. They bought it and read it. As a result, they seemed to have opened the door to a new world. 2 days later, dozens of Deng Xian's men brought more than 3,000 copies of Endless Beauty of Plum to Shen Lang's base camp, Xuanwu City. Finally, they came back. This literary bomb finally exploded in Xuanwu City. Finally, the reputation of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian was blown to pieces. This fire finally burned Su Xianxia. In the past 2 days, the rumors about this book were endless and getting more and more intense. All kinds of rumors were spreading in every corner of the city. Have you heard? The great scholar Zhu Wenhua was ashamed of his lowliness, so he burnt his entire Mandarin duck dream with fire. I also heard that there was a group of men in Lanshan City who were originally impotent, but after reading this book 2 days ago, they suddenly became strong and vigorous. There were 3 brothels in Lanshan City, and dozens of women who were doing business, and they were full every day. I heard that the most popular prostitutes hadn't put on their pants for the past 3 days. I heard that the young mistress of a certain family was caught having an affair with a servant in her family. I also heard that the mayor of Lanshan City, Li Feng, was originally on her last legs, but after reading this book, she was able to have sex with 3 women without getting tired. And all this was because of Shen Lang and Jin Muzong's endless beauty of plum. Of course, these so-called rumors were created by the paid internet water army that Shen Lang had hired. But the people who came from Lanshan City swore that these things were all true, not the slightest bit false. In the past 2 days, the entire Lanshan City was in an uproar because of this book. In addition, Shen Lang was a super celebrity in Xuanwu City. Therefore, the entire Xuanwu City was eagerly waiting for this book to hit the market. As a result, when Deng Xian's dozens of bookstalls were set up, they were immediately snapped up. This situation was even more popular than in Lanshan City. These people were fighting for books like uncles and aunties fighting for free eggs. Also, there were many scalpers who bought dozens of books at once. In less than 4 hours, more than 3,000 books prepared by Deng Xian were sold out. When he counted the money, he was almost cramping up. Su Xianxia was busy with her marriage. Although it was only an engagement, it was more important than marriage. Because this engagement banquet was a political drama. Zhang Chong was the director, and Zhang Jin and Su Xianxia were the actors. It was the prelude to the siege of Xianwu Mansion from all directions. This matter was so important that Su Xianxia didn't dare to neglect it. She was completely focused on this important matter. Therefore, when Shen Lang published a book, Su Xianxia really didn't pay much attention. Originally, Viscount Zhu Lanting could have sent a book over to let Zhang Jin and Su Xianxia see clearly that Shen Lang's book was alluding to the Su family. But he wasn't that stupid. If he did that, not only would the Su family and Zhang Jin not be grateful to him, but they would also vent their anger on him. Wouldn't it be better to let nature take its course and let them find out for themselves? Will Jin Mulan and Shen Lang attend the engagement? Su Guangyun asked. Su Xianxia said, it doesn't matter if they come or not. The governor's office will send messengers, Lord Ning from the capital's weaving factory will come, and the crown prince of the Jin High Count house will come personally. There are also a few other big shots who might send their people. Shen Lang is just a son-in-law. He won't be able to make it in public. Su Guangyun said, is the Count of Jin High also going to rely on the new government? Su Xianxia said, not really. But this doesn't stop Tangkor from working with the new government to destroy Xianwu Mansion first. Su Guangyun said, it's a big scene. Su Xianxia said, the battle for Jinshan Island will completely blow the horn of Xianwu Mansion's destruction. Su Guangyun said, if Lord Zhangchong destroys the 2 fief count houses in one fell swoop, he will definitely rise to the sky. If he doesn't become the governor's office's chief of staff, then he will enter the capital and become a magistrate. Su Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then said, he might go to Yanzhou to become the next governor. Su Guangyun clicked his tongue. This was really soaring to the sky. The state of Yu had 3 provinces and 1 special state. This special state's area and population couldn't compare to a province, but it was very special, so its rank was much higher than a normal prefecture, only half a level lower than a province. As the highest official in this state, his official position was set as the next governor. Su Guangyun said, the ship of Xianwu Mansion is about to sink, Shen Lang, this clown, jumping up and down is of no use. Tian Heng's death was really unjust. Su Xianxia said, the day the Kim family is destroyed, is the day Shen Lang dies. Tian Heng's mistake was to treat this clown as an opponent, fell into the opponent's rhythm, and was killed by Shen Lang. If you deliberately swat a fly like Shen Lang, you won't be able to swat it to death. But if the rotten meat it resides in is gone, it will also die. At this time, the Su family should focus on cooperating with Governor Zhang Chong to attack Xianwu Mansion. As for Shenlang, a small son-in-law, he really didn't deserve to be her and Zhang Jin's husband's enemy. And at this time, there was a rush of footsteps, followed by an even more urgent knock on the door. "Master, miss, bad news, bad news." Hearing the commotion, Su Guangyun and Su Xianxia frowned at the same time. Su Guangyun said, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? What a scandal." As his daughter was about to marry the governor's son, Su Guanyun's status soared, and he put on airs a lot more. The Su family was about to become a wealthy family. They had to improve their qualities in all aspects. How could they be so impatient? After the butler came in, he said in a trembling voice, "Master, miss, that little bastard Shenlang wrote a book, The Endless Romance of the Plum Blossom." Su Guanyun said, "What's the matter?" Both Su Guanyun and Su Xianxia knew about Shenlang's book. Because before the book was sold, Shenlang spent money to hire many people to hype it up. All kinds of unbearable rumors came out. Reading this book could cure men's impotence. It was completely hyped up. It was hard for the entire Xuanwu city not to know about this book. But no real book was seen. After all, Lanshan City was almost 200 miles away from Xuanwu City. As for Shenlang's book, the Su family's attitude was disdain, contempt, and indifference. Shenlang, that little bastard, was playing to the gallery again. He even wrote such despicable things to swindle money, completely ruining the reputation of Xianwu Mansion. Moreover, this book claimed to be co-written by Shenlang and Jin Muzong. Su Guanyun also wondered why Xianwu Mansion didn't respond at all. According to Jin Shua's character, he would probably kill these two little bastards together. The butler said, in less than 2 hours, more than 3,000 books were sold. Su Guanyun said disdainfully, "So what? How much money can 3,000 books make? The more such rubbish is sold, the more damage it will do to the reputation of Xianwu Mansion." The butler said in a trembling voice, "Master, miss, please take a look." Then, he handed the book to Su Guanyun. He looked at the cover. Su Guanyun couldn't help but be stunned. This cover was really, realistic, as if it was printed by a real person. Moreover, the cover was really shameless. A man and a woman were having sex in the room while a middle-aged man was peeping outside. No wonder it sold so well. Such an exciting cover could indeed attract everyone's attention. But then, Su Guanyun realized that something was wrong. Because the woman on the cover looked so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. It was just that she was almost naked, so he couldn't recognize her at first glance. Su couldn't help but look up. Far away on the horizon, yet close at hand. The woman on the cover looked so much like his daughter, Su Xianxia. Then, he discovered an even more terrifying fact. The wretched middle-aged man on the cover looked very similar to him, and even his clothes were exactly the same. Su Guanyun couldn't help but stagger and blacked out. Su Xianxia grabbed the book and looked at the cover. Suddenly, her eyes turned red. She felt cold all over. How vicious Shenlang was, damn Shenlang. Heavens, why don't you strike this beast to death? She was about to get engaged, and she had invited so many big shots as guests. Shenlang chose to put this book on the market at this time. What would happen next? How many wretched men would slander her and blaspheme her? She could figure it out with her toes. Shenlang, the traitor, was going to completely destroy her reputation, the reputation of the whole Su family. Su Xianxia burst into tears. It had been 8 years. For this reputation, to become the most talented woman in Nujiang Prefecture, a great beauty, she had been working for 8 years. How much money did she spend? How many smiling faces did she accompany? How many things did she write? Every time she organized a tea party for poems or stories, she would invite the daughters of the rich and powerful, as well as many young scholars, and high scholars. All of this cost money. It could be said that apart from accompanying her to sleep, the Su family had done everything. Accompanying her to eat, drink, and play. After a whole 8 or 9 years, Su Xianxia was finally promoted to the position of the most talented woman in Nujiang Prefecture, a great beauty. It took a long time to build a reputation, but it only took a moment to destroy it. Several teachers in the entertainment industry should have a deep understanding of this. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a little noisy outside. She couldn't help but open the window. Suddenly, outside the Su family's house, there were a lot of people. They were all men, and their eyes were full of exploration and wretchedness. When the window opened, Xianxia's beautiful face appeared. Many men outside cheered. Yes. That's the person, that's the face. Xianxian. Even if she's wearing clothes, I can still recognize her. What a great humiliation. For the first time, Xianxian was molested by hundreds of men with their eyes. Next, there would definitely be more unbearable things. She slammed the window shut. Why? Xianxian hissed, Shenlang, you bastard, what deep hatred do I have for you? How dare you ruin me like this? Didn't I just kick you out of the house? But isn't that normal? Who would want a good-for-nothing as a husband? At least you lived a few months of luxurious life in my house. Why can you do whatever you want? Xianxian's tears gushed out. Su slammed her fist on the table and roared, I'll kill him, no matter what it takes, I'll kill him. Just now, the father and daughter were making fun of Tianheng for treating Shenlang as an opponent. But now, they really understood Tianheng's state of mind at that time. That kind of monstrous hatred could really drown all reason. Suddenly, Xianxian thought of a more important question. Who was the man on the cover who was having an affair with her? Oh, not with her, but with Xianxian. Who was the man? This man was also very familiar. Soon, she remembered that this was Zhu Wenhua, the second son of the Lanshan Viscount's mansion. He was a great scholar who was famous within a radius of hundreds of miles, and the suitor of the governor's daughter, Zhang Chenhua. What would happen next? She could figure it out even if she thought about it. Countless people would think that she and Zhu Wenhua were having an affair. Because of her poetry tea parties, Zhu Wenhua's figure could be seen almost every time. Over time, it was normal for them to hook up. But the heavens had mercy on her. She and Zhu Wenhua were innocent, and neither of them liked the other. The Su family had money, but what they needed was power. Zhu Wenhua had fame, but what he needed was power. So, these two families had their eyes on the governor, Zhang Chong. This new dignitary didn't have much money, nor did he have much background, but he had great power. Her fiancé, Zhang Jin, would suspect that he was cuckolded, and Xianxian would also be suspected of being a dirty woman. And in the next few years, there would be countless men doing unspeakable things to Xianxian's illustrations every day. The butler said, Master, Miss, you should take a look at the contents. Xianxian calmed herself down, opened the book, and read it quickly and carefully. There were only a few big words on the first page. This story came from reality. If it was similar, it wouldn't be a coincidence. Suddenly, Xianxian was filled with a bad premonition, and her scalp went numb. Sure enough, she flipped to the first page. She saw a few key words. Vermilion Bird City's big businessman, Shiman Qing, was in the silk and cloth business, and had a daughter named Shiman Xianxian, who was married to the son of an official named Zhang Jingji. Shameless, this was more than just innuendo, it was basically naming names. Following that, Xianxian continued to read. Even if she was furious, she had to admit. This book was extremely well written. The writing style was so sharp that Xianxian couldn't imagine it. Her reputation as a talented woman was largely earned by spending money, but she still had the ability to appreciate words. Zhu Wenhua was already a great scholar, but compared to Shenlang's book, his book was like that of a childish child. It was ridiculous to think that he was just playing with words. Young people don't know the taste of sorrow, and write new poems to express sorrow. Xianxian didn't know this poem, but it was the best description of Zhu Wenhua's poems and stories. And Shenlang's book was like a wise man who saw through the prosperity and bitterness of the world, and almost every paragraph of words revealed refined and wisdom. Xianxian instantly came to a conclusion. Shenlang's book would not only be popular, but it would also become a classic that wouldn't be seen again for decades. Especially those big shots with power and influence, they would especially appreciate it. All the officials in the state of Yu with a little bit of literacy would have this book on their bedside. Not on the desk, but on the bedside. Because the books on the desk were placed for others to read, and she never read them. Only the books on the bedside or in the toilet were for her to read. But the more it was so, the worse her situation would be. Su Xianxia and Su Guanyun's reputation would be so bad that they wouldn't be able to wash it away even if they jumped into the new river. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside. It was full of anger and murderous intent. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open and collapsed. Zhang Jin rushed in, his eyes red, and his expression looked like he was about to swallow someone. He directly rushed in front of Su Xianxia and slapped her charming and beautiful face. Pa. Note, today's tickets are a little low. Do you still have any in your pockets? Give them to me. Su Xianxia was stunned by the slap. As for Su Guanyun, he didn't stop her or scold her. It was as if he didn't see it at all. After slapping her, Zhang Jin regretted it a little. It wasn't because he regretted slapping Su Xianxia. When a man took the initiative to hit a woman, it was also when he was at his most incompetent. He could only vent his anger on his woman. As for him, Zhang Jin, he was the son of the governor. How could he appear incompetent? Su Xianxia didn't explain anything. For example, she and Zhu Wenhua were innocent. She just looked at Zhang Jin and didn't say anything. Because there was no need to explain. Zhang Jin understood his fiancée well enough. It wasn't because she was pure, but because she didn't get enough benefits. She wasn't willing to give up any part of her body, even if it was a kiss, let alone that layer of plastic wrap. Why didn't you guys kill that bastard? Why didn't you guys kill him? Zhang Jin could only find this reason. He couldn't say why they offended that bastard because offending him was inevitable. Su Qianqian said coldly, "Young Master Zhang, when your fiancée is hurt, do you only know how to vent your anger on her? Can't you do anything else?" This was the first time Su Qianqian spoke to Zhang Jin like this. Usually, she was gentle. She looked at Zhang Jin with admiration. Zhang Jin punched out fiercely. It directly smashed a hole in the wall. "I really regret that I didn't kill that bastard back then." Zhang Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't I just kill him back then?" Su Qianqian didn't say anything. She just passed a cup of tea to Zhang Jin. Then, she used a silk handkerchief to gently wipe the back of Zhang Jin's hand. This action was like a wisp of spring breeze, blowing through Zhang Jin's heart. Zhang Jin said, "I'm going to find father." The meaning behind his words was very clear. He wanted to use political power to ban Shen Lang's book. Then, Zhang Jin rode his horse to Nujiang County City as fast as he could. In the study room of Taisho Prefecture, Zhang Jin saw Shen Lang's boundless romance of the Golden Vase. "It's really well written." Zhang Chong sighed and said, "It's really talented. It doesn't seem like something a young man can write." Amazing. As soon as Zhang Jin entered, he was stabbed in the heart. The governor didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the show. Seeing his son storming in, Zhang Chong picked up a brush and started writing. Zhang Jin had thought that his father would write the word quiet, but he didn't expect it to be kill. This kill was very restrained, even the sharpness was hidden, but the force penetrated the back of the paper, making people feel a faint cold killing intent. "You want me to completely ban this book?" Zhang Chong said. "Yes." Zhang Jin said. Zhang Chong said, "It's not difficult to ban this book. Just arrest the bookseller, Deng Xian." Deng Xian actually had a background. He was the brother of the concubine of the governor of Yanwu County. But if Zhang Chong really wanted to arrest him, the other party wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhang Chong continued, "Not only in Nujiang County, even in the whole Tiannam province, Shen Lang's book can also be banned." He could indeed do it. He just needed to go to the governor's office and find Sir Zhu Yong. Currently, Zhang Chong was a general under the command of the Zhu clan, and was also a vanguard official. Therefore, Governor Zhu Rong had to take his words seriously. "But," Zhang Chong said, "I won't do that." Zhang Jin said, "Why?" Zhang Chong said, "Do you know what's the most popular book?" Zhang Jin knew the answer, but he was really overwhelmed by anger. "Banning books." Zhang Chong said, "The more you ban it, the more popular it becomes." The governor had spoken the truth. The only way to completely extinguish the trend of this book is for Xianlang to die. Zhang Chong said, but if we want Xianlang to die, we must first destroy Xianwu Mansion. This goes back to the core problem. Zhang Jin said, are we going to let this bastard tarnish Su Qianqian's reputation? Won't our Zhang family become a laughingstock? Zhang Chong said, did you marry Su Qianqian, or the Su family's money? Of course it was the Su family's money. But Zhang Jin still couldn't answer this question calmly. Don't tell me our Zhang family doesn't need reputation? Zhang Jin asked. Zhang Chong said, I'm a ruthless official, a knife in the hands of the monarch. I'm not going to be a famous official, nor am I going to be a virtuous official. What do I need such a good reputation for? Sure enough, powerful people were all similar. Lord Zhang Chong was quite like Master Lang's confidant. These words went straight to the heart of the matter. Many people said that when a scholar grasps the pen, he grasps the history. This caused many people to go down in infamy. For example, Grand Tutor Peng and General Yang. Although Peng Ji couldn't be considered a virtuous official, he was still a famous official. How was he a treacherous official? But, did Peng Ji care? There were two kinds of infamy. The first kind was almost permanent and deep, like Qin Hui and Wang Zhaoming. The second kind was superficial, like Grand Tutor Peng. Don't let anger take over your mind and lose your reason. Zhang Chong said, we only have one goal, and that is how to defeat the Xianwu Mansion and how to make this century-old aristocratic family disappear completely. Without the skin, where would the hair attach to? At that time, Xianlang, this fly, would naturally be crushed to death. Go back and pretend that nothing happened. Zhang Chong said lightly, if Xianlang wants to be proud, let him be. The fatal attack on the Xianwu Mansion is about to begin. It's also a good time to test Xianlang's character and see if he's clever or wise. Zhang Jin stood his ground, unmoving. Zhang Chong suddenly said, did you hit Su Qianqian? Zhang Jin was stunned. Father could even guess this? You've let people look down on you. Zhang Chong said, when you go back, do a good job. Suddenly, Zhang Jin asked, Father, how much money do we need? Zhang Chong said lightly, 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Jin said, it actually costs 100,000 gold coins to operate a commander-in-chief in Yenzhou? Father, after you destroy the Xianwu Mansion, you'll have made enough contributions. The Zhu family will also pay for your contributions to get you this position. Why do you still need money to buy it? Zhang Chong slammed the table and said sternly, what nonsense are you talking about? How important is the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou? Is it something that can be measured with money? Zhang Chong said, we're not using this 100,000 gold coins to operate this official position, nor to buy an official position. We're just using it to shut the mouths of those who oppose us. It's just to prevent those people from causing trouble. Don't tell me that Governor Zhu has to pay for this money as well? Zhang Jin immediately bowed and said, I'm slow-witted. Go back quickly, Zhang Chong said, your engagement ceremony with Su Qianqian will be held in our old mansion in Xuanwu City. Yes. Zhang Jin said. Zhang Chong said, remember, your engagement ceremony is a political show. It's the prelude and rehearsal for the new political party's attack on the Xianwu Mansion. Zhang Jin bowed and said, I know how important it is. Zhang Chong said, after this engagement ceremony is done well, you must create an atmosphere of besieging the Xianwu Mansion from all sides. Set your sights high and don't get entangled with Xianlang. Always remember your goal, Xianwu Mansion. Yes. Besieging the Count House from all sides, inside Xianlang's courtyard. He stood on the half-meter-high stool again and wrote the names of two new enemies on the wall. Zhu Lanting, Zhu Wenhua. My wife, I've obviously worked very hard, but why are the names of my enemies on the wall not decreasing, but increasing? Xianlang said bitterly, it's not easy to get rid of Tianheng, and now there are two more names. When will this revenge ever end? When will I be able to end this endless vengeance and live a happy life? At this time, a smart person should say, Husband, why are the names of my enemies increasing? Don't you know in your heart, with your character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, you won't be able to take revenge for the rest of your life? What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? We've become enemies, how dare you look down on me? How dare you scold me? We've become enemies. Although you're not scolding me with your mouth, I feel that you're scolding me in your heart. We've become enemies. But Mulan smiled charmingly and said, husband's enemy is my enemy. Xianxia grinned. My wife, don't be so outstanding. I don't want to lose this battle of love between a man and a woman. I must not fall first. If I fall, you will be the first. Love is a war. Whoever says I love you first will lose. After writing the names of the new enemies, Xianxia got down from the stool and sounded some kind of music with his mouth. It was a piece of music that seemed light but was actually harsh. This was the soundtrack of Queen Cersei in Game of Thrones when she blew up the cathedral with wildfire, killing the big and small sparrows of the Seven Gods sect, the Little Rose Queen, Duke Gotten, and countless nobles. Mulan listened to the music and said, husband, this music feels like a storm is coming. Xianxia picked up a silk handkerchief and gently wiped his hands. My wife, we're going to attend the engagement banquet of Zhang Jin and Xianxia tonight. Mulan, yes. So, I'm going to kill someone tonight. Mulan was stunned. Husband, you're going to kill someone? With what? Are you going to kill the enemy with your charm? Yes, I'm going to kill someone. Xianxia said lightly, not like Zhu Wen was face-slapping, but real killing, the kind that completely destroys the spirit and body. At this moment, he was not smiling mischievously. Although there was a smile on his handsome face, his eyes were murderous. Tonight's engagement banquet is not an engagement banquet, but a battle rehearsal. I want to see who dares to jump out. If they jump out, they will die. Note, I'm looking at everyone's big pockets. I'm begging for tickets. Count Xuanwu Jinxue was very depressed. Because he had just received the guest list for Zhang Jin and Xianxia's engagement ceremony. The situation was very bad. Governor Zhang? Finally, he bared his fangs. It seemed like he was about to besiege the Xianwu mansion from all directions. Several guests that Count thought shouldn't be present were also present. The first one was Tang Yun, the crown prince of the Jinhai Count house in the north. Count Jinhai and I, Xuanwu, have conflicts, but isn't that a conflict between us old nobles? Now you are openly standing on the side of the new politics. What do you mean? The second one was the second son of Count Zhenbei, Nangong Ping. Count Zhenbei, Nangong Ao, was a famous general in the state of Yu, commanding the army in the north. He was an aristocrat, between the new and the old nobles. First of all, he had a fief, but it wasn't very big, only 800 square kilometers. Because his ancestor was only a third-class count. After Nangong Ao joined the army, he fought in the north and made great contributions. The monarch decreed that his title was promoted to marquis. All along, Count Zhenbei had been neutral. He was impartial between the old nobles and the new politics. But now, he sent his second son to attend Zhang Jin's engagement ceremony. This was a very bad sign, indicating that Count Zhenbei's position was shifting. And the third guest was the one that Count Xuanwu didn't want to see the most. The Yinyuan Association's envoy. What did the Yinyuan Association do? It was one of the largest banks in the entire Great Yan dynasty. It controlled an astronomical amount of wealth and had business in more than a dozen countries. For hundreds of years, the Yinyuan Association had a very good relationship with the old nobles, and they had close mutual interests. It could be said that the Yinyuan Association was the strongest backing of the old nobles. Previously, the Yinyuan Association drew a clear line with the new politics, and there was almost no exchange of interests. But now, the Yinyuan Association actually sent an envoy to attend Zhang Jin's wedding. What kind of signal was this? Was the Hidden Element Association going to change its stance? For the Xianwu mansion and all the old aristocrats, this was tantamount to a disaster. The most important thing was, the foundation of Xianwu mansion was also in the hands of the Yinyuan Association. The previous Count Xuanwu owed a huge debt, and the creditor was the Yinyuan Association. Not to mention that Yinyuan would directly come to collect the debt. Even if they disclosed the economic situation of Xianwu mansion, it would be a huge disaster. After hesitating for a long time, Count found Xianxia and said in a gentle tone, Langer, Zhang Jin and Xianxia's engagement ceremony, you don't have to go. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately refused. How can I not go? Xianxia said, she is my ex-wife after all. One night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. As a man, there was one thing that not many people had experienced. Attend the wedding of an ex-girlfriend or ex-wife, and then bring a wife who was more beautiful and noble than the ex-girlfriend. Not only that, but also more handsome and brilliant than the ex-girlfriend's groom. Lang speak properly. Count said. Xianxia said, father-in-law, for her engagement ceremony, I really prepared for a long time. I wrote a book especially for her, and I also specially made a dress for her. If I don't go, wouldn't I have made the dress for nothing? Wouldn't that be a waste of the book? Count said. Su Qianxian cried for a day, and Su Guangyun smashed everything in the house. How did you write the book for nothing? More than that, there were also countless men shooting arrows at Su Qianxian's portrait. In less than a day, the illustrations of the book Golden Vase Plum Romance were covered with a layer of white dust. But Count was a serious person, so he wouldn't have any related associations. Count looked dignified and said, Lang the situation is very bad. They've woven a huge net that's coming from all directions to envelop my Black Tortoise Count's mansion. The so-called engagement ceremony is just a rehearsal. Once you go, you'll be the target of everyone and suffer a great loss. Xianxia said seriously, the enemy in the north, Jin Hai Count House also sent someone? Count nodded. Xianxia asked again, our family's creditors are here too? This time, Count was really surprised. Not only that. The Earl said, there's also another big shot. His arrival has dealt a fatal blow to our Black Tortoise Count's mansion. This was what made Count the most disappointed. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Another big shot? It will make Count House fall into an absolute passive position. Then who is this person? This should be a big shot, but this time he changed his position. He couldn't help but search for the big shots around him in his mind. Northern Marquis Nangong Ao, he sent someone? Xianxia said, it is definitely not the prince. It can only be the second or third son. This time, Count looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He had just received this list, and he hadn't shown it to anyone. Is there really such a smart person in this world? This was completely different from reciting Kim Clan's teachings all night. That was just a super memory, but this was wisdom. Xianwu handed the list to Count. After that, he gazed at the map on the wall and sighed. Lang I'm really feeling slightly exhausted, and my vision is blurred. I have the feeling that I'm about to collapse. Xianxia was stunned. His father-in-law had never been so depressed before. A strong man would never show weakness in front of others. Although Jingzhu's talent was not high, he always played the role of a strong and determined Count Xuanwu, so that everyone in the Count house could be sheltered under his wings. Now that a storm was brewing, he really felt that it was difficult to deal with it alone. He actually showed weakness in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was shocked. This can't do, I still want to live off a woman, I still want to enjoy glory and wealth. Mulan, I haven't slept yet, and Xiaobing hasn't slept yet either. Moreover, I also found a particularly beautiful woman in the Count house that day. She was about 17 or 18 years old, with very big eyes and very delicate facial features. He was thinking about how to ask Mulan to transfer her to his side. My good days have only been a little more than a month, and the better days are still ahead. Xianwu Mansion can't fall, and it must become stronger and stronger. No, I must make my father-in-law cheer up immediately. Xianxia closed his eyes and entered the state of Zhuge. Furthermore, it was the Romance of the Three Kingdoms version, not the Records of the Three Kingdoms version. After opening his eyes, Xianxia revealed a reserved and calm smile, as if everything was under his control. Father-in-law, my eyes are actually very clear, not blurred at all. Although it is a little dangerous, as long as we know ourselves and our enemies, it will not be difficult for us to win. Why are you so pessimistic? Lord Count said, it's hard to know yourself and your enemy. This person's methods were extremely vicious and unconstrained, making it impossible for others to comprehend them. Last time in Dongjiang County, Dongjiang Count was forced into a dead end before he could figure out what was going on. Then, he killed him with a single blow and became Jiangsu. A stepping stone to success. Xianxia sneered and said, otherwise, Zhang Xian will be the first to die. The following killer move might look obscure, but it is actually very clear and simple. I can see through it with one look. I will analyze it for you." Count asked, "Really?" Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "Of course." Lord Count said, "Everyone back off, call Mr. Lin here." A moment later, Mr. Lin, Lord Count's most trusted aide, arrived. Then, the two of them waited for Shenlang's analysis. "Oh no, it was a performance, father-in-law, Mr. Lin, the main opponent of our count house is Jiangsu. In order for me to live off a woman and enjoy wealth, I often put myself in Jiangsu's shoes. I racked my brains to think of how to destroy Xianwu Mansion." Ahem. Lord Count reminded Shenlang to be careful with his words, and not to be too harsh. Shenlang said, "You can only play chess according to the chess pieces in your hand. We should do what the enemy is most afraid of." "What is Xianwu Mansion most afraid of?" "The first is the feeling of being isolated and losing your protection. Looking around, it feels like you're surrounded by enemies. Lanshan Viscount Mansion has handed over the fief and military power. The Jin High Count House and the New Deal Party have joined hands to kill us. It seems that there is only one pillar left among the aristocratic factions in the entire Tiannan province, and that is the Northern Marquis Mansion. Northern Suppression Marquis Nangang Ao is a military tycoon and has close to 100,000 soldiers under his command. His family also has a fief of 800 square kilometers and a private army of 2,000. The monarch's new policy is like the sun shining, and the Northern Marquis Mansion is like a big tree blocking the scorching sun for us. To a certain extent, our Xianwu Mansion is under the protection of his shadow. Although the Duke of Zhenbei has always expressed his neutrality and almost never dealt with the old nobles, and even when I got married, he didn't send anyone. But it didn't stop him from shielding our family because his family has a fief and a private army. And this time, Zhang directly removed this pillar, so that the position of the Northern Marquis has shifted to the New Deal Party. In this way, the entire Xianwu Mansion has become the largest old nobles in the Tiannan province, and we are alone under the sun of the monarch's new policy." Count Xuanwu nodded. He felt this way. When he knew that the Northern Marquis had sent his second son to attend Zhang Jin's engagement banquet, he really had a sense of panic in his heart. The Northern Marquis left, and the Xianwu Mansion stood alone in the storm. Shenlang said lightly, "Father-in-law, others are unreliable. The only thing we can rely on is ourselves. We, the Xianwu Mansion, are destined to fight alone in the Tiannan province. The Northern Marquis has a fief of 800 square kilometers and a private army of 2,000, but it is nothing compared to the military power of 100,000 soldiers. This is also the reason why his position has shifted. However, Zhang, this move of his is a feint. Shenlang, he wants us to misjudge, wants us to invest strategic resources in the Northern Marquis Mansion, wants us to use all our strength to restore the position of the Northern Marquis. However, we can't invest any resources. If the Northern Marquis wants to change his position, let him be. Next, the second thing we fear the most is to cut off our financial resources. Shenlang, I know that our count house not only has no surplus in savings, but also owes astronomical debts. Once our financial resources are cut off, the consequences will be unimaginable. After completing the first two steps of the layout, if I am Zhang, then I will use the most fatal move to completely cut off the arm of the Xianwu Mansion and cut off the vitality of the count house. And this third killer move is the battle for Jinshan Island, to finish it in one stroke. If I'm not wrong, the monarch will soon issue a decree to completely determine the ownership of Jinshan Island once and for all. As for Zhang, he and Zhu Yong have been preparing for the battle for Jinshan Island for more than half a year, so to a certain extent, it seems that we are destined to lose Jinshan Island completely. Once we completely lose Jinshan Island, our creditors will feel that we no longer have the ability to repay the debt, and they will make up their mind to publicly claim the debt. When the debt crisis of the Xianwu Mansion breaks out, what should we do at that time? It's impossible not to pay the debt. The monarch will take the opportunity to pressure us. I don't know how much our debt is, but if I'm not wrong, we certainly can't pay it off. Moreover, the collateral for this debt is the Wangya Island, right? The debt contract should be due soon, right? Lord Count looked at Shenlang speechlessly. He had never revealed any of these secrets to anyone. It's really, almost demonic. To borrow an astronomical debt, there must be collateral. The previous generation of Lord Count couldn't use the local fief as collateral, so he could only use Wanya Island. Xianlang, our count house has 4 main sources of income: food, silk, salt and iron from Wanya Island. The annual income of salt and iron on Wanya Island accounts for more than 60% of the total income of the count house. At that time, our creditors will ask the monarch to come forward and claim the Wanya Island. Once we lose Wanya Island, for our Xianwu mansion, it will not only hurt our muscles and bones, but also our arms and legs will be cut off. We will lose 60% of our source of income. At that time, our only choice is to disband the army. As an old aristocrat, if we lose the army, we are like a wolf without its claws and teeth, like meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Without the army, we can't keep our fief at all. At that time, Xianwu Mansion will be finished. If I am Zhang, I will destroy Xianwu Mansion in these 3 steps. Father-in-law, please enlighten me. Please enlighten me, Master Lin. After showing off, Xianlang bowed slightly. Lord Count was completely stunned. It was really enlightening. After listening to Xianlang's analysis, the fog in front of him seemed to have been instantly dispelled. Lord Count and Master Lin looked at each other, exchanging the shock in each other's eyes. There was really a surge of energy from the soles of the feet to the brain. It was really unbelievable. In this world, there was actually such a smart person? Old Master Lin was a strategist. In his eyes, Xianlang was quick-witted and could come up with ingenious plans. But this was not the most important thing. As a strategist, the most important thing was to be able to see through the chess game, to know the enemy's next move, and what to do next. This was the only way to be invincible. And this kind of strategist basically only existed in books. He did not expect to see one here. Although it had not been verified, it was at least half of one. It was really amazing. The key to victory between us and Zhang Chong lies in the battle for Jinshan Island. Losing Jinshan Island means losing Wanya Island, losing the army, and finally losing the fief. Taking back Jinshan Island means winning everything. We can also expand our army and become stronger. The private army of our count house is still not full. Once Xianwu Mansion completely took back Jinshan Island, the Yingyuan Association would not dare to ask the Count House for this debt. Even if they were stupid and asked for this debt, the Count House could mortgage Jinshan Island and borrow from the Heavenly Law Association. In any case, there were 3 organizations in the world that controlled a huge amount of money. Old Master Lin said, but in the battle for Jinshan Island, we are not only facing the Jin High Count House, but also Zhang Chong, Zhu Yong, and even the monarch behind them. In everyone's view, it was too difficult for Xianwu Mansion to win this round. It was almost impossible. From the moment Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong came to visit Taisho Prefecture, Xianlang had been thinking about how to break the battle for Jinshan Island. Xianlang said, in the battle for Jinshan Island, there are still 2 points that I have not broken through. Once I break through these 2 points, I can win. Old Master Lin bowed and said, from now on, no matter what task son-in-law has, I will do my best to assist master and son-in-law in winning this fateful match. The Earl recalled that when Xianlang was writing The Boundless Wind and Moon of the Plum, he had pulled Kaneki Satoshi into the project and made him one of the authors. He even asked Xianlang why. Xianlang said that it was to pave the way for the Battle of Jinshan Island. Count Xuanwu sighed and said, Langer, you shouldn't have come to our house. It's a waste of talent. You should be assisting the emperor. Xianlang licked his lips and said, Mulan is my queen. In bed and out of bed, at this point, Xianlang quickly shut his mouth. Drifting. Once you start driving, you can't stop. The person in front of you isn't your best friend in the dormitory, but your father-in-law. However, his father-in-law was still in a state of shock and had yet to react. Xianlang quickly changed the topic. Father-in-law, why did grandfather borrow such a huge sum of money back then? Grandpa, Lord Count realized that he was talking about his father. The Count sighed and said, my father had hired an army of 3,000 people, an entire fleet, but they were all wiped out. Oh my God, Xianlang was also shocked. What kind of person was the previous generation's Lord Count, hiring 3,000 mercenaries, an entire fleet? What was he going to do? This is something that only a small country can afford. As an earl, you really can't afford to do such a thing. 3,000 mercenaries, an entire fleet was wiped out. This? How much money should he pay? No wonder Xianxia Count couldn't pay off the debt even after 20 years. Xianlang wanted to ask how much money the Count house owed, but he didn't need to. Because when money reaches a certain amount, it's just a number. Anyway, no matter how much money he owed, it wouldn't affect Xianlang's wealth. Have you ever seen a person who didn't live in a villa, drive a Rolls-Royce, and sleep with a celebrity? As long as they win the Battle of Jinshan Island, this debt would be nothing. Father-in-law, do you know what a person should do when they owe a lot of money? Xianlang asked. Lord Count said, if you have something to say, just say it. Xianlang said, be more generous with your money and live a better life. Don't think about how to pay back the money. The Earl faintly said, your Master Shen's way of doing things is something that ordinary people like me cannot learn. Xianlang said, Father-in-law, you are good at everything, but you are too harsh on yourself and too lenient to others. As a man, you should be better to yourself. Lord Count wasn't ready to talk about life with his son-in-law yet. He felt that if they continued to talk like this, perhaps this son-in-law would say things like keeping a mistress or taking in a concubine. At that time, should he be beaten to death? Or should he not be beaten to death? Xianlang sighed. This father-in-law is too upright. I can't teach him these life experiences. Lord Count said seriously, Lang'er, I am worried that you will be besieged when you go to the engagement party. Although you are very powerful, it will be difficult for you to fight against a house full of people. Xianlang said, will they hit me? Lord Count said, that won't happen. Then I am relieved. Xianlang said. Lord Count said, but they will attack you by hook or by crook. They won't even have a bottom line. Xianlang said, but I don't have a bottom line. Father-in-law, I'll give you a military pledge here. As long as you don't fight, no matter how many enemies there are, no matter what means you use, if I lose today, I will change my surname to Kim. I will be your grandson. Bastard, unfilial grandson. Lord Count said angrily, how sad will your parents be if they hear this? Sigh, father-in-law, you're too boring. You can't take a joke at all. I really don't know how mother-in-law can endure it. Xianlang said, if I can't beat them one by one at the engagement party tonight, people will think that the Kim clan is easy to bully. And I don't know why. I'm so excited, my hands are getting restless. As a master of acting tough, Xianlang never asked how many enemies there were. Who were the enemies? He only asked where their faces were so that he could slap them one by one. Ha 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 ha, he. Then, Lord Count looked at his son-in-law speechlessly. He seemed to be immersed in some kind of strange pleasure. All right, father-in-law, the engagement banquet of that adulterous couple is about to begin. I'm going to take a bath, change my clothes, and dress myself up properly, said Xianlang. This sentence made Lord Count unable to look at it. Dress up? A man needs to dress up. If this sentence came out of Jin Mutsong's mouth, he wouldn't be alive today. Xianlang walked out of the door and said, by the way, father-in-law, who do we owe money to? Count Xuanwu said, the Yinyuan Association. Xianlang said, then you should prepare a little. The people from the Yinyuan Association should come to visit you in about 3/4 of an hour. No matter what they say, just nod and say yes. But in your heart, just ignore it. After that, Xianlang left. He went to take a bath and dress up. Tonight, he must be the most handsome man. No one else. Count Xuanwu couldn't help but mutter in his heart, do you think you are a god? How can you predict this? And accurate to 3/4 of an hour, Xianlang really prepared an extremely gorgeous brocade robe, a jade belt, and a golden crown for himself. Just this outfit alone cost him 190 gold coins. That was converted to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Don't look at how poor I am. I can definitely squander. And when he proposed to make this outfit, both his mother-in-law and Milan agreed without hesitation. Only Jin Mutsong muttered. I haven't made new clothes for a year and a half. His mother-in-law frowned and said, don't you know that our family's finances are tight? Jin Mutsong was speechless. You still spent 190 gold coins to make clothes for Xianlang when your finances are tight, that's too extravagant. All the clothes I've worn since I was born added up to less than 90 gold coins. In the end, his Mother-in-law's words made Jean Mutsong run away with tears in his eyes. With your appearance, do you think beautiful clothes will be of any use to you? They are all wasted. Now, Shenlang was wearing this unprecedented golden brocade robe, a white jade belt inlaid with gold, and a jade crown carved with gold. To describe him in one sentence, he was so handsome that it would blind a dog's eyes. The kind of handsomeness that brought light wherever he went. Mulan was a little dazed. Her eyes were a little blurred, and her heart was beating slightly faster. Xiaobing looked at Shenlang for a while and began to regret. Why did I reject him that night? If it wasn't for me, my belly would be bulging by now. But if I'm pregnant, is it better for a boy or a girl? What should our child be called? Mulan said. Husband, are you going to steal the limelight of the male master today? No. Shenlang said, I'm going to steal the limelight of all the men today. I'm going to become a male god that Xianxia can never touch. I'm going to put a cruel exclamation mark on the ill-fated relationship between me and her. Suddenly, Mulan didn't want to talk anymore. The image of the handsome man in front of her was completely destroyed. Next, Shenlang and Mulan were like the legendary prince and princess. They wore gorgeous clothes and boarded a gorgeous carriage, rushing to Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian's engagement banquet. Count Xuanwu was still a little uneasy. Although he was confident in Shenlang, the situation at night was too dangerous. As mentioned before, this engagement banquet was almost a prelude to the attack on Xianwu Mansion. As soon as Shenlang entered, he would be surrounded by enemies. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he might not be able to resist them. At this moment, Jin Zhong's voice came from outside. Master, distinguished guests from the north are here. The Black Tortoise Earl was stunned. In the mansion, distinguished guests from the north represented a kind of identity. The Inyuan Association, when Shenlang just left, he specifically reminded Count that the people from the Inyuan Association would come to visit. And Shenlang said it would be within 3/4 of an hour. He didn't expect that he would even calculate the time. This child was really smart to this extent. However, his lordship soon understood. Shenlang didn't make a random guess. He used the time of Su Qianqian and Zhang Jin's engagement banquet as the boundary. The envoy from the Inyuan Association would come before that, but not too much in advance. Invite the guest in, Count said. A moment later, a man wearing colorless silk walked in. His face was ordinary, and his figure was ordinary. Mo Xiao from the Inyuan Association greets Xuanwu. The man bowed respectfully. The Earl said, Hello, Mr. Mo, I trust you have been well since we last met. Did you receive the gold coins I sent a few days ago? Mo Xiao replied, It was sent by sea. It has been stored in the warehouse 10 days ago. Count said, Then, what is the purpose of Mr. Mo's visit? Mo Xiao said, Count, you may already know that Xu Tingyu from our association has come to Xuanwu City to attend Zhang Jin's engagement banquet. If it was any other aristocrat, they would have pretended to be surprised. But Count didn't like to act. He said, Is your association planning to change your position? Not at all. Mo Xiao said, There are dozens of feudal lords in the Great Yan dynasty, and hundreds of old aristocrats. The interests between us have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and there is no intention of changing our position. The Black Tortoise Count said, Then the attitude of your esteemed society is very surprising. Mo Xiao smiled bitterly, Where there are people, there will be struggle. Our Inyuan Association is no exception. Now that the new policy seems to be in full swing, there are also differences within our association. But please believe me, Xuanwu, that our support for you has not wavered. Count Xuanwu wanted to continue to question. But he remembered Shenlang's words. You only need to nod your head and agree with whatever he says, but in your heart, it's all nonsense. Therefore, although Count wasn't good at it, he still listened to his son-in-law's opinion and pretended to be polite to Mo Xiao. Inside Zhang Jin's old house. There were still half an hour before the engagement banquet began. Su Guangyun said, Are you ready to deal with that little bastard Shenlang? Master, everything is ready. When Zhang Jin came back, he asked Zhang Chong if there was a bottom line for Shenlang and Jean Mulan tonight. Zhang Chong asked if there was a bottom line for Shenlang and Jean Mulan when he was dealing with you. It was normal for children to go too far. Then, Zhang Jin understood. Join hands to kill Xianlang and Jean Milan. We will definitely ruin the reputation of the Black Tortoise Count Manor, causing them to suffer a crushing defeat. Today, the Su family must wash away their shame. Night fell. A group of cavalrymen escorted Xianlang and Jean Milan's carriage, galloping with a special rhythm. Soon, they would arrive at Zhang Jin's old house. Wife, don't be nervous later, Xianlang said. Milan, okay. Xianlang said, I know that I'm very handsome, and it will give you a relatively large amount of pressure. But don't worry, purely based on appearance, you're still worthy of me. Don't be ashamed of yourself, and you must put on the airs of the number one beauty. Mulan immediately turned her face to the side. You must always remember, you are Xuanwu City's number one beauty, Nujiang Prefecture's number one beauty, Tiannan Province's number one beauty, Xianlang said solemnly. Mulan, yes, don't worry husband, I will definitely support you, I won't let you lose face. That's right. Xianlang, I will definitely make all the men here vomit blood from jealousy. I have such a beautiful and noble wife by my side, with such a hot body, and such a high level of martial arts. Even if I haven't slept with her yet, others won't know. Mulan couldn't take it anymore, she put her jade-like hand on Xianlang's waist. She didn't hit her husband, but that didn't mean she couldn't pinch him. Xianlang didn't dare to move his body, but he could still straighten his back, take a deep breath, and immediately let his waist be 2 centimeters away from the jade woman's claws. As for me, please rest assured, wife, I will crush all the men here, and make all the women so jealous that their eyeballs will explode. Xianlang patted his chest. Mulan didn't want to talk to him. The thing she hated the most in her life was comparison, and she never needed to compare. But there was no other way, she married a man who loved to compare. What a vain man. Xianlang, on the other hand, sighed with emotion. Sigh, life is a process of comparison. When you are in the water, you have to be stronger and faster than other insects, so that you have a chance to become a human, otherwise you will always be a tadpole. After they are born, they must be smarter and prettier than other children. When you grow up, you want to be more handsome and outstanding than others. After they reach adulthood, they will compete to see whose husband earns more money, whose wife is more beautiful and hot, and whose children are smarter. When they grow old, they will compete to see whose children are more promising and filial. A person's life is filled with comparisons. Their children and grandchildren are endless. If people don't have a sense of superiority, they won't be able to live. That's why people like to stay with people who are worse off than them. Mulan turned to look at Xianlang. Her husband was just like that. He had an insight into the ways of the world and was both vulgar and elegant. She couldn't help but say gently, husband, you don't have to see everything too clearly. You'll be happier if you're a little muddled. Xianlang turned his head and said, I'm very happy. That's because I've never lost when competing with others. I'm always winning. No matter what I compete with, I always win. I love competing the most. Ha 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 ha. Mulan turned her head away and completely ignored him. Jin Hui, who was outside, couldn't help but say, son-in-law, can you also win in martial arts? Yes, of course I win. Xianlang said, my wife is so powerful. We are husband and wife. My wife's martial arts are my martial arts. Suddenly, Jin Hui, who was driving the carriage outside, felt that he couldn't breathe. Because the air seemed to be filled with endless stench, and one breath would burn one's lungs. However, Mulan and Jin Hui were full of confidence at this time. With such a son-in-law, he might really be able to crush all the people in the fierce battle tonight. At this moment, Xianlang was really full of fighting desire. But he didn't feel nervous at all, as if he had entered the tiger's den alone. Instead, he was full of expectation. He felt like a shark swimming into a lake and was about to kill. 3 minutes to enter the battlefield. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Xianlang's carriage stopped. They arrived at the Zhang family's old house where the wedding banquet was held. They had arrived at the battlefield. Xianlang was almost the last one to arrive. Almost, because there were 3 people who were more pretentious than him, and they were the last ones to arrive. But at this time, the courtyard was already full of guests. Nujiang County, Yangu County, and all the families of the rich and powerful were almost all captured. Even Castellan Lu Wuyan could only disappear in the crowd. Miss Jean Milan of Xianwu Mansion and son-in-law Shen Lang are here. As soon as the carriage arrived at the gate, someone immediately shouted. Shen Lang was instantly alert. There was a conspiracy behind it. Because the person who called out the names actually added Shen Lang's name to the list, which was extremely abnormal. According to reason, Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian were extremely hostile to Shen Lang and would definitely try their best to trample on his dignity. Therefore, when calling out the names, they either only called out the name of Jean Milan, or emphasized the word son-in-law even if Shen Lang was added. However, they did not do so. They raised Shen Lang's status vaguely. There must be a conspiracy. It had to be said that Shen Lang's heart was really as delicate and sharp as hair. When he and Jean Milan's names were called out, all the greetings and conversations in the courtyard were all over. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Shen Lang and Su Qianqian. Of course, it was not because he was handsome, but because he was too famous. And the guests who attended the engagement banquet all knew that this was the prelude to the siege of Xianwu Mansion. Shen Lang took Milan's hand and walked out of the carriage, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. And at this time, a large wave of enemies came quickly. A voluptuous woman directly rushed over and blocked in front of Shen Lang. This woman was very vulgar, very cheap and seductive. From her dressing and mannerisms, one could clearly identify her identity. She was a prostitute over 30 years old. Moreover, she was a very low-class prostitute. The price for a night was at most half a silver coin. Lang Jun, I finally found you. The prostitute looked at Shen Lang in surprise and said loudly, a few days ago in Lanshan City, you and I were in love and flew together. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. The message of this sentence was that Shen Lang was a prostitute in Lanshan City, and it was such a lowly one. Shen Lang stood on the spot and watched her performance. The prostitute said, Shen Lang, you also said that I was much better than your wife in bed. You said that she was like a dead fish and had no reaction at all, but I made you want to live and die. You also said that you and your wife slept in different beds and dreamed different dreams. She might have another man in her heart and made you wear a green hat. Shen Lang's eyes narrowed. Mulan's beautiful eyes were a little angry. The prostitute said, Shen Lang, you promised me that you would bring me to Xuanwu City and raise me as your mistress. You even gave me your personal keepsake. After saying that, the prostitute raised a longevity lock with the word Lang printed on it. That's right, this was really the longevity lock that Shen Lang had worn since he was young. His father had personally made it for him. After that, this longevity lock should have fallen into the hands of the Su family. Shen Lang, I've waited for so many days. Why didn't you come to pick me up? The prostitute complained. Shen Lang frowned. Shen Lang, you really are a heartless man. The prostitute was about to cry as she said, you really shouldn't have ravaged me with Jean Mutsong that day. I couldn't get up for 3 days. This was even more disgusting. Even if everyone present was performing, they had to act out a feeling of disgust and disgust. Shen Lang, although you are so handsome and outstanding, you still have to pay for that night. You have to pay for visiting a prostitute. That night, not only did you eat a bowl of my noodles, you also ravaged me 7 times. The next day, when I came to see Red, you still didn't let me off. You have to pay more. This was even more disgusting. It was almost nauseating. It made people feel that Shen Lang was a wretched and lowly person. He went to find such a vulgar and lowly prostitute. He didn't even let her off when she was on her period. He was simply a disgusting beast. What was even more obscene was that he didn't pay. This greeting gift that Su Guanyun gave to Shen Lang, could it be considered as an excuse to besiege him tonight? It was very down-to-earth and had no bottom line or sense of shame. This move couldn't hurt people, but it was disgusting. It was like stepping on dog shit that couldn't be shaken off. And it was almost unsolvable. No matter how Shen Lang dealt with it, it was wrong and he couldn't clear his name. Su Guanyun was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Previously, when Shen Lang wrote a book to smear the reputation of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian, it was almost the same move. It was just that Shen Lang was a little more elegant. He used an extremely accomplished classic to disguise his act of splashing feces water. Everyone couldn't help but be excited to see how Xianxia would deal with this disgusting and despicable move. It was almost unsolvable. Xianxia gave a few instructions to Jin Hui, who was beside him. Yes. Jin Hui immediately turned around and left. When the prostitute saw that Xianxia really couldn't do anything, she felt even more pleased. This money was a safe bet. Therefore, she acted even more overboard. She directly pounced on Xianxia and hugged his thigh. Lang Jun, when are you going to take me in? When are you going to pay for the night? Xianxia didn't get angry. Instead, he said in a gentle voice, Sister, how much did I owe you for the night? Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Xianxia, what kind of trick is this? You're the one who admitted it and poured this bucket of feces on yourself? The prostitute said, You and Jean Mutsong played with me 13 times. Plus the helianthus blood, it's a total of 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins, right? Xianxia said in a more gentle voice, Then I'll give you 10 gold coins, okay? Then, he took out 10 gold coins and gave it to the prostitute. The prostitute was overjoyed and took the money. She was instantly filled with disdain and contempt for Xianxia. Useless gigolo, he was really a waste. Do you think that I will change my mind and prove your innocence after giving me this money? Dream on, because the Su family will give me more money. Xianxia said, Sister, how much do you usually pay for a customer? The prostitute said, half a silver coin. But you and Jean Mutsong are 2 people, and you played with me until I was injured and bleeding, so I have to pay more. Xianxia said, Then I'll give you 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to 200 silver coins. After deducting the 5 silver coins I owe you, there will be 195 left, which is enough for you to receive customers 390 times, right? Xianxia's voice gradually became cold, and his eyes were filled with a cold sneer. Jin Hui, bring him in. Xianxia ordered. Immediately, the cavalry of the Count House brought in more than 20 beggars and tramps. Every time there was a banquet, there was no shortage of beggars and tramps. Because there would be a lot of food to waste, the food would be given out to show that the host was kind. Therefore, Xianxia decided to pack them up. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with the food, but he was afraid that his precious wife's saliva would be eaten by others. These beggars and tramps smelled bad. They hadn't bathed for at least a few months, and some even had ulcers. They didn't dare to look at Jean Mulan, who was as beautiful as a fairy, but they looked at the prostitute with eyes as fierce as fire. Xianxia looked at the beggars and tramps and said, Brothers, do you like this woman? The beggars and tramps' eyes turned green. Now, even if they saw a sow, they would think that it had double eyelids, let alone a woman. Moreover, this prostitute in front of them was simply, delicious pig trotters. I like her, I like her. I don't even dare to dream of a woman like her. Xianxia said, Today, it's my treat. Each of you can play with her 10 times. Immediately, the 20 or so vagrants and beggars rushed towards the prostitute. He lifted her voluptuous body up and walked outside. The prostitute was scared out of her wits. This was going to kill him. More than 20 tramps and beggars would really kill her. She would definitely die, and she would die miserably. Help, help. The prostitute screamed miserably. However, the warriors of the Xianwu mansion formed a human wall, and no one could save her. Xianxia said, I've already paid. You have to receive guests. It's only right and proper. The prostitute was so scared that she was trembling all over and almost peed her pants. Housekeeper Su, save me. I only slandered young Master Xianxia because of you. Save me, note, another 3,600 words. Benefactor, do you still have tickets? Give them to me. The housekeeper of the Su mansion was the main force of the engagement party tonight. Although the engagement party was held in the old house of the Zhongjin family, all the manpower and materials were provided by the Su family. Housekeeper Su was supposed to be busy in the kitchen, but he couldn't help but see that Xianxia was out of luck. So, originally, he had nothing to do with welcoming the guests. He also followed outside to greet the guests, and he specially picked the guests who were not of high status to enter. Then, he kept looking at Xianxia out of the corner of his eyes. He had no grudge against Xianxia, and he didn't die because his master was humiliated. The main reason was that Shen Lang was a complete fool and a good-for-nothing when he married into the Su family. The Su family ate, slept, and trampled on Shen Lang every day. Shen Lang was at the bottom of the chain of contempt. Housekeeper Su would feel uncomfortable if he didn't trample on Shen Lang once every 2 or 3 days. But now, you, Shen Lang, have actually struck it rich, flying up the branches and transforming into a phoenix. How can this be? How can I trample on you when I see you in the future? Also, it challenges my outlook on life that a trash like you can become rich. You, Shen Lang, should be trampled on by others in the latrine for the rest of your life. How could you suddenly become rich? It was said that conflict was the root of hatred. In fact, jealousy was the root of hatred. At this time, housekeeper Su was very happy to see that Shen Lang was slandered by this low-level B***tch. He wanted to shout, "I did it! I did it!" However, Shen Lang's stroke of genius directly reversed the situation. This B***tch had bitten housekeeper Su. Immediately, housekeeper Su changed his expression and scolded angrily, "Where did this B***tch come from? Nonsense! You slandered Shen Lang, which has nothing to do with me. As the dignified housekeeper of the Su mansion, how could I know a trash like you?" Pooh! The B***tch scolded angrily, "But face, how could I not know what kind of trash you were 30 years ago when we were in the same village? Did you forget that you peeped at me going to the latrine?" Shen Lang waved his hand. It was such an interesting story, he wanted her to continue. Although the beggars and tramps were unwilling, they still stood still. However, they still lifted the prostitute in the air and touched her. Housekeeper Su said coldly, "Today is a joyous occasion for my main family, I won't bother with a lowly woman like you." With that, butler Su turned to leave. The prostitute was terrified and screamed, "But face, you can't go. You can't go. You were the one who hired me to slander Shen Lang. You gave me 15 gold coins and said that you would give me a house after the deed was done. Mr. Shen Lang, I was forced to do this, I was forced, it's all because of this butt face. 30 years ago, he peeped at me in the village. Later, he entered the city and became an apprentice in a shop. A few days ago, you specifically came to me and asked me to pour feces on you. You even took the opportunity to sleep with me 5 times. The first 4 times, you couldn't get up and just rubbed against me. Everyone could not help but look at housekeeper Su. You are a respectable person after all, but your taste is so unique. It's all because of childhood memories. Back then, this prostitute was a flower in the village. In the movie, after Yan Shuyi became rich, he still had some juvenile fantasies about the village's sister-in-law, Tian Hohot. Shen Lang said to the prostitute, "So you're saying that I didn't sleep with you?" No. The prostitute said. "I've never seen Shen before. It was housekeeper Su who hired me to harm you. He even offered me more money to admit that I have plum blossoms and tainted you, but I didn't agree. F***ck, this is evil. Plum blossoms are plum blossoms. In this world, it is a dirty disease that cannot be cured. If people say that Shen Lang has a heavy taste and went to sleep with such a lowly prostitute, others will only look down on him. If they say that he has plum blossoms, then his reputation will be completely ruined. Wherever he goes, he will be like a human-shaped poison, disgusting and terrifying. Someone, chase this bitch out." Housekeeper Su shouted, then he was about to slip into the courtyard. "Stop!" Shen Lang yelled. Housekeeper Su sneered. "Young Master Shen, although you are the son-in-law of the Count House, you have no right to control the Su family. If people see your attitude, they will say that Xianwu Mansion is really domineering. No wonder you are the owner of Xuanwu City. Buttface, you are good. You are just a housekeeper of a businessman, but you have learned to make political attacks. Are you saying that Xianwu Mansion tramples on the administration?" Then, housekeeper Su turned around and left. "So what if you, Shen Lang, are the son-in-law of the Count House? So what if I send people to slander you and pour dirty water on you? Can you do anything to me? Can you hurt a hair on my body? I didn't expect that I could still trample on Shen Lang when I eat, sleep, and trample on him. You, Shen Lang, have become the son-in-law of the Count House, but I still trample on you for nothing." Shen Lang said again, "Stop, housekeeper." Su turned around and said lightly, "Young Master Shen, let's not say that this bitch is talking nonsense. Besides, this kind of case should be handled by the governor's mansion. Xianwu Mansion has no right to enforce the law. To put it bluntly, you, son-in-law Shenlang, can't do anything to me. Goodbye. Housekeeper Su was right. The Count House had no right to punish Housekeeper Su. It needed the governor's mansion to handle the case. However, Lu Wuyan and the Su family were in the same boat. Everyone present looked at Shenlang. If you, Shenlang, can't even kill Housekeeper Su, then you are not qualified to fight tonight. You are a good-for-nothing. Housekeeper Su was even more proud of himself. His desire to perform was even higher. He was in a hurry to slip away, but now he seemed to be moving in slow motion. He slowly moved into the courtyard and looked back. He wanted to let everyone see that Shenlang can't do anything to a businessman's housekeeper. What can he do to me? What can he do to me? I, Housekeeper Su, am so loyal. I will work hard for my master to slap Shenlang's face. The Count House had no right to enforce the law. Zhang Jin and Su Qianxian did not come out. They hid in the courtyard and watched the show. Shenlang sighed and said, "Wife, there are so many bad people here. They want to harm me tonight. I am so scared. Let's go home." Mulan said, "Okay, let's go home." Then, Shenlang took Mulan's hand and turned to leave. Zhang Jin suddenly became anxious. This was only the beginning. This first move of splashing dirty water was just an appetizer. It was just to disgust Shenlang a little. Next, there was the fatal move to deal with Shenlang and the fatal move to deal with Xianwu Mansion. If Shenlang left now, he would leave a reputation of being a good-for-nothing, but he would not be harmed. The rehearsal for the siege of Xianwu Mansion could not end so anticlimactic. He had spent so much effort on the plan. He could not let it go to waste. Zhang Jin suddenly came out and laughed. "Miss Jean, Shen, the banquet hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Shenlang said, "Someone wants to harm me." "Bad guy." Zhang Jin said, "Then how can Shen not leave?" Shenlang said, "If you break his legs, I will not leave." Shenlang pointed at Housekeeper Su. "In your dreams." Housekeeper Su sneered in his heart. "I am Su's henchman. How can I ask Lord Zhang Jin to break my legs?" However, he was horrified to find that Zhang Jin was really hesitating. Su rushed out and shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Housekeeper Su bent down and was about to slip away. Shenlang was even faster. He got on the carriage and was about to go home. Zhang Jin's expression changed. Shenlang could not leave. The rehearsal for the siege of Xianwu Mansion tonight could not be wasted. Otherwise, his father would be very disappointed. In order to deal a fatal blow to Shenlang and Xianwu Mansion, it was worth paying some price, let alone a mere housekeeper of the Su family. Zhang Jin's expression changed. He said coldly, "Housekeeper Su, who gave you the courage to bribe a whore to slander the son-in-law of the Count House, Shen? You are courting death. Men, take him down." Immediately, two warriors stepped forward and grabbed Housekeeper Su. Su Guanyan's expression changed. He stepped forward and said, "Son-in-law." Zhang Jin waved his hand and said coldly, "Today is my engagement ceremony. How can a servant do such a despicable thing because of a personal grudge? If I don't punish him, how can I rectify the family's conduct? How can I explain this to the guests? Who dares to come to my wedding banquet in the future? Press this Housekeeper Su to the ground and break his legs." Housekeeper Su was immediately pressed to the ground. His outlook on life collapsed in an instant. I, Lord Zhang Jin, I am working for you. Why do you want to break my legs? What kind of master would kill his dog and eat its meat?" One of the warriors raised his wooden staff high and was about to strike down. "Wait." Shenlang said. Zhang Jin said, "Shen, what do you want?" Shenlang said, "You don't have to waste your energy. I can do it myself." Then, he said, "Bring that whore here and put her together with Housekeeper Su. After all, we are from the same village." The whore was rescued from the hands of the homeless and beggars. She was pressed to the ground and placed next to Housekeeper Su. Governor Lu Wuyan, according to the state of Yu's laws, how should a lowly whore be punished for slandering a noble? Shenlang asked. Lu Wuyan did not want to speak, but he had to. Let the victim of the crime be punished. The laws of the state of Yu were still relatively protective of civilians, but for the inferior special groups, they basically did not take human life seriously. Shen Lang squatted in front of the whore and said lightly, I am a person who is more or less tolerant of women, so I can't watch you be trampled to death by dozens of beggars and tramps. Shen Lang ordered Jin Hui, beat her. Don't beat her to death, just cripple her limbs. Yes. Jin Hui said. Thus, Shen Lang raised his wooden staff high and looked at Zhang Jin, Su Qianqian, and Lu Wuyan, saying, You guys asked me to beat her, I didn't break the law, did I? Zhang Jin's face twitched. I really hit her, the faces of the people beside him twitched. Hurry up and King hit her, stop talking nonsense. Shen Lang picked up 2 bricks and patted them on housekeeper Su's thigh, forming a fulcrum. Be good, don't move. Then. Shen Lang suddenly slammed the staff down, using all the strength he had in his dreams to drink his wife's milk. Gotcha, housekeeper Su's 2 thigh bones were broken alive. Steward Su, whose thigh bone was broken, let out a miserable howl. However, he did not expect that Shen Lang, who was the one who beat up the other party, would also let out a miserable shriek. Everyone could not help but be startled. What are you trying to do now? Shen Lang looked pained. He held his waist and said, Wife, come here. I sprained my waist too hard. It hurts so much. Shen Lang was not pretending. He really sprained his waist. He was in so much pain that tears were coming out of his eyes. All of a sudden, everyone could not look straight at him. Especially Steward Su, who was lying on the ground. He only had a few words in his mind. Shen Lang, I'm going to kill you, my thigh bone was broken. Mulan stepped forward and gently massaged Shen Lang's waist. My wife is really powerful. Soon, Shen Lang's waist was no longer painful. Wife, step back a little. Be careful not to get splashed with blood, Shen Lang said in a cruel tone. Mulan took a few steps back. She had the intention of instructing her pretty boy husband on how to use strength so that he could avoid spraining his waist again. However, she decided not to ruin husband's show of strength. Otherwise, he would be mad at her for 3 days. At most, she would go up and give him a massage later. Then, Shen Lang raised the wooden stick and smashed it hard at Steward Su's legs. Pa, 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 he used all his strength in every hit. Steward Su let out a miserable howl every time. Blood splattered and dyed the ground red. After a while, Shen Lang was panting and sweating profusely. F***ck, who is this? How could he make such a heavy wooden staff? I'm so tired. Steward Su was peeing and defecating. Although Shen Lang did not have any strength, he was really ruthless and accurate when he hit people. Steward Su's legs were broken into 4 or 5 pieces. It was impossible to put them back together in this world. Su Guangyan's face was pale as if it was about to freeze. Steward Su was his trusted subordinate for more than 10 years. Shen Lang squatted down, panting, and asked, But face, is it very painful? Of course it was. Painful. It was like being in hell, making people regret living in this world. Housekeeper Su's throat was already hoarse. He had screamed so hard that it was almost torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot. Shen Lang said gently, But face, don't worry. It won't hurt soon. It won't hurt soon. Shen Lang stood up again, raised his wooden staff, and smashed it down on housekeeper Su's spine. Gotcha, then something strange happened. Housekeeper Su really didn't feel any pain, and he didn't feel anything below his waist. Because his lumbar spine was broken. He quickly understood what was happening and immediately let out an unprecedented scream. Everyone's faces turned pale and they trembled slightly. Shen Lang, this pretty boy, was really King ruthless. However, Shen Lang felt that he was merciful enough. He did not break housekeeper Su's cervical vertebra. Otherwise, he would have to amputate below the neck. Alright, the punishment is over, Shen Lang said. Su, hurry up and take housekeeper Su away. Shen Lang's face was filled with sympathy as he said, You must find the best doctor to treat his injuries. I beat him up completely for his own good. Someone who knows his mistakes and repents is still a good person, right? You must find a doctor to treat him, otherwise, I won't be able to bear it. Su Guangyun's body was trembling, and his hands were clenched into fists. Treat? Can he still be treated? This person is already disabled, Zhang Jin frowned. Guards, take housekeeper Su to the Su family and find a doctor to treat him. After a while, a few warriors came and dragged housekeeper Su and the prostitute away. The couple was now balanced. Their legs were broken in several places. Guards, clean the floor, Zhang Jin said. Immediately, a few servants came and used a few buckets of water to clean the blood, feces, and urine on the floor. The first round was over. Shen Lang KO'd his opponent and won. The Zhang family's engagement ceremony continued. Everything was as good as new. The old residence of the Zhang family was still brightly lit, and everyone was smiling as if nothing had happened just now. The handsome Zhang Jin and the gorgeous Su Qianqian walked out. Shen Lang and Jean Milan were the representatives of the Xianwu mansion. Of course, the owner had to come and greet them in person. Miss Jean, how is Mr. Count? Su Qianqian asked softly. At this time, there was no hostility on her face. It was amazing. But in the past, she didn't even have the right to say this. It was obvious how important it was to find a powerful husband. Father is fine, thank you, Mulan said. But when they greeted, Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian seemed to ignore Shen Lang. As if he was standing next to Mulan, he was a mass of air. Shen Lang was displeased. You guys are looking down on me? Are you guys looking down on me? Suddenly, Shen Lang said, My wife, did you bring money? Mulan was stunned. What is my baby husband going to do? However, Su Qianqian had a very bad feeling. No, Mulan said. Shen Lang took out a bag of gold coins and put it in Su Qianqian's hand. He said sincerely and gently, a man can owe anything except for prostitution. This is the overnight fee for sleeping with me for 3 months. You can count it. Did you see it clearly? This was the true meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Immediately, everyone was stunned. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what a stroke of genius. Previously, when the Su family splashed dirty water on me, didn't you find a cheap prostitute to slander me, Shen Lang, for being a prostitute and not paying? Now, it was the same. But that round was over. That prostitute was crippled. Housekeeper Su was also crippled. You, Shen Lang, have won this round? You, Shen Lang, should be satisfied. Unexpectedly, Master Shen felt that he had been left out and was unhappy. So, he slapped Su Qianqian's face again. And the slap was so natural. There was no smell of incense. The Su family's trick to slander me was so awkward and stiff. I, Shen Lang, am the king of acting tough. I can act tough and slap people's faces easily. Shen Lang said sincerely, that prostitute just now was half a silver coin. Su Qianqian, you are so beautiful. The price is at least 10 times higher. We have been husband and wife for 100 days. On average, we have done it twice a day. That adds up to 200 times. That's 1,000 silver coins and 50 gold coins. You can count it and see if it's right. Oh yes, sometimes when I meet you, I still have to pay more, right? How much more do you want? I'll write an IOU, okay? This despicable person's revenge is really endless. This is no longer from morning to night. It's every minute and every second. Everyone was silent. They watched as Shen Lang slapped them in the face. Su Qianqian felt like she was standing barefoot on red-hot charcoal. Her whole body felt like it was about to be burned. She wanted to jump up. And Zhang Jin was about to explode. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced into his palms. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to smash Shen Lang to death with one punch. Shen Lang quickly hid behind Mulan. Although he knew that Zhang Jin wouldn't hit him, it was better to be safe. Hey, my wife's martial arts is my martial arts. Mulan's lily-white hand gently dropped to her belt. There was a soft sword there. If Zhang Jin dared to hit Shen Lang, she would cut him with her sword. But, the next second, she wanted to cut her husband with her sword. Because this hooligan took the opportunity to rub against her buttocks. He even pretended to be innocent and careless. "Husband, you've been acting like a hooligan from morning till night. You are a hooligan in the day and a hooligan in your sleep at night." This moment of confrontation was like a flash of lightning and fire. Xianxia's face instantly turned red. Her eyes were full of anger. Zhang Jin's whole body was full of murderous intent. His fists were bleeding. However, just 3 seconds later, these two people forced themselves to calm down. Because today was their engagement banquet. Xianlang, this bastard, could unscrupulously shed all pretense of cordiality, but they couldn't. "Please come in," Xianxian said. She had to pretend that nothing had happened. She couldn't even return the gold coin that Xianlang had given her. If she dared to return it, who knew what ugly words would come out of Xianlang's mouth. Playing the flute and singing would cost more. Roofing and woodshed would cost more. "I will toast Miss Jean in a while," Xianxian said. Then she quickly went to the next guest. She didn't want to stay in front of Xianlang for a second longer. Xianlang held Milan's hand and walked towards the hall. The arrival of Xianlang and Jean Milan was like a signal to those big shots that they could appear. The next one to appear was Lord Ningguozu of the Monarch Weaving House. He was the third leader of the weaving house. He was the breadwinner of the Su family. Although he was only a 5th-grade official, he was like an ancestor in the eyes of the Su family. The surname of the state of Yu was Ning. So, did this Lord Ningguozu have any relationship with the monarch? A little bit. They were from the same family about 200 years ago. As soon as Lord Ningguozu arrived, everyone present stood up to welcome him. As for Xianlang and Jean Milan, they sat there motionlessly. Su Guangyun and Su Qianqian respectfully sent Lord Ningguozu to the 4th seat of honor. "You asked Xianlang and Milan's ranking? 9th, they were ranked 1st, but definitely not in line with the status of the Xianwu mansion. They were openly suppressing us." Xianlang felt that he couldn't bear it. "The crown prince of the Jin High Count house has arrived. The messenger of the governor's mansion has arrived." The person who announced the names outside seemed to be on steroids. His voice became particularly rhythmic and excited, as if he was expressing infinite admiration from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, the 3 masters, Zhang Jin, Su Guangyun, and Su Qianqian, went directly to the gate and welcomed the 2 distinguished guests. After the 2 distinguished guests came in, everyone present bowed to them. The messenger sent by the governor's mansion this time was not Yin Wuji, but a young man. His name was Zhu Wubian. He was the nephew of Lord Zhu Yung, the son of the great general, and a military general with a promising future. As expected, he was tall and strong, and walked like a dragon or a tiger. But Xianlang only glanced at him and then stared at another person. This person was the current enemy of the Xianwu mansion, Tang Yun, the crown prince of the Jin High Count house. Seeing him for the first time, Xianlang had an impulse. He wanted to beat Jin Muzong to death. Look, everyone was the crown prince of the Count house. Look at how awesome he was. How useless was Jin Muzong, Tang Yun was more than awesome. The arrogance of the crown prince of the Jin High Count house was almost piercing through the brim of his hat. He was very handsome, but what people paid more attention to was his arrogance. How to describe this arrogance? There was a saying that was very appropriate. "I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash," and Crown Prince Tang Yun's face and eyes had this sentence written all the time. "I'm looking down on everyone," but for some reason, the arrogant Zhang Jin behaved very humbly in front of the overbearing Tang Yun. Zhu Wubian's identity was awesome enough. His uncle was the governor of Tiannam province, and his father was a great general, but he was slightly behind Tang Yun. And the castellan Lu Wuyan, who was a jinshi, was looking at Tang Yun with admiration. Xianlang asked, "Wife, who is more handsome, me or him?" Mulan said, "You are handsome." Xianlang said, "Then why is he so awesome?" Mulan said, "He is not only the crown prince of the Jin High Count house, but also a jinshi. He ranked 3rd in the general exam and 4th in the court exam. Damn, that would really be awesome. No wonder he looked like everyone here was trash." As for Xianlang, this little son-in-law, in Tang Yun's eyes, he was just a passerby who didn't even deserve a name. This caused Xianlang to be extremely displeased. "You put on such a cool face, do you think I don't exist?" There can't be anyone in Xuanwu who is more awesome than me, Xianxia. City Lord Lu Wuyan was a top 3 scholar. Of course he couldn't stand up straight in front of Tang Yun. This was equivalent to a student from XX Normal University meeting a student from Tsinghua University. Before they could even speak, they had to suppress their voices. 1/3 of the people present came forward and bowed to Tang Yun. It wasn't that the remaining 2/3 didn't want to go up, but they weren't qualified. They could only stand in the corner and show a flattering smile. Brother Nyen, it's been a few months since we parted in the capital. I've missed you. A young man in cotton clothes came forward and bowed to Tang Yun. Tang Yun cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, brotherly." Another big shot appeared. He was a second-rank scholar, the newly appointed silver-clothed inspector. The silver-clothed inspector was also a kind of imperial censor, but it was a special inspection organization that belonged to the monarch. Later on, the organization merged with the imperial censor and many young officials also entered this prestigious organization. Xianxia knew this person. Black Tortoise City was a true bookworm. Xianxia had grown up listening to Black Tortoise City's name. Li Wenjing, the pride of Xuanwu City, the public enemy of all young scholars in Xuanwu City. Because when a teacher beat someone, they would usually say one sentence. How about taking a look at Li Wenjing? You guys really can't be carved. Then, smack 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 smack. The ruler came down. Xianxia had been beaten by his teacher more than 800 times since he was young. 90% of the time, he would hear the name Li Wenjing. So in his memory, Li Wenjing was the signal to be beaten. Even though Xianxia's soul had transmigrated from Earth, he instinctively felt a strong sense of discomfort when he saw this person. This Li Wenjing was 28 years old this year. He had just passed the second-rank scholar, the same subject as Tang Yun. Don't look down on him when you hear that he was 28 years old. Passing the first rank at 28 years old was already very impressive. In terms of the well-known figures in Xuanwu City, Li Wenjing and Xianxia were on the same level. However, Xianxia's reputation was mostly negative. Retard, king of mooch, god of gamblers, and now, there was probably another lord of porn. And Li Wenjing only had one nickname. The pride of Xuanwu City, how great and righteous was that, he and Xianxia were both commoners. Xianxia was vain and lazy, so he went to live off a woman. Li Wenjing, on the other hand, was diligent and self-reliant. In the end, he became a second-ranked jinshi. He was simply a role model. When Count Xuanwu was looking for a son-in-law, he didn't even dare to think about Li Wenjing. Count Jinzhua didn't dare to have such thoughts because he was too famous. After the court examinations, Li Wenjing returned to his hometown in glory. It was a sea of people. Now, he was a silver-clothed inspector. Although his position was not high, he had amazing power. Even the governor had to respect him. Today, at Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian's engagement banquet, this second-ranked jinshi sat in the third seat of honor. He was 6 seats ahead of Xianxia and Jin Mulan. The second son of the northern marquis, Nangong Ping. This voice was simply impassioned and stirring up one's heart. The last super figures had arrived, the crown prince of the Jinhai Count House, Tang Yun, the son of the general, Zhu Wubian, Zhang. Governor's son, Zhang Jin, Li Wenjing, and the governor of Xuanwu City, Lu Wuyan. These 5 people stepped forward. Because only these 5 people were qualified to welcome the son of the northern marquis. Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian, as the hosts, were not qualified. At this moment, Tang Yun looked at Jin Mulan. Because Mulan was the daughter of the first wife of the Xianwu mansion, she was of high status. Mulan looked at Xianxia. I'm not going. Xianxia said. Mulan said, then I'll go out and welcome them. Mulan had put in a lot of effort. The northern marquis was a big shot in the military and could barely be counted as an old noble family. Although their attitude had deviated from the new political party, as a representative of the old noble families, Mulan still hoped to salvage the situation. The 6 most distinguished people went to welcome them. After a while, the son of the northern marquis, Nangong Ping, entered the hall. Everyone was silent. Xianxia looked at him. This second son of the northern marquis was not bad-looking, but he was not as handsome as Tang Yun, nor was he as overbearing. Instead, he was full of smiles, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. And there was another person next to him. If he guessed correctly, he should be Xianxia of the Inyuan Association. This person's name sounded like a handsome man, but in fact, he was actually a fatty. A fatty with a face whiter and smoother than a steamed bun. Note that a fatty was different from a fat otaku. There was a type of fatty who was very sinister, and it was this Xianxia of the Inyuan Association. This was the type of pig that played the pig to eat the tiger. Another type of fatty was Jin Mutsong. This Xianxia of the Inyuan Association did not actually smile, but his face seemed to be smiling all the time. All the big shots were present, Zhang? They did not appear, and neither did the older big shots. They would only be present at the wedding. The prominent people who came to the engagement banquet were basically the younger generation. The engagement banquet was about to begin. The rehearsal for the siege of the Xianwu mansion was about to officially begin. The other party was a group of people, and each of them was more powerful than the other. And the only one who would accept the challenge was Shenlang. Mulan said in a low voice, "Husband, what do you think?" Shenlang said, "There's something I don't know if I should say." Mulan said, "I want to hear it." Shenlang said, "Everyone here is trash. They're nothing but chickens and dogs." "Wife, do you know what's the most boring part of a game of chess?" Shenlang said. The beautiful woman said, "What is it?" Shenlang said, "Before the game has even started, we already know what the enemy's first move will be, what their second move will be, and what their third move will be. Of course, this is also the most interesting part. The first move of the Su family, that whore, was just an appetizer. It was used to disgust people. It can be considered a tortoise's fist. I really didn't expect it at all. But the enemy's second and third moves are very predictable." Mulan said, "I don't believe it." Shenlang dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a name on the table. Wang Lian, seeing Shenlang's expression, Mulan said, "Do you think that the second person to attack us will be cousin Wang Lian?" Shenlang nodded, 90%. Mulan was puzzled. She knew that her husband was very smart, but this kind of thing was too much of a coincidence. There was no way to predict it. But Shenlang was so confident. Zhang Ji raised his glass and was about to order the banquet to start. But at this moment, a figure barged in. Xuanwu City Registrar, Mulan's distant cousin, Wang Lian. He seemed to have drunk a little as he rushed into the hall. Zhang Jin said, "Brother Wang Lian, you're late. You'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment." The two of them had some history, but at this moment, they were very intimate. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Lian ignored him and rushed in front of Jean Mulan. His eyes were filled with infatuation and fanaticism. "Mulan, why? Why? Why did you marry this bastard? Have you forgotten our solemn pledge of undying love? 2 years ago, under the osmanthus tree, under the moon, we promised to marry each other. Have you forgotten? That day, under the moonlight, we loved each other and slept together. We promised to be husband and wife forever. Have you forgotten all of this? Why did you betray me? Why did you marry this bastard? For you, I didn't participate in the examinations. I came to Xuanwu City to be a registrar. I gave up a bright future. Everything was for you. Jean Mulan, you heartless woman. Why did you do this to me? That night of love, was it just a dream to you?" Wang Lian's voice was hoarse, the cuckoo wept blood. Hearing this, Mulan was stunned. She really didn't expect that people could be so shameless. Of course, Mulan was clear about Wang Lian's infatuation with her. So, she deliberately kept a distance from him. What flowers under the moonlight? What affectionate love, she almost never talked to Wang Lian in private. But from Wang Lian's words, it seemed that Mulan had an affair with him. What he said was not just a promise. He wanted to tell everyone that he had slept with Shenlang's wife, another bucket of dirty water. And it was dirty water that could hardly be washed off. Mulan was really angry. She suddenly stood up to refute. But Shenlang held her hand. "My wife, don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. He has more tricks up his sleeve. He will prove your innocence in an hour. and he will die a terrible death. Xianxia said calmly. At this time everyone was talking about it. I didn't expect that the seemingly pure Jean Milan would have an affair with Wang Lian. What's so unexpected? The more chaste a woman looks on the surface, the more promiscuous she is in private. That Xianxia is so pitiful. His head is green. He's been made a cuckold. What's so strange about it? Xianxia is just a lowly peasant boy. He can't even climb into Jean Milan's bed. Their marriage is completely fake. After they got married, no matter what man Jean Milan looks for, Xianxia has no right to interfere. Xianxia took out a book and looked at the faces of the women who were gossiping. Then, he wrote down their names one by one. If he didn't know them, he would ask Milan. Milan said, "Husband, why are you writing down their names?" Xianxia said, "Let them live a life worse than death. They will regret living in this world." At this time, Wang Lian was still looking at Jean Milan. His gaze was infatuated and his expression was immersed in his memories. It was as if he was reminiscing about the love they had on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival last year. Zhang Jin came over and pulled Wang Lian away, persuading him to return to his seat. "Brother Wang Lian, the banquet hasn't started yet. Why are you drunk?" Then, Zhang Jin looked at Xianxia with a smug look. "You, Xianxia, are shameless. You aren't afraid of slandering, but your wife, Jean Milan, always cherishes her reputation. What can you do if we pour this bucket of sh*t on her? You won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into Nujiang." Xianxia continued to dip his finger in the wine and put a cross on Wang Lian's name. Because in his eyes, Wang Lian was already a dead man. Then, he wrote down another name. "Li Wenjing," Milan said in a low voice, "Husband, is this the person who made the enemy's third move?" This person was a silver-clothed inspector. He was ordered to patrol all the prefectures in the world. Although his position was not high, no one dared to provoke him. Even the prefectures had to be respectful to him. He was very powerful. "Yes," Xianxia said, "moreover, he was the one who wanted to give me the final blow and kill me." Then, Xianxia put a cross on Li Wenjing's name. Because in his eyes, the pride of Xuanwu City was not far from death. Tonight was destined to be a cruel night. The banquet began. First, Zhang Jin expressed his gratitude. He was especially grateful for the arrival of these big shots. Then, the city lord of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, gave a speech, praising Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian, saying that they were a match made in heaven. Then, it was Zhu Wubian's turn to give a speech, congratulating Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian on their marriage. He skipped over a bunch of nonsense and omitted 5,000 words. While these people were talking, Li Wenjing, the silver-clothed inspector, didn't say anything. He clapped his hands and smiled. Nan Gongping did not speak, did not applaud, but revealed a smile. "Tang Yin is very awesome? Unable to summon? Angry and tired? Frozen milkweed brimshenlong is the best? Awesome? Unable to summon? Angry and tired? Frozen black bream? Obedient pain temper? Jagged seal age?" Wu Bai Nuashan cried out, "Bukpa is jealous of his thumb carries? Huan Luofeng?" Encircling each other, following that, the banquet entered a time where people drank wine and ate to their heart's content. However, the situation was still a little awkward. The reason was simple. It was because of Xianxia and Jean Milan. Tonight's mission was to besiege Xianxia. Therefore, no one present could flatter him properly. Originally, it was such a good opportunity. The second son of Zhenbei Marquis, the son of Count Jin Hai, Tang Yun, the silver-clothed inspector, Li Wenjing, and the son of the great general, Zhu Wubian, were all present. However, no one dared to speak for fear of disrupting the rhythm. After a long while, someone finally started. This person's name was not important. What was important was that he was a high scholar. Even in Xuanwu City, a high scholar was a rare find in the upper class. However, at tonight's banquet, the status of a high scholar was only a ticket to enter. Recently, a strange book has been published. Do you know about it? Xianxia perked up. Here it comes. I'm afraid it's hard to not know. This book has become popular throughout Yangwu County and Nujiang County. Moreover, this fire is rapidly spreading throughout the entire Tiannan province. The writing of this book is really top-notch. The words inside are extremely spicy and speak of the feelings of the world. Look at how abnormal this is. These people were actually praising Xianxia's book. Why? It was to first lift the book to the sky and then smash it to its death. It was only at this banquet that they could talk about the book, because no one would say, "Look, the cover of this book is Su Xianxia." Because the entire discussion could be controlled. If this book was mentioned on the street, it was guaranteed that countless men would spit on Su Xianxia. You don't know yet, right? The author of this book, Langliang Xiaoxiaoxing, is among us. Really? No way. What a pleasant surprise. Quick, tell us who it is. The acting of these people was too exaggerated. It was hard to watch. This is Langliang Xiaoxiaoxing. He is the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, Xianlang. The high scholar pointed at Xianlang. Suddenly, all eyes were on Xianlang. Following that, almost everyone was praising Xianlang for how outstanding his book was and how extraordinary it was. I like the poems in this book the most. They are so well written. Every time I read them, I can't help but sigh with emotion. Yes, yes, yes. Which poem do you like the most? The one in the first chapter, good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. Heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes it. Good poem, excellent poem. Short and powerful, like a sharp sword. At this time even Tang Yun, Nan Gongping, and the second-ranked high scholar, Li Wenjing, couldn't help but discuss the poem. All the guests at the banquet joined in the discussion. The entire banquet seemed to have turned into a literary salon. Moreover, it was a literary salon that praised Xianlang. Almost everyone was praising how well this poem was written. Right at this moment, Wang Lian, the high scholar of Xianwu, slammed the table. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Everyone quietened down and looked at him. Everything was as if it had been rehearsed. Wang Lian suddenly stood up, pointed at Xianlang and said in a stern voice, "You shameless bastard, not only did you snatch my woman, you even stole my poem. Xianlang, why did you plagiarize my essay and poem? You are a shameless literary thief. This poem was clearly written by me. Why did you steal it?" The second stage of the attack on Xianlang had finally come to fruition. Zhang Jin had asked Zhang Yu about it. He wanted to know if there was a limit to the attack on Xianlang. Zhang Yu said, "Does Xianlang have a limit? It is impolite not to reciprocate." Zhang Jin asked, "If we don't have a bottom line, will it lower our style?" Zhang Yu? There is no fighting in politics. There is only dirtier and dirtier. Therefore, Zhang Jin implemented his father's words very well. Moreover, he advanced step by step. The lethality of each move was stronger than the one before. The third move would be a fatal blow. But Zhang Jin wanted to know if Xianlang could solve the second move. When Wang Lian said this, everyone was shocked. It can't be. Son-in-law Xianlang would not do such a shameless thing. Plagiarizing a poem? This is a disgrace to scholars. Young Master Xianlang, please come out and explain. Lord Wang Lian, do you have any evidence? You can't talk nonsense without evidence. At this time an old man stood up. Because he was sitting too far behind, Xianlang saw him clearly at this time. He turned out to be the teacher in charge of the school in Hanshui town. In the words of the earth, he was the principal of a middle school. He was already 70 years old this year. But he was just a shoutsai. How could he be qualified to attend tonight's banquet? He came here for Xianlang. More than half a year ago, it was he who drove Xianlang out of the school in person. The title of the disgrace of scholars on Xianlang also came from his mouth. At this time, the old principal stood up tremblingly and said, "Lord Wang Lian, Xianlang is my student. Although he was a good-for-nothing before, he can't bear the crime of plagiarizing poems. If you don't have evidence, don't slander him." Wang Lian said, "Of course I have evidence." Then, he took out an article from his bosom and said, "Everyone look, this is the article from the county examination 8 years ago. It can't be faked, right?" The county examination was the first stage of the Shoutsai examination. Only those who passed the county examination could participate in the academy examination. Only those who passed the academy examination could obtain the title of Xianxia and go on to participate in the provincial examination. Therefore, although the county examination was not a high-level imperial examination, it was still an official authority. Wang Lian began to pass the examination paper around. Finally, it reached the hands of Tang Yun, Li Wenjing, Nan Gongping, and the others. City Lord Lu Wuyan pointed at the examination paper and said, "Yes, this is indeed the examination paper from Nujiang County examination 8 years ago. It also has the seals of Taisho Prefecture and Tiannam Province's Prefect of Education. Look at the paper, look at the handwriting, it can't be faked. Young masters, look at this poem written at the beginning of Wang Lian's examination paper. Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished. Heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes." Wang Lian wrote this poem during the county examination 8 years ago. Now that it has appeared in Xianlang's book, it is undoubtedly plagiarism. Irrefutable evidence. The crowd was in an uproar. I didn't expect it to be plagiarism. To think that I admired the words and poems so much. I didn't expect it to be plagiarism. This is a disgrace to scholars. Xianlang's book was too popular. It could not be suppressed, nor could it be banned. Therefore, they might as well elevate it to the highest level, and then push the crime of plagiarism onto Xianlang. This way, the situation would be reversed. Previously, everyone was talking about Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian's scandals. Very soon, they would talk about Xianlang's plagiarism scandal. Good news never goes out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. As long as Xianlang could not prove his innocence tonight, the crime of plagiarism would be confirmed tomorrow. Even if the truth was reversed in the future, it would be useless. No one would care. The saliva of the public was like bullets fired in the middle of the night. It could not be taken back. The old headmaster said, "Lord Wang Lian, my student Xianlang has nothing to do with you. How could he have copied your poem?" Wang Lian said, "Sir, when Xianlang was injured, I took pity on him and went to his house to help him revise his lessons. I taught him for half a month. I didn't expect him to be so cruel and unscrupulous that he would plagiarize my poem." The old headmaster pointed at Xianlang with a trembling finger. "Is this true?" Xianlang ignored him. Instead, he stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see Wang Lian's examination paper." Wang Lian and Lu Wuyan stepped forward and opened the examination paper about 2 feet away from Xianlang. However, they did not hand it to him. Xianlang took a look and immediately determined that it was indeed the examination paper from 8 years ago. This was indeed the examination paper from 8 years ago. Whether it was the paper or the handwriting, it was filled with the marks of time. Moreover, at the beginning of the examination paper, there was indeed, "Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished." Heaven's net has a long way to go. The most important thing was that every word of the poem was written by Wang Lian. Moreover, it was his handwriting from 8 years ago. Every word was also filled with the marks of time. Even with X-rays and AI, it was still certain that this was Wang Lian's handwriting. It was not a forgery. The examination paper was real. Every word on it was real. Awesome, it was simply breathtaking. From the looks of it, the evidence was irrefutable. But without a doubt, Wang Lian did not write this poem at all. Then how did Wang Lian do it? Xianlang guessed the method in an instant. It was true that Wang Lian did not write this poem. However, this poem only had 16 words. Every word was very ordinary. Almost every scholar had written it before. So, Wang Lian cut out all the words that he had written before and pieced them together into this poem. Then, he found the best calligraphy and painting framer and pasted these 16 words on the examination paper that Wang Lian had written 8 years ago. Finally, he mounted a layer of transparent paper on the examination paper. Do you know what was the most awesome thing? The last layer of transparent paper was peeled off from the blank area of a certain calligraphy and painting work from 8 years ago. Only then could it be filled with the marks of time. On Earth, the skills of those counterfeiters of calligraphy and paintings had reached the pinnacle. A famous painting could be sold with 3 layers peeled off, in triplicate. Not only that, they could make half of it real and the other half fake seamlessly. In short, those who were not experts would not be able to see any flaws. And the examination paper that Wang Lian had written 8 years ago was almost at the pinnacle. At least, Xianlang could not see any flaws at all. Every single word was real, every single piece of paper was 8 years old, and every single official seal was also real. This represented authority. It could not be any more real. Xianlang could only gasp in amazement and exclaim that it was awesome. Even the prefectural government had helped Wang Lian to fake it. They wanted to seal the coffin of Xianlang's crime of plagiarism. Wang Lian pointed at Xianlang and said coldly, "Now that the evidence is irrefutable, Xianlang, what else do you have to say?" The old principal of Xianlang's school was very angry when he saw the paper. He pointed at Xianlang with a trembling finger. "You bastard! When you were in Hanshui town, you were like a piece of rotten wood. Even after studying for 9 years, you still couldn't complete your enlightenment. I couldn't take it anymore and chased you home. But you were still kind at that time. Now you've learned how to plagiarize and plagiarize. You're a disgrace to all scholars. You're a disgrace to me." It wasn't easy. He was already so old, yet he still tried to frame others. Respecting the old and loving the young was a traditional virtue. But, it was a different story for some bad people who had aged. Wang Lian pointed at Xianlang and said coldly, "Xianlang, what else do you have to say? Say it." Suddenly, a lady said, "Shen, I don't believe that you plagiarized. This poem is the same as Wang Lian's. It's a coincidence, right? Come up with a few better poems to prove to everyone that you are really talented." "Yes, yes. Xianlang, come up with a better poem and prove that you're not a plagiarist." "Yes, Xianlang, come up with a better poem and prove that you're not a plagiarist." At this time, the second-ranked scholar, Li Wenjing, said, "There are many scholars here. Even the weakest among them is a high scholar. Son-in-law Xianlang, if you're willing, you can compete with them in terms of poetry. I'll give you a question. If your poem is better than theirs, it proves that you're not a plagiarist." "Yes, Lord Li, please give us the question. All of us high scholars will compete with Xianlang in terms of poetry." Su Qianqian was very happy. He couldn't help but think back to the day when the Su family accused Xianlang of stealing the golden dye formula. In order to prove himself, Xianlang took out a better yellow dye and a better purple dye. Now, it was a different approach to achieve the same result. However, at that time, Wang Lian, that idiot, ruined the Su family's plan. Today, there is no second Wang Lian. Everyone present was Xianlang's enemy. Asking Xianlang to compose a poem was like toying with a clown. In the end, no matter what poem Xianlang wrote, even if it was heaven-defying, he would still lose. Just like in the World Cup in South Korea and Japan, so what if you played well? The referees have been bribed by a certain country. Tonight, there were no referees. Or rather, the referees were all enemies. They were all people who wanted to crush Xianlang to death. This was the prelude to the siege of Xianwu Mansion. They were all young people, and there was no need for a bottom line. Li Wenjing said, "Xianlang, isn't your book Jin Ping Mei Fengyu Legend? Why don't you write a poem about Fengyu? Alright, let's use Moon Breeze as the theme. Xianlang composes a poem. Xianlang composes a poem." The few high scholars present all egged him on. Xianlang gave a disdainful smile and said, "Composes a poem? Why should I compose a poem? What right do you have to make me compete with you in terms of poetry?" At that moment, the high scholars were enraged. "We are high scholars, and you, Xianlang, have no scholarly achievements. If we are talking about qualifications, you are not qualified to be compared to us. We gave you a chance to prove your innocence, and you didn't cherish it? After we pass the grand scholar examinations, we can become the governor of the city. We can become the pillars of the country. Do you think we have the qualifications? You, Xianlang, have no scholarly achievements. You are just a lowly son-in-law. What right do you have to compete with us?" At that moment, the high scholars felt a sense of superiority. Xianlang laughed coldly and said, "Out of the 5 of you, can one of you pass the grand scholar examinations? So what if you pass the grand scholar examinations? You can be a civil official for a few years, and then finally become the governor of the city. Finally, if you can become the governor of the city, you will be considered lucky. Even if you become the governor of the city when you are in your 50s, so what? What kind of wealth and glory can you enjoy? What kind of wife can you marry? What kind of residence can you live in? How many servants can you have? Can you compare to me? I, Xianxia, live in a 10,000 mu manor, a 1,000 mu mansion. I have tens of servants and maids by my side. Every single maid by my side is a beauty that can only be found once in 1,000 miles. The clothes I am wearing are worth a few hundred gold coins. My wife is the daughter of the count, and the most beautiful woman in the entire Nujiang County. Her beauty is unparalleled, her figure is unparalleled, and her martial arts skills are unparalleled. Every time I go out, I am escorted by tens of cavalrymen. What kind of extravagance is that? The end of your life's work is just the beginning for me. Everything that you dream of, no, everything that you can't even dream of, is within my reach. Tell me, what right do you have to compete with me? Do you have any sense of superiority in front of me? You all passed the high scholar examinations, that's very impressive. But you have to be someone else's dog in order to have the right to enter tonight's banquet. However, tonight's banquet was organized just for me. So, in front of me, you are nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, the few high scholars were all speechless. Xianxia, you are so shameless, you actually said that you are living off a woman in such a righteous manner. In such a situation, you should have said lies in a dignified manner. Yet, you said such vulgar truths to hurt them. What kind of bullshit is that? But, they did not know why, but these high scholars were filled with sorrow. Although Xianxia's words were vulgar, they directly revealed the truth. This world is so cruel. This is the most sorrowful thing in this world. The goal that you strive for in your life is just the beginning for others. You tried your best, and even sacrificed your life, but you still couldn't get what you wanted. Others could just lie on the bed and wave their hands, and they would have it. At this time, you dare to accuse Xianxia of being vulgar? You dare to say that I studied for the benefit of the people, and for the prosperity of the state of you, at such a high-class event. There is no need to say such hypocritical words. There are no fools here. Sorry, this world does not have nationalism yet. It is not like our future China, where there are countless elites who have sacrificed their lives for the country. Following this, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and laughed coldly. You want me to compose a better poem to prove that I did not plagiarize it? Are you trying to fool me? Back then, I, Xianxia, was just a commoner. Your Su family could crush me at any time. That's why I had to use all my strength to prove my innocence. And now, you are composing *King poem. When Wang Lian heard Xianxia's words, he laughed out loud. Xianxia, are you trying to be shameless? Are you admitting that you have plagiarized my poem? You are a disgrace to scholars. Not only did you snatch my woman, but you also stole my poem. Jean Milan, you are blind to have chosen such a shameless man. Wang Lian pointed at Xianxia's nose and scolded angrily. Xianxia felt extremely happy. So what if you, Xianxia, don't compose poems? So what if you are acting shameless? You still can't change a fact. We have slandered you, and you are helpless. Even if you jump into the New River, you will not be able to clear your name. No matter how domineering and shameless you are, you can't change the fact that you have exhausted your limited abilities. Indeed, facing such a situation, there is almost no solution, because there is no referee. Or rather, the referee has already entered the arena to fight. Any excuse would be stupid and futile. At this time, Xianxia silently took out another item. Lysergic acid/diethylamide, the world's strongest hallucinogen. Last time, Xianxia extracted a little from hundreds of kilograms of moldy rye. A small part of it was used on the Song Enterprise, the stepmother of the Big Fool. The effect was strangely good, and there was still a lot left. How powerful was this hallucinogen? No one could withstand it, including Xianxia. In 1942, the US/China/CIA/CIA began to research mind control chemical weapons. 6 first-class experts in the field of neurophysiology formed a research group and wanted to invent an interrogation drug that would make prisoners confess when they took it. They used many kinds of drugs, such as hemp extract, heroin, etc., but the effect was not good. Finally, they found lysergic acid/diethylamide. It turned out that this thing was the most powerful interrogation drug. The CIA tested it on a high-ranking U.S. military officer. As a result, he directly confessed a high-level secret without any mental resistance. Of course, this thing also depended on the dosage. A small dose could make people hallucinate, as if the soul was ascending. And if a larger dose was taken, the whole brain would be controlled. You would say whatever others asked, as if the whole person had no mental defense at all. After that, both the CIA and the KGB began to use it extensively for interrogation. With this thing, Xianxia could get rid of Wang Lian in the simplest and most brutal way. Why did he need to write a poem to prove his innocence? Ridiculous, Wang Lian pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Xianxia, if you are still a man, admit in front of your wife and everyone present that you plagiarized my poem." After that, Wang Lian poured himself another glass of wine and drank it. Of course, he was not drunk. He just pretended to be drunk. Xianxia secretly handed the strongest psychedelic to Mulan and then said nothing. Mulan hesitated for a moment and found the best opportunity. She flicked her finger gently. Suddenly, the world's most powerful psychedelic flew into Wang Lian's glass. This dose was many times more than what was given to the Song Enterprise at that time. The whole process was silent. Tang Yun, Nangong Ping, Zhu Wubian and others were all martial arts masters. Such a small trick could not be hidden from them. But Wang Lian stood in front of Xianxia and Mulan. His body blocked the sight of these martial arts masters. And Wang Lian was a scholar who basically did not know any martial arts. Of course, it was impossible for him to find out. He didn't even need others to persuade him to drink. He poured another glass and drank it in one gulp. Wang Lian scolded loudly, "Xianxia, you know what? I despise you. I despise you. You dare to do it, but you dare not admit it. Xianwu Mansion is going to be finished. I can't believe they found a son-in-law like you. You are such a despicable person. I am ashamed to be associated with you." Then, Wang Lian was about to leave. In any case, he had already completed his mission. After pouring dirty water on Xianxia, he planned to leave. It was so satisfying, so refreshing. Xianxia had no room to refute. During the whole process, Wang Lian pointed at his nose and scolded him. "Aren't you very powerful, Xianxia? Why not? Yes, I slandered you. What can you do?" Then, Wang Lian felt as if he was floating in the air. Everything around him began to spin, becoming grotesque and dazzling. Everyone's face seemed to be just a shadow. Everyone's heartbeat and breathing could be heard clearly. He was so excited and happy. Am I drunk? Am I drunk so soon? Does it feel so good to be drunk? It's like becoming an immortal. It was such a wonderful feeling, as if he had turned back into a little tadpole, floating in the air. I seemed to have opened the door to a new world. At this time, Wang Lian had entered a very strange state. It was as if the effect of being drunk was multiplied 100 times. When people were drunk, they would talk nonsense and reveal all the secrets in their hearts. But now, Wang Lian's brain was completely defenseless. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Wang Lian, you are slandering me and framing me, right?" "Yes," Wang Lian said with a trembling voice, "Xianxia, I am framing you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They couldn't even react for a moment. Of course, almost everyone knew that Wang Lian was framing Xianxia, but it came from his own mouth. Xianxia then asked, "Did I plagiarize your poem?" "No," Wang Lian said with a smile, "I didn't write that poem at all. I'm not afraid to tell everyone the truth. Although that poem is very short, only 16 words, it's too awesome. It's not something I can write." Xianxia said, "Then who asked you to slander me and frame me?" Suddenly, Zhang Jin stood up and said, "Lord Wang Lian, you are drunk. Come, send Lord Wang Lian to rest," Zhang Jin ordered. Immediately, 2 warriors came in and were about to take Wang Lian away. Mulan didn't say anything. She directly took out a soft sword from her belt and put it on the table. "There is no bottom line, but there is a bottom line," Mulan said lightly. "You can slander my husband by hook or by crook, but we can also fight back. If you are not allowed to fight back, then don't blame me for making a move. Whoever dared to take Wang Lian away, Mulan's sword dared to cut off their arm. After all, warriors' lives were not valuable. Shenlang said, Wang Lian, who asked you to slander me? Wang Lian said, it was Castellan Lu Wuyan. As soon as this was said, Lu Wuyan's expression changed drastically. He shouted sternly, Wang Lian, don't talk nonsense. You are already drunk. Wang Lian was completely immersed in a new world. He was very excited. I'm going to fly, I'm going to fly. He actually began to strip off his clothes and then pushed against Castellan Lu Wuyan's crotch. It's you, Lu Wuyan. You asked me to slander Shenlang. Every day, you yell at me and order me around. Do you know? I made you a cuckold. I slept with your concubine 8 times, ha ha ha. Your concubine said that you can't do it. Every time, you obviously can't last 3 breaths, but you still want her to yell for 15 minutes, pretending that you are very powerful. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. Who would have thought that even someone as handsome as City Lord Lu wouldn't be able to last more than 3 seconds? Governor Lu Wuyan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This was the most embarrassing moment in his life. Men were least afraid of other people's gazes of hatred or even contempt. What they were most afraid of was other people's sympathetic gazes. You're a 3-second man? You're green on top of your head. How pitiful. Immediately, Governor Lu Wuyan shouted sternly, Wang Lian, you're already drunk. Don't spout nonsense and speak without thinking. Men, drag Wang Lian out of here, Lu Wuyan ordered. Then, 2 warriors from the governor's mansion rushed in and dragged Wang Lian away. However, Jin Hui and more than 10 warriors from the count house went forward and stopped them. Get out of the way, the warriors from the governor's mansion said. Don't, everyone's having a good time listening to it. Jin Hui and the others drew their swords. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Shenlang continued, Wang Lian, how did you manage to falsify the results on this examination paper? It's clearly the county examination paper from 8 years ago. Why did my poem appear? Ha ha ha. Wang Lian laughed and said, I found the previous article and found the 16 words of this poem. I found the best framing master to peel off these words and paste them on the exam paper. Then, I mounted the exam paper with the thinnest layer of paper. Did you know that the top layer of paper was also peeled off from a painting from 8 years ago? After it was mounted, it was baked 2 feet away from the flame for a few hours. Everything was done. Once Wang Lian started talking, she could not stop talking. Did you know? I was shocked when I saw it. I didn't expect it to be so realistic. Shenlang, you're going to die because of me. Ha ha ha. Shenlang asked, why are you doing this? Wang Lian said, originally, I wanted to marry into Xianwu Mansion and join hands with my uncle Su Wenjiao to control the entire count house's finances. After Xuanwu dies, we will immediately make Jin Mutsong a figurehead. Then my son will be the new Xuanwu. But I didn't expect that you, Shenlang, would be 1 step ahead of me. You even caused the death of my uncle, Su Wenjiao. Of course I want revenge, and they have already promised me that as long as I frame you, they will accept me into the New Deal party. Even the New Democrats are willing to help me in the next examination. Then, Wang Lian didn't seem to be satisfied with just talking. He suddenly tore open the exam paper, peeled off the thin layer of paper, and then used his hand to scratch the surface of the exam paper. As expected, good will be rewarded, evil will be repaid with evil. Heaven's net has a long way to go, but nothing escapes. Look, it's coming down, Shenlang, Zhang Jin has prepared a fatal move to deal with you. You are going to die soon. Mulan, marry me, Wang Lian was so happy, and the people present couldn't bear to look at it. This scene was really comparable to the scene of a car accident. Shenlang didn't have any problems. Wang Lian, who had completely entered a hallucinatory state, seemed to be very lonely. Then, he ran naked in the hall. A small bird, swaying in the wind, looked particularly pocket-sized. It made the women present pretend to scream. This was also Wang Lian running naked. If it was Shenlang, these women probably couldn't help but scream, clamp their legs and lick their tongues. Zhang Jin originally wanted to send someone to stop him, but after a little hesitation, he let Wang Lian do whatever he wanted. Because the crazier Wang Lian was, the more untrustworthy what he said just now. A completely drunk madman, full of nonsense, not a single punctuation mark could be trusted. Of course, the fact that he slandered Xianlang was a done deal, because he himself had taken out those words. However, he said that Lu Wuyan asked him to slander Xianlang, and that the new political party planned to take care of him in the next election. These words could all be defined as nonsense. At this time, Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian once again surged with infinite unwillingness. What did Xianlang do? Was he a ghost? He actually made Wang Lian crazy, as if he suddenly lost his mind, spitting out all the truth in his mind. This method really made one shudder in fear. At this time, Zhang Jin immediately suspected that Xianlang had poisoned Wang Lian's wine. But even so, the situation couldn't be changed. Zhang Jin closed his eyes in pain, forcing himself to calm down in the shortest time. This move of slandering was originally to ruin Xianlang's reputation. The original intention was to push the book Endless Plum Romance down from the pedestal, so that everyone's attention would be focused on Xianlang's plagiarism. Now it didn't work, of course, it made people angry and unwilling. But it couldn't affect the overall situation. Don't forget that the real killing move was still to come. That was the fatal blow to Xianlang and Xianwu Mansion. His father repeatedly warned him not to be obsessed with fighting. When he found a move failed, he should immediately give up and move on to the next game. Son-in-law Xianlang, do you have any other questions about Wang Lian? Zhang Jin asked. Xianlang shook his head and said, nothing. Zhang Jin said bitterly, I really didn't expect Wang Lian to be so deranged. In order to take revenge on you, he actually resorted to such unscrupulous means, trying to frame you with the crime of plagiarism. Now it's all over, the truth is out. Xianlang couldn't help but sigh. This Zhang Jin really improved fast. He was getting more and more adept at the art of changing faces. But at this time, he probably smashed his teeth and swallowed it. A strong opponent was the key to improving one's cultivation. With Xianlang, Zhang Jin's level could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Zhang Jin said, Xianlang, this Wang Lian framed you, and even tried to take your poem for himself. Lord Lu Wuyan, according to the State of Yu's laws, how should Wang Lian be punished? City Lord Lu Wuyan said, report to the Provincial Commissioner of Education, strip Wang Lian of his scholarly rank, and impose a fine of 20 yuan, and hand it over to the victim, Xianlang. Then, Zhang Jin said, Son-in-law Xianlang, are you satisfied with this punishment? Satisfied, very satisfied. Xianlang said. Zhang Jin said, then I will first send someone to send Wang Lian home to sober up. Xianlang said, good. Immediately, 2 warriors came forward and dragged Wang Lian, who was still walking his bird naked, out. Of course, they wouldn't send Wang Lian home, but to a secret place. But, less than 3 miles away, a few black-cloaked experts rushed out and kidnapped Wang Lian. How could Xianlang let him die so easily? He must choose the most humiliating, most cruel way to die. It doesn't matter if you slander me for plagiarism, I will probably only break your arms and legs. But you dare to slander my wife's innocence, and say that I am a cuckold? Then I am very sorry, you will receive the most horrible and unique way to die in the world. In the banquet hall, Zhang Jin said loudly, I want to apologize to Xianlang. Tonight's banquet actually let a despicable person like Wang Lian in. Here, I will correct Xianlang's name. This 16-word poem was indeed written by Xianlang. It is truly enlightening. Good poem, good poem. Xianlang smiled and said, Zhang Jin, does this mean that I have some talent in poetry? At that moment, Zhang Jin felt that something was amiss. But he still smiled and said, Brother Xianlang is indeed talented. This poem is enough to prove it. Xianlang replied, Your Excellency Li Wenjing, just now you asked me to compose a poem with the theme wind and moon. You even asked me to compete with the high scholars. I rejected because I feel that they are not worthy to compete with me in poetry. Now that I think about it. Everyone was stunned. Have you, Xianlang, learned to conduct yourself? Xianlang said, now that I think about it, they are still not worthy. Many of the high scholars were furious. Screw you, Xianlang. But none of them dared to say anything. Just now, Shenlang's actions against Wang Lian were too terrifying. They didn't know how Shenlang did it. How did he make Wang Lian go crazy and spill all his dirty secrets? Who doesn't have a few dirty secrets? The high scholars present all had their own unspeakable past. For example, there was a certain high scholar who had an affair with his sister-in-law. His brother didn't know about it and still treated him well. Another example was a certain high scholar who had offered his chrysanthemum for the imperial examinations. He did it more than once. And so on and so forth. If all these dirty secrets were to be revealed, they would not be able to continue living. Hence, these high scholars all gave up and didn't dare to provoke Shenlang. Shenlang then said, "But I feel that since Master Li Wenjing has come up with the topic, if I don't compose a poem, it would be a waste of my talent. Everyone listen up. I'm going to compose a poem. Get out of my way. I'm going to act tough. Don't be hurt by my talent. I'm afraid that the entire hall won't be able to contain me." Shenlang stood up and walked to the center of the hall. "Next, I'm going to compose a poem in 7 steps. Let's use the moon breeze as the topic." Shenlang raised his wine glass and looked up at the sky. He had the aura of a literary hero. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. Although they were going to attack Shenlang tonight, it wouldn't be a bad thing to hear a good poem. Of course, it was fine if they heard it. It was impossible for them to make Shenlang famous. Shenlang closed his eyes, as if he had entered a beautiful state of poetry. He started to walk. He started to compose a poem. His voice was sonorous and full of emotion. The poem said, "Officials don't. Sun and moon come and go, trickles of red water. Shallow and deep, floating and sinking again." Yenru half smiled, her eyebrows like she was crying. "Love me, Xianxia, the moon breeze is boundless." This poem was modified from Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Intercourse Joy Great Music Ode. As soon as the poem was finished, the crowd couldn't believe their ears. Especially the women. Their faces turned red, and they felt hot all over. "Shenlang, you're really AF * king bastard. The poem you made is so obscene." After Su Qianqian and Zhang Jin heard it, they almost exploded. "Bastard, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. What's this poem about?" It says that Su Qianqian is on her period, but she's still fooling around with Shenlang. "Didn't you guys just find a lowly whore to pour dirty water on my head? You slander me, even her geranium. Now, I won't even let go of Su Qianqian's geranium. That's right, it's a super big poem." After finishing the poem, Shenlang said, "Why is there no applause? Could it be that my poem is not good enough?" Then, Shenlang looked at Su Qianqian with blazing eyes and said, "Qianqian, although we're separated, I still want to give this poem to you. I can not only compose a poem for you, I can also sing a song for you." Then, Shenlang sang with a charming voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Qianqian, you're my old woman. A woman like a rose. With your purple lips. Let my soul wander endlessly in the middle of the night. Come, 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 bang." A wine glass suddenly exploded on the ground. Shinblade Wolf's singing was full of sorrow and melancholy. Many of the women present were really mesmerized by it, but they were suddenly interrupted by the smashed wine glass. Su Qianqian bit her lip until it bled. She looked at Shenlang with a gaze full of deep-seated hatred. She wanted to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to dust. Shenlang stopped singing and said gently, "Qianqian, your upper lip is bleeding too." Once Master Lang entered the state of a hooligan, he couldn't stop. "Why, did I not sing well? Why don't I change to another song?" The whole place was silent. No one dared to respond. Everyone looked at Shenlang with complicated gazes. It was so satisfying. They had never seen such an exciting show before. But it was really scary. Especially the women present, they felt their hair stand on end. This Shenlang's lethality was really off the charts. He used one person to crush everyone present. He was really like a demon king. He simply pressed all the enemies present to the ground and rubbed them against each other, making them tremble. He used the truth to interpret that classic sentence. "I'm not targeting anyone. I'm targeting all of you. Everyone here is trash. You're all trash. Shenlang looked at Mulan and complained, "My wife, it seems like no one likes my poems, and no one likes my singing. Why don't we go home?" "Husband, I like your singing." Mulan said, "Alright, let's go home." Shenlang looked at Zhang Jin and said, "If you have any trump cards, use them now. Otherwise, I'm going home." "Go home? How can we let you go home? We still have the last fatal blow. The first two moves were just a prelude. The next move is the real fatal blow. It's going to take your life, Shenlang. It's a fight to the death." At this moment, someone raised his wine glass and said calmly, "Shenlang, you can't leave." Shenlang looked at the person who spoke. This person was the pride of Xuanwu City, the second-ranked scholar, Li Wenjing. He was the newly appointed inspector in silver. An official position that could strike fear in the hearts of all the prefectures. Although the rank was not high, it represented the will of the monarch and had the authority to report to the monarch. It was an official position that made people lose their courage. And now, his butcher's knife was pointed at Shenlang. Li Wenjing looked at Tang Yun and said, "Brother Tang, what's the funniest thing about a person? A person who doesn't know he's about to die, jumping up and down like a clown. This Shenlang is like that. Shenlang, your rebellion has been exposed." Following that, Li Wenjing said calmly, "Men, arrest Shenlang. Put him in shackles and bring him to the capital." Shenlang was overjoyed. He heaved a sigh of relief. The climax was here. The mine he had planted had finally been detonated by someone. Following this, many people would probably die. Note, it's another 4,000-word chapter. Brothers, give me some tickets. It will be published after midnight, with 10,000 words first. I have updated the 2 free chapters before today's publication. The total is 8,000 words. Welcome to read. Shenlang did not believe in tears. But I did. Shenlang was living off a woman, married to Count House, and lived a luxurious life. But I was poor. It was going to be published soon. It would be published after 12 o'clock. When the previous books were published, I was so nervous that I trembled all over and could not breathe. But this time it was published, even my internal organs were trembling. I was too nervous, too uneasy. Most of the writing process of this book was very joyous. Because, my heart could not tolerate any gloominess. The previous book had directly written about me being depressed. It was not an adjective. It was really pathological depression. Anxiety and insomnia for a few months. The world around me was gray and colorless. I was not interested in anything. My daughter's coquettish laughter seemed to be ringing outside the house. I watched the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve. Those songs and crosstalks seemed to be ringing in the sky, and it took a long time for them to enter my ears. The doctor prescribed anti-anxiety and anti-depression medicine for me, but I did not take it. I had always said that it was 2 images that pulled me back. The first time was when we were crossing the road in the middle of the night. My 5-year-old daughter was holding a big umbrella. When a car came from afar, she stopped and shouted at me, "Daddy, there's a car." The other image was when I was carrying her across the road. It felt a little heavy, and her soft body kept slipping down in my arms. My daughter giggled, "Daddy, can you carry me?" It was these 2 images that were engraved in my mind, pulling at me all the time. I could not let anything happen to me. I still had to protect her, take care of her, and let her live a carefree life. Therefore, my daughter was really my father's angel. Let's hurry up and get married and have a baby. If it was a boy, let's beat him up and beat him up. If it was a daughter, let's take good care of her and raise her to be a little princess. The reason was not because the previous book did not do well. On the contrary, Eunuch Martial Emperor did better than the previous books. It was because it was too difficult to write. I was too demanding, too hardworking. She worked day and night to finish the manuscript, and she couldn't sleep for more than a few hours every night. He didn't even sleep for an hour for 3 days and 2 nights. Therefore, with just over 2 million words, it was finished. After that, I took my wife to play everywhere for 2 months. Finally, I can sleep naturally. Then, I started a new book, thus, he lost sleep again. This book is very happy to write. Very cool, very high. Xianlang did not believe in tears. I want to be full of sunshine. I want to bring happiness and comfort to all of you. Yeah. I'm still taking sleeping pills, dextrozopiclone tablets. I've already taken about 30 boxes. He had already drunk several caddies of jujube powder every day when he boiled the jujube soup. However, the quality of his sleep was all right. Most importantly, he was in a good mood. By the time I finish writing this book, I will be able to completely adjust my sleep and quit taking medicine. I know, you have other authors out there, and more than one. But it didn't matter. Which reader doesn't have 3 or 4 wives, benefactor? As long as you remember to frequent my place, I will be satisfied. If you can vote for me, then you will be my second parent. I will treat you like my first love. It will be 12 o'clock soon. It will be on the shelf soon. After 12 o'clock, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Sir, you must come when the time comes, subscribe to me, and give me a monthly pass. Here, I want to thank my editor-in-chief, Tai Shan, and editor, Kieran. Thank you for helping me choose the theme. Thank you for your constant recommendation and encouragement. I'm inexplicably grateful. Finally, the pastries made a plea. My benefactors, remember to read the original version and subscribe to it, otherwise, I will starve to death. My whole family's porridge, rice, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation all come from every word I write. The greatest achievement of pastries is to be able to bring you happiness. Congratulations to the person who chased you and became the new leader of this book. Following Li Wenjing's order, 2 silver-clothed warriors rushed in. They were going to arrest him. Xianlang smiled in his heart. Li Wenjing, you finally jumped out. You are a second-rank jinshi, a silver-clothed inspector, but in the end, you have become a knife in the hands of others. You have such a good future, but you come to die. Xianlang smiled and said, Lord Li, I want to know how I will die. Li Wenjing played with the wine glass in his hand and said lightly, not only will you die, but you will also bring disaster to Xianwu Mansion. Miss Mulan, your family will probably be implicated. In a few days, the monarch will send silver-cloaked messengers to investigate your Xianwu Mansion. His eyes were indifferent, his expression was indifferent, and his movements were indifferent. Xianlang's eyes narrowed. What I hate the most is your indifferent and pretentious look. Xianlang smiled and sat back in the chair. He had an advantage, which was that he would allow others to finish their pretense before they died, and he would never interrupt them. Lord Li, before you arrest me, why don't you tell me my crimes? Xianlang said, lest people say that you killed someone without teaching them. Li Wenjing said, Xianlang, to be honest, your book Boundless Beauty in a Golden Vase is well written, and the poems in it are also very good. Then, Xianlang should have said something like you flatter me. But he didn't. Instead, he said, so you also think that I wrote well. It seems that my level is really high. This sentence almost made Li Wenjing choke. But soon he was relieved. Facing a young son-in-law like Xianlang who was about to die, there was no need to care about his impoliteness. There are many outstanding poems in this book of yours. For example, it's better to go home and sleep with your wife than to spend the night in leisure. Although the pillow is boring, sleeping until dawn is free. Li Wenjing said, although it's not very elegant, it's also a way to express the feelings of the world. For example, gratitude and hatred have been accumulated since ancient times. 10,000 years and 1,000 years have passed without giving birth to dust. What an excellent sentence. But my favorite is this one. After the luxury is gone, the pedestrians are gone, the flute and the zither are no longer singing. The majestic sword's brilliance dimmed, and the precious zither sparks vanished. The lonely autumn dew falls on the jade steps, the moonlight shines on the place where the song and dance took place. At that time, the singers and dancers did not return, turning into the ashes of West Hill today. At this moment, Zhang Jin interrupted, I think the other one is the best. It speaks of human nature. Meng Ji loved to marry a rich man. If we're fated, we'll meet even if we're 1,000 miles apart. Therefore, Zhang Jin and Li Wenjing began to flatter the poems in Xianlang's book. Suddenly, Li Wenjing slammed his wine cup on the table and said sternly, however, Xianlang, your book has a hidden meaning of rebellion. His voice suddenly rose, and everyone could not help but pricked up their ears. Sudden thunder out of nowhere, this was the favorite trick of the big shots. At first, it was a gentle drizzle, but suddenly there was thunder, scaring you to the point of peeing. Listen to this poem. Li Wenjing read it aloud. Zhu Rong comes from the south to whip the fire dragon, the fire clouds burn the sky. The sun at noon does not condense, the 10,000 countries are like in a red furnace. The 5 mountains dry up and the clouds extinguish. The Marquis of Yang is in deep sorrow and thirst. Why should the golden wind blow in the night, sweeping away the heat of the world for me? This poem shocked everyone. Many of the people present had not read Xianxia's boundless romance of the plum vase before. In their hearts, they only thought that it was a very well-written Daihuang book. They did not expect that it would actually contain such a majestic poem. It was really a good poem, but did this poem have a hidden meaning of rebellion? Li Wenjing sneered. The monarch once said that the new policy is like the scorching sun in the sky, it must make all the decaying have nowhere to hide, and sweep away all the filth in the world. That's right, the monarch did say such words. Xianxia and Xianwu Mansion had more than once compared the new policy to the scorching sun. In the entire Tiannam province, there was the big tree of Zhenbei Marquis' mansion. But now that the Marquis of Zhenbei had left, Xianwu Mansion was left alone under the scorching sun. Li Wenjing said, Xianxia, your poem compared the sun in the sky to an evil fire, roasting many nobles without a way out. Especially the last sentence, why should the golden wind blow in the night, sweeping away the heat of the world for me? Xianxia, what do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? The monarch is the son of our state of you, bright and great. What do you, Xianxia, want to do? Is Hui shooting the sun? The golden wind blow? Li Wenjing said coldly, your Xianwu mansion happens to be surnamed Jin. When the golden wind blows, sweeping away the heat of the world. Are they trying to destroy the new policy, or are they trying to rebel and replace it? Awesome, at this time, Xianxia was really convinced. He really deserved to be a top student. He was so good at biting words. A normal poem was actually described by you as a rebellion against the new government. The most important thing was that even Xianxia felt that it made some sense when he heard it. Although it was a little far-fetched, although it was a little groundless. But it did make sense. However, at this time, the Great Yan dynasty was not the Manchu Qing dynasty. It was rare to be convicted because of words, and there was no powerful literary prison. There was no such thing as Qing Feng being illiterate and why he randomly flipped through books. Therefore, it was possible for Li Wenjing to use this poem to label Xianxia, but it was impossible to convict him. If it went against his will, most of the poems in the world could be interpreted as anti-poetry. Li Wenjing said, maybe you think this poem can't convict you at all, right? In that case, the next poem will be you, Xianxia, courting death. Then, Li Wenjing read the following poem in a voice full of murderous intent. If I knew that you loved me, I would not be jealous. Who made my love so deep, but now it is a mistake. I sleep in sorrow at dawn, and sit in the golden boudoir at dusk. Only the soul in the sky still speaks the same words. When everyone heard this, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with this poem. It was still well written, but the level was not as good as the previous one. The key point was that there was no intention of rebellion, even if it was far-fetched. Li Wenjing took out 2 copies of Golden Vase Plum Breeze and Moon. One was sold in Lanshan City, and the other was sold in Xuanwu City. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Wenjing said sternly. Soon, several servants brought the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and it was a very big piece of paper. Li Wenjing copied the poem on the paper. It was really good calligraphy. There was no lack of sword chi in the elegance, and the force penetrated the paper. After copying Xianxia's poem on a large piece of paper, a few servants spread it out for everyone to see clearly. Everyone, this is an acrostic poem. Look at the word in the middle of the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th lines. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look carefully. Jing Jin punishes the heavens, read in reverse, it was, heaven punishes Prince Jin, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It was an acrostic poem, it really had the intention of rebellion. Sure enough, the evidence was irrefutable, Xianxia was really dead this time. Li Wenjing said, maybe some people are wondering if this is a coincidence. I can tell you that it is absolutely not, it is completely intentional by Xianxia. I have 2 copies of Golden Vase Plum Breeze and Moon. One was bought in Lanshan City, the other in Xuanwu City. There is a difference between these two. The first line is, sleep in the red tent at dawn, weep in the golden bedchamber at dusk. The second is, sleep in the red tent at dawn, weep in the golden bedchamber at dusk. One is vermilion, followed by the word zhu. Li Wenjing said, vermilion is still passable, how can there be a zhu in the world? What does this prove? After Xianxia wrote this acrostic poem, seeing that no one found out, he became even crazier and changed the word zhu to zhu. Heaven punishes Ma Jun. Who is Ma Jun? He is the adopted son of the monarch, the son-in-law of the state, a member of the royal family. If you want to punish him, you are cursing the royal family. Xianxia, if this is not rebellion, then what is it? If this is not seeking death, then what is it? Now it was almost a solid hammer. Who was Prince Jin? He was probably the person in the entire state of Yu that could not be offended, could not be discredited. His name was Ning Jin. His original surname was Xia, and he was the crown prince of the South Kingdom. So what kind of country was this, the South Kingdom? It was a small country, about the size of 3 counties, with a population of more than 1 million people. It was a vassal state of the state of Yu. The political relationships in this world were very complicated. The state of Yu was a vassal state of the Great Yan dynasty, and the South Kingdom was a vassal state of the state of Yu. The South Kingdom's geographical position was very important, and it was a buffer zone between the state of Yu and the Sand Barbarians. 20 years ago, the state of Yu and the Sand Barbarians in the southwest had a great war. The king of the South Kingdom led the elites of the state of Yu as the vanguard of the army, and made great achievements in battle. And in that great battle, the king of the South Kingdom died on the battlefield. The king of Yu was so grieved that he vomited blood in front of everyone, and the whole country mourned. At that time, the crown prince of the South Kingdom was only 9 years old. The king of Yu sent someone to bring him to the capital, and adopted him as his adopted son. He was also given the surname of the state of Yu, and changed his name to Ning Jin. Jin, meaning sleeve. This meant that the state of Yu and the South Kingdom were forever brothers. From then on, the crown prince of the South Kingdom, Ning Jin, was treated the same as the royalty of the state of Yu. To some extent, the reputation he enjoyed was even greater than that of the monarch's son. In the state of Yu's political environment, one could defame the monarch's younger brother, the monarch's sons, and even the crown prince of the state of Yu. Only the crown prince of the South Kingdom, Ning Jin, had to be flawless. Anyone who dared to defame Ning Jin's reputation would be severely punished by the monarch. This wasn't uncommon on Earth, but of course, they couldn't go too deep here. Therefore, Crown Prince Ning Jin became a taboo in the state of Yu's politics. Ning Jin had been in the capital for 15 years, and he also had a high reputation. Do you know who wrote the first memorial about the state of Yu's new policies? It was the crown prince of the South Kingdom, Ning Jin. Back then, he was only 18 years old. At that time, this memorial caused a huge sensation, and it also set off a new chapter of the state of Yu's vigorous new policies. It was also that year that the monarch betrothed his daughter, Princess Ning Luo, to the crown prince of the South Kingdom. Ning Jin reverted to his original surname and became Xia Jin. Princess Ning Luo accompanied her husband back to the South Kingdom, and the crown prince of the South Kingdom officially became the new ruler of the South Kingdom, and was known as Prince Jin. Therefore, not only was Xia Jin, the king of the South Kingdom, the monarch's adopted son and son-in-law, but he was also the state of Yu's barrier in the southwest. He became an existence that couldn't be tainted. As the saying goes, in the state of Yu, you can even defame the crown prince, but you can never defame the king of the South Kingdom, Xia Jin. However, Xianxia hid the name of Prince Jin in a poem called The Boundless Romance of the Plum Blossom. When Li Wenjing discovered this acrostic poem, he was instantly overjoyed. He was a newly appointed official, and what he lacked the most was political achievements. Or to put it more bluntly, what he lacked the most was a head. Moreover, the head had to be heavy enough to dye his official hat red, and make him famous. Moreover, he was also defending the monarch's new policies, which was absolutely politically correct. The Xianwu mansion was the perfect target. Therefore, destroying Xianxia wasn't his goal at all. His goal was to drag the entire Xianwu mansion down with him. Shen Lang was just a son-in-law, how could he be qualified to be Li Wenjing's opponent? Li Wenjing pointed at Shen Lang and said sternly, didn't Prince Jin write a memorial to the throne 10 years ago and start the chapter of the new policies? Therefore, you, Shen Lang, regard him as your mortal enemy, and even curse him to die in your poem. You're really crazy. Prince Jin is not only the monarch's adopted son, but also the son-in-law of the state of Yu. He is also our country's barrier in the southwest. Shen Lang, you curse Prince Jin to die in your poem. If this isn't fighting against the new policies, then what is? If this isn't rebellion, then what is? As the silver-cloaked inspector who inspects all the counties in the world, how can I tolerate such a thing happening? This is an organized and premeditated case. I must investigate it thoroughly and see who is behind you, Shen Lang. How dare you have the guts to curse the royal family to death in the book? Now, do you know where you're going to die? Men, arrest Shen Lang for me. Li Wenjing shouted sternly, feeling incomparably comfortable. Everyone present felt that Shen Lang was finished. No one could save him. They didn't expect that Shen Lang would court death to this extent. Li Wenjing glanced at Zhang Jin faintly. His meaning was very clear. You, Zhang Jin, look at Li Wenjing's lethality. Look at those moves you used earlier. What the hell are those? They couldn't even hurt a single hair on Shen Lang's head. When I, Li Wenjing, make my move, it's a one-hit kill. Zhang Jin didn't say anything. He just smiled at Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing looked at Jean Milan and said faintly, Miss Jean, it may be too late for you to draw a line with Shen Lang now, but it's better to have a stance than no stance at all. Don't you think so? This person also had wild ambitions for Milan. Although he hid it well, Shen Lang still saw through it at a glance. But this was also normal. All the men in Xuanwu City had fantasies for Milan. The princess of Xuanwu City, the first beauty of Nujiang, was not just a saying. She was really the dream lover of every man. Li Wenjing was no exception. Perhaps he was especially fanatical about Milan since he was young. After all, he felt that he was extremely outstanding. In the entire Xuanwu City, except for him, there was probably no other man who could match up to Milan. So, when Milan married Shen Lang, perhaps the person she hated the most was Li Wenjing, even if he could never become a son-in-law, and even if he would never marry Milan. Because he was a member of the monarch, he must stand on the opposite side of the old aristocrats. But, if I can't get a woman, no man can get her. This was probably the normal mentality of any man, Milan said lightly, Shen Lang and I are husband and wife, so there's no need for Lordly to worry. Li Wenjing's gaze turned cold. He didn't expect Jean Milan to be so shallow. She was attracted by Shen Lang's superficial beauty. Doesn't she know that a man's charm lies within? Then you might need to visit Shen Lang in the capital's prison in the future. Li Wenjing said, what are you waiting for? Arrest Shen Lang, put him in shackles, and escort him to the capital. Two silver-clothed warriors stepped forward with shackles in their hands, wanting to lock up Shen Lang. Mulan stood up, and with a light tap of her foot, she landed in front of Shen Lang, the flexible sword in her hand trembling in the air. Immediately, the two silver-clothed warriors did not dare to step forward. Li Wenjing said coldly, Jean Mulan, are you trying to rebel? Jean Mulan said, Sir Li Wenjing, before you arrest him, why don't you listen to what my husband has to say? Li Wenjing said, does he still have the right to speak? If he has anything to say it in the prison. Jean Mulan said, in front of a silver-cloaked inspector, can't we even have the chance to defend ourselves? Isn't your silver-cloaked mansion a little too domineering? Li Wenjing laughed coldly, what else does Shen Lang have to say? Say that when this book was printed, there was a mistake in the printing of the movable type, and that's why Zhuqing became Zhuqing. This was a good reason. Although it didn't make sense, it could still be considered as a reason. However, Shen Lang said, even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled by this. I did it on purpose. This acrostic poem of mine was deliberately written with these 4 words, Heaven's punishment, Prince Jean. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. You, Shen Lang, have really gone completely crazy, courting death to this extent. Even the heavens can't save you. Li Wenjing was also stunned, and couldn't help but laugh loudly, the ignorant have no fear. Someone as arrogant and ignorant as you, Shen Lang, this is really the first time I've seen such an ignorant person. Since you've admitted to it, then just lock it up and take it away. Xianlang suddenly asked Yu, Li Wenjing, are you on good terms with Prince Jin? Li Wenjing said, last year in the capital, Prince Jin came to the monarch's birthday to celebrate his birthday. I had the honor to visit him, and we had a good talk. I was indebted to Prince Jin's appreciation, and we chatted for a few days. After that, we exchanged poems, and Prince Jin regarded me as a good friend. When talking about these things, Li Wenjing was very proud, and this indeed had a huge impact on his reputation. Xianlang said, you had a secret talk with Prince Jin for a few days, who can prove it? Li Wenjing said, I've been in and out of Prince Jin's mansion many times, and many people can prove it. Besides, I'm not a person who fishes for fame, wouldn't this tarnish the friendship between me and Prince Jin? Xianlang said, oh, then I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask. Li Wenjing said, now that you, Xianlang, have confessed in front of everyone, why did you write Heaven's Punishment, Prince Jin, in your acrostic poem? Why did you curse the barrier of the state of Yu? Why did you curse the royal family of the state of Yu? Xianlang said lightly, I did it on purpose. After hearing this, Li Wenjing almost couldn't believe his ears. Everyone present also couldn't believe it. How could there be someone in this world who would court death to this extent? Ha 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 ha. Li Wenjing said, I've never seen or heard of this before. Xianlang, when you wrote this acrostic poem, did Xuanwu know? Xianlang said, of course he knew, father-in-law is the first real reader of this book. I even specifically asked him about this question, and he also agreed for me to write this acrostic poem. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Did Xianlang turn against him because he couldn't sleep with Jin Mulan? He was going to drag the entire Xianwu mansion down with him. What kind of grudge did he have against him? The strange thing was that Jin Mulan should be stabbing at Xianlang at this time. However, she didn't. She still stood in front of Xianlang with her sword. Li Wenjing looked at Jin Mulan Yu, and the look in his eyes was very clear. Your Kim family is finished. Capture Xianlang. If anyone dares to obstruct us, kill them without mercy. Li Wenjing shouted in a stern voice. Suddenly, 7 or 8 warriors in silver suits rushed in and surrounded Xianlang and Jin Mulan. The battle was about to start. Do it. Li Wenjing ordered. 8 warriors in silver suits suddenly pulled out their swords and stabbed at Jin Mulan. Ding! Mulan slashed with her sword. In an instant, the 8 warriors in silver suits lost their swords, and their wrists were dislocated and fractured. Li Wenjing was furious. Jin Mulan, you are rebelling. Then, Li Wenjing said sternly, Castellan Lu Wuyan, General Zhang Jin, you are also officials of the state of Yu. It is your responsibility to eliminate traitors for the country. With my status as the silver-cloaked patrol inspector, I order all of you to immediately mobilize all of your troops and capture Xianlang and the other members of the rebellion. Kill anyone who obstructs you. Then, Li Wenjing raised the token in his hand. Castellan Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan bowed to him. Yes, sir, Castellan Lu Wuyan said. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, hundreds of fully armed soldiers swarmed in like a dark tide. The whole hall was surrounded by them. Castellan Lu Wuyan handed the commander's token to Li Wenjing with both hands. This meant that Li Wenjing was in command of this army of a few hundred people. Li Wenjing's elegant face finally showed a hint of ferocity. You, Jin Mulan, are very good at martial arts. You can defeat 8 or even 18 people, but can you defeat hundreds of people? Arrest Jin Mulan and Xianlang. If they resist, kill them. Yes, sir. Dozens of warriors drew their weapons and rushed to Xianlang and Jin Mulan, surrounding them. Li Wenjing felt extremely carefree in his heart. This is great, is this the taste of power? This is even better than winning the 2nd rank of the Jinshi. Once upon a time, he looked up to Xianwu Mansion. When he saw Jin Mulan, he felt so inferior. But now, he could actually decide the fate of Xianwu Mansion. He could actually control the life and death of the high and mighty Jin Mulan in the palm of his hand. This feeling was too wonderful. If this case was settled, even if Xianwu Mansion was not finished, it would still be badly damaged. Zhang? Ah Zhang? What you couldn't accomplish in a few years, I, Li Wenjing, can do it as soon as I arrived. I, Li Wenjing, am indeed the pride of Xuanwu City, a genius. After this battle, I will definitely amaze the world. If I make such a great contribution, I'm afraid I'll be promoted immediately. Ha 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 ha, great. The feeling of stepping on other people's fate is so good, Shenlang, you are really lucky to be the first stepping stone of my, Li Wenjing's career. At this moment, Shenlang Yu said, Li Wenjing, you really are an idiot. As soon as these words came out, Li Wenjing was stunned. Are you, Shenlang, out of your mind? You're about to die, and you're still talking about me like that? Li Wenjing didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Shenlang, it's really strange that you're so ignorant and courting death like this. Shenlang, you're the one who's courting death, Li Wenjing. You idiot, why don't you think about it? The version of Jinping May Endless Wind and Moon released in Lanshan City and the version released in Xuanwu City is only a few days apart. Why would I change Zhu Gai to Zhu Gai? Why would I hide Tianzhu Prince Jin in the poem? That's right, I did it on purpose. But do you think I'm a fool? Am I out of my mind? Or do you think that my father-in-law and my wife are all fools? The king of the southern kingdom, Sha Jin, has rebelled. Shenlang's words were very light. But it was indeed like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. It was as if they couldn't believe their ears at all. Li Wenjing laughed hoarsely, Shenlang, have you lost your mind? Prince Jin is loyal and devoted to guarding the southwest barrier for our state of Yu. Not only is he the adopted son of the monarch, he is also the husband of Princess Ning Luo. How could he rebel? Shenlang said lightly, he is the one who was forced to rebel in advance after his plot to poison Princess Ning Luo failed. I deliberately buried this mine in the book, just to see who would step in and be blown to pieces. I didn't expect that it would be an idiot like you who couldn't wait to step in. Why are you so active? Isn't it good to be alive? Why are you so eager to die? People from grassroots backgrounds just don't have a keen sense of politics, and their vision is just too narrow. Unlike us nobles, who are far-sighted. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but spit in their hearts. You, Shenlang, are clearly more grassroots than a grassroots, and now you can't wait to call us nobles? Shenlang said, if I sleep with the women of nobles every day, wouldn't that make me a noble? It's very simple logic. Then, he inexplicably heard the sound of teeth being clenched. Such a crisp and pleasant sound, it must have come from his wife's jade-like teeth. Shenlang's neck shrank, and he didn't dare to go further on this topic. He looked at Li Wenjing with a sense of superiority, and said lightly, I just told my wife, in my eyes, all of you here are scum. Li Wenjing, you just said yourself that you and the king of the southern kingdom fell in love, slept together, and talked in secret for a few days and nights. So, you are also involved in his rebellion, right? Maybe you are an important planner of this rebellion. Li Wenjing couldn't help but feel his head spin. Then, he pointed at Shenlang and hissed, you're lying. You're lying. How could Jin Jun possibly rebel? Even if he did, why isn't there any news? Even I, as an inspector, don't know about it. How could you, Shenlang, know? That's right, Prince Jin, the king of the South Kingdom, had always been a wise man and loyal to the state of Yu. How could he possibly rebel? Just by looking at the relationship between the king of the South Kingdom and the monarch, everyone would be touched. They weren't father and son, but more like father and son. Then, how did he feel about Princess Ning Luo, a young master and a prince? It was like a fairy tale. However, there were no fairy tales among adults. Fairy tales were all lies, there were no fairy tales in the power struggle between countries. The South Kingdom's bloodline was closer to the Sand Barbarians, but distant from the state of Yu. However, the king of the South Kingdom had submitted to the state of Yu for his small hegemony in the southwest region. In the war decades ago, the state of Yu's hundreds of thousands of soldiers watched from the sidelines at a crucial moment, causing the former king of the South Kingdom to die on the battlefield. After that, the state of Yu's monarch brought the South Kingdom's crown prince to the capital and raised him like a son. Did it sound wonderful? In fact, in the past decade or so, the state of Yu had been sending officials to the South Kingdom, gradually gaining control of the country's military and political power. When the South Kingdom's crown prince Ning Jin came of age, the monarch betrothed Princess Ning Luo to him as his wife. When the South Kingdom's crown prince returned to the country and inherited the throne, he found that the state of Yu had basically taken away all the power in the country. All the important officials in the South Kingdom only knew Princess Ning Luo and treated him, the king, as a clay bodhisattva. However, the king of the Southern Kingdom, Prince Jin, was also an awesome person. In just a few years, he had gradually regained more than half of his power by fighting openly and covertly. At this time, his wife, Princess Ning Luo, had become the biggest stumbling block. Therefore, the king of the South Kingdom, Sha Jin, used a very secretive method to poison Princess Ning Luo. He wanted to use a secret method to poison Princess Ning Luo to death. This was the truth, the love between husband and wife, the affection between father and son, it was all a lie. In that case, how did Xianxia know that Prince Jin wanted to poison his wife, Princess Ning Luo? This story had to start from about a month ago. At that time, Xianxia had just finished writing Endless Romance of the Golden Vase Plum and had been drawing those super large colored posters at home every day. At that time, it was also the time when Jin Muzong broke his skin. It was also at that time that a very mysterious guest came to the Xianwu mansion. This person was Princess Ning Luo. Of course, she was not close to Jin Milan, nor did she have any friendship with the Xianwu mansion. She came for Dr. Xianxia. Although Dr. N was only a doctor in the Xianwu mansion, he was very famous because of his excellent medical skills. Princess Ning Luo had come to him for secret treatment. However, Princess Ning Luo's symptoms were too strange. Even Dr. Xianxia could not understand why. Later, because of her inexplicable confidence in Xianxia, Mulan told Xianxia about it. Xianxia almost immediately determined that Princess Ning Luo had lead poisoning. Because the symptoms were too obvious. Ocular artery spasm, abdominal cramps, anemia, nausea, vomiting, fever. Someone was trying to murder her by some mysterious means. In this world, there were probably very few records of lead poisoning. Therefore, almost all the doctors could not figure out why. Princess Ning Luo also looked for famous doctors. Everyone had different judgments, but no one thought that it was lead poisoning. Because it did not conform to the usual symptoms of lead poisoning, there was no cure at all. During the conversation with Princess Ning Luo, Xianxia learned about the other party's poisoning method. All the bowls, pots, and cups of Princess Ning Luo contained a lot of lead. This kind of poisoning method was absolutely undetectable. In a deeper conversation, Xianxia and Princess Ning Luo both determined that the person who poisoned her was her husband, Prince Jin, the king of the South Kingdom. Moreover, the princess was deeply poisoned, and Xianxia was not completely confident that he could cure her completely. She could only stop the intake of lead first, and then take milk and some medicine. It would take a long time for the lead poison to be expelled from her body. Xianxia personally gave her the prescription. Princess Ning Luo only stayed for 2 days before she returned to the capital and went on to the South Kingdom. Because the dagger had been revealed, she had to act immediately. At the same time, Xianwu Mansion used the best secret agent in the South Kingdom to spy on every move of the South Kingdom. About a few days ago, the secret agent from Xianwu Mansion sent a letter by pigeon. Princess Ning Luo and the king of the South Kingdom had officially turned against each other. Prince Jin, the king of the South Kingdom's rebellion, was a foregone conclusion. If the average person knew about this secret, then so be it. However, Xianxia immediately sensed an opportunity. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. However, there was still a certain political risk in this matter. Even if Prince Jin had rebelled, it was still a taboo for Xianxia to hide the divine punishment of Prince Jin in the books. In this kind of political matter, he trusted his father-in-law's judgment. Xianxia would never make a decision on his own. He and the Black Tortoise Earl discussed for several hours, and in the end they decided to go. At that time, Xianxia also discovered another advantage of his father-in-law. He was decisive and responsible at the critical moment, therefore, Xianxia made a prompt decision to reprint and bind a page of the 3,000 books. He changed the word Zhu in the book to Zhu. Hidden in the poem were the words Heavenly Punishment Prince Jin. This was the mine he had buried, waiting for others to step on it and send them to their deaths. Originally, he and Xuanwu hoped that Zhang Jin would break in and take Zhang Huang away. drag this mortal enemy into the water. However, he didn't expect that it would be Li Wenjing, the hot and fresh silver-clothed inspector, who couldn't wait to barge in. But since you're here, then die. Impossible, impossible. The silver-clothed inspector Li Wenjing instinctively felt his body turn cold, and his vision blacked out. For some reason, his limbs were trembling uncontrollably. The thing between his legs kept shrinking inward. Of course, this was just a physical reaction. He still didn't believe it. Shenlang, are you spreading rumors? Li Wenjing pointed at Shenlang and said, what you're doing is akin to a cornered beast putting up a desperate struggle. Do you know that doing this will only cause your ending to be even more miserable? It will only cause the Black Tortoise Count's matter to be even more doomed. Then, Li Wenjing said sternly, what are you waiting for? Arrest him. Previously, Li Wenjing was calm and collected, as if he had everything under control. There was no need to mention how impressive that stance was. But now, he was a complete mess. His face was abnormally flushed, and his eyes were filled with fear and excitement. Capture them. Capture Shenlang and Jean Milan. I don't believe he won't confess when he's in the Blackwater Platform's prison. But the hundreds of soldiers present were not fools. They only dared to surround Shenlang and Jean Milan, not daring to make a move. Shenlang said, Li Wenjing, don't worry. Prince Jean of the South Kingdom rebelled 4 days ago. The news should have reached the capital by now. The capital bulletin will reach Xuanwu by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. To be honest, I was really worried that the bulletin would reach Xuanwu so early. Then, I won't be able to kill anyone. Then, Shenlang took Milan's hand and returned to his seat. After this, let's just sit here and wait, okay? Shenlang said, our banquet will end when the imperial bulletin from the capital arrives. Come on, let's have fun. Our nightlife has just begun. However, from beginning to end, only Shenlang was having fun. The faces of Castellan Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan were extremely dark. Of course, they hoped that Shenlang was lying. But, the painful lessons of the past told them that Shenlang was very honest to a certain extent. If he said he wanted you dead, he would definitely kill you. If he said he wanted to kill your whole family, he would definitely kill your whole family. Lu Wuyan waved his hand. Immediately, the hundreds of soldiers retreated. Li Wenjing also returned to his seat and sat down. But why was his face so white? It was so red just now. After that, everyone kept waiting and waiting. Shenlang was extremely bored. He had already looked at his wife's face, her body, the curve of her back, her palms, the back of her hands, and the curve of her thighs 10 times. Then, his wife's slender hand appeared on his waist again. Shenlang reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Then, he raised his glass and said, Lordly, I propose a toast to you. Li Wenjing instinctively raised his glass, but he really could not hold it. His hands kept shaking. Then, he immediately thought, why should I raise my glass? Why should I respond to Shenlang's toast? Then, he slammed the glass on the table. Shenlang smiled and said, Lordly, you are the pride of Xuanwu City. I grew up hearing your name being beaten. It must have been really hard for your parents to cultivate you. Only Shenlang's voice could be heard in the whole hall. You are really unfilial. How can you let them send off their son? Li Wenjing could not bear it anymore. He suddenly crushed the glass in his hand. You are still too young. Shenlang said lightly, do you think you are the only one who discovered the acrostic poem in my book? Zhang? How could your sharp eyes not discover it? Why didn't he come forward? Why did you, a fool, rush forward? Isn't it good to live well? Now, not only are you going to die, but many people will also die. This is an earth-shattering rebellion case. Do you think it can be solved without the death of hundreds of people? Even a dog eating sh*t is not as active as you. Li Wenjing was shocked and angry. He shouted, Shenlang, what are you so proud of? Everything is just your own imagination. We will wait here until tomorrow, until the day after tomorrow. Let me tell you, Shenlang, if Prince Jean did not rebel, you will be charged. You, Shenlang, will be executed by 1,000 cuts as a warning to others. Xianwu Mansion, the century-old foundation of the Kim family, will be destroyed. However, at this time, a voice came from outside. It was Jin Zhong of Xianwu Mansion. Young master, miss, urgent report from the capital. The king of the South Kingdom, Sha Jin, attempted to murder Princess Ning Luo and massacred the officials of the state of Yu. Prince Jin rebelled. Li Wenjing trembled when he heard this. He almost peed his pants. Later, he found out that it was the servant of Xianwu Mansion who shouted. Suddenly, he blushed and said, "Shenlang, stop acting. This will only add to your crime." Just a few seconds later, the confidant of the governor, Lu Wuyan, rushed in and shouted, "Governor, urgent report from the capital. Prince Jin of the South Kingdom rebelled and massacred the officials of the state of Yu." Another 3 minutes passed. There was a rush of horse hooves outside. "Is it Zhang?" The governor's confidant. He rushed into the hall and came to Zhang Jin's ear. He was about to whisper in his ear. Shenlang said, "Everyone knows." "Stop whispering." Zhang Jin frowned and said, "Say it." "Zhang?" The governor's confidant said, "Second young master, urgent report from the capital. Prince Jin of the South Kingdom is rebelling." There was a dead silence. Their expressions were twisted. Everyone's eyes were on the new Jinshi, the silver-clothed inspector, Li Wenjing. They were full of pity and sympathy. It was confirmed, another person was going to die. Another person died in the hands of Shenlang. Shenlang said calmly, "Li Wenjing, I have noted down everything you said about colluding with Prince Jin of the King of the South Kingdom. Many people here heard it. I will ask my father-in-law to officially report it to the monarch. Just wait for your death." Li Wenjing was shivering. His face was no longer pale, but blue and purple. Boundless fear and coldness enveloped his body and soul. His right hand trembled violently. He tried to pick up the wine glass and take a sip. But he couldn't lift it. He used both hands to lift the glass, trying to take a sip to calm himself down. But before he could drink it, his whole body began to twitch and then fell to the ground. His body kept twitching, and strange sounds came from his throat. White foam gushed out of his mouth. As if he was having an epileptic fit, he convulsed. Next, Pastry continued to write. "I was really nervous, my hands were trembling. I didn't save any more drafts. In order to make my brothers happy, I continued to write. I worked until midnight. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Brothers, give me your monthly votes, Pastry will definitely not disappoint you." "Never, Kowtow." KO. He won all 3 battles, looking at the twitching Li Wenjing on the ground. Everyone at the scene mourned the death of the rabbit. Shenlang stood up and asked calmly, "Who else?" No one responded. "Who else?" Shenlang shouted. There was still silence. Drawing his sword and looking around, he was at a loss. No, it was not appropriate to describe Shenlang's state of mind at this time. It should be this song. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Everyone present was stunned by Shenlang's performance. This was obviously a rehearsal for the siege of Xianwu Mansion from all directions. They were obviously going to besiege Shenlang and kill him. How powerful was it? Almost everyone thought that Shenlang would definitely die tonight, and even Xianwu Mansion would be dragged into it. But what was the result? Shenlang won all 3 battles. Moreover, it was almost effortless. It was not a close call. This toy boy had no sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart was extremely sharp. Tonight, there would be a lot of heads and blood. Although not many people had died yet, Prince Jin's rebellion would set off a shocking storm, and no one knew how many people would be involved. It was so sharp that it made people speechless. On the ground, Li Wenjing was still twitching, and there was not only white foam coming out of his mouth, but also bright red blood. Shenlang glanced at him lightly. Alas, people without backing are so pitiful. So what if he passed the 2nd grade Jinshi exam? So what if he became a silver-clothed inspector? Wouldn't he be killed by others with a borrowed knife? This kind of person who came from the grassroots, one mistake would be fatal. Unlike me, backed by Xianwu Mansion and thousands of troops, I often take risks and it doesn't matter if I seek death. As I said, the best thing in the world is not the imperial examination, but the mooching. Shenlang came to Zhang Jin and said seriously, "Brother Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's scalp went numb. Xianlang said sincerely, too many things have happened tonight. I haven't even wished you a happy engagement. Then, Xianlang turned his gaze to Su Qianqian and said softly, Qianqian, although we have separated, we were once husband and wife, after all. One night together means 100 days of love. I'm officially giving this gift to the two of you. I wish you a harmonious life as a married couple. Then, Xianlang presented the gift with both hands. There was a limited edition colored book, Endless Plum Breeze, and a bottle of Xianlang's special casserole. This bottle is called glycerin. It's specially made for Qianqian. In the past, she was afraid of getting pregnant, so our lives as husband and wife were rather special. Since ancient times, it's not easy to use the back door, so I specially made this bottle. It's very useful. Now, I'll give this bottle to brother Zhang Jin. I'll also officially transfer the rights to use some places on Qianqian's body to you. Don't look down on Qianqian just because she's a second-hand good. Although some parts of her are no longer chaste, although her private life is a little messy, she's still a good girl. You must cherish her. Su Qianqian's tears instantly gushed out. Under normal circumstances, this kind of behavior from Xianlang would be very low-class. But now, with the prestige of 3 consecutive victories, no one dared to touch his edge. Such hooligan words coming out of Xianlang's mouth seemed so unique. At this moment, her dignity was really pressed to the ground by Xianlang and trampled on crazily. She couldn't defend herself. Furthermore, this bastard Xianlang was truly despicable. He directly attacked her lower body. Su Qianqian couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't care anymore. She was going to explode. But, Zhang Jin reached over, grabbed Su Qianqian's hand, and patted it lightly. She had already lost tonight. Zhang Jin smiled at Xianlang and said, Thank you, brother Xianlang, for your gift. I'm very sorry for not being a good host tonight. Xianlang said, Is there anything else you need me to do? For example, is there anyone else who wants to harm me? I'll just stand here and wait for you to make your move. No one said anything. Harm you? Do you want to die? Are you sure no one wants to harm me? No one wants to attack me? Xianlang said, Then I'm leaving. Xianlang held Milan's hand and walked outside. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, If no one wants to harm me, then I'm leaving. After walking out of the door, he stopped again and said, I'm really leaving. Hurry up and leave, there's no end to you slapping people's faces. When Xianlang was completely out of everyone's sight, Su Guanyin couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly let out a beast-like roar. Why didn't I kill this little bee asterisk starred before? Originally, Su definitely wouldn't do this. There were several big shots in the hall at this time. But everyone looked at him with a very understanding look. If they were the ones who were hurt, they wouldn't be much better than Su. Bang, Su Guanyin was extremely sad and angry. He slammed his fist down and the whole table was smashed into pieces. However, at this time, Xianlang suddenly turned back and that extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone again. Everyone was startled. You, what are you doing now? Didn't you have enough abuse just now? Xianlang said to Su Guanyin, Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you unwilling to let me go? Su Guanyin really wanted to draw his knife and rush up to kill Xianlang. But he could only think about it. Xianlang said, Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. His words were like throwing hot iron into ice water, instantly cooling down. Su Guanyin's desire instantly disappeared. Oh, no, his anger completely disappeared. Xianlang's words were really scary. Goodbye, everyone. I'm really leaving this time. Xianlang waved his hand and then left again. Then, there was no more shouting in the hall. Several important figures silently left the venue, not saying a word. Zhang Jin couldn't feel anger anymore, only coldness and exhaustion. At this time, he really doubted himself. And Su Qianqian stood still in the same place, like a statue. This was her engagement. It was the most important moment in his life. But in the end, if the book written by Xianlang, The Endless Wind and Moon of Plum, made her notorious, at least she didn't have to face the humiliation of countless men. Just like Teacher Zhang, even if there were 100 million men desecrating her photos, it wouldn't matter. After all, they were separated by mountains and rivers and optical fiber. Let you guys? Pan? Why was nothing? But tonight, Su Qianxian seemed to have been stripped naked by Shen Lang and rubbed on the ground 100 times. He really didn't leave any dignity or face. The Su family had planned to take advantage of this engagement ceremony to become a new rich family. But now, they would probably become the laughingstock of the rich families. Although this group of people helped to besiege Shen Lang tonight, the shame of the Su family could be spread for 10 years. After a long time, Zhang Jin said, "Such a big thing happened, I have to go to Nujiang County immediately to report to my father." The political drama of the engagement ceremony was a complete failure. Everyone present was rubbed on the ground by Shen Lang alone. Zhang Jin really didn't know how his father would react after hearing the news. "Take care," said Zhang Jin, and then he left directly. In the whole hall, there were only Su Guanyun and his daughter, and the pride of Shuangwu City, Li Wenjing. He was still smoking. When Shen Lang returned to the Count house, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were still awake. They looked anxious and their eyes were bloodshot. As soon as Shen Lang and Mulan entered the Count house, his father-in-law and mother-in-law rushed out. The two of them already knew the result of tonight's incident, because Jin Hui had already sent someone to rush back to report to them on horseback. He had also recounted the entire process in detail. The Count and Countess were shocked. They knew that Shen Lang was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. This was a prelude to besiege the Count's residence from all directions. They were scheming against him. The people surrounding Shen Lang were each bigger than the last, and each of their moves were more vicious than the last. To think that Shen Lang would actually win in such an effortless manner, it was a crushing victory. "My son-in-law is so powerful. It's really shocking and surprising." Madame Count grabbed Shen Lang's hand. She couldn't get enough of his face. He was too proud. "My son is really amazing. I'm really scared out of my wits, but it's also very satisfying. Mulan being able to marry you is really a great blessing for our Earl's mansion." His mother-in-law's praise was getting more and more enthusiastic. Jin Mutsong scratched his ears and cheeks. He finally found an opportunity to say, "Shen Lang, oh no, brother-in-law, that. Shen Lang said, "You want to ask if anyone at the banquet mentioned the other author of Boundless Romance in the Golden Vase? Did anyone praise you?" Jin Mutsong nodded and said, yes. He opened his eyes and looked at Shen Lang expectantly. Shen Lang thought for a while and said, "No, not at all." Jin Mutsong felt like he was punched in the heart. "Why, I wrote the whole book. My hands are about to break. Even if I don't get credit, I still put in a lot of effort. Why hasn't anyone praised me yet? Why aren't there any girls who like me and pursue me? If this goes on, I won't be able to love anymore. It's all a lie. They say that they only love talent and not looks. It's all a lie. Women are all superficial." Jin Mutsong ran away heartbroken. Sir Count looked at Shen Lang with excitement, but he was a reserved old man. Shen Lang said, "Father-in-law, I didn't manage to bring Zhang Yingxiong back today. It's a pity to drag him down." Shen Lang did not hesitate to take such a big risk to hide Prince Jin in the book, just to attract Zhang Jin and Zhang Wen. He attacked. The grenade was meant to blow up the father and son. But Zhang? He was too cunning. He didn't make a move himself, nor did he allow Zhang Jin to make a move. In fact, he didn't even allow his subordinates to make a move. Instead, he pushed the idiot Li Wenjing out to kill him with a borrowed knife. Li Wenjing wasn't Zhang Wen. He was a member of the monarch. Even though Shen Lang had obtained an overwhelming victory tonight, he was still filled with admiration for this Lord Governor. Awesome, this person was obviously showing off his talent, but it was almost impossible to see where his blade was. Sir Count said, "Zhang Wen? I have a deep understanding of this person's strength. It's very difficult to pull him down." Then, the father-in-law looked at Shen Lang, "Lang I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Before, I faced Zhang Wen. I really didn't have any confidence. But now with you, I can only say that you and Zhang Wen have met their match. I have no confidence at all." Father-in-law's words were a great compliment. Zhang Wen? He was a governor who held great power, while Shen Lang was merely a son-in-law who married into his family. Sir Count said, Zhang Jin will report tonight's situation to Zhang Wen. I'm really looking forward to Zhang Wen's reaction. I don't think he has seen many geniuses like Lang Er. Shen Lang said in a serious tone, father-in-law, please change that few to one. Father-in-law couldn't continue the conversation. The young geniuses he met before were more and more modest. But his son-in-law couldn't wait to tell the world that he was awesome. This kind of attitude made the conservative Sir Count a little uncomfortable. After calming his mood, Sir Count said, Lang Er, leave the rest to your father. What's next? Shen Lang's victory tonight was just the beginning. Next, they will officially enter the political game. For example, Sir Count needs to play a little bit with the monarch. Prince Jin's rebellion is such a big storm, it will implicate a lot of people, and a lot of people will die. If Sir Count doesn't take the opportunity to stir up trouble, then he doesn't deserve to be a mature political figure. However, Jin Zhua Count may not be a genius, but he is definitely a shrewd and ruthless person. On the surface, Shen Lang and Xuanwu's actions are meritorious. I saved Princess Ning Luo and exposed the true face of Prince Jin. But on the inside, Xuanwu and Shen Lang did slap the monarch's face. So, the next step is the game. Sir Count said, Lang Er, you've worked hard tonight. Have a good rest. Yes. Shen Lang bowed, then said to Mulan, wife, let's go to sleep. The next day at noon, the registrar of Xuanwu City, Wang Lian, finally woke up. He had a splitting headache. As soon as he woke up, 3 questions emerged in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Then, he had a 4th question. Why am I not wearing anything? And the bird seemed to be injured, it was burning in pain. Wang Lian instinctively touched his buttocks. Fortunately, it's not painful or spicy. The most terrible thing didn't happen. Looking around, this is a magnificent room, and it's very familiar. Yes, this is his secret residence, the property of his uncle, Su Wenjiao, specially for Wang Lian to live in. Every time, Wang Lian would bring different women here to play. Was I that drunk last night? Did I forget everything? But it's normal, he was too happy. Shen Lang is about to be finished, and Xianwu Mansion will also be implicated. The key is that Wang Lian framed Shen Lang for plagiarism, and the other party can't do anything about it. It's so cool. That's right, Wang Lian's memory only stopped at the moment when he slapped Shen Lang's face. Next, the new political party will accept Wang Lian. He won't be a secretary anymore, and he will prepare for the next general examination. With the help of the new political party, it won't be a problem for him to become a jinshi. In this world, after becoming an official, as long as they resign, they can still participate in the general examination, which is different from ancient China. After becoming a jinshi, Wang Lian will reach the peak of his life. Last night, the last blow from Zhang Jin was too fatal, and Shen Lang can't avoid it. Shen Lang is finished, Xianwu Mansion is also finished. At that time, the high and mighty Jean Milan will become a fallen phoenix, a widow who has lost her noble status. And I, Wang Lian, will become a jinshi and reach the peak of my life. At that time, I can look down on Jean Milan. At that time I, Wang Lian, will do everything I can to sleep with this stunning beauty. It's best to keep her in my room, and let her be my personal plaything for the rest of my life. Creak. The door was suddenly opened, and a man so handsome that he could make people blind slowly walked down. He was Shen Lang. Wang Lian said coldly, Shen Lang, you're not dead yet? Shen Lang pretended to be miserable, and said in a trembling voice, Wang Lian, you're so cruel. You colluded with Zhang Jin, and caused me so much trouble. Ha ha ha. Wang Lian laughed and said, you lowly thing, why don't you look in the mirror? What virtue or ability do you have to actually marry Jean Milan? This is the root of your trouble. You're so ignorant, if you don't die, who will? Shen Lang, with your status, you want to become the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion? You're courting death, you know? Then, Wang Lian narrowed his eyes, and said with contempt, you're already at death's door, why are you here? Shen Lang said, I brought you 4 beauties, please enjoy them, Lord Wang Lian. Wang Lian laughed, now you know how to please me? Too late. Shen Lang clapped his hands, and the four beauties walked in. They were indeed tempting. They were not the prettiest, but they were mature and plump, as seductive as honey peaches. This was Wang Lian's favorite. Lord Wang Lian, please enjoy them, Shen Lang said. Wang Lian laughed, it's useless, Shen Lang. It's useless to please me now, you're dead. The four beauties threw themselves at Wang Lian. Don't do this. I'm a high scholar, I'm a decent man. Don't do this. Wang Lian fell into the trap of the beauties. 5 minutes later, don't make fun of me, I've already had foreplay and lingering charm. Wang Lian laid lazily in the arms of the beauties and said, Shen Lang, as a person, you need to know your place. You're just like an ant. What gives you the right to marry Jean Milan? Now you're dead. No one can save you, but your parents and brother can live, if you're sensible enough, Wang Lian said. Shen Lang said, then what do I have to do to be sensible? Wang Lian said, think of a way to help me and Milan get what I want, then I'll consider you sensible. If that's the case, I can consider saving your parents and brother. If not, they're dead, and they'll die a horrible death. Shen Lang retracted his smile and said, all right, I'm done playing. Subsequently, Shen Lang's gaze turned ice cold as he said indifferently, Wang Lian, there has never been a person who can only live well after offending me. You slandered me for plagiarizing poems, that's fine, but you slandered my wife's innocence and even said that you'll make me a cuckold. Shen Lang smiled and said, so, I'll give you the most miserable, most unique, most humiliating, most painful way to die. Wang Lian laughed and said, Shen Lang, have you lost your mind? You're already dead and you're still saying such things? Shen Lang clapped his hands. At that moment, the four voluptuous women took off their clothes, revealing their terrifying bodies. That's right, they were terrifying. Even when these women were fooling around with Wang Lian, they were still fully clothed. Now, after they took off their clothes, the private parts of these four beauties were covered with poison sores, cauliflower, and syphilis. The four women all carried the terrible X disease, from plum blossoms to pointy tips, everything that should be there. And they had just had an affair with Wang Lian, and the key was that Wang Lian's little bird was injured. This was Shen Lang's killing technique. Please subscribe to me automatically. After hearing Shen Lang's words, Wang Lian was stunned as he looked at the women's sores. His eyes alternated between Shen Lang, the women, and his little bird. It could be said that Wang Lian knew these diseases like the back of his hand. These people were very open in private. Sometimes, they would even find such a sick and pitiful woman to admire. Some of his friends had fallen victim to it. At that time, the people around him had cried and shouted, how could Brother Nian be so careless? But in their hearts, they were happy. Ha ha ha, I have one less opponent for the next exam. And now, Wang Lian had fallen victim to it. He could predict how tragic it would be. In ancient times, there was no penicillin. Therefore, syphilis was an incurable disease. Wang Lian screamed shrilly and desperately banged her head against the wall. He went crazy and vented the fear in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and looked at his little bird. Shen Lang handed him a knife and said slowly, it's not too late to cut it now. Cut it, cut it. Shen Lang said, then, there will be no more desires in the world. There will be no more worries. Wang Lian's gaze towards Shen Lang was filled with bone-deep hatred as she said in a stern voice, Shen Lang, do you not want to live anymore? You're already at death's door. Why do you still want to harm me? Shen Lang took a step back. Jin Hui stepped forward and told Wang Lian everything that had happened the night before. Then, Wang Lian was completely stunned, his heart was filled with boundless pain. Shen Lang won, he won in such a situation, thinking about what he had done the night before, Wang Lian felt a chill run down his spine. He staggered and fell to the ground. His title was going to be taken away. Moreover, he had offended Lu Wuyan. He was finished, he was finished. Why? Wang Lian sat on the ground and wailed. You, Shen Lang, are clearly just a lowly ant. How can you do whatever you want? Wang Lian sobbed, why were you able to marry Jean Mulan? Why were you able to enjoy wealth and glory? Why were you able to win? I am a high scholar and a scholar. Why can you get all these things and I can't? Wang Lian desperately vented the pain in his heart. Xianxia said sincerely, Brother Wang Lian, I often ask myself these questions. I, Xianxia, often ask the heavens why I'm so handsome. Why am I so outstanding? Why am I so awesome? But I have asked many times, and the heavens have not answered me. Until now, I still can't find the answer. Wang Lian stopped crying because he was choking. Cough cough. Jin Hui, who was beside him, felt a strong sense of discomfort. What's wrong? Xianxia asked plainly. It's nothing. Son-in-law is right. Jin Hui said. He looked at his son-in-law's eyes and felt a little uneasy. He changed his words, Master is right. Sai, you're the only one who knows how to chat. I like it. Xianxia said. Pfft. The four pitiful beauties beside him couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Xianxia with fondness. What an adorable young man. But very quickly, their gazes became incomparably gloomy. This was because the cuter this young man was, the more tragic their lives were. They had contracted diseases and did not have long to live. Xianxia said, Brother Wang Lian, so you don't have to question my soul about why I'm so handsome and outstanding. Let's think about what's in front of us, like cutting it off. Brother Wang Lian, some of your friends must have contracted these diseases. They all died very, very tragically. I think it's not too late for you to cut it off now. Really? Xianxia's expression was extremely serious. The blood poison has not entered your veins yet. You can still be saved if I cut it off now. It'll be too late in a quarter of an hour. Brother Wang Lian, sometimes a man should be more ruthless to himself. Besides, you've already enjoyed it. Do it, for your life. Do it. It'll be too late if I delay any longer. My life is more important. After I cut it off, maybe I can open the door to a new world? You should know that there's more than one way for a man to get high. If I can't be the number one, I can be the 0. Countdown begins. If you don't cut it off now, the blood poison will enter your veins. There's no way to save it. You're dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, Wang Lian trembled as he made the most painful choice between life and death. He vaguely felt that it was possible to cut it off now. Perhaps it was really not too late. His life was still more important. After cutting it off, he could still enter the palace and become a eunuch. With his talent, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. After becoming a eunuch, he would sell everything he had in exchange for ascending to the peak of eunuchs. At that time, he would kill his way back to the Xianwu mansion and peel off Xianxia's tendons. Why was revenge? Everything was worth it. Everything was worth it. Xianxia, when I come back as a eunuch, I'll definitely kill your whole family, your whole family. Yes, this is my only chance for revenge. I'll cut myself off and become a eunuch in the palace. Revenge, revenge. With a heart full of hatred, Wang Lian picked up the dagger on the ground and swung it at his crotch. It was a real cut to rule forever. If one wanted to practice this martial art, he had to castrate himself first. Awesome. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Brother Wang Lian, you're awesome. I, Xianxia, am convinced. Wang Lian roared, how about it? How about it? Xianxia said, Brother Wang Lian, you're awesome. You actually castrated yourself. You're a real man. I'll prostrate myself in front of you. But, Brother Wang Lian, I forgot to tell you that before you woke up, I had already injected all the poisonous blood into your veins, so it's useless for you to cut yourself off. Those terrible diseases will still break out in you, and you'll still die miserably. There's a saying that goes, your misery is my happiness. I'm satisfied. Goodbye. You can rot here and wait for your death. I'll send someone to bring you food. In your next life, remember not to provoke a handsome man like me, because handsome people are very sensitive. Then, Xianxia swaggered off. The door was closed. A moment later, 2 doctors, fully armed and covered, came in. They stopped the bleeding and stitched up Wang Lian's wounds. Leaving the crazy Wang Lian behind, he would rather die than live, thank you, sisters. Shenlang bowed to the four pitiful beauties. The leading beauty said, it's nothing. It's a pleasure to be able to help such a handsome boy like you before I die. The second beauty gritted her teeth and cried, Shen, do you know where my disease came from? It was from the people brought by Wang Lian. He lost at the poetry competition, and I just couldn't hold back my laughter. She took revenge on me like this. No wonder this beauty covered her face just now, so that Wang Lian wouldn't recognize her. Shenlang said with a sorrowful expression, sisters, if we were in another world, I might be able to cure your diseases. But here, I can't. I'm sorry. They couldn't understand Shenlang's words, but they could hear the sorrow in Shenlang's heart. Shenlang said gently, I prepared a quiet courtyard filled with flowers and plants. Every day, there will be people delivering food and beautiful clothes. Even the rouge and face powder won't be lacking. For big sisters, you can live there quietly for the next few days. I will send some money to your parents and family, so that they can enjoy their old age. The leading beauty said with tears in her eyes, thank you, young master. Then, she smiled charmingly, Shen, if there's a next life, and I'm clean. If I meet you again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Shenlang said sister, you've made me lose my virginity. This sentence should be the greatest compliment, and also the least discriminating sentence. The few beauties giggled, and tears flowed out. Then, they took a step back, for fear that their breath would contaminate Shenlang. What a lovable Lang Jun. They really envied Jean Mulan. She could have such a beautiful, smart, cute, gentle, and considerate husband. After the engagement banquet last night, Zhang Jin rode to Nujiang County without sleeping or resting. Before dawn, he had already entered Taisho Prefecture. Father Zhang? He didn't sleep, but stared blankly at the urgent report from the capital. Prince Jean rebelled. What kind of storm would this stir up? How many people would die because of this? What kind of changes would happen to the new policy? Everything was in a blur. After Zhang Jin rushed in, he directly knelt in front of his father. Father, the rehearsal for the siege of Xianwu Mansion at the engagement party failed. Zhang Jin said, please forgive me, father. Zhang? He nodded. He had already expected this result. He had long discovered the 4 words of the acrostic poem in Shenlang's book, Prince Jin's Punishment. He immediately found that this was an opportunity to kill Shenlang and drag the entire Xianwu Mansion into trouble. However, his instinct was not to be happy. Instead, he smelled a strong conspiracy. Therefore, he immediately sent several groups of people. The first group went to the governor's mansion, the second to the capital, and the third to the South Kingdom. From Shenlang's acrostic poem, he deduced a possibility that Prince Jean might be rebelling. Prince Jean had an excellent reputation. He and the monarch were not father and son, but they were more like father and son, and he and Princess Ning Luo were even more in love. However, these things could fool ordinary people and a new Jincher like Li Wenjing, but how could they fool Zhang? This kind of cunning big shot with real power. But Zhang? He really couldn't believe that Prince Jean would take the initiative to rebel. Therefore, he didn't let Zhang Jin stab Shenlang with this fatal knife, but found the idiot Li Wenjing. This person's sense of crisis and political acumen were really amazing. However, when it really happened, Zhang was still shocked. Prince Jean actually openly rebelled. Next, the domestic political situation was going to change. How did Shenlang, an insignificant son-in-law, know the secret in advance? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he made a prompt decision to bury this fatal trap in the book, waiting for others to step into it. Just a little bit more, and Zhang Jin would step into it. Once Zhang Jin stepped into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Zhang? His future would be in danger. This little son-in-law was really awesome. Tell me everything that happened last night in detail. Zhang Jin knelt on the ground and recounted everything that happened last night in full detail. I let you down, father. Please punish me. Zhang Jin kowtowed. No, you did not do anything wrong. Zhang? You have made some mistakes before, but last night's response was correct. Zhang Jin said, but your son suffered a crushing defeat last night. Zhang? That's not your fault. It's your enemy who is too powerful. These words were even more heart-wrenching, making Zhang Jin feel even more uncomfortable. Amazing, amazing. Zhang? I haven't seen such a powerful young man for a long time. Talent is nothing. The key is wisdom. Wisdom is also nothing. The key is ruthlessness. It's really amazing. It's a pity that such a person is in Xianwu Mansion. What a pity. Zhang? Stroking the boundless plum breeze in his hand, he praised, if this kid follows me, I'm sure I can become the prime minister within 10 years. Zhang Jin gritted his teeth and said, then I'll try everything to kill him? You can't kill him. He's a vixen. How can he give you a chance? Zhang? Did he consummate his marriage with Jean Milan? Did he sleep with her? Zhang? The governor's words were really bold and imaginative. Zhang Jin was stunned. After a while, he said, I don't think so. Yes or no? Zhang? No. Zhang Jin said. Zhang? Zhang? Call your sister Chenhua over. Tell her to find a way to get close to Shenlang and sleep with him. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Jin was shocked. But at home, his father was the absolute authority. Zhang Jin could not openly question his father. But he did not want Shenlang to become his brother-in-law. What about Zhu Wenhua from Lanshan Viscount's mansion? Zhang Jin asked. Zhang? He is not engaged to Chenhua. Women should be waiting for the right price. What's so strange about that? Zhang Jin said, won't we offend Viscount Zhu Lanting? What is the most expensive thing now? Talent. If we can get a talent like Shenlang, what's the big deal about offending Viscount Zhu Lanting? Zhang? Waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Jin said, Father, what about the matter of besieging the Count's residence? Continue, but postpone it. It's not surprising that Prince Jin of the South Kingdom wants to rebel. His father was killed, and his 100 years of foundation is about to be taken away. Of course he wants to rebel. But his rhythm was disrupted, and he rebelled prematurely, setting off a huge storm. Zhang? Regarding the monarch's intentions, he understood it very well. He would marry his daughter, Princess Ning Luo, to Prince Jin of the King of the South Kingdom. After giving birth to a son, he would let Prince Jin die of illness without anyone knowing. Then he would appoint the crown prince as the new king, and Princess Ning Luo as the regent. In this way, the South Kingdom would be completely in the hands of the state of Yu. But Prince Jin rebelled prematurely, completely breaking off all pretenses. What was once a fairy tale became a complete lie. The entire state of Yu would be shaken, and the political situation would change drastically. Zhang Jin asked worriedly, the first memorial for the new policy was submitted by this Prince Jin. Now that Prince Jin has rebelled, will the new policy be reversed? It won't happen again. The new policy is the will of the monarch. It has nothing to do with Prince Jin. Even the memorial he submitted back then was filled with evil intentions. The new policy will not be repeated, but the pace may change. He continued, Xuanwu will definitely not let go of this opportunity. He will submit a memorial requesting the monarch to completely destroy Prince Jin's reputation. On the surface, they are fighting for Prince Jin, but in reality, they are fighting for the new policy. Zhang Jin said, Xuanwu is such a mediocre and conservative person. Why would he go against the monarch? Zhang? Don't look down on Xuanwu. Although he isn't the most talented, his determination and decisiveness are also very impressive. Zhang Jin said, but to a certain extent, isn't this a slap to the monarch's face? Yes, but so what? Zhang said, the monarch's knife is on Xuanwu's neck. Are they not going to let others fight back? Prince Jin is a flag raised by the monarch, a glorious flag. Now that the flag has fallen, of course they will take the opportunity to step on it. Zhang Jin still felt that it was unbelievable. Isn't that the monarch? The relationship between the ruler and his subjects is greater than the sky. Zhang said, the relationship between the ruler and his subjects is greater than the sky. This saying seems to be true. But a few hundred years ago, the Kim clan and the Ning clan were in a cooperative relationship. This foundation was created by them, not given by the Ning clan. Now that the monarch wants to take it back, of course they will fight with all their might. Zhang Jin looked at his father in astonishment. He actually stood on Xuanwu's point of view. The ruler must be free from love and hate. Zhang said, the position determines the head. I can understand Xuanwu. But I am the knife in the monarch's hand. I will stab whoever he asks me to stab. I will not sympathize with him because I understand him. Instead, I will stab even more fiercely. There is only one word in the eyes of a ruler: benefit. Thank you for your teachings, father. Zhang Jin said, then what do you think about the game between Xuanwu and the monarch this time? Zhang said, if I am not wrong, Xuanwu will submit 2 memorials. The first one is to request the monarch to completely destroy Prince Jin's reputation. Although this is a slap to the monarch's face, but if there are no accidents, the monarch will agree. After all, Prince Jin has already rebelled. If he is not completely destroyed in reputation, it will be unjustifiable to eliminate Prince Jin. The second one is to ask Xuanwu to report to the monarch that Li Wenjing colluded with Prince Jin and participated in the rebellion. He will ask the monarch to sentence him. It is these 2 memorials that are the most important, because they will signal whether the new policy will be suspended or not. It will affect the political situation of the entire state of Yu. Zhang Jin said in disbelief, Li Wenjing does not have that much weight. Although he is a second-rank scholar and a silver-cloaked inspector, he is still a small character with no background. This is the charm of politics. You can see the big picture from small clues. Zhang said, direct confrontation is too intense. There is no room for retreat. That's why I chose to probe a small character and incident to see the big picture. Every time this happened, Zhang Jin would sigh that he had a good father who could teach him in politics. Therefore, although Zhang Jin repeatedly suffered losses, he would not make irreparable mistakes at the critical moment. If the monarch executes Li Wenjing, it means that he has made some compromises. The new policy will be suspended. Zhang said, if the monarch does not execute Li Wenjing, it means that the new policy will continue, or even more intense. Zhang Jin said, Prince Jin rebelled and the war broke out. The monarch should be alleviating the domestic conflicts. Why would they accelerate the pace of the new policy? Zhang said, you are too dogmatic. Politics is not static. He is like the wind, like the water, taking advantage of the situation. It is true that Prince Jin rebelled and the war broke out. But what if the monarch uses this battlefield as a meat grinder? What if it becomes a bloodletting ground for the old nobles? If there is a rebellion in the country, these old nobles have the responsibility to send troops. Said Zhang said, what if the monarch orders these old nobles to send troops to the South Kingdom to suppress the rebellion, and then completely exhaust these private troops? Zhang Jin said, but this is very dangerous. Yes, it is very dangerous. Said Zhang said, if you are not a good chess player, you will not be able to grasp the propriety. It is very likely that you will invite trouble. Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang, used the Goryeo battlefield as a chessboard in order to exhaust the power of the nobles. He desperately let these nobles bleed on this battlefield, consuming an astronomical amount of resources. In the end, he screwed up. Not only did he die, but the Sui dynasty also fell. Zhang said, so let's wait and see if the monarch is willing to execute Li Wenjing. This is the most crucial signal for the next political situation of the state of Yu. Inside the Xianwu mansion, Sir Count had written 2 memorials. The first one was to completely overthrow the reputation of the monarch and label Prince Jin as a traitor. The second one was to expose the silver-clothed Inspector Li Wenjing's involvement in Prince Jin's rebellion, and ask the monarch to punish him as a warning to others. Sir Count said, Lang take a look at these 2 memorials. Is there any problem? Shen Lang took a look at them. He was reading them with a learning attitude. He was very smart and powerful, but when it came to these kinds of political details, Sir Count was definitely better. After reading them, Shen Lang said, Father-in-law, if I am not mistaken, the monarch will agree to the first one, even if it is a slap in the face. The crux of the matter lies in the second memorial. If the monarch executes Li Wenjing, it means that the monarch will compromise with us in order to ease the internal conflicts and focus on quelling the chaos in the south. The new policies will be postponed. Sir Count nodded in agreement. Shen Lang continued, if the monarch doesn't execute Li Wenjing, it means that the new policies will continue, or even worsen. If there is a rebellion outside, the monarch will be more ruthless in order to intimidate the old nobles in the country. This was like the Lion King, who was usually lazy and looked down on you. But if there was a foreign enemy, he might choose to appease his underlings at home. But there was also a possibility that he might choose to kill the disobedient guy at home to make an example, so that no one would dare to act rashly. So it was Xuanwu's turn to weigh the pros and cons. If these two memorials were not sent out, then nothing would happen, but it would make the Kim family seem weak and incompetent. If these two memorials were sent out, then it would be a game with the monarch, and there would be a certain risk. If it were most people, they would definitely not send out these two memorials, lest they incur the wrath of the monarch. But, was there any use in showing weakness? It was useless, and they would die even faster. Have you ever seen a tiger not eat a rabbit if it kneeled on the ground and surrendered? Of course not. Whether the tiger ate the rabbit or not depended on whether it was hungry or not. Send it out. Count Xuanwu suddenly slammed his palm on the table and said, this foundation was fought for by the ancestors of my Jin clan, and not bestowed by the Ning clan. What right does he have to take it away as he pleases? Although I, Kim Cho, am not very capable, I am not a coward. Shen Lang bowed to his father-in-law. Father-in-law, don't worry. I still have a backup plan, and it is a very vicious one. A quarter of an hour later, a group of cavalry rushed out of the Count house, carrying the two memorials of Count Xuanwu to the capital. Why don't Xuanwu go to the capital himself? Sorry, without the decree of the monarch, these old nobles are not allowed to enter the capital without permission. Zhang Chunhua was the #1 beauty and the #1 talent in Nujiang Prefecture. Of course, our Mulan was still not included in the ranking. Different from Mulan's devilish figure, Zhang Chunhua was more of a traditional beauty, slender like a willow, slender and graceful. Only her oval face was exquisite beyond compare, captivating one's soul. To use a word to describe her, she was a vixen. She really had the face of a vixen, so she was at a disadvantage. Zhang? The Grand Guardian looked at his daughter and sighed deeply. This daughter's sin was that she was too beautiful. Of course, being too beautiful was not a big deal, the key was the charming beauty of a vixen. To marry a virtuous wife, to take a concubine. A femme fatale like his daughter could not marry the son of the monarch, nor could she marry the son of Governor Zhu Yong. There was no other way. All these years, Zhang could only think of ways to use poetry to wash away the vixen aura on her. After spending a lot of effort, she finally became the #1 talent in Nujiang, an idol and role model for the noble young ladies. But, that was in front of other people. At this time, the #1 talent was in front of her father, lazily leaning on the chair, even crossing her legs. She was a natural vixen, any posture could captivate people's hearts. Zhang? The Grand Guardian's eyelids twitched. He loved this daughter the most, but every time he saw her, he could not help but want to discipline her. His two sons were very steady and obedient, only this precious daughter was smart, cunning, and mischievous. Have you read this book? Zhang Wenqin asked. Zhang pointed at the golden vase plum breeze on the table. Zhang Chunhua said lazily, 10 times, I can recite it. Father, why don't I recite a paragraph to relieve your boredom? Bowing of the sea and mountains, making all kinds of charming, shyness in the clouds and rain, rubbing 10,000 kinds of enchanting. Just at the right moment, the sound of the oriole never leaves the ear. Sweet saliva, the tip of the tongue from laughing. Not only did she recite it, but she also recited a dirty paragraph. Zhang? His eyelids twitched and he frowned, all right, you're a girl, how can you be so unrestrained? Zhang Chunhua said, how am I unrestrained? I haven't even touched half a finger of mine by a man. In front of outsiders, I'm a textbook noble young lady, okay? I'm the #1 lady. Zhang? He said, what do you think of this writing? Good, very good, very good. Zhang Chunhua said, I'm relying on it to survive these few days. Zhang? He said, the author of this book, Xianxia. Have you heard of him? Zhang Chunhua said, I've known him for a long time, in books, in dreams. Zhang? His eyelids twitched again. It was rare that he could hold back from hitting such a daughter until now. Zhang? He said, I want you to get close to Xianxia. If there's a chance, pull him to my side. He and Jean Mulan haven't consummated their marriage, and he's a lowly son-in-law. Zhang Chunhua said happily, Father, I finally don't have to marry that useless Xu Wenhua? Let me seduce Xianxia. I'm good at this. I'll go immediately. Zhang? His scalp went numb again. Zhang? He said seriously, this is a very serious matter. If there's a chance, you must quickly catch him and eat him up, but don't give him up for nothing, stop. Zhang Chunhua said, Father, you're good at politics, I'm not as good as you. But in seducing men, you're not as good as me. Then she felt uncomfortable sitting, so she lazily reclined on the big chair. That slim figure coupled with her exquisite face really made people's heart beat faster. Vixen, Vixen, Vixen. I believe you can control the heat. If you judge that Xianxia can be entrusted, then be more decisive, directly take him. Zhang Chunhua peeled an orange and said, Father, you're a man telling me, a woman seducing a man, isn't it just when to kiss, when to go to bed? I can control the heat. Come, Father, eat the orange. Her slender jade hand brought the orange petal to Zhang. Zhang's mouth. Her jade hand was extremely graceful. Not eating. He said with a straight face. Father. Zhang Chunhua said sweetly, her body twisting. Zhang? Helpless, he could only eat the orange in her hand. Oh, I almost forgot. My hand just picked up dog poop for Wang Kai, Zhang Chunhua said softly. Zhang? Helpless, he waved his hand and said, Go, go, go. Zhang Chunhua jumped up, her jade feet lightly tapped, directly flew out of the window, and steadily landed in the courtyard. Seducing that male vixen? Interesting. Dry firewood / raging fire, this is fun. Then, Zhang Chunhua put away all the charm on her face, instantly turned into a noble lady, reserved, every movement, smile and frown had the elegance of a lady. Then, she leisurely returned to her room to pack her things. An hour later, a carriage left Nujiang City, heading towards Xuanwu City. The memorial was sent out, the entire Xuanwu City, even the entire Nujiang County, fell into a strange silence. Xuanwu and Zhang? The two big shots, quietly lay dormant, like a wolf and a leopard, bent down and retracted their claws. Waiting for the signal from the capital, waiting for the decree of the monarch. Then they were ready to rush out and fight. This was probably the true meaning of listening to thunder in silence. In this rare moment of peace, Xianxia suddenly became leisurely. Not in the day? Panlong? At night? But Xianxia's eyelids kept twitching. He felt that something bad was going to happen. His left eyelid twitched, his right eyelid twitched, it was a disaster. But his left and right eyelids twitched at the same time. What does this mean? Am I going to have a love calamity? One day later, Jin Zhong came to report with a strange expression. Young master, Miss Zhang? Governor's daughter, Zhang Chunhua, came to visit young master. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the people present all turned to Xianxia. Especially Mulan, her beautiful little ears pricked up, and the cute little hair on the back of her neck also stood up. She was like a little female beast whose food had been stolen. Xianxia hurriedly said, Wife, I have never known Zhang Chunhua. She and I have nothing to do with each other. There is nothing between us. Mulan said, She is Zhang? The daughter of the governor, the most talented woman in Nujiang County, the most beautiful woman. Yes, it's all a lie. Xianxia said, Wife, let me tell you, these so-called #1 beauties and #1 talented women are all fake. Remember, there are only two firsts that are true. Mulan's beautiful eyes were full of expectation. Husband is probably going to praise me. Xianxia said, I am the most beautiful man in the world. This is definitely not a lie. It is the decision of the Creator. We mortals have no way to resist it. I am also very distressed about this. I am so young and yet I have to bear so much pressure. Suddenly, Mulan and Xiaobing felt very uncomfortable again. Although this was the truth, husband, you are showing off too openly. Mulan said, what about the other first? Shenlang said, your butt is also the most beautiful. I have seen countless people. Even if I have not seen 3,000, I have seen at least 5,000. So your butt is the most beautiful. Mulan blushed and clenched her fists. Xiaobing pouted unhappily, slightly bent over and pouted. My butt is also very beautiful. Just when Mulan was about to flip out, Shenlang gently said, my dear, just your tiny waist alone is enough to scare me out of my wits. I'm almost malnourished, so what else do you have to worry about? In my heart, in my eyes, in my bag, there is always only you. I only drink 3,000 spoonfuls of water, and thousands of bullets are only for you. Wife, I swear, even in my deepest dreams, you are the only face I see. When I came near, the only thing it cried out was your name. Shenlang wanted to continue, but Mulan quickly covered his mouth. She couldn't take it anymore. These words were heartwarming and made one's heart beat faster. But I'm still a virgin. The key is that although I am pure and flawless, I understand every word you say. Shenlang took the opportunity to kiss Mulan's palm. Mulan's heart itched. She paused for half a second before moving her hand away. Then, she held on to Shenlang's wrist, and her sexy body approached him. She said softly, let's go meet the number one beauty of Nujiang. Shenlang said, let's go. Humph. Zhang? Are you trying to use a honey trap? Dream on. I, Shenlang, have seen countless women. You're merely the number one beauty that spawned, and you want to make me waver? What a joke. I, Shenlang, have a heart of steel. In the side hall of the Count House, Shenlang and Mulan met Zhang, the daughter of the governor. Then, Shenlang's eyes were a little pierced. Damn, this woman didn't spawn, she got on the list with her strength. She was really beautiful. Her every movement and every expression was as standard as a textbook. She was definitely a daughter of a famous family, definitely a talented woman. But this face, I'd believe it if you said it was photoshopped by a vixen. Such a delicate oval face, it really looked like it was painted. It was really too beautiful and delicate, a natural charm buff. The first time Shenlang saw her, he almost wanted to shout, Vixen, if you have the guts, remove the beauty, remove the filter, remove the big eyes, remove the thin face, and then come out to see people. However, there was none of these. She was born like this. No wonder, Zhang? Such a power-hungry guy didn't take the opportunity to marry his daughter to the son of the monarch, nor did he marry the son of Governor Zhu Yung. With your femme fatale appearance, even if you have a belly full of poetry and books, you can't hide your dodgy nature. And when Zhang Chunhua saw Shenlang for the first time, she was a little blinded. She had seen a lot of handsome men, but such a beautiful one was really rare. A peacock that could spread its tail was a male. However, at this time, there were two female peacocks in the side hall, desperately blooming. Like two flowers, desperately competing for beauty. Like two pearls, desperately blooming light. Although there was no sword light, Shenlang felt a strong murderous aura in them. One was direct murderous aura. The other was a knife hidden in silk. Sister, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Zhang Chunhua said enthusiastically, when I saw you last year, I really felt a little inferior. I actually felt fear in my heart, and didn't dare to see you anymore. Mulan said, then why did you come today? Zhang Chunhua said, recently, sister obtained a bottle of good stuff. It's the essence refined from the iceberg snow lotus. This is an extremely rare thing, but it's a complete waste for me to use such a precious thing. After thinking about it, only sister is worthy of using it, so I brought it to sister. Her tone sounded like she was possessed by Lin Daiyu. Then, Zhang Chunhua handed over a jade porcelain bottle. Inside it was really the extremely rare and precious snow lotus essence. This thing really didn't match Zhang Chunhua's temperament, but it was the most suitable for Mulan. You're considerate. Mulan said, didn't you just say that you want to see my husband Shenlang? Is there something wrong? Sigh, my daughter-in-law's martial prowess is really off the charts, and her personality is also so upright. Zhang Chunhua's exquisite little face revealed a trace of astonishment. She said, no, Shen is a married man. Although I come from a rough background, how could I be so shameless as to ask to see him? Mulan was puzzled. Jin Zhong wouldn't lie. Zhang Chunhua said, noble servant must have misunderstood. I just said that I want to see Shen and his wife. There's a reason for this. Because I can't possibly put sister's name in front, right? Wouldn't that seem rude? It would make people think that I'm belittling Shen's status. This reason was very enough. Shen Lang was a son-in-law, so he probably especially cared about his own status. But for some reason, Mulan just didn't like this woman in front of her. Her heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Next, the two women entered into idle chatting mode. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Chunhua didn't say a word to Shen Lang, nor did she look at him. This made Shen Lang very puzzled. Could it be that this vixen in front of him wasn't using a honey trap? Could it be that I, Shen Lang, am thinking too much? Mulan really wasn't used to this kind of idle chatting between socialites. It seemed that every sentence was gorgeous and exquisite, as if every word was first carved in the small mouth, then perfumed and said one by one. On the contrary, Zhang Chunhua was at ease, warm, generous, gentle and elegant. Then, Shen Lang couldn't help but secretly compare in his heart. In terms of appearance, the two girls were equally matched. They were both extremely beautiful. In terms of figure, the wife was absolutely first class, absolutely a devil. Every time Shen Lang dreamed of her, he would explode. In terms of temperament, they were both very attractive. In terms of charm, they chatted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the honest ice goddess Mulan couldn't stand this kind of small talk anymore. Miss Zhang, is there anything else? She directly chased him away. Shen Lang realized that this wife of his was more honest than he imagined. It's nothing, I just missed you, sister, so I came to visit. Then, sister will take my leave. Zhang Chunhua bowed meticulously. Every detail was in line with the standards of a lady from a wealthy family. It was still the same sentence, a textbook virtuous lady, a textbook talented lady, a classic daughter of a wealthy family. When they reached the door, Zhang Chunhua suddenly said, "Oh right, sister, I wrote a poem not long ago. Can you help me appreciate it? If it's not good, please don't laugh at me." Mulan said, "I don't know poetry." Mulan had read a lot of books, but she didn't like poetry. Well, she still liked it. For example, she liked every poem written by husband. There was a lot of knowledge that she didn't know. She had learned it from husband's erotic poems. Zhang Chunhua said, "Sister also wrote it blindly. Are you going to read it to sister?" Mulan said, "If you miss it, you can read it." Zhang Chunhua read the poem. Looking north at the misty rain, turning back to cry ugly moon in the sky. Separated from Wu Yu by the figure of the gentleman, parting with the jade pillow. Bored at night, I went to the door, but went around the corridor to sleep alone. The past is just empty memories, the soul returns to the desert bridge, the spirit to the spring. After reading it, Zhang Chunhua looked at Mulan expectantly and asked, "What do you think, sister?" Mulan said, "I don't really like it, but I think it's not bad." "Thank you for your praise, sister. Sister's heart is finally at ease." Zhang Chunhua said softly, "Sister will take my leave now. When I have time, I will come to visit sister." Then, Zhang Chunhua left. She really didn't say a word to Shen Lang. She didn't even make eye contact. Her visit this time seemed to be on behalf of Zhang Prefect to slow things down. After returning to his room, Shen Lang was a little puzzled. Could it be that he was wrong? Did Zhang Chunhua just come to see Jean Mulan? Just on behalf of Zhang? To slow things down, not to seduce me, Shen Lang, not a honey trap. She really didn't show any interest in Shen Lang. She didn't even look at him. From the beginning to the end, he was talking to Mulan, and every word he said was in line with the status of a noble lady. It was completely the style of a well-educated and talented lady. But Shen Lang still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Suddenly, his mind lit up. Taking out a pen and paper, he wrote down the poem that Zhang Chunhua had recited before she left and turned it into words. Looking north at the misty rain, turning back to cry ugly moon in the sky. Separated from Wu Yu by the figure of the gentleman, parting with the jade pillow. Bored at night, I went to the door, but went around the corridor to sleep alone. The past is just empty memories, the soul returns to the desert bridge, the spirit to the spring. Looking at this poem, his nose was about to bleed. Just listening to her reciting, he didn't feel anything. Once it was written, it was clear that this was also an acrostic poem. Xianxia used an acrostic poem to trap Li Wenjing and won the fatal trap at Zhang Jin's engagement banquet that day. And Zhang Chunhua also gave him a taste of his own medicine. The second word of a singular sentence, and the fourth word of an even sentence, when these 8 words were listed separately, formed a sentence. Inviting the gentleman to come, day, at the covered bridge at the Choshire. This was like sending 13 people from 1,000 miles away. Note, there's still one more chapter to go. I'll continue to write. Brothers, give me your monthly tickets. This was a female driver, and a super female driver who loved racing. Xianxia was overjoyed, because his intuition was right. Zhang Chunhua, this seductress, was really here to seduce me. It was really a honey trap, ha 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 ha. What did this prove? It proved that Xianxia's charm was invincible. After the number 1 beauty in Nujiang heard of my talent, she couldn't help but fly into the fire like a moth. Sigh, it was a sin to be so handsome and charming. So many beauties like me, even if I have millions, I'm so tired. Then, Xianxia couldn't help but look out the window. It was Choshire, which was from 1 to 3 in the middle of the night, on the covered bridge. It wasn't far, at most 10 miles away. The night was high and dark. Wasn't it the best time for a couple to hook up? Ba ba ba. For a second, Xianxia was hesitating whether he should go or not. That vixen was really tempting. She was definitely a 1 in a million beauty. The scumbag Xianxia kept finding excuses for himself. A man's physical infidelity wasn't really infidelity, but mental infidelity was. As long as I love my wife, it's human nature to occasionally go out to have fun. When a flower blooms, it must be plucked. Don't let the Vajra face the moon. Although I fooled around with other women, although my private life is messy, I'm still a good man. Besides, how can a girl invite you so warmly? If you don't go, it'll be too hurtful. It's not reasonable, it's not gentlemanly. Besides, even if I go, I don't have to do anything. Even if we hug, we don't have to kiss. Even if we kiss, we don't have to do that. Even if we do that, we don't have to take responsibility. Everyone is willing. But, just for a second. Xianxia extinguished all these thoughts. Because he knew that if he really went to the covered bridge in the middle of the night, he would become a laughingstock. That's right, that vixen was seducing him, but definitely not so fast and direct. She used a big move, instantly leaving a deep impression in Xianxia's heart. He had seen a lot of rich young ladies who liked to pretend to be reserved. Suddenly, such a beautiful and seductive B*TCH came. It really made his heart sway. Of course, the words flirtatious B*TCH was a compliment. Some vixens were like this. When they were teasing you, they would be extremely bold and unrestrained. But when you really took the bait, you would find that you couldn't even touch the other person's finger. At most, you could only smell the vixen's perverted scent. Little girl, you want to play this kind of game with Master Lang? You're still too inexperienced. Be careful of drawing fire to yourself and losing your heart. Then, Xianxia suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Instinctively, he sensed the scent of danger. The desire to live, the desire to live. Especially at times like this, one mustn't get carried away. Therefore, Xianxia took the poem he had written and rushed to Milan's room. Wife, this is bad, this is bad. Zhang Chunhua, this shameless vixen, actually seduced me. Look, this is an acrostic poem. She's asking me to go on a date at the covered bridge in the middle of the night. She's really shameless. I saw that she was gentle and well-educated, so I thought she was a lady from a prestigious family. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Wife, in the future, we have to draw a clear line with this kind of woman and avoid contact with her. Xianxia patted his chest and said indignantly, she's really too much. I treated her as an enemy, but she actually wanted to sleep with me. She's really too much. Then, Xianxia secretly glanced at a piece of white paper on Milan's table. On it was Zhang Chunhua's poem. And the 8 words hidden in it, I invite you to X, the covered bridge in the middle of the night, had been circled by Milan with a brush. Mulan was very honest, but she was definitely smart and had a high level of attainment in poetry. It was just that she didn't like it. She had already discovered the acrostic poem in it, but she didn't say it. She was waiting to see Xianlang's performance. Xianlang's back was drenched in cold sweat. Luckily, I reacted in time. If I was an hour later, Xianlang, would be dead. I'm finally alive. It's not easy. But wife, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Where's your honesty? Wife, do you think I'm an upright person? Are I loyal or not? Xianlang looked righteous, like a male lead in a television drama. Mulan said softly, husband, if you didn't think about it, why would you write this poem on the paper? How would you discover the acrostic poem in it? It shows that you are still paying attention to her. You still have romantic thoughts in your heart. Xianlang suddenly wanted to cry. Although you didn't scold me, I feel that you are scolding me in your heart. This is idealism, this is heart-wrenching. Pfft. Mulan smiled. Her beautiful face was like a blooming flower. All right, you're a good boy. Mulan said softly, then kissed him on the cheek. The weather wasn't hot anymore. It was still a little cold, but it was only about 10 degrees Celsius. Inside the Zhang family's old residence. In a luxurious room, smokeless charcoal was burning, keeping the temperature at around 20 degrees Celsius. Zhang Chunhua was reading a book. She was lazily lying on a big, soft chair, reading. She wore almost nothing on her body except for her underwear. She slumped on the big chair and read a book like Guyu. She was really beautiful and mesmerizing. She was still reading the endless romance written by Xianlang. This was the 11th time. Her body was so beautiful that even the maids didn't dare to look at her. First, it would make them feel inferior. Second, it would make them fall for her. Miss, didn't you invite young Master Xianlang to the covered bridge? Why isn't he leaving? The maid asked. He won't go. Zhang Chunhua said, if he really goes, I will look down on him. The maid said, then why did you invite him? Zhang Chunhua said, I just wanted to provoke him a bit, to test his character. I also wanted to tell Jean Mulan that I'm going to steal her man. Then, Zhang Chunhua lazily said, I really hope Jean Mulan will flip out. I hope she's a real honest woman. The big fool woke up, his body was very special. Even though he was heavily injured, he recovered in less than half a month. Others needed a long time to heal their broken bones, but he was completely healed in less than a month. This caused Dr. Xianxia to be very surprised. However, even though he had recovered, Big Fool was still unconscious, which was very puzzling. Then one day, he woke up. This gorilla-like man suddenly sat up on the bed. 3 classic questions appeared in his mind. I am the Big Fool, I know. But where am I? Why am I here? Xianlang was very happy. But there was always a kind of person that you cared about a lot and had a very close relationship with. But you just couldn't talk to him or talk to him. For example, Xianlang and the Big Fool. When the Big Fool woke up, Xianlang was very excited and immediately rushed over to see him. Then, the two of them were silent. Nothing to say. Big Fool, you're fine, Xianlang said. Big Fool, yes, I'm fine, too dumb. Xianlang, don't call me too dumb in the future, you should call me young master. Big Fool, okay, too dumb. Xianlang, call me young master, don't call me too dumb. Big Fool, no problem, too dumb. Mulan giggled on the side and said, Xianlang, call me young master Xianlang from now on, okay? Big Fool immediately shouted, yes, young master. Xianlang pursed his lips and stared angrily at the Big Fool. He suspected that this gorilla was pretending to be stupid and wasn't really stupid. Mulan said, Big Fool, you'll live here from now on, okay? Big Fool, my father, my mother, where's my brother? Mulan said, your brother has gone far away, your father is injured and is not far away, and your stepmother is also in this house. The Big Fool still didn't say anything. He didn't want to live in someone else's house, but he didn't know how to express it. Mulan said softly, Big Fool, Xianlang needs you. There are many people who want to bully him, you have to protect him, okay? The big fool suddenly stood up and said, "Who wants to bully too dumb? They can hit me, but they can't hit too dumb." In fact, Xianlang still didn't know why the big fool was so good to him since he was a child. In fact, the reason was very simple. It was just because the moronic Xianlang gave the big fool a piece of candy. It was just a piece of candy. Because since he was a child, no one had ever given the big fool candy to eat, and no one was willing to play with him. For people who were lonely and cold, a hint of sweetness was enough to remember for a lifetime, especially for people who were a little stupid. Mulan said, "Then from now on, you two brothers can stay together, okay? Your stepmother is also here. If you want, we can also bring your father over." The big fool agreed to stay. Mulan and Xianlang returned to their own courtyard. "Husband, tomorrow we plan to test the big fool's muscles, veins, and bones. We suspect that he may have a very high talent for martial arts," Mulan said. Xianlang was also looking forward to it. Because the big fool's body was too special, as if it was a genetic mutation, he was so tall and majestic. Moreover, he recovered so quickly from such a serious injury. The most important thing was that Xianlang had just examined his broken bones with an X-ray. There was no scar at all. This was incredible. This was clearly the treatment of the protagonist. "I am the protagonist, why not give this talent to me? But maybe I, Xianlang, have an even more amazing talent. I will also go to test it tomorrow. I must be a martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years, no, 10,000 years, I must be, although I don't plan to practice martial arts, why not give me a martial arts genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Seeing that her husband seemed to have fallen into some messy fantasy again, Mulan suddenly felt helpless. She said softly, "Husband, it's getting late. It's time to rest." Xianlang, "Oh, okay." Then, she walked to her embroidery building. Xianlang returned to his room. In his room, Xianlang once again tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was too boring. A few days had passed, but the monarch's decree had not been issued. Everything was too peaceful. And at this moment, Xianlang saw from the window that Mulan's embroidery building was covered in mist, and her window did not seem to be closed. Could it be that Mulan was bathing? Xianlang's heart was suddenly itching. His mind began to fantasize about that incomparably beautiful scene. Should I go and peep? Forget it, it's too immoral to do that. I, Xianlang, am a dignified man. How can I do such a dirty thing? If Mulan finds out, how can I, Xianlang, face the world? I, Master Shen, am not a lewd person. I am a person who cares about my reputation. A quarter of an hour later, Xianlang wore a mask to cover his face. He carefully climbed up the wall on his hands and feet. Since he was afraid of losing face, he would cover his face. Besides, I, Xianlang, climbed up the wall to read under the moonlight, definitely not to peep at my wife bathing. Even if I am caught by you, I have something to say. Alas, my wife's embroidery building is too high, and I can only see her from the wall. I have acrophobia. But in order to see my wife bathing, no, in order to read under the moonlight, I have to take the risk. After climbing to the top of the wall, Xianlang opened his book and looked casually at Mulan's embroidery building. Through the window, he saw his wife. Sure enough, she was bathing, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing up. That scene was as beautiful as a dream. Xianlang's heart was beating like thunder, and his mouth was dry. For a moment, he almost forgot everything. My wife is too beautiful. Then, Xianlang was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery. And at this moment, suddenly, an urgent and harsh voice sounded. The monarch has issued an edict. Xianlang, receive the edict. The monarch has issued an edict. Xianlang, receive the edict. This figure instantly pierced the silence of the night. On the wall, Xianlang suddenly shivered. In the embroidery building, Mulan, who was bathing, also shivered slightly, and her beautiful eyes suddenly shot over. Suddenly, she and Xianlang, who was peeping on the wall, looked at each other. However, Mulan didn't seem to see anything. She didn't seem to notice Xianlang. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other as if they were empty. Her gaze swept through the darkness outside, and then she shifted her gaze away. Xianlang hit on the wall. Luckily, he was wearing a black night suit and a black mask. By hiding in the darkness, it wouldn't be easy to find him, right? Then, Mulan seemed to be hesitating. About 7 seconds later, she walked out of the tub. In an instant, Xianlang's nose was about to bleed. My entire soul was immersed in it. That's my wife. Soon, the beautiful scenery disappeared. Because Mulan had entered the inner room to change her clothes. Xianlang hurriedly climbed the ladder and returned to the room as fast as he could. He took off his night suit and the black mask on his face. He took a deep breath and calmly walked out. Outside in the courtyard, he met his wife. For some reason, his wife's face seemed to be a little red. However, it was normal since he had just taken a hot shower. Look at me, Master Lang. I can read on the wall for an hour without blushing. Husband, hurry up and receive the decree. Mulan looked a little worried. In the hall of the Count house, Xianlang met the eunuch from the capital. Not knowing what rank this eunuch was, Xianlang did not care. This was because the eunuch's attitude was very bad. His chin was facing the sky, and his expression was cold. You're still so good after being castrated? The ox knocks the heart of the cliff and plays the sweet dew. The eunuch glanced at him coldly. He had issued many edicts, and every time, the other party would tremble with fear. Only the pretty boy in front of me had a sloppy attitude, and he kept staring at my whole body, especially at the places he wasn't looking at. Young Master Shen, what kind of show are you putting on? The monarch's imperial edict is so slow, making us wait for so long. Are you looking down on me? The eunuch said coldly. Xianlang quickly stepped forward and gave him a bag of money. He said fawningly, Gong Gong, please calm down. Take this money and have some tea. The eunuch took the pouch and found that it was heavy. There were at least 100 gold coins in it. Xianwu Mansion is so generous? Who would have thought that he would actually make such an unexpected fortune? The eunuch was overjoyed, but he sneered in his heart. He really was a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. Do you think I won't slap you in the face if you give me money? Childish and ridiculous. Then, the eunuch's attitude became slightly better. He glanced at Xianlang and said, the monarch has decreed, kneel. The monarch declares that Xianlang has reported Sha Jin's treason and has done a meritorious service. He shall be conferred the title of Imperial College Supervisor. That's it? It's so short and powerless, and there's no such thing at the back. Xianlang knew that some of the imperial edicts of China's ancient emperors did not have the word imperial behind them. In fact, this represented some kind of attitude, a very unfriendly one. However, after hearing this imperial edict, Lord Count's face suddenly turned cold. Mulan's face instantly became cold. Based on what? My husband is so talented. Monarch, what right do you have to humiliate him like this? My husband's book has become popular in the whole Tiannam province and will soon be popular in the whole state of Yu. Everyone slapped the table and applauded. How dare you humiliate him like this? Accept the imperial edict. The eunuch said coldly. Xianlang stepped forward and took the imperial edict from the monarch. Then, the eunuch left. To be precise, he couldn't wait to leave because he wanted to take a closer look at how much money Xianlang had given him. Xianwu walked out and took the imperial edict from the monarch. His face became more and more gloomy. Imperial College Supervisor, and a regular supervisor at that. What does this mean? It was tantamount to pointing at Xianlang's nose and saying, trash. The most outstanding scholars, of course, passed the imperial examinations and became officials. However, some people couldn't pass the imperial examinations and wanted to become officials. Then they would enter the imperial college to study. The imperial college at that time was not bad. Because in the beginning, the imperial college only recruited children of nobles and high officials. After that, some rich businessmen also used their connections to send their sons to the imperial college to gain experience. This time, the noble students of the imperial college did not agree. What are you lowly people? How much money do you have and you want to go to the same school as me? However, the imperial court did not want to lose this source of income, so they opened another imperial college and all the children of nobles and high officials went there to study. Therefore, the imperial college became a place for the rich to earn diplomas for their children. The atmosphere inside was completely foul. So, to put it bluntly, 80% of the students in the Imperial College were ignorant and incompetent trash. Now, even people on the street would say, your family is from the Imperial College, your whole family is studying in the Imperial College. At this time, Xianxia had become one of them. The key point was that such a trivial matter, the monarch actually sent someone to deliver an imperial edict. This signal was very bad. The monarch's words were like a tight slap to the face of the Black Tortoise Earl matter. The key point was that Xianxia and Xuanwu had really made a contribution this time. Not only did they save Princess Ning Luo's life, but they also exposed Prince Jin's conspiracy in advance. Although it was a slap in the face, it was still a contribution. Who would have thought that this monarch would directly slap down with his palm, and you have to thank him? After all, this was a reward from the monarch. Our monarch is really mean. Xianxia smiled and said, Father-in-law, abandon your fantasies and prepare for battle. Xuanwu nodded with a solemn expression. Xianxia smiled and said, we have about 5 or 6 days of peace. Enjoy these 5 or 6 days of peace and leisure. Next, we will be fighting again. I'm going to harm people, kill people, and slap faces again. I'm such a kind person. What I hate the most is revenge and harm people. I like to live in peace with others. It's all this world's fault. It forced me to become an eel. Father-in-law left, and so did his wife. They had a tacit understanding. Every time Xianxia said something obscene, they would leave quietly. Mother-in-law was the best. She always catered to his needs and knew how to brag about business. Xianxia returned to his courtyard, and Mulan followed him in. Xianxia stared at the list of enemies on the wall in a daze. The pen in his hand was ready to move. Husband, don't mess around. Mulan said softly. Mulan knew that Xianxia wanted to write the monarch's name on the wall. Xianxia said, no, I want to write the monarch's name on it. Mulan said anxiously, husband, you really can't. It will cause trouble if someone sees it. Xianxia said, no, I must write it. I've never been bullied like this in my life. No matter who it is, as long as they offend me, their name will definitely appear on this wall. Then, Xianxia wrote 2 words on the wall with a murderous look. Guojing, Hirogua, who was outside the dimension, was dumbfounded. Why, Xianxia said it. The next 5 days were quiet and leisurely, which was rare. After that, he would start his crazy face-slapping journey again. So, of course, he had to have fun during this time. The next night, Xianxia climbed the wall to read again. Coincidentally, Mulan was bathing on the upper floor again. The window was still open. But this time, she sat in the bathtub without getting up. Only after the bath, she stood up and got out of the bathtub with her back to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's blood was boiling again. His wife's figure was really too hot. Hot in clothes. Without clothes, she was like a different person, like a witch from hell, absorbing men's young souls. That night, Xianxia had to get up 3 times. On the 3rd night, Mulan took a bath at about 11 o'clock in the evening again. When Xianxia climbed the ladder up the wall again, his legs were a little trembling. Then, he once again enjoyed the most enchanting scene in the world. That night, Xianxia got up twice. On the 4th day, Xianxia's eyes were dark, and his arms and waist were sore. He was almost wailing in his heart. Wife, do you still want to take a bath today? Husband, my waist can't stand it anymore. I can't keep up with the nutrition. However, the lights on the highest floor of the upper floor of the embroidery building were lit again, and the mist lingered again. The devil in Xianxia's heart was ready to move again. Peeping was an addictive thing. After struggling for half a second, Xianxia held his waist again and climbed up along the hoof. His legs were soft. However, when he climbed up the wall, he saw the beautiful Mulan through the window again. The Mulan was completely different from the clothes she wore during the day. Once again, Xianxia was intoxicated and scared out of his wits. At this moment, a pretty figure opened the door and walked out in a daze. It was Xiaobing. Tonight, Xiaobing deliberately wore thin clothes in front of Xianxia, but she found that her son-in-law didn't look at her like a hooligan. This made her very sad. So, in anger, she drank too much sugar water and woke up in the middle of the night to urinate. Alas, it was not that Xianlang didn't want to see her, but he couldn't. Xiaobing walked to the yard in a daze. She wanted to go to the toilet, but she still had to walk dozens of meters, so she suddenly lost her courage. So, after hesitating for half a second, Xiaobing squatted under the big tree in the yard to relieve herself. Then, Xiaobing suddenly found someone peeping on the wall. "Ah!" she immediately exclaimed. But soon, she recognized that the figure was son-in-law Xianlang. Although her son-in-law was wearing a black mask and black clothes, she could recognize him even if he was burned to ashes. Because who else in the world could be so handsome? He was so charming even when he was peeping. So, Xiaobing, who had just exclaimed, immediately covered her mouth. However, her exclamation still shocked many people. Xianlang was startled. He stepped on nothing and broke several tiles, making an ear-piercing sound. Mulan was also startled. She quickly looked outside and instinctively covered her chest. Then, many candles in the yard lit up, and a dozen maids opened the windows. Meow, meow. Xianlang quickly crouched on the wall to hide and meowed a few times like a cat. Not to mention how loud it was the kind of male cat that had never been touched before. The dozen maids glanced at the wall. "What are you looking at?" "A stray cat just scared me." Xiaobing showed off her female power. Immediately, the dozen maids closed the windows and blew out the candles. It was as if nothing had happened. "We didn't see anything." Xiaobing glared at Xianlang and said in a low voice, "Son-in-law, you're so annoying. How dare you squat in the middle of the night and peep at me? I won't talk to you anymore." Then, she covered her face and ran away. Xianlang wanted to remind her that Xiaobing hadn't pulled up her skirt. On the fifth night, Xianlang held his back and wailed on the bed. It was so sore and painful. "Wife, please don't be so clean. Don't take a bath tonight. If you want to take a bath, please close the window, okay, husband, I really can't stand it anymore. A handsome man like me is usually weak and has limited stamina and energy. If this goes on, I will be completely drained. Yesterday, I went to doctor in to ask for kidney-nourishing pills. I swear, I will go to bed early tonight. Even if my wife takes a bath again, even if the window is wide open, I will never climb the wall to study. If I, Xianlang, climb the wall again, then I will be Jean Mulan's grandson." In order to get rid of this addiction, Xianlang went to bed early. But he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tossed and turned, as if there was an important task that had not been completed. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the lights on the top floor of the ladies' embroidery building were cold again. Xianlang could almost hear the sound of water from afar. Wife wants to take a bath again. The devil in his heart was awakened again and was ready to make trouble. It was even harder than quitting smoking. Xianlang couldn't help but get up. "I'm definitely not peeping. I'm just going out for a stroll. It's too stuffy in the room. I need to go out for some fresh air." Then, Xianlang changed into a black night suit and put on a black mask again. As for why he needed to wear a mask to go out for fresh air, that's not important. After everything was ready, Xianlang walked out of the door. "I just accidentally came to the wall and then accidentally climbed the wall." But, when Xianlang climbed the wall again, he found that he couldn't see anything. Because when his wife took a bath, the window on the second floor of the embroidery building was closed. It was closed, it was closed. It was closed. Xianlang was furious at once. "Jean Mulan, what do you mean? How dare you close the window?" That night, Xianlang didn't sleep all night, and the anger in his chest couldn't dissipate. "Jean Mulan, how could you do this? You're too much." The next day, at breakfast, Xianlang's face was gloomy, as if someone owed him 10,000 gold coins. When he was eating, he dropped his chopsticks and bowl. Seeing her son-in-law like this, Xiaobing was a little confused. "Humph." After eating half a bowl, Xianlang put his chopsticks heavily on the table and said angrily, "I don't want to eat anymore." Mulan waved her hand and asked Xiaobing to go out. Then she said gently, "Husband, what's wrong?" Xianlang looked at Mulan and said in a trembling voice, "Are you discriminating against me because of my humble background?" Mulan was stunned and shook her head. "How could that be?" "No." Xianxia said sadly, then are you discriminating against me because I'm greedy for fame and come to live off your wife? Mulan was anxious and said in a trembling voice, how could that be possible? Husband, don't overthink. Xianxia said sadly, then are you discriminating against me because I don't have the strength to truss a chicken, don't know martial arts, don't have scholarly honors, and don't have any prospects? Mulan's eyes were red and full of tears. She said earnestly, husband, how could you have such an idea? I've never thought of it that way. Husband, I really like you. Don't be like this. Did I do something wrong that made you misunderstand? Xianxia said indignantly, since you don't discriminate against me, why did you close the window when you were bathing? Do you think I would peep? Do you think I'm such a despicable person? Jean Mulan, can we have a little bit of trust between us husband and wife? Note, the first chapter has been sent with 4,000 words. I'll continue to write with all my might. Today, it's still more than 10,000 words. Thank you for your support, brothers. I really don't even have time to go out for a haircut. If special effects could be added, there would be a ball of fire behind Mulan. Then, her whole body would be burning. Xianxia, you've gone too far. You've made me cry just now. Jean Mulan clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes spitting fire. As soon as Xianxia saw this, he stepped forward and hugged her waist tightly, sticking close to her back and hugging her. God, this elasticity is going to explode. Wait, don't add fuel to the fire at this time. Xianxia took the opportunity to kiss his wife's neck and begged for mercy. Wife, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was really wrong, I couldn't be more wrong, I was so wrong that the sky and the earth turned upside down. Darling Mulan, you're so broad-minded, can you spare me this time? Mulan's heart softened when she heard her husband's shameless voice begging for mercy, but, was this an apology? When you're apologizing, why are you squeezing? Why are you rubbing? Why are you pushing? Mulan tried her best to hold it in. She murmured, the Kim clan's teachings, women don't hit their husbands, women don't hit their husbands, women don't hit their husbands. Beauty Mulan was really having a hard time holding it in. Then, she suddenly turned around and pressed Xianxia to the ground. Rub, rub, rub. Wife, don't, it's broken, it's really going to break. Not only the waist is going to break, but other parts are also going to break. The whole courtyard was filled with Xianxia's mournful screams. Immediately, all the maids in the courtyard closed their doors and pressed their ears against the doors to listen. When the son-in-law is miserable, you must not be by his side, otherwise it will be very tragic. Don't think that just because you are a woman, the son-in-law will not take revenge on you. Xiao Huan's but still had the mark of a caterpillar crawling. But, listening to the son-in-law's screams, it really felt so good. A whole 3 hours. Xianxia was ravaged for a whole 3 hours. He wanted to live and wanted to die, his whole person sinking into hell. From now on, when he heard the 6 animals' frolics, his liver would instinctively tremble and his anus would shrink. It was truly excruciating. Finally, he was carried by Mulan to the top floor of the embroidery building. Having prepared the medicinal soup, Mulan put Xianxia inside. Doesn't husband like to watch it? Now, you can bathe yourself and look to your heart's content, Mulan said. Woo woo woo, however, this little girl's fierceness was yet to come. She was actually bathing in the next room, and there was only a curtain between them that was no more than 5 meters apart. The sound of water flowing could be heard. He could even hear the sound of warm water flowing across her snow-white skin. There was only a curtain between them. However, Xianxia did not even have the strength to lift his arms, let alone walk over. The only bit of strength he had left was only enough to lift something that weighed half a kilogram. Huff, huff. Xianxia blew hard on the curtain and then gave up. Then, he cursed in his heart. Jean Mulan, where's your honesty? I didn't expect you to be such a woman. How could you be so insidious and cunning? Mulan next to him coquettishly said, Husband, I learned this from you. One is marked by the company one keeps. What? Since when did you learn how to read people's minds, you little girl? Wouldn't it be very dangerous for me to fool around in the future? There was one thing to add. Mulan's teacher, Zhong Chuk, was a Wu Dao Grand Master. 2 days ago, he came all the way here and the result of the big fool's muscle and bone test came out. A martial arts prodigy. A 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. A 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. How talented was he? He didn't know, but in short, he was more talented than Mulan. Therefore, Xianlang walked to the Grand Master with great interest and said eagerly, "Great Master, can you help me check if I am a 1 in 1,000 martial arts prodigy?" Grand Master Zhongchip glanced at Xianlang with a strange look in his eyes. He was about to say something, but he swallowed it back. Unfathomable, unfathomable. Even a Grand Master like me can't see through you. That was the Grand Master's comment. Xianlang was overjoyed. My martial arts talent is really awesome. Even a Grand Master can't see through me. Of course, he didn't see the pleading expression of the lady behind him. That really put the Grand Master in a difficult position. When had this old man ever lied? But it didn't matter. The Grand Master's art of language was still very good. Just like those treasure appraisal programs on Earth, those experts would never say directly when they saw a fake. They would only say that they couldn't see through it. Another day passed, everyone was waiting for the decree of the monarch on Li Wenjing. If Li Wenjing was killed, the new policy would be suspended. If Li Wenjing wasn't killed, the new policy would continue. As soon as the will of the monarch appeared, Zhu Yong, Zhang Chong, and others would immediately turn into ferocious tigers and wolves, desperately biting toward the Xianwu mansion. The peace that had just passed for a few days would be destroyed in an instant. A few days of hibernation and waiting would only sharpen their claws. If there were no accidents, it would be today. In the morning, Mulan was practicing martial arts in the martial arts arena again. And Xianlang was tortured by Mulan last night. His whole body seemed to be about to split apart. But after soaking in the medicinal soup for a night and sleeping for a night, he was full of energy and walked like the wind. Xianlang couldn't help but sigh. I'm really a martial arts genius that even a Grand Master can't see through. After breakfast, Xianlang, dressed in short clothes, walked toward the martial arts arena. He passed by the small courtyard of the Big Fool. The once-in-100 years martial arts genius gorilla was squatting on the ground watching ants move. Seeing Xianlang coming over, the Big Fool hurriedly said enthusiastically, "Young Master Tudum, come and watch the ants move. It's interesting. I'll give you the best position." Xianlang said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm you? So unambitious, watching ants move? How old are you? This is a good time for a man like me to make a career. How can you waste it like this?" The Big Fool muttered, "If you don't want to watch, then don't watch. Why are you scolding me?" Then, he watched the ants move with great interest, while carefully changing his position, lest he block the march of the ant legion. Xianlang left valiantly. He came to the martial arts arena. "Wife, I want to practice martial arts," Xianlang said. Mulan was stunned. "Husband, why do you have such an idea? Xianlang, a man should be self-reliant. Wife, you're too outstanding. I think I need to catch up with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see your charming buttocks." Mulan pretended not to understand and said, "Then husband, what's the purpose of practicing martial arts?" Xianlang remembered the scene of being pressed to the ground by his wife last night and being ravaged for 3 hours. It was so painful that he wanted to die. There were 9 different positions in a split, and every one of them almost tore the skin of an egg apart. It was too miserable. The feeling of his tendons and veins being torn apart and his muscles about to explode was too painful. The purpose of practicing martial arts is, of course, for revenge. To press my wife to the ground and rub her, and ravage her 100 times, 100 times, Xianlang said righteously. The purpose of practicing martial arts is, of course, to protect my wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. Mulan said, "Then husband, what specific goals and requirements do you have?" Xianlang, my requirements are very simple. Practice for an hour a day. It doesn't have to be too hard. I want to defeat a powerful enemy within a year. Mulan Yu said, "Husband, the powerful enemy you're talking about isn't me, right?" Xianlang was horrified. Oh no, my wife has really evolved. She can really read minds now." Xianlang hurriedly said, "How could it be? How could it be? Not to mention that I can't beat my wife. Even if I can't bear to hurt a single hair on your body." Mulan pretended not to understand again. Xianlang paused for a moment and said, "Oh, I was wrong. I take back what I just said." "How could you hurt something that your wife doesn't have?" Mulan took a deep breath. "I'll bear with it. Women of the Jin family don't hit their husbands." "Xianlang, wife, is it possible that there is a super powerful martial art? If I practice for an hour a day, I will be as powerful as you in a year." Mulan was speechless. "Husband, you think too much." "Xianlang, maybe I'm a martial arts prodigy that only appears in 10,000 years? Even the great grandmasters say that I'm unfathomable and unfathomable." Mulan rolled her eyes at him. "Xianlang, I know that the 1 in a billion martial arts prodigy can't be seen by others. Maybe I'm that martial arts prodigy. If I practice comfortably for an hour, it will be equivalent to others practicing for 3 years." Mulan didn't refute and said directly, "Okay, husband, you can practice martial arts with me." Then, Xianlang was full of ambition to practice martial arts with his wife. An hour later, his hands and feet were about to break. Every day felt like a year. It was so uncomfortable and painful. After practicing the horse stance for an hour, he rested 13 times. So, Xianlang decisively gave up. "Humph. This kind of martial arts prodigy that only appears in 10,000 years, I don't care who I want. If I can't beat my wife, then I can't beat her. At worst, I'll let you be on top in the future." "Xianlang, well, wife, I suddenly remember that the big fool has something very important to talk to me. I'm leaving now. I'll practice next time. Then, he left the martial arts practice field. So, don't say that the protagonist doesn't practice martial arts. You have no idea how hard he works. When passing by the big fool's yard, he was still squatting on the ground watching ants moving. Xianlang moved a stool over and said to the big fool, "Move aside, move aside." Then, the two brothers watched the ants moving with great interest. After a while, when Jin Mutsung passed by, he said, "What are you looking at?" Then, the 3 fools squatted and watched together. "The ants moving are so beautiful." Yes, it's spectacular." Jin Mutsung said, "I don't know why, but I suddenly want to boil water." And at this moment, boom! Suddenly, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly became rolling dark clouds. Listening to the clap of thunder in silence, in Taisho Prefecture, Li Wenjing wore a paper shackle and knelt on the ground. Only 10 days had passed, but every day felt like a year to him. He had lost a whole circle of weight and was out of shape. Every day, he was surrounded by boundless fear. That night, he really smoked all the way until dawn. In the end, it was Zhang Chong who sent someone to take him to Taisho Prefecture. Then, he was surrounded by boundless fear every day. Every day, he couldn't eat and could only eat porridge. Now, the decree of the monarch finally came. The monarch declares that Li Wenjing is dissolute and has behaved improperly. His salary will be forfeited for 1 year as a warning to others. Here it is. Once this decree came out, Li Wenjing couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This punishment was too light, wasn't it? He originally thought that he would die for sure. He didn't expect that not only would he not die, he wouldn't even be stripped of his official position, not even his scholarly honor. This couldn't even be considered as a punishment of 3 cups of wine. Could it be that I, Li Wenjing, actually have such a holy favor? In an instant, all the fear disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was boundless pride. Ha 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 ha, the monarch actually thinks so highly of me that I didn't even die like this. Who can stop me in the future? I, Li Wenjing, am destined to prosper. I am destined to have a high position and power. Xianlang, just you wait. If I don't die this time, you're dead. Xuanwu, Jin Mulan, just you wait. I will let you see what a gentleman's revenge is. A gentleman's revenge is also from morning till night. Behind the screen, Zhang Chong was also a little surprised. Whether Li Wenjing died or not was the most important political signal, representing the will of the monarch. But he didn't expect that. Not only did the monarch not execute Li Wenjing, he even kept his official position and scholarly honor. Just forfeiting his salary for 1 year, this was simply a slap on Xuanwu's face. This signal was extremely strong. Not only must the new policy continue, but it must also be accelerated and intensified. Then, Xianxia, the sharp blade that had been lying dormant for a few days, was about to be unsheathed. Next, it would be the shadow of the blade again. But, this monarch was really mean and ungrateful. This time, in Prince Jin's rebellion, Xuanwu had after all made a great contribution. Not only did the 80,000 troops besieging Xianwu Mansion continue, but it was also going to be more intense. This time, the eunuch who passed the decree was of a high rank, wearing a vermilion robe. "Congratulations, Lord Li," the eunuch smiled at Li Wenjing and said, "The monarch really thinks highly of you." Li Wenjing kowtowed so hard that his forehead almost broke. He cried, "The monarch's grace is something that I can't repay even if I break my bones." After the eunuch left, Zhang Chong came out and bowed to Li Wenjing, "Lord Li, congratulations. From now on, you are really favored by the monarch. You are someone that the monarch will remember." Li Wenjing regained his modesty. Although his clothes were untidy, his mannerisms became light again, with a touch of arrogance. "Governor Zhang, you flatter me." Zhang Chong said, "Someone, come and help Lord Li bathe and change his clothes." Li Wenjing cupped his hands and bowed, then walked out. His steps were full of murderous intent. At night, in Xianwu Mansion, father-in-law slammed his fist on the table. Bang! In an instant, the solid mahogany table was smashed through. Xuanwu had never been so angry and lost his composure. Not only did Li Wenjing not die, but he was also not deprived of his official position and title. A year's salary forfeiture? Ha ha ha, although everyone knew that Prince Jin's rebellion had nothing to do with Li Wenjing. However, Li Wenjing had, after all, publicly said that he had a close personal relationship with Jin Jun. Moreover, he had publicly said that Jin Jun was incomparably wise. "As a monarch, are you so eager to rob the foundation of my Kim family? As a monarch, are you so mean and ungrateful? This is the foundation of my ancestors, not a gift from your Ning clan. In the past hundreds of years, how much contribution has my Kim family made to your Ning clan? It's really disappointing." Shen Lang stepped forward, picked up a clean silk cloth, and bandaged his father-in-law's bleeding hand. "Father-in-law, don't be impatient." Shen Lang said lightly, "In fact, a few days ago, when the monarch gave me the title of Imperial College Supervisor, we already expected this result, didn't we?" Jinzhua said, "Langer, do you think I can protect this foundation of my ancestors?" He really didn't have much confidence. Shen Lang said lightly, "Yes." Jinzhua said, "But this is the state of you, once we are targeted by the monarch." Shen Lang said, "Then let's look outside the chess game. There are some words that I can't say. But father-in-law, we definitely won't lose. Prepare a little, Li Wenjing will turn into a mad dog and bite us. Tonight, we will completely kill this mad dog." Shen Lang looked at the night sky outside, a cruel smile on his face. "Li Wenjing, you must be very proud, you must feel that you have reached the peak of your life, right? You won't live past tonight. It would have been better if you had died directly, but now you will only die more tragically." At this moment, Jin Zhong flew in. "Master, son-in-law, the silver-clothed Inspector Li Wenjing has brought troops to arrest someone." Xuanwu's face turned cold. "Him? Bringing troops to my mansion to arrest someone? Arrest who? Son-in-law?" Outside the gate of the Xianwu Mansion castle, the skinny silver-clothed Inspector Li Wenjing rode on a tall horse, looking at the Count house with eyes full of hatred and hatred. The gate opened, and Count Xuanwu said lightly, "Lord Li Wenjing, why are you so aggressive?" Li Wenjing said lightly, "I'm here to arrest someone." Xuanwu said, "Arrest who?" Li Wenjing said, "Jean Mulan." Note, the second chapter with more than 4,000 words, there will be another chapter at around 10. I must kill Li Wenjing tonight, I will not stay the night. After hearing this, Xuanwu's face couldn't help but twitch violently. This is going too far, the monarch has sent out a signal, and these mad dogs have no sense of shame, this group of people is so unsightly. Count Jinzhua said coldly, "What crime did my daughter commit? Why did Sir Inspector make such a big fuss and bring troops to our door? It has been more than 100 years since someone openly brought troops to the front door of the Count house. Zhang Chong wouldn't do this, and neither would Governor Zhu Yong. Because they are big figures, once they do this, there is no way out. But Li Wenjing is different. This time, he has completely turned into a mad dog after escaping from death. He has the monarch's favor. What is there that he doesn't dare to do? Hearing Xuanwu's question, Li Wenjing sneered, what crime? Disturbing the people to death. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Everyone knew that Xuanwu loved the people the most. Although the people of Xuanwu City are no longer his people, he is still full of pity for them. Not to mention the people in the fief. Xuanwu's taxes are the lowest. During the disaster years, not only does the count house not make money, but it also has to pay to feed the people in the fief. Because of this, the girls outside try every possible means to marry the man in the Xianwu mansion, and some even directly fled to the fief of the Kim clan. Li Wenjing said coldly, Jean Mulan, the cavalry under your command has no respect for the law. They galloped on the street, injured 13 civilians, and killed 5. As their leader, do you have to take responsibility? As the Silver Cloak Inspector, I am the one who patrols the world on behalf of the monarch. Seeing such a thing, of course I have to intervene. Bring the injured and the corpses here. Bring the witnesses here. Following Li Wenjing's order, 5 corpses were carried out. There were also 8 civilians with broken bones and tendons. Dozens of witnesses were also brought forward. Isn't this scene very familiar? That's right, there was nothing new in the world. Fishing, fish, enforcement. Pingxi law enforcement. Shen Lang, Jean Mulan, and the others easily thought of this phrase. However, Li Wenjing and the others were cruel and merciless, and they used real civilians. Act until the end, Jean Mulan stepped out of the ranks and said, where is my cavalry? He was arrested by Xiaoyama Chihos, Li Wenjing said, he is in prison. Such tyrannical ruffians, so deranged, trampling innocent people on the streets. After this official reports this to the governor and governor, they will definitely be executed. How could this be? The cavalry of the Count House were the most careful. Even when hundreds of cavalry were marching, they wouldn't trample on people. That time when Shen Lang deliberately went to Pingxi, he was only slightly injured. How could a patrol of a dozen cavalry kill or injure dozens of people? Now the elite cavalry under Jean Mulan's command was actually arrested and detained in Xiaoyama Chihos prison. There were 3 Qianhu offices in the whole of Xuanwu, and Xiaoyama Chihos was one of them. A mere Xuanwu city actually had 3 Qianhu offices, and they were all fully staffed, a total of 3,000 troops. Who were they targeting? It was completely conceivable. This Xiaoyama Chihos was a true elite army, completely incomparable to Tianhang's Qianhu. Xuanwu, the evidence is conclusive. Li Wenjing said, Jean Mulan's cavalry trampled innocent people to death, as the commander, isn't she responsible? General Jean Mulan, please follow me to Taisho Prefecture to investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Wenjing's voice resounded in the night sky, his eyes are filled with joy. After living in fear for the past 10 days, he can finally get his revenge. This is too good, his heart longs for this scene. Xuanwu is furious, leading the cavalry to go to Xiaoyama Chihos to kidnap them. That way, Governor Zhu Yong and Governor Zhang Chong can legitimately lead the army to quell the rebellion. A few years ago, Dongjiang Count died like this. General Jean Mulan, are you afraid to do it? Li Wenjing said, if you don't explain clearly, then don't blame the Salt Mountain Thousand Households Institute for using torture to interrogate you. The men in the army are heavy-handed. If anything happens to your cavalry, you will be severely punished. Even if no one dies, we don't want to see a broken arm or a broken hand. After all, the captain of the cavalry is a woman. Shen Lang had seen the cavalry captain before. Her name was Jean Jianyang. She grew up in the Count House and was the most loyal family guard. Jean Jianyang's martial arts were very high, but she was very shy. Every time she saw Shen Lang, she would blush. If a female general fell into the enemy's hands and was not rescued in time, the consequences would be hard to say. Mulan truly loved his soldiers as if they were his own children. Moreover, Sword Nyang was his confidant, just like an elder sister. Therefore, she wanted to go out. If she wanted to go to Taisho Prefecture, she would go to Taisho Prefecture. At the very least, she would rescue Sword Nyang and the dozens of cavalrymen in the Count House. However, Xianlang held her little hand. Then, he took a step forward and blocked in front of Mulan. At this moment, Mulan's heart really melted. Whether a man was strong or not didn't depend on his martial arts, but whether he was willing to stand up at the critical moment. Xianlang walked in front of Li Wenjing. "Oh, brother Li, why have you become so thin?" Xianlang said, "Why don't you take care of your body? You are still so young. Don't let your parents send you off." "Go to hell, you've already said it once, the white-haired person sending the black-haired person off." Li Wenjing sneered, "Stop jumping, Xianlang. Don't act like a clown. It's useless." At this moment, Li Wenjing was full of fearlessness and a sense of superiority. He even felt pity for Xianlang. "Xianlang, you are indeed talented, but there is no other way. Your backer is not good enough. Even if you are talented, it is useless. You will still be crushed to death. I, Li Wenjing, have the monarch behind me." "Is there a stronger backer than this?" Li Wenjing said proudly. "Xianlang, there's a saying that I'm not sure if you've heard of." "Xianlang, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an egg hitting a stone?" Li Wenjing laughed, "Both are fine. What schemes, what tricks, what demon-like wisdom? It is useless. Absolute power can crush all schemes. Xianlang, you are very powerful and very smart. You almost trapped me in a desperate situation, but so what? The monarch trusts me, and I am favored by the monarch. I will not die no matter what. If I, Li Wenjing, don't die, Xianlang, you will be out of luck, and your Xianwu mansion will be out of luck. From now on, I will stay in the Black Tortoise City and not leave. I will use all the means at my disposal to deal with your Black Tortoise Count's mansion and you, Xianlang, until your entire family is destroyed. Xianlang, I will let you know that offending me, Li Wenjing, is a nightmare of your life. I will make you regret being my enemy even in hell." When Li Wenjing said these words, his teeth were bleeding. He was really gnashing his teeth in anger. This time, the pain brought to him by Xianlang was too unforgettable. It made him a laughingstock in the circle of the rich and powerful. His image was completely ruined. From then on, his image as a virtuous official was ruined. Next, he could only take another path, the mad dog mode of the monarch. Xianlang looked at the person in front of him. His eyes were sunken, and he was close to madness. The original demeanor of a scholar was gone. Instead, he was like a vicious snake. With a soft sigh, Xianlang said faintly, "Li Wenjing, run, they will be here soon." After hearing Xianlang's words, Li Wenjing couldn't help but be stunned. He sneered, "Xianlang, what are you doing now?" Xianlang said, 6 hours ago, they entered Nujiang Prefecture City and went to Taisho Prefecture to look for you, but they didn't find you. Now they are heading towards Black Tortoise City, quickly run Li Wenjing said hoarsely, "Xianlang, are you crazy? What are you talking about?" Xianlang said, "Li Wenjing, you are going to die. You won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Li Wenjing was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "What a joke. Who dares to kill me? The monarch only fined me for a year. I have a secret that I haven't told you. The eunuch who delivered the decree went to my house and gave my parents a sum of money. It was exactly 3 years of my salary. Do you know what this means? It means that the monarch appreciates me. It means that Xianlang and the Xianwu mansion are coming to an end. Now Xianlang, you are saying that I am going to die. How ridiculous is that? Who is going to kill me? Who is going to kill me? Is it you, Xianlang? Is it the Xianwu mansion? I am standing here, and none of you dare to touch a single hair on my head. I am the silver-clothed inspector of the state of you. I represent the monarch. If you dare to kill me, you will be committing treason. Xianlang, I am standing here. If you have the guts and the ability, come and kill me. You don't dare, you don't dare." Li Wenjing, who hadn't slept for a few days, had entered a state of extreme excitement. Xianlang said, "Of course I can't kill you. The Xianwu mansion really doesn't dare to kill you. Because the person who wants to kill you is the monarch." Ha 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 ha. Li Wenjing laughed and pointed at Xianlang, "Are you crazy? Keep dreaming. The monarch just issued an edict. Not to mention killing me, they didn't even deprive me of my official position and title. You want the monarch to kill me? That's a fool's dream. It's impossible even if the sun rises in the west. Li Wenjing was right. He now represented a signal. Since the monarch had already pardoned him, how could they kill him, not to mention that he didn't do anything wrong? Even if he did, the monarch wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like slapping their own face? Li Wenjing smiled proudly. Xianxia, do you know that I now represent the will of the monarch? How could he kill me? You are really ignorant and stupid. Yeah, how is it possible for the monarch to overturn his edict? Mortals can't do that. Xianxia said lightly, but I'm not a mortal. To mortals like you, I'm like a god. For someone as beautiful and intelligent as me, what else can't I do? Not to mention killing a mere mad dog like you. Xianxia stroked the non-existent beard on his chin and said in a carefree manner, even though I'm thousands of miles away from the capital, half a month ago, I played a small trick and you were doomed to die. Li Wenjing laughed heartily and said, what a boast. Xianxia, you're just like a clown with your pretentious act. Then, he shouted, Jean Mulan, come with me to Taisho Prefecture and investigate this matter. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Come, invite Miss Jean Mulan to come with us. A few silver-clothed warriors stepped forward. And at this time, dozens of black-clothed knights quickly arrived. They were dressed in black, and each of them wore a mask with a crow embroidered on it. Blackwater Arena's experts, they were the real deal, the pawns of the monarch. They answered directly to the monarch. And didn't belong to any government office. They usually only carried out secret missions and important missions. They were about as terrifying as the Ming Dynasty's East Faction Guards and the Imperial Uniform Guards combined. Li Wenjing was stunned. What was going on? Why did the Blackwater Arena's experts need to be mobilized? The dozen of them charged towards Li Wenjing. The leader of the group was a Qian who was riding on a horse, and said plainly, Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing said, I'm the silver-clothed inspector, Li Wenjing. Your Excellencies from Blackwater Arena came at the right time to assist me in this case. The Xianwu Mansion's cavalry is arrogant and disrespectful. As a general, Jean Mulan is duty-bound. Please take her down. Then, Li Wenjing grinned, Xianxia, the monarch has sent the Blackwater Arena's Excellencies here. You're about to die. Does the Xianwu Mansion have the guts to fight against the monarch's experts? This is tantamount to rebellion. The Blackwater Arena's leader glanced at Li Wenjing and took out the portrait to compare. He said, Your Excellency Li Wenjing, please dismiss everyone. Li Wenjing was overjoyed, okay. Now that the Imperial Court experts from the Blackwater platform had arrived, his soldiers were completely useless. A moment later, everyone left the scene. Only Xianxia, Jean Mulan, Xuanwu, Li Wenjing, and others were left. The Blackwater Arena's Excellency said, Xuanwu, pretend that you didn't see what happened next. Then, he ordered lightly, take Li Wenjing away and kill him. As soon as the words came out, everyone present was stunned. Li Wenjing felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his ears. Did you make a mistake? Did you guys make a mistake? Are you guys going to kill Xianxia with 1,000 cuts? Did you guys read the wrong name? Li Wenjing was going crazy. He screamed. Your Excellencies, you must have made a mistake. The monarch has just ordered me to forfeit my salary for 3 years. How can the monarch's decree be changed so quickly? But no one paid attention to Li Wenjing's words. Several Blackwater Arena's experts directly dragged him away and took him to a large carriage. They didn't even have time to escort him to the capital. They were going to execute him in the carriage. Li Wenjing was scared out of his wits. At this time, when he saw Xianxia's face, it was really like seeing a ghost. Xianxia, what did you do? Are you a human or a ghost? Xianxia, what trick did you use? How could you make the monarch change his decree? Yes, what trick did Xianxia use? To think that he was able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. From 1,000 miles away, he was actually able to make the monarch change his decree. Not only did he want to kill Li Wenjing, he even wanted him to be executed by the cruelest method of death. Xianxia, tell me. Let me die knowing, let me die in peace. It was very easy for Xianxia to kill Li Wenjing. He had many ways to do so. However, it was very, very difficult to get the monarch to overturn his orders and get rid of Li Wenjing. Xianxia had started to set up this plot almost half a month ago. Because the monarch was unwilling to execute Li Wenjing, there was a high probability of that happening. Therefore, Xianxia had to have a backup plan. Half a month's time was considered ample, but it was also very rushed. Could it be that all of you haven't noticed that Jin Hui has vanished since the second day of the engagement banquet? Right after Qianlong annihilated Wang Lian, he was ordered to enter the capital to handle some matters. He didn't go alone. He brought dozens of people with him, as well as a huge amount of gold coins. Qianlong had always been unconstrained when it came to harming people. It was hard to predict and impossible to guard against. Then, how did he get the monarch to kill Li Wenjing? This story had to start from last year. At that time, Li Wenjing had just passed the second rank of the Jinshi and was very proud of himself. There was a famous courtesan in the capital. Her name was what? She was very proficient in the 4 arts and could be ranked in the top 10 of the courtesan ranking in the capital. She was also very beautiful. She was especially famous for her small waist, which could make people fall head over heels for her. The customers of this kind of courtesan were all very high class. Even rich businessmen couldn't meet her. High officials and noble scholars were her frequent customers. She was a courtesan who only sold her skills but not her body. She was very particular about her style. What was the best way for the talented high school students to celebrate after every course of the court examinations? Of course, it was to visit a brothel. Of course, the young talents here referred to those between 20 to 45 years old. Some men over 45 years old were still full of energy. For example, the benefactor who read this book would still be full of energy in the future. However, some men, especially those who read books every day, were usually impotent and couldn't visit brothels after the age of 45. Li Wenjing was only 28 years old when he became a jinshi. Of course, his young energy was still relatively strong, so he was eager to go to a brothel. As soon as he saw one of the most popular courtesans, he was scared out of his wits. Well, he was even more scared out of his wits when he saw Milan. Men were all big pig trotters. It was normal for them to be scared out of their wits when they saw a peerless beauty. Wu Lauer, who lived next door, would tremble whenever he saw anyone. At that time, there were more than 10 jinshi who came to see him. Therefore, of course, they had to write poems. Whoever wrote the best poem would be the winner. The guest who entered the building. Not a guest behind the curtain, not a guest in the body. That day, Li Wenjing had really held back too much, and his lust had erupted. He actually managed to compose a superb poem, suppressing all the outstanding heroes in an instant and becoming the champion. The poem said, "How tranquil is it? Pine trees grow in empty valleys. How beautiful is it? The sunset glow shines on the clear pond. How elegant is it? The dragon swims in the swamp. How divine is it? The moon shines on the cold river." It had to be said that this poem was extremely well written. It could be seen that at that time, Li Wenjing was indeed attracted by he. Everyone was amazed by it, which was why this masterpiece was created. Li Wenjing's beauty poem was immediately received by he. He was invited to the attic, had a drink, and played a song for him. He was still very proud of this matter, even more proud than the jinshi. Because the jinshi only defeated a group of jiren, but that night, he defeated more than 10 jinshi. Not only that, everyone even copied the beauty poem and hung it in her room. Of course, that night, Li Wenjing and he only drank. They only drank and didn't do anything else, let alone get intimate with each other. What? For the time being, everybody looks down on you, a second-ranked jinshi. You, Li Wenjing, don't come from a good family background. By the time you reach a high position of power and authority, people will already be old and faded. Later, when Li Wenjing visited him again, how was he? The first time, she said she wasn't feeling well. The second time, she said it was inconvenient. This made Li Wenjing depressed for a while. It was the first time he recognized his social status. Therefore, he swore that he would definitely stand out in the world and hold a high position. Who is the 9th-ranked top courtesan? The story between her and Li Wenjing had actually come to an end. After becoming a Xianxia, the next step was becoming a marquis. It was hard to bear. Even if Li Wenjing was a second-rank Xianxia, he didn't have a strong backing. He didn't have a good family background, so he wouldn't even have a chance to be a great person. Li Wenjing waited for a few months, but there was no good official position. At this time, he had to think of a way to raise his reputation. Therefore, he decided to publish a book called Li Wenjing's Poetry Anthology. However, Li Wenjing's poetry anthology couldn't be compared to Xianxia's boundless romance of the golden X plum blossoms. There was a huge difference in the sales. He spent a lot of money to publish this book, but of course, it was a flop. Who would buy a poetry anthology to read? These poems should be read from the mouths of those girls. What's the point of reading words? Since he couldn't sell it, Li Wenjing found a way to give this book away. When people accepted this book, they praised it 1,000,000 times and said that they would definitely read it. Moreover, they would burn incense and take a bath before reading it. But after they turned around, they put this book on the shelf and shelved it. It wasn't like Xianxia's boundless romance of the golden X plum blossoms. People read it happily and couldn't get enough of it even after reading it 3 to 5 times. Therefore, he didn't succeed in raising his reputation with this poetry anthology. After that, he sold himself to a big shot and finally became a silver-robed inspector. Let's not talk about this anymore. These were almost all the important information about Li Wenjing in the capital. Most people wouldn't be able to find any loopholes in this information, let alone kill him. But Xianxia immediately found a loophole. Li Wenjing wrote a poem to he? The monarch liked beauties and poems. Then, a conspiracy was born. Even though the success rate of this conspiracy was only about 50 to 60%, he immediately put it into action. The first step, Xianxia got someone to sell a poem to he? A super awesome poem, Su Shi's Shui Diao Ge, When the Bright Moon Appears. Of course, I won't copy this poem here. Because it has been copied by too many authors, including me. If I copy it again, I'm afraid you'll vomit. This poem was worthy of being called a masterpiece. It was simply too amazing and awesome. After singing this poem, he instantly stood out in the courtesan competition and soared from the 9th place to the 1st place. And the top 3 courtesans would be able to enter the palace to perform for the Queen Mother's birthday. The second step, Xianxia designed a super sexy and gorgeous dress and asked someone to give it to he? He wore it when he performed in the palace. On the night of the Queen Mother's birthday, the performance was extremely successful. She sang another song. It was still the same song that Xianxia had gotten someone to sell to her. It was also a super awesome song that would last through the ages. Her poem amazed the audience again. Her dress, especially her small waist, amazed everyone, including the monarch. The third step, Xianxia got someone to bribe the painter. So that night, in the painting of the Queen Mother's birthday, he was extremely dazzling and sexy, overshadowing all the other beauties. It was like a chicken among a flock of cranes. What kind of person was the monarch? Ning Yuanxian, romantic, narcissistic, self-confident, and overflowing with talent. So beautiful, so sexy, and so amazing in poetry. After seeing this painting, his heart was even more tempted. So, the monarch asked, "Is this woman still innocent?" The servant replied, "What?" She was clean and had never had a lover. So, the monarch secretly asked someone to bring he into the palace, and slept with her, of course, After all, she was a famous prostitute and would definitely not take her as a concubine. But the monarch absolutely regarded her as his exclusive property. But that night, there was no blood, so she was not a virgin. The monarch was very angry and felt that he had been deceived. Crying like blood, she swore to the heavens that she was innocent, pure, and flawless. As for why there was no blood, she really didn't know. Maybe it was because of the horse, and at this time, Li Wenjing's poetry collection inexplicably became popular. Because Li Wenjing became famous. His scandal in Xuanwu City spread to the capital. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Along the way, his poetry collection also became a little popular. Someone reported to the monarch that there was a poem in Li Wenjing's poetry collection that was actually praising And this poem was currently hanging in her boudoir. Then there was a rumor that Li Wenjing's beauty poem had moved he. As a result, he became a guest of his bedchamber. The first time was given to Li Wenjing. The monarch was furious. He immediately sent someone to investigate Li Wenjing's residence. In the end, they found a he. On it, there were some inexplicable marks, as if it was a drawing of a map. It also smelled like rotten eggs. Not only that, they also found a silk scarf in Li Wenjing's residence. There was a patch of blood on it. It was dark red and should have been worn for a long time. More importantly, there was a tearful rose embroidered on the scarf. What was this? It was a special scarf. It was a solid hammer, irrefutable evidence. No words could describe the monarch's anger. But this kind of thing couldn't be told to others. You Li Wenjing, how dare you sleep with my woman? Are you trying to make me a cuckold in advance? Not only that, they also found a bunch of poems full of resentment, insinuating that the monarch was muddle-headed and had eyes but failed to see. He couldn't leave a good official position to a talented person, making it difficult for him to fulfill his ambition. Most importantly, they dug out a small person covered with silver needles under the bed. The birth date on it was the crown prince. This was a heinous crime. You, Li Wenjing, surrendered to the second prince, yet you dare to curse the crown prince? Didn't you go to visit the crown prince previously and he said that this person's behavior was improper, causing you, Li Wenjing, to be unable to get an official position for a few months? But at this time, the decree to Li Wenjing had already been issued. No killing, no stripping of official position, no stripping of official title, only a year's salary penalty. What should he do at this time? Just tolerate it? How could it be possible? Therefore, he sent an expert from the Black Water platform to execute Li Wenjing on the spot without a decree or a crime. After that, he directly said that Li Wenjing had died suddenly. Moreover, this didn't affect the political signal. After all, the public decree was a year's salary penalty and a certain degree of honor and glory after death. This was the entire process of Xianxia's conspiracy. Li Wenjing didn't sleep with the crown prince at all. He slept with him and didn't touch even half a finger. What was in his room? The portrait was real, but the stain map on the portrait was forged by Xianxia. What else? The red mark on the silk handkerchief was, of course, forged by Xianxia. The most important thing was that the small person buried under Li Wenjing's bed to curse the crown prince was also Xianxia's doing. What else? Why did the plastic wrap disappear? Why didn't the monarch shed blood when he spoiled her? This was also done by Xianxia's Jin Hui. He removed it with the help of a hallucinogen and a slender knife. It was done half a month ago. When she woke up, she didn't feel anything except a little discomfort. In this way, when she slept with the monarch 10 days later, of course, there would be no blood. Xianxia's entire scheme was bold and imaginative, and it was incomparably vicious. The most important thing was the small person who cursed the crown prince. The small person was real, and the words were written by Li Wenjing. It was just that Xianxia combined the two into one. In the face of a person like Xianxia, you couldn't even have a gap, let alone a flaw. Even if there was a small gap, he could tear open a huge wound, and then bury the explosives in, blowing you up into pieces. The key was that you wouldn't even know how you died. Of course, the success of this conspiracy was 70% due to wisdom, and 30% due to timing and luck. There was another key point, and that was that Li Wenjing's life was worthless. He was a grassroot, and could be crushed at any time. You changed it to Tang Yun? Even if it was Jin Muzong, that fat otaku, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Xianxia, what did you do? What trick did you use to make the monarch kill me? Xianxia, tell me, let me die knowing. Li Wenjing roared with all his might, and struggled with all his might. Xianxia was very sad. What was the most important thing in life? To act cool. A wise man doesn't act cool. He had spent so much effort to design a conspiracy, and it had succeeded. But, he couldn't say it out loud. What was the difference between this and walking in the dark? It was so hard to bear. The day after Xianxia successfully married into the Xianwu mansion, he couldn't wait to put on his clothes, sit in the carriage, and show off in the village. Now that he had accomplished such an awesome thing, he had no one to tell. It was really suffocating. Brotherly, I also want to tell you, but this is a secret that can't be told. Why don't I write it down on paper and burn it for you? Shenlang, tell me, or I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Li Wenjing's throat was sore from shouting. Shenlang said innocently, brotherly, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand a word you're saying. How did I harm you? I've been fooling around with my wife at home all this time. Where did I have the time and energy to harm you? If you don't believe me, look at my eye circles. If you don't believe me, look at my waist. I look like I've overindulged in debauchery. As Shenlang spoke, he pointed at his dark eye circles and hit his sore waist. The Qianhu of Blackwater platform couldn't help but look at Shenlang. It was true. One look and he knew he was weak. Young people don't know XXX, old people look at XXXX. He looked at Mulan again, and suddenly felt relieved. With such a wife, anyone would be weak like Shenlang. Li Wenjing knew clearly that this was Shenlang's fault. He shouted with all his might, Lords of Blackwater platform, tell the monarch that this is all Shenlang's plot, Shenlang's plot. The Qianhu of Blackwater platform said indifferently, you think too much. Do you think he's a god? Li Wenjing cried, it's really him who harmed me, it's really his plot. This was the legend that no one would believe even if he screamed himself hoarse. Li Wenjing was dragged into the carriage and began to die. According to the monarch's decree, the carriage sped all the way. They had to let Li Wenjing enter the capital before he could die. So while he was dying, he was fed ginseng soup to keep him alive. A moment later, a shrill scream came from the carriage. The torture had already begun. The monarch's hatred was really strong. No words could describe Li Wenjing's despair. Thousands of words turned into a single sentence. Shenlang, fuck your mother, it was too miserable. Inside the room, Shenlang was singing again. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty? Mulan gritted her teeth, enduring so much. Finally, Mulan said, husband, I don't mind if you sing a song 39 times, but can you not just sing these 2 lines? Shenlang said helplessly, wife, I only know these 2 lines. Mulan finally unleashed her power, then you're not allowed to sing, can't you just wait quietly? Be a quiet handsome man, I'm good at it. So Shenlang sat there quietly, waiting for news. Since Li Wenjing was dying, he believed that the Qianhu of Salt Mountain should be afraid and release Mulan's subordinates, Jin Jianyang, and a dozen cavalrymen. 4 hours ago, Jin Zhong brought people to Shioyama Chiho's to ask for them. A mere Qianhu wouldn't dare to go against Xianwu Mansion. It was quiet for about 2 minutes. Shenlang felt that it had been a long time. He couldn't help but say, wife. What's wrong? Mulan asked. Shenlang said, can I give you a riddle for you to guess? No, Mulan said. Even with her eyelashes, she could imagine what kind of riddle her husband was going to say. It would definitely not deviate from her lower body. If she couldn't feel her husband's pulse, she wouldn't be a veterinarian anymore. Oh. Shenlang turned away to sulk. Sigh. Mulan sighed and said, all right, what riddle? Tell me. Mulan was really helpless. He was clearly her husband, but she had to coax him every time. Shenlang said excitedly, I have randomly thought of a messy and crooked poem that contains my incomparably true feelings. I have been shouting these 4 words in my heart every single day and night. My wife, take a guess. Mulan said, sure. Shenlang Yu recited, muddle-headedly looking for white hair. Wife, your heart is kind. Today, my heart changes again. I fall in love with the bright moon. It was indeed a crooked poem. Mulan started to rack her brain and started to guess the riddle. It was a 4-word riddle. Mulan was very smart. She quickly found a way to solve the riddle. When she guessed the first 3 words, Mulan's expression was still normal. The 3 words were, I, and I want to. But when she guessed the last word, Mulan's face turned red. She immediately gritted her teeth. Her fists were ready to strike. The Kim clan's teachings were, I can't hit my husband. I can't hit my husband. Because the answer to the last word was, Kuan. At that moment, Jin Zhong came in. "Young master, miss, Captain Salt Mountain is not here. It was the vice-captain who detained our cavalry." Mulan said, "Vice-captain? He's just a vice-captain. How dare he detain our cavalry and not release them?" Jinzhong said, "Yes. And he's determined not to release them. He said that if you want to release them, you have to go and beg him personally." Shenlang immediately threw Kuan to the side and said coldly, "Who is this vice-captain? Does he not want to live?" Jinzhong said, "He just took office 2 days ago. You should know him. He's the son of the splendid court's boss Lin Mo, Lin Zhua. He just passed the military examination and became the vice-captain of Salt Mountain. It's him? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." After Lin Mo obtained Shenlang's golden dye formula, he immediately betrayed Shenlang to Su Guanyun and almost got him killed. So, he was also on Shenlang's list of enemies. But compared to Tianheng and Su Guanyun, Lin Mo was too insignificant. So, his name was not on the wall. In Shenlang's eyes, Lin Mo was even more of a nobody. And in his plan to bankrupt Su Guanyun, Shenlang still needed to make use of this nobody. Therefore, Shenlang had allowed him to live on until now. However, he didn't expect that Shenlang didn't take revenge on Lin Mo. Instead, Lin Mo started looking for trouble with him. Shenlang was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "Is he crazy? He's just a merchant's son, a mere vice-captain. How dare he go against me? Did he tell you personally that he wants me to beg him to release them?" Jinzhong said, "Yes. He said that he'll only consider it if young master begs him to release them." Shenlang narrowed his eyes. Ever since he came to this world, Shenlang had not done anything. Kill his whole family. Of course, a mere deputy 1,000 households wouldn't dare to go against Xianwu Mansion. He must have a backer behind him, and a very strong one at that. Moreover, even if a martial examination candidate was conferred an official position, it was very rare for him to directly become a deputy 1,000 households. Lin Mo betrayed Shenlang and took the opportunity to establish a relationship with Su Guanyun and Zhang Jin. However, this level of relationship was too shallow. It might be possible for him to pass the military selection, but it would be a dream to give him a lucrative position in the government. This splendid court's boss, Lin Mo's son, Lin Zhua, why was he so powerful? Why did he dare to detain the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion? Because he walked the same path as Shenlang. Living off a woman. Shenlang was living off a woman from Xianwu Mansion, while Lin Zhua was living off a woman from Count Qingan House. Of course, these two count houses were different. Xianwu Mansion was an old noble with a fief. Count Qingan House was a new noble conferred by the monarch. It didn't have a fief, nor did it have a private army. In terms of power, Count Qingan House was more powerful. To be honest, Xuanwu didn't want to provoke Qingan. In Tiannan province, Zhenbei Marquis Nangang Ao was the #1 military tycoon, and this Qingan Wu Zhaozhong was the second tycoon, in charge of tens of thousands of troops of the state of Yu. This Qingan had 3 daughters. 2 of them were as beautiful as flowers, and they looked like their mother. His third daughter was the only one whose looks were really hard to swallow. If one were to use a scoring system, this Count Qingan House's third daughter, Wu Yuyu, would at most get 3 points. Of course, even if it was only 30%, she was still the daughter of a big shot in the military. There would still be a lot of people scrambling for her. However, she had a hidden illness that she had since she was in her mother's womb. Moreover, she was getting fatter and fatter. Now, she was 23 years old and weighed more than 270 pounds. Many doctors concluded that this third miss would not be able to have children in the future. The whole of Count Qingan House was anxious about her marriage. Any young man with a bit of background wouldn't be willing to marry such a woman. At this time, Lin Zhua had just passed the martial examination. What awaited him was a long wait for his assignment. Seeing the good positions being taken away one by one, Lin Zhua was very anxious. But he didn't have any backing at all. He didn't know how much of the money his father gave him had been given away. He didn't even know where to send the money. Moreover, there were already rumors that he might be transferred to the south to guard the island as a baihu. Lin Zhua was terrified. There was nothing on those islands. The water was salty, and it was difficult to bathe. Moreover, the Baihu wouldn't have more than 20 subordinates. More than 20 men guarding a lonely island without a single woman on it. Who could guarantee what would happen when the time came? Moreover, his father sent a letter saying that his enemy, Shenlang, had married into the Xianwu mansion and had risen to the top. The Lin family was in trouble. Therefore, Lin Zhua gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and went to Count Qingan House to recommend himself. He was handsome and extraordinary. Moreover, he was a martial examination candidate. Wu Yuyu was instantly satisfied. So was Count Jin Haiba. Just like that, Lin Zhua rose to the top in one step. He became the fiancé of Count Qingan House and directly became the deputy Baihu of Shirayama Chihos. In order to avoid him, the chief officials of Shirayama Chihos pretended to be on official business and left to seek for a transfer. Now that this young master Lin Zhua returned to Xuanwu City and became a Baihu, commanding over 1,000 troops, it could be said that he was returning home in glory. When a person suddenly became rich, what was the first thing he would do? Of course, it was to hold a gathering with his classmates and friends. If he couldn't show off, wouldn't he be walking at night in brocade clothes? This was similar to holding a banquet to get into a famous university. It was similar. The night before yesterday, Lin Zhua had already held a banquet with the Baihu. Most of Lin Zhua's old friends and classmates came. There were dozens of them. Everyone sucked up to Lin Zhua, making Lin Zhua feel really good. There was nothing better in life than this. However, there was a huge regret. One person didn't come. That was Wang Lian. Of course, it wasn't because Lin Zhua and Wang Lian were close. It was the opposite. Wang Lian passed the provincial examination at a young age and was successful at a young age. Every day, he would show off in front of Lin Zhua. Wang Lian, only passed at 16 or 17. In the state of Yu, there were people who passed at 14. I am really too far away. Sigh. The starting point of becoming an official was in the capital, but I could only be a registrar of Xuanwu City and only ranked 4th. Every time Lin Zhua heard such bragging, he really wanted to strangle Wang Lian to death. However, he had no choice but to put on a smiling face. This was because his family was a merchant. He hadn't passed the martial examination yet, so he had to act like a grandson. Brother Wang was amazing, Brother Wang was talented, Brother Wang was awesome. Who knew how many times such bootlicking came out of Lin Zhua's mouth? Now, I, Lin Zhua, have become rich, I am awesome, I have returned home in glory. All the bootlicking that you owed me before, return it all to me. All the bootlicking that you have eaten from me before, spit it all out. Brother Wang Lian, do you know how much I miss you? If not for you, my bragging and showing off would not be complete. Lin Zhua really couldn't forget Wang Lian. Therefore, he tried to find out news about Wang Lian and received a unified reply. Wang Lian had vanished from the face of the earth. He had failed to frame Shenlang and was stabbed instead. He was stripped of his scholarly title. Most importantly, he had slept with Lu Wuyan's concubine and made the city lord a cuckold. Everyone guessed that Wang Lian had probably been secretly killed by Lu Wuyan. Because the city lord Lu Wuyan's concubine also seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Of course, in Lin Zhua's little notebook, Wang Lian was only ranked 2nd. The number 1 enemy was Shenlang. There were 2 reasons. First, Shenlang had married Lin Zhua's dream lover, Jean Milan. The hatred of stealing his wife. Although Jean Milan and I hadn't spoken a word, it didn't stop me from daydreaming. In my mind, I had fantasized about marrying her 100 times. Another one who was infatuated with Jean Milan. It couldn't be helped, Shenlang's love rivals were everywhere. The second reason was that Shenlang and the Lin family had a grudge. It was Shenlang and the Lin family that had a grudge, not the Lin family and Shenlang. On the night of Tian Heng's death, the Lin boss of the splendid court, Lin Mo, couldn't sleep for several days. He was scared out of his wits and almost finished writing his will. At that time, although Lin Zhua had passed the military examination, he hadn't been assigned an official position. It was rumored that he would be sent to a remote island. At that time, if Shenlang sent someone to frame him, what should he do? Therefore, not only Lin Mo, but even Lin Zhua was in fear all day long, fearing that Shenlang would take revenge. This also made him make up his mind. You, Shenlang, can live off a woman, but can't I, Lin Zhua, do the same? Therefore, he became the fiancé of Qinggan's third daughter, Wu Yuyu. Then, he became awesome. That day, when he visited his father-in-law and asked about the Xianwu mansion, Qinggan said that the bones in the grave didn't have long to live. He then asked about Shenlang. Qinggan said that he was just a clown. And wasn't worth mentioning. Therefore, Lin Zhua had an idea. As soon as the monarch's signal was sent, Lin Zhua valiantly killed his way back to Xuanwu City. He and Li Wenjing hit it off and created a tragedy where the cavalryman from the Xianwu mansion killed someone on the street. Moreover, Lin Zhua directly detained more than 10 cavalrymen from the Xianwu mansion and locked them in prison. I, Lin Zhua, am not only taking revenge on the enemy, but I am also sharing the burden of the monarch. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Sir, the son-in-law of the Xianwu mansion, Shenlang, requests to see you. In the side hall of the military camp, Lin Zhua received Shenlang. It was the first time that Shenlang met this famous young talent in Xuanwu City. Then, he imagined the scene of him being pressed under the 300-pound Wu Yuyu. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. They were all men who lived off women. Shenlang's bowl was a rare delicacy in the world. But what Lin Zhua ate was a bowl of lard. When a man was hungry, it was fine to eat a mouthful of cold lard. But if he ate a whole bowl, he would really die. For the sake of glory and wealth, this man really worked hard. Shenlang said, Young Master Lin Zhua, please send my regards to Qinggan. Lin Zhua said lightly, Son-in-law Shenlang, it is not appropriate for me to say this. After all, you are only a son-in-law. It is not appropriate for you to take the initiative to greet my father-in-law, an important official of the court. If it was Jin Muzong or Jin Mulan who said this, it would be more appropriate. He really couldn't wait to show off and slap his face as soon as he came up. I, Lin Zhua, still have a sense of superiority in front of you, Shenlang. You are only a son-in-law of the Count House, while I am a real son-in-law. Moreover, I am a son-in-law of a powerful family with military power. My future is bright. Moreover, my Count Qinggan house is more powerful than your Xianwu mansion. Shenlang said, Li Wenjing is dead. Lin Zhua was startled and wanted to say something but stopped. The news of Li Wenjing's affair with Ho Tsai had spread widely in the capital, but he couldn't say this out loud. Shenlang said, the so-called cavalry of Xianwu mansion collided with innocent people. The truth of this matter is not important, right? Lin Zhua nodded and said, yes, the truth is not important. Not every case had to be solved. Shenlang said, Lord Lin, please release the innocent cavalry of Xianwu mansion. Lin Zhua shook his head and said, no, they have committed a grave crime, trampling innocent people to death on the street. Of course I have to find out who is behind this, and then hand over the case to Taisho Prefecture. I will interrogate them by torture tonight. Shenlang said, your Qianhu Institute doesn't have the authority to interrogate them, right? Lin Zhua said, the road where Xianwu mansion's cavalry trampled people to death belongs to my Shioyama Chiho's officers. Moreover, some of the people trampled to death are the family members of my soldiers. I suspect this is a murder. In order to seek justice for my subordinates, of course I have to interrogate them by torture. Shenlang didn't say anything. Lin Zhua said, I heard that the leader of this cavalry is a woman named Jin Jianyang. She is also very beautiful. I really can't bear to destroy such a beautiful woman. Shenlang said, Brother Lin Zhua, what do I have to do to make you release the cavalry of Xianwu mansion? Lin Zhua said, 2 options. Shenlang said, please elaborate. Lin Zhua said, the first option, of course, is for Jin Mulan to lead the Count House's army to directly kill them and kidnap them. Of course, this is a rebellion. I believe my father-in-law and Zhang Chong will laugh even in their dreams. Shenlang said, what about the second option? Lin Zhua said, you want me to plead for leniency and ask for forgiveness from my father. You don't need to kneel down and kowtow, you just need to bow in front of everyone. Shenlang said, it was clearly your father who betrayed me, and I have never offended him in any way. Lin Zhua said, it is precisely because of this that he was frightened. On the day Tianheng died, he even wrote his will and asked me to hide in the capital and not come back. Do you know how humiliated I was at that time? Not taking revenge is not a gentleman, Lin Zhua said faintly. Shenlang, you are a son-in-law, but you still know how to take revenge. I am the son-in-law of Count Qingan House, how can I not know this little bit? In this world, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. Xianwu City can probably only accommodate one strong young man. Between the two of us, one has to bow down, don't you think so? No wonder Lin Zhua was so confident. Xianwu Mansion was a thorn in the monarch's side, a thorn in the flesh. On the other hand, Duke Jing'an was the emperor's flesh and blood. He was the emperor's trusted aide. Although he didn't have a fief or a private army, Qingan Wu Zhao, who controlled tens of thousands of troops, did look down on Xianwu. In his eyes, the destruction of Xianwu Mansion was only a matter of time. Both sides were enemies. Qingan was the monarch's thug, while Lin Zhua was Count Qingan's thug. It was reasonable for him to make a move against Shenlang. Lin Zhua said, Shenlang, a wise man submits to circumstances. You only need to bow and apologize to my father and I, and you can take away the dozen cavalrymen from Xianwu Mansion. Otherwise, after tomorrow, it's hard to say what will happen to Jin Jianyang and the cavalrymen. When the time comes, everyone will say that Xianwu Mansion couldn't even protect its own soldiers. It's a disgrace. Shenlang smiled at Lin Zhua, I'll go back and think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. What do you think? Lin Zhua said, alright, I'll go prepare some yellow paper and firecrackers. I'll find some guests to witness the process of us resolving our enmity with a smile. Then, Shenlang left. Seeing Shenlang's dejected look, Lin Zhua was really happy. Ha 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 ha, you, Shenlang, also have this day. Having a backer is great, you can do whatever you want. Shenlang, your backer isn't as good as mine, and at this moment, Lin Zhua especially missed Wang Lian. Brother Wang Lian, where are you? I really miss you. How many times did I flatter you back then, and how many times did you show off in front of me? At this moment, Lin Zhua's confidant rushed over. Master, I've heard some news. Lin Zhua said, speak. The confidant said, that day at Lord Zhang Jin's engagement banquet, after Wang Lian made a fool of himself and left, he was kidnapped midway. And at the banquet, someone saw City Lord Lu Wuyan shoot his confidant a look, and then that expert left in a hurry. Lin Zhua said, Wang Lian was indeed kidnapped by Lu Wuyan. I really hope he doesn't die. Lin Zhua's attack was very sudden, and it caught Xianwu Mansion off guard. Once the monarch's signal was given, as expected, these people all pounced on them, almost as if they were shedding all pretense of cordiality. Even a military giant like Qingan couldn't help but compete to be the monarch's pawn. At this time, could it be that Count Xuanwu led the army to kill them? That would be a rebellion. The Dongjiang Count's example was right in front of them, and his bones were not cold yet. The reason why Lin Zhua, a deputy thousand households, was not afraid was because Qingan was standing behind him. And there was an even worse signal. Qingan and Zhang Chong, there was a faint trend of joining forces, plus the Jin High Count house, the enemy of the Kim family in the north. Was this an ambush from 10 sides? However, to Shenlang, breaking this move was truly as easy as blowing off dust. In that secret room, Wang Lian, who had castrated himself, had completely forgotten the pain of castration. He didn't care about the pleasure brought by the 2 tails of meat at all. He had sublimated. This was because he felt 10 times, 100 times more joyful. He opened the door to a new world. Of course, it was not because he had become but because he was addicted to the hallucinogen given by Shenlang. This thing was more powerful than any drug. The feeling of floating in the air was as if he was in the universe, as if his soul had left his body. It was really cool. Compared to this wonderful feeling, the things between men and women were nothing. I, Wang Lian, am about to become an immortal. In this half a month, Wang Lian had to become an immortal every day. Then, everything became meaningless. Every day, only the 2 hours of becoming an immortal were the most wonderful. For the moment of becoming an immortal, for the divine medicine given by Shenlang, he was willing to do anything. As long as there was a divine medicine, he would not exchange it for the emperor. Perhaps every drug addict was like this. They only wanted to become an immortal, and nothing else. Shenlang came in front of Wang Lian. After castration, his skin was much fairer and more delicate, and he was much thinner, and he had a bit more of a female aura. The various viruses in his body had begun to act up, so every time he went to the toilet, it was difficult to endure. But on the surface of his body, it seemed that it had not flared up yet. Benefactor, benefactor. Seeing Xianxia appear, Wang Lian said flatteringly, "Are you here to give me divine medicine?" Xianxia, yes, and from tomorrow onwards, the divine medicine I give you will increase by 30%. Wang Lian was ecstatic, "Thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor." Xianxia, Wang Lian, I need you to do something. Wang Lian kowtowed, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xianxia, your old friend Linjue is back. He has become the son-in-law of Count Qingan House. He has become rich, and he misses you very, very much. Wang Lian's brain, which had been sucked dry, suddenly regained some clarity. He said, he wants to show off in front of me. Before, he was like a dog in front of me. Now that he has become rich, he wants me to kneel and lick his boots. At this moment, Wang Lian's eyes showed a hint of resentment. Those who kneeled and licked my boots before, why did they become rich, and why did they have a better life than me? Xianxia, since he wants to see you so much, why don't you give him a surprise and go see him? Then, drink a little wine at night, and accidentally get drunk. Take the opportunity to give him some divine medicine, and make him lose his mind. Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, then, take the opportunity to let Linjue sleep with you. The next morning, you will scream and let everyone see clearly that Linjue has defiled you. If the people of Count Qingan House happened to see this scene at that time, it would be very exciting. Immediately, Wang Lian's scalp went numb. Even though half of his brain was sucked dry, he deeply felt that benefactor was still as vicious as ever. End of chapter 114. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.